Chapter 334. The Might of Heavenly Punishment. Unparalleled in the universe. The Might of Tianfe. The most ominous place. Long Crane and the others raised their arms and shouted at the same time. The White Jade Lion Beast King and the Golden Furred Monkey King also looked up to the sky and roared. Tianfe is not allowed to enter the inner lands, and they are not allowed to disturb the commoners. These are the rules of the Tianfe forest, and these rules cannot be broken. Bear Mountain, you will lead the Tiger King, Monkey King, Lion King, and Snake King to fight against the Tianfe forest. Long Crane, you and the Eagle King's aerial forces are to be ready at any time. Since I'm going to fight a few fierce battles. I'm going to make them feel pain and fear. Then I'm going to consider whether it's going to be a large-scale battle or a pinnacle battle. But the final decision is to make them beg me. Understand? Yes. Both of them answered in unison. Fourth brother Xiong, how are your injuries now? The black-robed man asked. I'm fine now. Thank you, boss, for helping me resolve it, Bear Mountain said gratefully. If it weren't for boss, how could this vein-severing elusive heart sword be destroyed so easily? There's one more thing. I'm guessing that Big Bear is Li Ju Tian's main target this time. Long Crane cautiously spoke up. What was the reason? Li Ju Tian isn't an unwise man. So, killing the fourth brother would be tantamount to forming an irreconcilable enmity with the Tianfe clan. Would he dare? The black-robed man snorted. Long Crane replied in a dejected manner, perhaps others don't know this but we do. The world often uses the phrase bear's heart and leopard's gall to describe a person's boldness. But we know that this isn't the case. Li Ju Tian has obviously eaten the Panther King's Xiandan. So we can infer that, so he still needs old bear's heart? The black-robed man snorted angrily. Yes. A person can't completely absorb the Xiandan even if they have a very high Xianxia cultivation. And Li Ju Tian has obviously encountered this problem. But the Panther King's Xiandan and the Big Bear's heart will not only be able to completely absorb the Panther King's Xiandan, but will also be able to double the effect. At the same time, if he also consumed the old bear Xian pill, he would be able to double his strength on top of the doubled foundation. That was 4 times the effect. At that time, in the entire Xianxian continent, would there be anyone who could be a match for absolute heaven? Even if we become mortal enemies with Tianfe, what does it matter? Long Crane's face revealed an expression of extreme hatred. Li Ju Tian didn't even think about me when he attacked this time. In fact, he went straight for Big Bear every time. Every move and every style was a sure kill technique. The viciousness of his intentions was obvious. This is the real reason why fourth brother Bear and I initiated this beast tide. Li Ju Tian. The black-robed man's body trembled as he spat out those 3 words through gritted teeth. He hatefully said, no wonder he was willing to lower himself to issue the great master's summon. No wonder he didn't hesitate to use the elusive heart vein-splitting sword to deal with fourth brother Bear. So he was planning to kill us in one strike. Moreover, he planned to use the entire continent's Xianxia experts to accomplish his ambition. What a vicious heart. What a wishful thinking. You all go back and prepare. Everyone below level 7 will return to the Tianfe forest for this operation. We won't need them this time. All of you focus on your cultivation. The black-robed man's black robe fluttered as he continued, Qiansun Serpent Queen, your speed is relatively slow. So, you must pay attention to the Flying Thread, Golden Centipede and 7-Star Centipede. But you can't participate for the time being. The Flying Thread, Golden Centipede and 7-Star Centipede were the most venomous snakes in the Tianfe forest. They were also the fastest snakes. They could come and go without a trace. So, it was impossible for an average person to find them. The green-clothed girl, Snake King, bowed respectfully. Then she turned around and left after receiving the order. Third brother, fourth brother, you mentioned that the mysterious man was very strong. His oppressive aura was even stronger than mine. So, how is his cultivation compared to mine? I want to hear the truth. The black-robed man's voice was somewhat hoarse. That man's cultivation is very high. So, I'm afraid that his cultivation isn't below yours. In fact, it's more or less on par with yours, Long Crane thought for a long time. Then he replied in a very cautious manner. However, Big Bear didn't have a brain. So he couldn't see through Long Crane's roundabout meaning. So he grinned and said, Third brother, why are you talking nonsense? That man's cultivation is truly unfathomable. In fact, he's much stronger than you, eldest brother. I'm not being polite. I'm guessing that he can beat 3 or 5 of you. He can beat 1 or 2 of you. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. I didn't mean that, my damned mouth. Eldest brother, you're the best. What I wanted to say was, you can beat 10 of him. A heart-wrenching scream was heard. He hadn't even finished speaking when his entire body started to tremble. He suddenly came to his senses. But it was too late. His entire body was smashed headfirst into the ground with a bang sound. Then only a slight cracking sound could be heard. It was the sound of numerous tree roots being smashed into the ground. From what the two of you are saying, this person's cultivation is definitely higher than mine, right? That's what you're trying to say, right? It's a waste of time to talk nonsense. The black-robed man's voice was somewhat gloomy. The black-robed man's voice was a little gloomy. He clapped his hands as if nothing had happened, and stepped on Big Bear's only exposed feet. A muffled groan of pain came from the ground, and Big Bear disappeared with a swoosh. Even if we include the 3 sacred lands besides the masters of the 3 sacred lands and those old fogies who don't know what's good for them, there's absolutely no one with a higher cultivation than me. Who exactly is this person? How can he have such a cultivation? The black-robed man paced back and forth. He was somewhat puzzled. But a muffled groan of pain would be heard from the ground with every step he took. This man's origin is indeed mysterious. His strength is also very profound. But I can guarantee that he's not from the 3 holy lands. Long Crane spoke in a serious manner. His body was perfectly straight and he was very meticulous. Even his long mouth appeared very serious. Long Crane had learned his lesson from Bear Mountain's mistakes. So, he had repeated every word he had spoken several times in his mind. He was afraid that this misfortune would befall on him. Why do you say that? The black-robed man continued to pace back and forth. Not even a speck of dust was stirred up by his every step. But his strength continued to penetrate through the ground. Then, his feet landed on the pitiful Bear Mountain's body again and again. He wouldn't hurt him. Instead, he would use his head as a drill to drill deeper into the ground. Bear Mountain's skin was very thick, so he couldn't hurt him. The black-robed man finally felt that he had stepped on empty air. He had finally succeeded in stomping this guy into the yellow mud. Then he stopped in satisfaction. Boss, you also know that all the old farts from the 3 holy lands have an extremely annoying aura on their bodies. This is something that can be clearly felt by people at our level. However, that person's aura doesn't make us feel disgusted or annoyed. Instead, it makes us feel a sense of intimacy from the bottom of our hearts. It's an indescribable feeling. It's the kind of feeling that makes us want to get close to him. I understand. It's just intuition. The black-robed man waved his hand to interrupt him. Intuition. Long Crane's expression became strange. Aren't these 2 different things? Finally, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at his boss and mumble to himself. What are you looking at? What are you thinking? Don't tell me that my analysis is wrong? The black-robed man asked fiercely. His voice was heavy and oppressive. Long Crane felt as if he was being tied up by an invisible force. Sure enough, you're worthy of being called boss. Boss is wise, ha. Long Crane was so afraid that he blurted out what he wanted to say. So he quickly changed his words and forced a smile. Long Crane. 3rd brother Crane, you've become quite capable. The black-robed man said in a gloomy manner. Boss, spare to me, Long Crane begged for mercy. But his body had already been sent flying. He had stuck close to the ground and had plowed a deep trench with his body. At the same time, a small mound swelled up on one side. Then it burst out of the ground with a puff sound. Big Bear drilled out of the mound with his head and body covered in yellow mud. He hadn't even gotten out of the mound when he saw the scene in front of him. So he spat out a mouthful of yellow mud and gloatingly laughed. Crane 3rd, it turns out that you'll have such a day, ha. Long Crane's face was covered in dirt as he crawled up from 70 or 80 feet away. Then he snorted and said, What's wrong with me having met my end? It's better than someone being smashed into the ground. You've fallen into a cesspool with your head and face covered in yellow mud. But you're still so proud of yourself? What did you just spit out? It's yellow? Bear Mountain was left speechless. He knew that his 3rd brother was trying to disgust him, but he still felt disgusted. I'd like to meet this mysterious expert if I have the time. I'd like to see who's better and who's worse. The black-robed man snorted coldly and pulled the attention of the 2 men back from their quarrel. It's a pity that our agreement has been delayed by more than a month. But we weren't able to complete that task within the time limit. That damned Li Ju Tian. It's all his fault. Bear Mountain stamped his feet in a depressed manner. And the yellow mud on his body fell with a pa-pa-pa sound. But he said that he wants us to go to the Tianxiang City's Jun family to look for Jun Wui after we've completed our task. Long Crane suddenly thought of something. Since he said that, Then Jianghu must be related to him. We should be able to find him as long as we follow this trail. And the Tianxiang Empire has dispatched Jianghu to deal with the Shen Beast Tide as far as I know. And this man is in the southern Heaven City? If that's the case, then we'll have to plan carefully. Then we'll see if we can use Jianghu to inquire about this mysterious expert. The black-robed man's fluttering voice seemed to have changed in tone. However, Bear Mountain and Long Crane didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. In fact, it seemed as if they were already used to it. Chapter 335. Today's first update. We mourn for the suffering of our compatriots in Zhouzhou. God bless China. That's natural. The black-robed man continued. He can help you advance. So I can also. This man is extremely important to us. So how can we act rashly? Do I need you to remind me of such a trivial matter? You're right. Eldest brother is wise. Long Crane and Bear Mountain nodded vigorously. The two of them felt embarrassed. They had boasted in front of the other party. But they hadn't even finished their task after a month. This made the two of them feel ashamed. What should I say when I see him? We've stopped the Shuihun Manor from going north. This matter has been thoroughly accomplished. Not only has the Shuihun Manor been prevented from going north, but the Silver Blizzard City has also been forced to go south. But they hadn't broken Li Tingyun's legs. In fact, they hadn't even seen Li Tingyun's face yet. This was the most troublesome part. Moreover, Long Crane and Bear Mountain had a nest of fire in their hearts. So, breaking Li Tingyun's legs wouldn't be the end of the matter if they had the opportunity to confront him. Li Tingyun wouldn't only die, but he would die miserably if that happened. They had misgivings about Li Jutian earlier. So they hadn't dared to let him die. So they hadn't been able to clean up the situation. But Li Jutian had deliberately planned to kill the fourth brother bear. So there was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. Therefore these two Shen Beast Kings had been provoked. So, how could they let Li Tingyun off easily? They couldn't wait for Li Jutian to die. They could also use this opportunity to strike a blow at that old bastard. The three of them looked at each other. Then they saw that there was nothing else to do. So they separated and went about their own business. Right at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from afar. Big Bear's brows immediately furrowed and he said, "Something happened over at the leopard pack. This bunch of fellows really makes people worry." Leopards? The other two frowned as they looked into the distance. Two robust silhouettes were running towards them. Their bodies were snow white and their eyes were glittering. They were two peak level 8 Shen beasts, the golden snow leopards. They were extremely fast and arrived in front of them in an instant. What's going on? Bear Mountain was greatly embarrassed. After the disappearance of the Leopard King, he had taken over the responsibility of the leopard tribe. But now, seeing these two adult snow leopards barging in without any order or discipline, he couldn't help but be furious. The two golden-eyed snow leopards whimpered and lay down on the ground, motionless. Then one of them turned around and picked up a snow-white little thing from its back. It put it on the ground and seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. The two golden-eyed snow leopards let out two woo-woo sounds as they crouched on the ground. Their big heads nodded twice before they quickly retreated and disappeared into the forest. It's a little iron-winged leopard. It looks like it's only 1 month old. What a cute little fellow. The black-robed man had just said this when his body suddenly trembled. His entire body seemed to stiffen in an instant. Long Crane and Bear Mountain's bodies stiffened, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they stared at the little guy who had curled up into a ball on the ground. It seemed as if they had discovered a rare treasure. This little guy was none other than Little White. The little guy had rushed out recklessly when he had heard the Shen Beast King's call. This was his innate nature and he couldn't go against it. He had wanted to follow the team to pay his respects to the Shen Beast King and return home. But he had been discovered as soon as he had entered the herd of Shen Beasts. So he had been sent here. He had suddenly seen 3 Shen Beast Kings standing right in front of him. So the Shen Beast's innate nature of reverence towards the Shen Beast Kings had emerged, and he had obediently curled up on the ground as he trembled. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. It's only an underage, fucking 8th level iron-winged leopard. 8th level. Level 8, fuck, how is this possible? My grandmother, this is simply a dream. Third brother, quickly slap me, I must be dreaming, this is too hard to believe. Motherfucker. What's going on? Big Bear shouted, appearing to be so surprised that he forgot his manners. Long Crane's face darkened. The surroundings were completely silent. It was almost deathly silence. The eyes of the 3 Beast Kings were perfectly round. The eyes of the 3rd Crane King were relatively small, but they were flickering like light bulbs at this moment. The fourth bear's eyes were big, but they were still filled with disbelief. His huge eyeballs were about to pop out of his eye sockets. As for the eldest beast king, the eyes of the black-robed man were originally covered by a black cloth. But his sharp gaze penetrated through the black cloth at this moment. He had completely disregarded Bear Mountain's rude words. In fact, he would have gotten angry if this had happened in the past. But he hadn't said a word at this moment. This is too shocking. It's too unbelievable. The eldest Shen Beast King gently bent down, and gently picked up Little White. He held him in his arms, and felt as if he was holding a priceless treasure. Little White rolled his eyes in fear and whimpered in a low voice. He could feel his goodwill, but he still didn't dare to move. The black-cloaked man placed his palm on Little White's soft body. He let out a long sigh after a long while and said, "It's level 8. It's level 8. It's level 8. A miracle. It's a real miracle." At the level of the three great beast kings, they would normally be able to identify a Shen beast that hadn't taken human form with just a glance. They would be able to determine its level, rank, and strength. However, the Beast King eldest brother had personally confirmed this little guy's identity for the first time ever. Perhaps the shock he had received was too intense. But the eldest Shen Beast King's words were rather strange. He had first said that it was true. Then he had expressed his amazement at first. But he had spoken incoherently towards the end. However, the other two Shen Beast Kings, Long Crane and Bear Mountain, didn't feel that his words were contradictory. Instead, they came closer to him in a dignified manner. They had carefully identified the Shen Beast King and had confirmed it. But both of them had opened their mouths wide and hadn't spoken a word. They had had this feeling when they had first seen it. And they had always been used to confirming the Shen Beast's level. But they had still been shocked by this astonishing fact. And they had confirmed it over and over again. So they had been thoroughly shocked. There was no other reason for this. It was because this fact was too inconceivable and too shocking. An iron-winged leopard's lifespan is usually 200 years. A level 7 Shen beast would normally advance every 10 years. And it would reach the early level of level 7 in 70 years. And it would break through the limits of its innate talent if it could reach the peak of level 7 within 70 years. Then it would transform and ascend to level 8. But the iron-winged leopard is limited by its innate talent. So its lifetime achievements would stop there. The black-cloaked man had spoken these words quickly and anxiously. Moreover, his voice had sounded a little crisp. And it didn't match his usual gloominess. This piece of information didn't have much value. Not to mention the three great beast kings, it was very normal for an ordinary family member to receive this piece of information. However, at this moment, this piece of information that had long been publicly acknowledged and known to all had been completely overturned. But an iron-winged leopard cub of level 8 has appeared in front of us. It's a cub. The black-cloaked man gasped for breath. His black robe fluttered as if he was trying to suppress the excitement in his heart. Third brother, fourth brother, are we dreaming? How can such a thing happen? The black-cloaked man's entire body trembled. Inferring from the current situation, that this iron-winged leopard has probably advanced to the next level when it's 1 month old. Moreover, it hasn't even been weaned yet. Moreover, it hasn't even mastered its innate talent. So, it has advanced to the peak of its level? How is this possible? This is simply unimaginable. It's unbelievable. In the past, if anyone had told me that something like this could happen, I wouldn't have believed it even if I was beheaded. But now it's actually happening right before my eyes. Can anyone tell me what's going on? The Beast King shook his head again. And he shook his head with all his might. He then turned around twice in an unusually manic manner. Then his eyes rested on Little White's body and couldn't move away. This fact was very difficult to understand. It was very strange. In fact, it was so strange that even the Beast King of Tianfa couldn't understand it. Long Crane and Bear Mountain were also shocked to the point that their minds had gone blank. Their mouths were wide open, and they weren't even aware that saliva was flowing out of their mouths. Bear Mountain's majestic body swayed for a long time. Then he suddenly fell to the ground and groaned. He then grabbed his hair and hit his head on the ground. Then he said in a muffled voice, "Oh my God, this world has gone crazy. Don't tell me?" Long Crane smacked his lips as he thought of a possibility. "Big brother, do you think that the Leopard King has raped a level 7 iron-winged leopard?" He suddenly stopped talking and slapped his own mouth. The other two men, including Bear Mountain, looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Idiot? How is this possible? Do you think that I'm only surprised at its level? Do you think that I'm as muddle-headed as you two?" This little guy's strength isn't the reason why I'm so surprised. The Beast King paused for a moment and then continued, I've carefully examined it a moment ago. This little guy's innate essence is that of an iron-winged leopard. It doesn't have any special characteristics of other high-level Xian beasts. So, I can confirm that this little guy's advancement is the result of some acquired factor. In other words, someone has helped it advance by some very mysterious means. That's not surprising. What's really surprising is that this little fellow's intrinsic limits have been modified. Within 30 years, it will definitely advance to the 9th level. Moreover, even the 9th level isn't its limit. The black-cloaked man spoke in a serious manner. Then he suddenly remembered what Long Crane had just said. So he raised his leg and kicked Long Crane out of the room. Then he scolded, You're a dignified Crane King and you're going to rape a level 7 Crane King. Are you willing to do that? What are you thinking about with that pointy head of yours? Can't you think of something serious? Can't you think of something useful? There was a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I made a donation yesterday. Hey, I forgot to mention that I'm a party member. I made a donation of 100 yuan. Today I saw a charity donation on the street and I joined in. Seeing the crowd of people donating, everyone was very enthusiastic. Feng Ling felt a sense of gratitude in his heart. Yes, whether it's the reconstruction of the disaster area or, at least, everyone in our society is doing their best. We have a clear conscience in this matter. We're all doing our best for our compatriots. We're looking forward to them getting out of their predicament and rebuilding their homes. As he approached, he suddenly remembered that he had made a donation as a citizen. But as an author he hadn't. He counted his pockets and found that he still had more than 700 yuan after buying cigarettes. So, he took it all out. I'm ashamed that I didn't bring much money and I'm not rich. I can only say that I'm doing my best. That's all. The donation office had stipulated that anyone who made more than 500 yuan must leave their name, or write a blessing on the red flag. The red flag was almost full. After thinking for a while, he wrote this sentence. The evil monarch's 100,000 brothers and sisters sincerely wish our compatriots of Zhou to get out of their pain and rebuild their homes. My income comes from my brothers and sisters' subscriptions. So, let me shamelessly represent my 100,000 brothers and sisters to send this blessing. I'm very happy to have a 100,000 brothers and sisters collection. I'm very proud when I write this sentence. There's even a sense of satisfaction. Haha. I'm not afraid of people saying that I'm fishing for fame, but I have a clear conscience. Chapter 336. Bear Mountain was still crouching on the ground in shock, but he couldn't help but raise his head to gloat. Suddenly he shouted, Boss, look, there's a jade tablet on this little thing's neck. It looks like it's actually being raised by someone. Doesn't that mean? Yes. He sucked in a breath of cold air, obviously shocked by his own thoughts. Domesticated? The black-robed man did not neglect Whitey. He flipped Whitey over to take a look. Sure enough, he saw a small jade tablet hanging on Whitey's neck. The jade tablet was crystal clear and pure white, the same color as its fur. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to see it. If it was not for the fact that fourth brother bear was lying on the ground and the reflection was different from the other two beast kings, they might not have noticed it. Xianxia. Degu. The black-robed man muttered these 4 words in a low voice. Then, he suddenly raised his head as if he was thinking in silence. After a long while, he said, Tianxiang City again? It seems that we really have to go to Xianxia City. This little fellow's miraculous advancement is already very clear. To be able to advance this little fellow's frail body, not only does it not have any sequelae, it can also greatly increase its growth space. Such a miraculous method is truly a method that seizes the fortune of the heavens and earth. Bear Mountain suddenly thought of something and got up. He walked in front of Little White and opened his mouth, letting out 2 woo-woo sounds and showing his teeth. Little White's eyes lit up. It raised its little paw and gestured twice, whining weakly. Black Robe was so angry that he stomped on Bear Mountain's butt. Why didn't I forget that you can talk to it? You idiot, why didn't you come earlier if you could talk to it? Bear Mountain rubbed his butt and cursed inwardly, You're the one who forgot, so how can you blame me? However, his mouth did not dare to be negligent. He continued to mutter, then made a few strange syllables, followed by a series of muffled sounds. As time went on, Bear Mountain's questions became more and more urgent. Little White innocently tilted its head and looked at him. It whimpered a few times as if it wanted to explain something, but it couldn't. Its eyes were filled with confusion, and it finally lowered its head dejectedly. Its 2 ears also drooped down, and it didn't make a sound anymore. Bear Mountain shrugged helplessly, indicating that he was done with his questions. The black-cloaked man and Long Crane opened their mouths at the same time. What do you think? Woo 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 woo. Bear Mountain seemed to have forgotten to change his state, and his mouth was full of foreign words. Immediately he received a punch to his chest and a kick to his butt. Howling in pain, he began to rub his front and back simultaneously. Hurry up and tell me, you idiot. Both of them had a fierce look on their faces. Little White was so scared that it shrank its head back into the arms of the black-cloaked man. Although the little guy was young, it had good eyesight. It knew that the black-cloaked man was the leader of the three, so it was safest in his arms. Suddenly, it whimpered a few times in confusion, opened its watery eyes and rolled around twice. It couldn't help but rub its head against the black-cloaked man's arms, and then stuck out its pink little tongue to lick it. The black-cloaked man's hand trembled as if it had been electrocuted, and Little White immediately fell to the ground. This little thing. The black-cloaked man cursed angrily. He rolled up his long sleeves and held Little White in his arms again. He patted its little head and said, "Behave yourself." His voice was strict. Little White looked at him in fear, and then obediently lay down and didn't move. I asked him what he looked like and he said that he was very very good. How old he was? Very very good, very very good. Anyway, he was very very good. Bear Mountain was so depressed that he almost looked up to the sky and howled. There are no actual characteristics at all. How did you communicate with him, you idiot? The black-cloaked man was obviously a little anxious. Apart from being very good, he also said that he smelled very good. He smelled even better than the owner. Bear Mountain said. In fact, he was also very depressed. What kind of mess was this? You should be content. It has just reached 1 month, and it's already good enough that he can communicate with you. What do you expect a little thing like him to say? At least we now know that helping Shen beasts advance is a real thing. Long Crane looked at him with disdain. Then he turned to the black-cloaked man and said, "Eldest brother, I feel that this matter has something to do with that mysterious black-cloaked man. In fact, it's almost certain that he's the one who did it. No one else in this world can do such a thing. Moreover, this little thing has a master, and its master must have a very close relationship with the person who helped it advance. So, how could such a method be used lightly unless it's a close friend?" That's right, Third Brother Crane's analysis is reasonable. Big Bear, why don't you learn from Third Brother? So, isn't it possible that the mysterious master has also come to Xianxia? At least this little thing's master has come. The black-cloaked man's eyes lit up. He took 2 steps forward and then suddenly issued a resolute order. We'll proceed according to the original plan. But the Jun and the Dugu families mustn't act rashly. He sighed. Eldest brother, wouldn't it be? Long Crane and Bear Mountain looked at him worriedly. You're at the edge of the Earth realm right now. If this affects you, wouldn't it be? It doesn't matter. The black-cloaked man waved his sleeves and said, "This battle is to establish our might. We'll have at least 10 years of peace as long as we can defeat them. But we'll become a real disaster for Xianxia if we're too timid to fight. I'll go into closed-door training once this matter is over, and prepare to break through the 12th gate. At that time, Xianxia will depend on you." Yes. The 2 men replied in unison. Xianxia's southern heaven city was in a state of chaos at this time. Everyone was in a state of panic. After witnessing the terrifying strength of Xianxia's Shen beasts, everyone who had originally thought that they had gathered the strength of all the Shen experts in the world, and their confidence had swelled. But now they no longer had the confidence that they would win. The number of Sky Shen experts who had come from the various aristocratic families and forces had numbered in the hundreds. There were also 40 to 50 Spirit Shen experts. This was not a weak force. Before Xianxia's Shen beasts had shown their strength, most of the participants were filled with confidence in this battle. Some of them even had the thought of making good use of this battle to collect more Shen Dan and Shen beasts. These were all treasures. But after witnessing the terrifying lineup of Xianxia's Shen beasts, all their beautiful thoughts were shattered. According to the calculation that 8th level Shen beasts were equivalent to Tian Shen Shen, and 9th level Shen beasts were equivalent to Shen Shen, the Xianxia forest's lineup far exceeded theirs. Not to mention the others, just the 9th level Shen beasts that they had seen earlier were probably no less than 100. As for 8th level Shen beasts, there were probably tens of thousands of them. How could they fight this battle? How could they fight? Still want to collect young Shen Dan beasts? Dream on. Besides, it was said that any one of the Shen beast kings could fight against the Supreme Master. Even if Feng Wanyun, the sword god of Gale, was included, there were only 5 supreme martial artists here. And what was even more ridiculous and despairing was that the strength of the number 1 Shen beast king of Xianxia was simply unbeatable. At the very least, Supreme Master Zhu Tian had fallen into an absolute disadvantage today. The leaders of the various families, factions and countries had discussed for an entire day, but they did not come up with any effective countermeasures. One suggested a plan, another refuted it. Another suggested a strategy, and another immediately rejected it. This repeated over and over again, and it almost caused internal strife. Many people had already thought of retreating after seeing the powerful lineup of the Xian beasts. The young Master Jun's side wasn't calm either. In fact, he had been very tired the entire day. Moreover, he had been trying to subdue Bailey Luo Yun. Then he had rushed over at a very fast speed. Then he had tried to move her with his words. However, he had thought that he would have a good rest after he had returned. But Little White had gone missing the moment he had returned. Therefore he had tried to coax and persuade Dugu Xiaoyi. In the end, Da Xiao had run out of ideas. So he simply pretended to be dead and was at his wits' end. The little girl insisted on looking for Little White and cried non-stop. Jun Da Xiao finally lost his patience and roared, "Cry again and I'll tie you up like a dumpling and send you back to Tianxiang." Miss Dugu immediately stopped crying. But she was still angry and threw a tantrum. She had been looking for Jun Moxie for an entire day. Guan Qinghan carefully consoled her, and rolled her eyes at Jun Moxie. This brat used to be very good at coaxing girls. Why doesn't he know how to do it now? His attitude is so bad. It's simply inexcusable. Jun Moxie felt like he was sitting on pins and needles under the attack of the two beauties. So he dejectedly went out. He sighed. Why is my life so bitter? Why does everyone look for me when they need me? Am I a firefighter? He met Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao as soon as he went out. The two Dongfang great masters weren't willing to let Jun Da Xiao off either. They interrogated Jun Moxie in detail about the various things he had done in the past few years. Their interrogation was very detailed and made the tired Da Xiao feel even more exhausted. Oh my god. Can't you let me rest for a while? Jun Wui and Dongfang Wenqing returned in the evening with heavy expressions on their faces. Jun Wui made simple arrangements for the military affairs. Then he went to Jun Moxie's tent. Is the situation not good? Jun Moxie asked. Guan Qinghan, who was at the side, quietly lifted her eyelids and pricked up her ears to listen. It's not just not good. It's very bad. Jun Wui frowned and sighed. The general has no will to fight and the soldiers have no power to fight. Everyone is doing their own thing and none of them are convinced. There are also a few families that have the intention to retreat. Under such circumstances, how can we fight a war without any will to fight? I believe that once the war breaks out, we will be in danger of being overturned. What? They haven't come up with anything after a whole day? The situation can't be that pessimistic, right? Jun Moxie was shocked. Even if the efficiency is low, it can't be this low, can it? Pessimistic? This is already a very optimistic statement. What do you think these people can come up with? Dongfang Wenqing snorted. She was full of anger. If it weren't for the few supreme martial artists, they would have definitely come up with a discussion today. Everyone's will to fight will collapse if the Tianshan beasts were to attack at night. It seems that Li Ju Tian doesn't have much leadership skills. Jun Moxie sighed. Nonsense. These great masters have a lofty status, but they're still the heroes of Jianghu. Which one of them has the ability to lead an army to fight a war? Each one of them is a man who has devoted himself to cultivation. How could they have achieved what they have today if they hadn't? I believe that only the first great master Yun Bichen and the great master of life and death, Xianxia, are capable of leading the 8 great masters. The rest of the 8 great masters are nothing more than idiots, especially that solitary falcon. He's a barbarian. Dongfang Wenqing spoke up angrily. I get angry just talking about him. He suggested that everyone gather their spirit Shen experts to kill their way into the Tianfa forest. Then no one would know about this. Then they would quickly kill off a few Shen beast kings and then retreat. Motherfucker. Chapter 337. Jun Moxie was stunned. He was sweating profusely. Solitary Eagle's idea is too bold. What kind of person is this? I didn't realize that he's so talented in the past. I'm afraid that even an ordinary mouse can transmit messages in the Tianfa forest. So, how can we sneak in without anyone knowing? If they really followed Solitary Falcon's suggestion and concentrated their forces to sneak in, they would certainly be able to sneak in without anyone noticing. However, they would be surrounded by the enemy's army without anyone noticing. Then they would be decapitated by the enemy's superior forces. This was absolutely foreseeable. Decapitation is a decapitation, but it's a decapitation of my own head. Jun Moxie had finally realized that his estimation of Solitary Eagle's intelligence had been too conservative. He had overestimated him by so much. It seems that this guy has trained his brain to be like an eagle since he's on the snowy mountains with the Xian eagles every day. Today's journey isn't without any harvest. Jun Wui sighed and said, Tianfa has issued a letter of challenge. They've agreed to a decisive battle in 3 days. They're currently considering a candidate for the commander. Speaking of the commander, your third uncle is very popular. Dongfang Wenqing snorted coldly and said angrily, First, the Silver Blizzard City's people strongly support your third uncle as the commander. They strongly praised your third uncle's leadership. Then, the young master of the Shuihan Manor, Li Tingyun, also strongly recommended him, and it was almost decided on the spot. Those bastards. They're clearly using someone else to do their dirty work. They're sending themselves to their deaths. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. What about third uncle? Jun Wui raised his eyebrows and said, We've come here to resolve this matter. So, what can we do even if we're being used to do our dirty work? The Xian beast tide is a calamity for the entire continent. So it must be suppressed and resolved. This decisive battle is also imperative. Even if I don't go, there will be others who will. Besides, I may not die for sure. You mean you accept it? Jun Moxie stood up, took 2 steps and asked cautiously. That's right. Jun Wui said calmly, Other than me, no one else has the chance to be nominated. If I find an excuse not to go, then that means I'm afraid of death. Our Jun family's reputation will suffer a serious blow, and it will fall to the freezing point after today. Your grandfather, your father, your second uncle, and your 2 brothers had fought for the Jun family's reputation in the past. But they'll all go up in smoke because of my cowardly act. So, even if I die, I will not turn back. As I said before, there are things a man can do and things he can't. The reason why they mentioned your name is because of this. Is because you can't avoid it and you can't retreat. Dongfang Wenqing snorted. You clearly know that it's a trap with no chance of survival, but you still want to jump into it? What kind of a man is that? That's pure foolishness. I'd rather die than regret it. Jun Wui's face was covered with frost. The Jun family's reputation is more important to me than anything else. I don't want anything, but I won't allow the Jun family's reputation to fall to the ground. Idiot. Dongfang Wenqing scolded. You'll be sacrificing yourself needlessly if you go. A man must have his own responsibilities. And the Jun family's reputation is my responsibility at this moment. Jun Wui frowned slightly, but his face was resolute. The Jun family will not fall. Even if I go to war, there's still father and Wuxia. The Jun family will not fall. But I'm a member of the Jun family, so I must stand up for them. I'm not trying to be a hero because they're trying to frame me. But the Jun family cannot fall. The Jun family will never do such a thing because they fear the enemy. Dongfang Wenqing trembled with anger. She stamped her feet and scolded, I've never seen such a stubborn person like you. Wuxia, what do you say? I haven't worn my hat for 10 years, but I've kept my long hair for you. I look at Xianxia every night, but I won't look back in this life. Jun Moxie said in a low voice. Then he suddenly raised his head and asked, Third uncle, you don't care about this? It's just a trivial reputation. I don't care about it, and I believe grandfather won't either. For us, third uncle, your life is the most important. Don't forget that there's someone waiting for you on that snowy mountain. She's been waiting for you for 10 years and she'll continue to wait. Jun Wuyi's body trembled violently. His face twitched in pain, and a layer of dark clouds covered his face in a split second. He tilted his head, and hid his cheeks in the shadows of the candlelight. Then he said bitterly, It's not all about reputation. Since ancient times, tens of thousands of corpses have been strewn across the battlefield. Which one of them didn't have elderly parents? Which one of them doesn't have a beautiful wife and young children? Am I Jun Wui special? Am I so precious? Can't you let it go? I've made up my mind. Brothers and Wuxia, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I believe that I'll be more effective as the commander. At least, I'll be better than those good-for-nothings. Jun Wui smiled bitterly. Even if you want to go to war, you can't be the only one, right? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. You'll have to lead the allied forces to meet the enemy head-on. And each of the aristocratic families will certainly have to send their men. Third uncle, the ordinary soldiers that you've brought with you will only be throwing away their lives in vain. So we'll need a large number of experts. We'll need at least 3,000 to 5,000 people. And these people will at least be Earth Shen experts like you Shen. But how can there be so many experts in the army? So, even if you want to lead the army, the Silver Blizzard City, the Shuehan Manor, and even the aristocratic families will have to send their men. Ah? Then what do you mean? Jun Wui's eyes flashed. We can also kill people with a borrowed knife. Jun Moxie smiled faintly, revealing his snow-white teeth. They sparkled under the light of the candlelight. He looked like a ferocious beast that was about to prey on its prey. His hand moved downwards as he said fiercely, "There's a price to pay for plotting against us. You want us to die? Sure. However, everyone had to perish together. Don't even think about running away. Since they have the guts to plot against our Jun family, how can we let them succeed so easily? If they want us to shed a drop of blood, then they'll have to pay with their lives. And this is where third uncle's advantage lies. And it's also where you'll rely on it. Your conditions." Jun Moxie's eyes narrowed and his murderous aura revealed itself. Since they want to plot against our Jun family, then they'll have to be prepared for a funeral. Let's see who'll die in the end. If we agree to this suicide mission, then many people will have to die with us. After all, there's no reason for all the Xian experts in the world to be here. So, there's no reason for you to lead a group of ordinary soldiers to die in the face of the Xian beast tide. This is our method and condition. If you don't agree, then we can't agree to it either. Because this is a blatant attempt to frame us. Why should we die but you don't? Are their lives more precious than ours? If we agree, we don't know who'll die in the end. Jun Moxie smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine, third uncle." Then he turned around and walked out. Dongfang Wenqing and the other two looked at Jun Wui, sighed, and followed him out. Your third uncle has the will to die. Dongfang Wenqing looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath of the forest smell in the night sky, and said in a heavy tone, "I knew it." Jun Moxie said gloomily, "He has the will to die for a long time. If it wasn't for grandfather's old age and me being a failure in the early years, maybe third uncle would have. Luckily he could hold on for so many years. If it was someone else, they would have had a mental breakdown and committed suicide many times. And now you guys have appeared, which means that I've found another strong backer. So third uncle, he can't take it anymore. That's true?" The three of them sighed in unison. What happened in the past, I believe, is an immeasurable blow to any man. Not to mention your third uncle has always been a proud and great man. Putting yourself in his shoes, if the three of us were in the same situation, I'm afraid we would have gone crazy. Your third uncle, I think he must have been suffering in a wok of oil for the past 10 years. This kind of unbearable suffering will definitely not last for long. Jun Moxie was silent for a while and suddenly said in a low voice. The three of them looked up at him and their eyes were full of astonishment. If they wanted to solve Jun Wui's suffering, then they would have to face the Silver Blizzard City. How could this be so easy? I'm going to sleep, I'm really tired. Jun Moxie through these words turned around and walked out. What? The three uncles were stunned at the same time and couldn't understand why. They were talking about such a serious and heavy topic, but this brat actually started to doze off? Doesn't he know that the Jun family is on the edge of a cliff? How can this brat be so heartless? The three shook their heads and turned around to leave. Jun Wuxia blew out the oil lamp. Then his mind moved and he suddenly disappeared from the tent. Then he rushed towards the Tianfa forest like a bolt of lightning in an illusory manner. He left the Southern Heaven City in a flash, and Jun Moxie boldly launched the yin-yang escape, and flew away at a high speed like a meteor. It was clear that the third uncle had decided to participate in this war. So, Jun Moxie's solution was to find Long Crane and Bear Mountain as soon as possible. Wouldn't these two bastards dare to injure my third uncle? Wouldn't that be like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? Besides, do you think I won't be able to kill you with a borrowed knife? I'm much better than you at playing this game. Naturally, he couldn't use his real face this time. So, it would be better to disguise his identity as a mysterious expert. Jun Moxie was happy in his heart. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake if a mysterious expert were to take action? It seems that I'll have to act tough again today. Jun Moxie suddenly felt like a dragon returning to the sea, and a tiger returning to the mountains as soon as he stepped into the Tianfa forest. In fact, he had covered a distance of 50 kilometers in a single breath. This was an extreme indulgence. Extreme relaxation. It didn't matter whether it was his external body or his internal soul. In fact, every cell in his body felt that endless relaxation. And this extremely comfortable feeling had made him fall in love with the Tianfa forest for the first time. Chapter 338. Waves of Xian beasts shuttled back and forth between the trees and the ground, exchanging countless messages with each other. On the treetops, The flying Shen beasts vigilantly watched the direction of Tiannan City. From time to time, a wave would fly back to the treetops and another wave would fly out. It was obvious that they were changing shifts. Not far away in the darkness, there was no telling how many large Shen beasts were hiding. It could be said that in the current Tianfa forest for the continent's Shen practitioners, every moment, every place could be a fatal trap. But for Jun Dashao, these fatal traps were a different matter. For example, right now Jun Dashao's 2 feet were firmly stepping on the head of a 9th-level Shen tiger. Unfortunately, this king of tigers didn't seem to notice it at all. He was still conversing with the other Shen tigers beside him. Roar. Roar? Did you notice anything? Roar. Roar. No. Wu Jie. I want to eat meat. Wu Jie. I also want to eat meat. Wu Jie. How's your little honey? Didn't your wife notice? Wu Jie hey roar. Even though Jun Dashao was resourceful, he still couldn't understand what they were saying. But seeing that the 2 Shen tigers were actually making lewd faces, out of curiosity, Jun Dashao couldn't help but stop for a moment. After all, it was not common to see 2 tigers with such lascivious expressions. Of course, Jun Moxie definitely didn't have a powerful translation ability like me. Jun Dashao, who couldn't understand the tiger language, finally had no choice but to leave. Silently floating up, Dashao purposely exerted a bit more force on his feet. The Shen tiger's head inexplicably drooped down, almost hitting the ground. Roar. It stood up, its iron-like tail wagging suspiciously. It looked around with uncertainty and bared its teeth. Roar roar roar. Did you guys notice something? Why do I feel like I've been hit in the head? Roar. Jianghu. The 4 golden tigers rolled their eyes at the same time and gave it a look of disdain. Jie. You must have had too much fun last night, right? Look at your listless face. Grr. Damn it, I'm in good health. The golden tiger stretched out a furry front paw and rubbed its head like a human. It tilted its head and pondered for a while, but it still couldn't figure it out. It simply stopped thinking about that inexplicable matter, stretched its body, and lay down again to continue discussing with its companions about how to pick up girls. Deep in the Tianfa forest. Did you send the letter of challenge? The black-robed man asked with Little White in his arms. Well, I reckon that these arrogant humans will accept the challenge. Long Crane blinked his slender eyes. Well, I'll go into closed-door training for a while. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. The black-robed man sighed and said, I've been feeling that I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. My body's strength has accumulated to its limit, and it's difficult to stop. This battle has come at a bad time. Don't worry, boss. Your breakthrough is the most important matter right now, and you mustn't be careless. We'll take care of everything and there won't be any accidents. Long Crane and Bear Mountain said at the same time. Well, it's decided. You'll take care of this little thing for now, and try to find out its owner before the decisive battle. You mustn't accidentally injure him. I think that this little thing's owner is someone from the Dugu family of Tianxiang. We can use this as a basis for our investigation. The black-robed man placed Little White in Bear Mountain's arms. Bear Mountain grinned and placed Little White on top of his head. It was as if a black gorilla was wearing a snow-white hat. For a moment it was quite comical. The black-robed man chuckled and disappeared abruptly. The speed of his movement was really shocking. Boss's Shen cultivation is getting more and more exquisite. If you can successfully break through to level 12, then you'll be able to reach the transcendent realm of the King of Tianxiang, right? I'm afraid that we won't be able to reach such a realm for the rest of our lives. We can only look up to it. Long Crane said with infinite envy and sadness. Alas, we're just too good for nothings. We're stuck at level 10. Damn it. We'll burn incense if we can reach level 11 in this lifetime. Bear Mountain hung his head dejectedly and said, It's not easy to find someone who can help us advance. Moreover, the conditions they offered weren't too difficult. But that old bastard Li Jutian messed it up. That old bastard. I'll get my hands on him and eat his flesh. The more he spoke, the more indignant he became. Suddenly he grabbed Little White, opened his mouth and strangely, his mouth became as big as half a basin, and threw Little White into his mouth. Then with a achoo sound he sprayed Little White into the air. He raised his head and caught Little White in his mouth and then sneezed again. Little White was scared out of his wits by Fourth Brother's prank. He squeaked loudly, and the 2 unscrupulous Shen Beast Kings laughed until their eyebrows disappeared. It turned out that ordinary bears weren't the only ones who liked to play with balls. The Shen Beast Kings also liked to play with balls. Looking at Big Bear's posture, It was quite typical. Enough. Don't make fun of him. You'll be in big trouble if you scare him to death. This little guy's master must have a deep relationship with that expert. So, you'll be caught blind if he reports you. Long Crane looked towards a certain direction in the Tianfa forest. Then he thoughtfully said, I don't know what will happen to the sacred fruit that the Snake King has been eyeing. What's the use of thinking about that thing? In any case, we definitely won't have a share. Furthermore, our yuan power has already reached the limit of breaking through. If we recklessly consume it now, the only result will be our bodies exploding. Boss said that we can only let them use it this time. At our current stage, even if we are allowed to use it, we won't be able to. But I don't know if they'll survive. Bear Mountain caught Little White and put him on his head. He didn't dare to play with the little guy again. Suddenly, the fourth bear furiously stamped his foot. This is all because of that bastardly Ju Tian, and that unlucky son of his. We wouldn't have gotten into this mess if we had completed our mission earlier. We would have been able to break through in one fell swoop with the help of that expert. And that would have been the best time to consume the sacred fruit. But that bastard father and son have made us miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't restrain my anger. I'll find an opportunity to kill the little one even if I can't deal with the old one. We've missed this opportunity. So, there's no need to think about it anymore. This is a very difficult and dangerous task. Several Xian beast kings have been unfortunate enough to not be able to withstand the effects of the sacred fruit every time it has appeared. And their bodies have exploded and they've died. So, Long Crane's eyes revealed a trace of worry. What should we do if we lose a few people at this critical juncture? Both of them remained silent. They looked towards the depths of the dense forest, and a thoughtful look appeared on their faces. They were faintly nervous. Jun Moxie advanced like a gust of wind towards the depths of the forest. Da Xiao had been deliberately searching for the auras of Bear Shan and the fourth bear. But the Tianfa forest was too vast. So it wasn't easy to find them. Just as he was hurriedly weaving through the forest, he suddenly froze and stopped. That's because he had discovered that the air in this area was abnormally viscous. Moreover, it was brimming with all kinds of violent toxins. This was a highly toxic area. According to Da Xiao's judgment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even a Xianxia expert of Tianxian's level would be poisoned to death in an instant if they were to breathe the air in this area. It was extremely overbearing. What kind of poison is this? How can it be so overbearing? Wuxia instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If he wasn't in the state of using the yin-yang escape technique, with his current insignificant cultivation, he would have already fallen down and turned into a pile of bones. Then a rustling sound came from afar. Jun Moxie's body suddenly turned sluggish as he looked ahead. A green light flashed and a green-clothed girl suddenly appeared under a tree. Her face was unusually excited as she bent down to check something. The green-clothed girl's skin was exceptionally fair. Her facial features were picturesque, and her beauty was indescribable. Her entire body was brimming with a mysterious aura that seemed innocent and charming at the same time. Her figure was graceful, and it could be said that this green-clothed girl's figure was worthy of being called the best amongst all the women Wuxia had ever seen. From her jade-like neck to her ankles, her figure was like a natural streamline. The places that should be protruded were protruding exaggeratedly, while the places that should be concave were naturally concave. However, the concave was extremely exaggerated and captivating. Looking at the shape of her face, she was at most 17 or 18 years old. He really didn't know how she developed. This was a typical angel's face and devil's figure. However, Jun Moxie didn't have the time to be amazed. He also didn't have the time to wonder why this green-clothed girl would appear in this perilous Tianfa forest. He couldn't understand why this green-clothed girl wasn't the least bit afraid of this extremely terrifying poison. His attention had already been completely attracted by another matter. Under that tree there was a strangely shaped special plant. Just its pinky thick stalk was already colorful. From top to bottom, there were 9 pieces of leaves, sparkling and translucent. Each piece of leaf was a different color. On each piece of leaf, there was a drop of sparkling and translucent dew. The dew rolled back and forth but did not fall off the leaf. At the very top, there was a strange fruit that was flickering with 7-colored fluorescence. It was slowly and gradually emitting a strange smell. Chapter 339. Heavens! How much poison has accumulated in the fruit? Even a strong warrior like Xianxia would die after eating it. With the influx of poison, the color of the fruit changed again as it reached its darkest color. White. Pure white, but the poison was still pouring in like crazy. Could it be the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit? Jun Moxie was so shocked that his brain was in knots. and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He didn't expect to find such an evil fruit in the Tianfa forest, and it was even the final form of the evil fruit. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit, as the name suggests, has an unbelievably strong poison. As far as Jianghu knows, there is almost no living thing that can resist its poison. Even a golden immortal of legend would probably be unable to resist this poisonous fruit that gathered the fortune of the heavens and the earth. This kind of fruit can only grow in a place with a high concentration of poisons, and during the growth process, it needs to be watered with a huge amount of poison. Only in a place where the air is densely packed with poisons, can this fruit have the opportunity to grow. The most demanding thing is, once it starts to grow, the amount of poison it needs cannot be reduced, it can only be increased, otherwise it will wither at any time. The growth cycle of the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit is relatively short, it only needs 1 year to mature. However, during this process, the amount of poison it needs is absolutely enormous. To put it bluntly, even if there were 10,000 different kinds of poisons piled up in this place, it would still be absorbed by this fruit in a short year. The originally poisonous things will all turn into a pile of garbage and dregs. In addition, once this evil fruit starts to grow, it can't be stopped until the fruit is ripe. Once stopped, the evil fruit will wither and wither at any time. Until the fruit is ripe, it will first be white, then pink, blue, green, yellow, cyan, purple, silver, and finally purple gold. When it reaches the purple gold color, the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit is no longer a poisonous fruit, but a type of medicine that can cure any kind of poison in the world and can also increase one's cultivation. The occurrence of such a miraculous change was actually reasonable. There were no absolutes in this world. In this world, there were all sorts of things in the world where extreme yin gave birth to yang. Extreme yin gave birth to extreme yang, and extreme misfortune gave birth to bliss. The extremely poisonous 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit could also evolve into the miraculous effect of great poison. However, the purple golden 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit couldn't be directly swallowed. Otherwise, even if one had an invincible cultivation base, one's body would explode in an instant and die miserably. The powerful medicinal power was like a dozen atomic bombs that had been concentrated thousands of times and exploded in his body at the same time. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit was ranked 6th in the Hongjun Pagoda's medicinal introduction. It was also one of the important ingredients for refining the 99 firmament pill. As the name suggested, this was a super pill that could only be refined by Jianghu when he ascended to the 9th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. In fact, the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit could be used to refine miraculous pills in the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels of the Hongjun Pagoda. However, the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit would be specially mentioned after each pill's recipe. It would be a waste to use the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit in refining the pill. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this fruit the number 1 spirit fruit if it weren't for its overbearing properties. This was because this fruit had to be stored in a special place if it couldn't be used immediately. In fact, it had to be placed in a 1,000-year mysterious jade box. Even a good quality white jade box would be corroded by this fruit in an instant. Otherwise, this fruit would only exist for a short period of a day. Then it would wither. Moreover, all the medicinal effects would return to the ground once it withered. The area surrounding the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit would become barren. It would become a land of death for hundreds of miles. In fact, it wouldn't be able to recover its vitality even after 100 years. As for the correct way to consume this fruit, it was quite simple. The person who consumed it would be able to consume a certain amount of the fruit's liquid as long as he possessed a certain level of cultivation. For example, a powerhouse like Xianxia would be able to consume a single drop of the fruit's liquid. However, a single drop of the fruit's liquid would be able to increase his cultivation by almost 100%. However, if one were to be greedy and eat a little more, then they would die because they wouldn't be able to control the medicinal efficacies. In fact, there wouldn't be the slightest bit of leeway. Therefore, this fruit could be said to be a good item that every expert would yearn for even in their dreams. However, anyone who obtained it would hate and love it at the same time. In fact, it would give them an extreme headache. They would want to eat it, but they wouldn't dare to eat it. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to control themselves. However, they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the fruit's liquid. Moreover, their corpses would be incinerated in an instant. Then they would disappear without a trace. Therefore, everyone who had the opportunity to obtain this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit was a peerless powerhouse. However, the vast majority of them would still explode and die under the tyrannical medicinal efficacies. The ferocity of this fruit's medicinal effects could be imagined. Great poisons were extremely nutritious. But wouldn't it be a situation where only 9 out of 10 people would survive? Moxie had never expected that he would come across this legendary fruit when he had entered the Tianfa forest on a whim. This was the will of the heavens. However, Moxie's heart was filled with regret at this moment. This was because the fruit had turned white. In other words, this fruit had reached the stage of ripening. At this stage, a large amount of venom was needed to irrigate the fruit. However, the venom in the air had already been absorbed by the fruit. Moreover, the fruit had just turned white. Therefore, it needed to transform into 8 different colors before it would finally ripen. Each of these final transformations required a massive amount of poison. However, the amount of ready-made venom was obviously running out. In other words, this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit that only appeared once every 10 million years was about to meet a tragic end. It would become a holy fruit after it ripened. However, before it ripened, it would become the most venomous object in the 3,000 worlds. What's the use of it? Moxie stamped his feet and beat his chest in regret. My God! If I had known this earlier, I would have used up all my wealth to gather enough venom for this fruit. Oh my God, this is the #1 divine elixir in my eyes. Moxie didn't know that this fruit had another resounding name in the mouth of the Xian beast kings of the Tianfa forest. Tianfa's sacred fruit. The place that Moxie had inexplicably barged into was the Tianfa forest's land of punishment. It was hard to tell how many poisonous Xian beasts and ordinary beasts lived in the Tianfa forest for hundreds of years in order to cultivate this sacred fruit. The fruit had slowly turned into a pure white color. Moreover, it was emitting a faint fluorescent light. The skin of the fruit had also turned pink. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit's road to ripening was like the rolling wheel of history. Moxie almost vomited blood. The most depressing thing in life is to see a heavenly treasure with one's own eyes. But you can only look at it. You can't move it. Not only can you look at it, but you can't move it. Moreover, you have to watch this heavenly treasure turn into a waste. And you can't do anything about it. If the heavens are willing to give me another chance, I would rather use up all my wealth. I would sell everything I have. I would sell my blood and essence to buy enough venom to water this fruit. Oh God! Why did you let me see this rotten fruit? It would have been better if I hadn't seen it. Let me die. Moxie was extremely depressed. He was at his wit's end. Suddenly, the green-clothed girl issued a strange hissing sound. Then a schwa 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 sound resounded in the surroundings. A strong fishy smell surged in the air. Moxie's hair stood on end. He couldn't help but float a little higher in the air. The ground had turned into a sea of venomous creatures in an instant. There were all kinds of venomous snakes. There were big and small ones. There were countless centipedes, scorpions, 3-legged toads, 4-tailed snakes. As long as Moxie could think of it, he could recognize all the venomous creatures. In fact, they were lining up in an orderly manner. But this wasn't the end. The sound of flapping wings resounded in the sky. Cranes, poisonous bats, 2-headed falcons, 7-colored eagles, all kinds of flying Xian beasts and venomous creatures were densely packed together. Moxie's heart shook. So, this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit is actually cultivated in the Tianfa forest? Oh my God! How many poisons must have been accumulated for decades to produce this thing? How much effort must have been expended to produce this thing? They're really daring. However, this made Moxie feel more at ease. There are so many ferocious creatures helping me. It seems that there won't be any problem with this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit ripening. I'll just sit on the fishing platform. As for looking for Long Crane and Bear Mountain, I'll wait until I'm done with this matter. The decisive battle will take place in 3 days. So I can still make it in time. But who is this green-clothed girl? Is she also a Xian beast king? Moreover, she's a Xian beast king? This was simply unimaginable. Long Crane and Bear Mountain look ugly. So how can this girl be so handsome? I'm shocked. The amount of poison in the air was getting thinner and thinner. The air was about to become clear again. Suddenly, the green-clothed girl whistled, and her body flashed to a distance of 30 meters. Suddenly, a group of 100 flying Xian beasts swooped down from the sky. They opened their mouths as they approached the ground, and shot out a thin stream of venom. And it fell on the ground where the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit was located. The venom changed as soon as it touched the ground. Then a colorful poisonous fog rose up in the air. The Xian beasts were visibly dispirited after spitting out the venom. It was obvious that they had suffered a great deal of damage. In fact, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to recover even after several years. After all, This was the essence of their strength that they had accumulated. However, the Xian beast that had spat out the venom stopped. They flapped their wings and flew away. Then they squeaked as if they were saying their goodbyes. Then they disappeared into the boundless night sky. The group of flying Xian beasts swooped down and spat out the essence of the venom. Then they flew away. Their movements were very orderly and weren't chaotic. However, they were extremely fast. In fact, thousands of Xian beasts had spat out their venom and flown away in a flash. There was still a dense group of them in the sky. However, their numbers didn't seem to be decreasing. Chapter 340. Suddenly, the green-clothed girl's figure flashed, and a long chain flew out of her dark green sleeves. It coiled around one of the 7-colored eagles, and by the time it fell to the ground in front of her, the 7-colored eagle's head had already been fractured, and it had been twisted twice before it died a violent death. Jun Moxie clearly saw that this 7-colored eagle had dived down and made an action of opening its beak, but it hadn't shot any venom. It was obvious that this eagle was playing a petty trick, and hadn't expected that the green-clothed girl would immediately discover it, and had pulled it down before it could even fly. It seems that not only humans are crafty and deceitful, but there are also Xian beasts. Jun Moxie sighed in his heart. The green-clothed girl hastily uttered a few syllables, and her pretty face was filled with rage. As if she was warning something, Jun Moxie clearly saw that whether it was in the sky or on the ground, these unruly poisonous beasts all trembled in unison. She really is a beast king. Who else but a beast king could have such a deterring power? Thousands of venoms were shot on the ground where the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit was located, and a large puddle of venom suddenly appeared in the air. However, as the fruit slowly turned pink, the multicolored venom accumulated below it also decreased, and gradually turned gray, and gradually returned to the color of the ground. In a short period of time, the fruit had completely absorbed the venom. It was obvious that the fruit was undergoing its second transformation, and it was now crystal clear pink. However, at the very top of the fruit, there was a spot that was almost invisible to the naked eye that had turned light blue. It was about to change color for the third time so soon. Jun Moxie was taken aback. The green-clothed girl pursed her lips and whistled, and the sky once again began to dive down in fear of being left behind. This continued for the third time, and the fruit had successfully transformed into a yellow color. However, the tens of thousands of flying Xian beasts in the sky were now gone. Under the green-clothed girl's command, the Xian beasts on the ground began to carefully water the fruit. As the fruit changed color again and again, the green-clothed girl's face became more and more nervous, but also more and more happy. Slowly, this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit that was overflowing with colorful lights finally turned into a light purple gold color. At this moment, the last batch of poisonous beasts on the ground had finally completed their mission and finished spitting their venom. That was close. The green-clothed girl gently patted her chest and cutely stuck out her tongue. That was close. At the same time, these words appeared in Jun Moxie's mind. The two of them, one in the open and the other in the dark, both heaved a long sigh of relief. Under the expectant gazes of Jun Dashao and the green-clothed girl, seconds seemed like years. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit transformed again. Gold and purple. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit had finally turned into a purple-gold color. This meant that the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit was about to mature. At this moment, the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit blossomed with a dazzling radiance. It was as if the beautiful stars in the night sky had suddenly descended upon the Tianfa forest. The beauty of this moment was indescribable and indescribable. He was like a proud king, looking down on all living beings with grace and magnanimity. It was only a short moment. But Jun Moxie dared to guarantee that he would never forget this moment for the rest of his life. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit had fully matured in this short moment. Its magnificence had descended upon the world. The green-clothed girl's face revealed an extremely intoxicated expression. She looked at the Tianfa's #1 sacred fruit, and her eyes couldn't contain the fanaticism in them. As long as this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit was properly stored in the Shenjade box, he and his brothers would be able to break through the shackles of the peak of level 9 in one fell swoop, and officially step into level 10. This process would be extremely dangerous and she would have a slim chance of survival. However, she still wanted to try. In fact, she wouldn't regret it even if her body were to explode. This green-clothed girl was one of the beast kings of Tianfa just like Jun Dashao had guessed. She was the 9th beast king of Tianfa, the Qiansun Serpent Queen. She had been responsible for this arduous task for an entire year. And this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit had been prepared by the previous Tianfa Saint King. He had planted tens of thousands of poisonous plants to create this valley of absolute poisons. Then he had deliberately cultivated all kinds of poisonous shen beast. And he had been preparing for it for 350 years. 350 years. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit had only needed a year's time from germination to maturity. But the preparation work had taken 350 years. Moreover, it had been done in a place like the Tianfa forest where the natural conditions were extremely convenient. There were many shen beasts in Tianfa, but not many of them were poisonous. In fact, only 1/10 or 2/10 of them were poisonous. But the population was huge. The shen beasts of the entire Tianfa forest had been preparing for this fruit for 350 years. Over the past 350 years, tens of millions of mystical beasts had worked hard for this matter for their entire lives. Some mystical beasts didn't even have the chance to witness this magnificent feat in their entire lives. Over and over again they poured all their venom into this poison storage area. In the end, when they died of old age, they even had to bury their corpses in this piece of land, and this was all for this fruit. The green-clothed girl, Xianxia Serpent Queen, had witnessed this glorious moment. She was extremely excited in her heart. She couldn't help but feel shaken in her heart as she thought about how much the Tianfa forest had invested in this sacred fruit for the past 350 years. Finally, it's done. She slowly took out a fist-sized exquisite shen jade box from her bosom. Then she opened the lid and waited in silence. She had been very careful with her every move. In fact, it seemed as if she was afraid of disturbing the lifeless sacred fruit. The sacred fruit must wait until it has ripened on its own. Only then can it be considered to have fully ripened. It can't be done even in the blink of an eye. Xianxia had reminded herself about this point 1,000 times. Don't be impatient. Don't be impatient. Be careful. You must be careful. Finally, the radiance of the purple-golden sacred fruit gradually dimmed down. Then a burst of rich, but not vulgar, aroma spread out in a leisurely manner. It had a pleasant and simple elegance to it. The king's fragrance. There was no need to doubt the king's fragrance. The sacred fruit gently trembled twice on its branch. It seemed as if it was reluctant to part from its home. Then, its lower branch suddenly withered and turned into a pile of ashes. And the purple-golden fruit that was suspended in the air seemed to have stopped in the void. Then it gracefully fell down. Xianxia excitedly moved closer to the sacred fruit. She aimed the shen jade box at the sacred fruit and it was about to fall into it. Suddenly, Xianxia Serpent Queen's pair of beautiful eyes opened wide. She looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. There was nothing there. There was nothing there. The sacred fruit of Tianfa that they had painstakingly prepared for several hundred years had mysteriously disappeared in such an abnormal and abrupt manner. It hadn't been buried in the earth, nor had it ascended to the heavens. The Xianxia Serpent Queen was the king of shen beasts of this generation. But it had disappeared without any warning. This was simply inconceivable. What's going on? She was extremely shocked. Then she felt incomparable resentment and annoyance. Xianxia Serpent Queen turned her snow-white wrist, and the shen jade box disappeared. Then she jumped up and stood at the top of a tree. She then shouted in a stern voice, "Which scoundrel has come here to behave atrociously? Be tactful and quickly come out. This king wants to see who has dared to come to the land of Tianfa and steal the fruit of hundreds of years of hard work." Her words echoed throughout the entire Tianfa forest. It seemed as if the waves of the sea were surging in all directions. Jun Moxie was left speechless in the dark. This Snake King is very fierce. But I won't go out. Don't you think I know that a crazy woman is the most difficult to provoke? How can I go out at this critical juncture and bump into such bad luck? I'm not a fool. The sacred fruit had obviously been taken by the young Master Jun, who had taken it from the Jun family. In fact, only the young Master Jun's Yin-Yang escape was capable of snatching the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit from the Snake King's hands without anyone noticing. In fact, the young Master Jun's Yin-Yang escape was the only one capable of snatching the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit in front of the Snake King. This 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit couldn't be stored outside. In fact, the Shen Jade box couldn't be used to preserve it for a long time. However, the Hongjun Pagoda was an exception. It could guarantee that it wouldn't rot for tens of thousands of years if it was placed inside. Jun Dashao had an enormous advantage in terms of utilization. I'm very sorry, little girl. This brother has a lot of use for this thing. So I can only borrow it. Moreover, I won't be able to use it even if I leave it in your hands. That would be a pity. That would be a waste of a heavenly treasure. So, this brother could only do a good deed in order to avoid such a tragedy from happening. So, this brother would have helped you. It's not wrong to say that I'm helping you. That fruit juice looks like a good thing. But it's enough to make you explode if you don't use it properly. So, this brother has taken it all. In fact, I've saved your lives. This brother is too kind-hearted. So, you don't need to thank me. This is a good thing for you and me. Wuxia had labeled himself as a benevolent and righteous philanthropist in his heart. He suddenly felt that he wasn't a thief who had stolen treasures. Instead, he had become a living Buddha who had saved people from suffering. Life is so beautiful. Of course, it's not appropriate for me to reveal myself as a living Buddha for the time being. That's because I'll be torn to shreds by the crazy Snake King if I reveal myself. Come out. Seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, the person who could snatch away the holy fruit without making a sound was definitely not an ordinary person. Since he had the guts to enter Tianfa and snatch away Tianfa's treasures, it was easy to imagine his guts and methods. The Snake King was furious, but she was also somewhat flustered. So, she suddenly shouted, and it sounded like a clap of thunder. With the tree she was standing on as the center, all the trees and flowers in the surroundings fell in 4 different directions. Chapter 341. Scoundrel, you dare to come to the Tianfa forest to steal treasures, you're courting death. Just wait for the Shen beasts of Tianfa to hunt you down. Seeing that no one was replying, the Snake King finally went berserk. 2 generations of Saint Kings, the hope of the Tianfa forest for hundreds of years, the hard work of millions of Shen beasts for 350 years, the things that our brothers have been waiting for hundreds of years, are we going to lose them in our hands? No. I'd rather die than allow it. The Qianxun Serpent Queen was enraged. Her beautiful eyes suddenly turned a pale green under the night sky. Her green robes fluttered even though there was no wind, and she slowly rose into the air. Suddenly she raised her head towards the sky, and let out an earth-shattering roar. She waved her jade-like arms, and unleashed her peak strength without reservation. The peak strength of the Snake King. The target, with herself as the center, was an indiscriminate attack within a radius of 100 zhang. All living beings within this area, as long as they existed, would not be able to avoid it. Boom! This indiscriminate attack was like an atomic bomb suddenly exploding in this world. In the pitch-black night, a thick mushroom cloud suddenly rose up and slowly rose up. Such a tyrannical power seemed to distort the pitch-black night, as if a slumbering demon had suddenly opened its eyes. It was as if a mysterious black hole had suddenly appeared in this space, capable of devouring everything. At the same time she let out a shrill roar due to her fury. The sound waves spread out and all the Shen beasts near and far were shaken. The entire Tianfa forest immediately moved because of this. The birds and beasts in the surroundings, as long as they could move, quickly rushed over. The entire Tianfa forest was like a giant that had suddenly awakened from its slumber. In an instant, it erupted with unparalleled vitality and enormous fighting strength. 2 long whistles rang out almost at the same time, as if they were expressing their support for the Snake King. Long Crane and Bear Mountain had already appeared in front of the Qianxun Serpent Queen before the whistles had even faded away. The 3 Beast Kings stood in a triangular formation, their faces solemn. In the depths of the Tianfa forest, in a quiet corner where there were few traces of beasts, a human-shaped object was shrouded in a thick white fog. The white fog was so dense that it was almost solid. If a knowledgeable person were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. This was the spirit of heaven and earth move, transform into my use. Wind, tiger, cloud, dragon, all in my heart. Such a profound realm, in the entire Shenzhen continent, was already known to be at the peak. In the entire continent, including all the hidden clans and the 3 holy lands, there would not be more than 10 people who possessed this level of cultivation. The white mist spun faster and faster, gradually forming a whirlwind. From time to time, it would emit a sharp, shio-shio sound. Obviously, this person's cultivation had reached the most critical juncture. At this time, the Qianxun Serpent Queen's anxious and angry shout came from afar. Although the volume was extremely weak by the time it reached here, the contents of the shout were earth-shattering. At least to the person in the thick fog, this news was like a bolt from the blue. The white mist trembled and the speed of its rotation slowed down. In fact, the fog had even begun to disperse. Then, the Snake King unleashed her full strength and let out a long, mournful and resentful howl. Everyone could hear the endless despair and sorrow contained in this long howl. Wah! Within the white mist, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. The ground in front of him was shrouded in the blood mist, and turned scarlet in an instant. The white mist, which had almost solidified, became chaotic in an instant, and was completely out of shape. Panting sounds could be heard from within the thick white mist. After a long time, an exhausted and powerless voice spoke with infinite sorrow. "This is the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens, forget it." The voice coughed several times and became even weaker. Then it murmured, "The Saint King had left behind 4 sentences in the past. Tianfa is unsought, and the Beast Kings return to their original state. Tianfa will last for 10,000 years, and only one person will succeed or fail." I've been pondering over the true meaning of these words for hundreds of years, even before I took human form. But I've never been able to understand it. Today I finally understand the meaning of these words. It turns out that they foretell the end of the Tianfa forest. This is truly unexpected. Tianfa is unsought, and something happened to the Qiansun when she was guarding the sacred fruit. The sacred fruit must have been stolen. Otherwise, the Qiansun wouldn't have lost her head out of fear. As for the second sentence, the Beast Kings return to their original state, it must be foretelling the day of our return. Tianfa will last for 10,000 years, and only one person will succeed or fail. Obviously, it's referring to the person who stole the sacred fruit. The day the sacred fruit was stolen is the day that the Xian experts will gather to attack Tianfa. My Xian power is surging and I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. So, I need to do my utmost to calm the Xian power in my body at this critical juncture. So, I need to face Li Ju Tian. I can't afford to be disturbed at this time. But Qiansun's shrill cry has made it clear that the sacred fruit has been stolen. How can I feel at ease when such a precious treasure has been stolen? Today's disturbance has caused my blood to boil, and I will never have the hope of making a breakthrough again. Forget it, the Saint King's teachings, so that's how it is? But I won't let Li Ju Tian off easily. That person spoke in a low voice. His voice gradually became lower and eventually became inaudible. But an intense resentment rose up in his heart. Li Ju Tian, it's all your fault. I will kill you. Ninth sister, what happened? Long Crane hastily asked. Why are you so impatient? The Qiansun Serpent Queen's face was pale. Her lips were trembling and tears were welling up in her eyes. Her entire body seemed like a weak willow in the wind and couldn't help but tremble. Finally, 2 lines of tears flowed out of her eyes and she spoke while choking with sobs. Third brother, fourth brother, the sacred fruit has matured, but the ripe sacred fruit has been stolen. She was the leader of the 10,000 poisons, the Snake King. But she still couldn't bear such a heavy blow. She felt as if she had found someone to rely on when she saw Long Crane and Bear Mountain rushing over. She felt wronged and lost in despair and started to cry bitterly. The sacred fruit was related to the future of the Tianfa forest for hundreds of years, or even longer. It was a very important matter. So they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. And the Snake King was the one who was in charge of this matter. But he had lost the sacred fruit at such a critical juncture when he was surrounded by powerful enemies. Long Crane and Bear Mountain were left dumbstruck. They recovered after a long while and grabbed the Snake King. What? The sacred fruit has been stolen? How is this possible? How is this possible? It's true. Qiansun didn't have the slightest bit of the graceful bearing of the Snake King at this moment. Her heart turned cold as she thought of the terrible consequences. So, she started to explain the entire matter in a disjointed manner. Is the surrounding defensive formation in good condition? Has there been any news? Long Crane asked in a deep voice. All the defenses are intact. Everything is fine, it can't be any more normal. But, third brother, the sacred fruit, has disappeared without any warning. Qiansun was so anxious that she started to cry again. Don't worry. The sacred fruit was stolen after it had matured. So, our hundreds of years of painstaking efforts weren't wasted. We still have the opportunity to get it back. That person stole the sacred fruit and didn't alert the guards. This explains 2 things. First, that person's strength is far greater than ours. That's why he could come and go without a trace. We'll admit defeat if that's the case. After all, whoever has the bigger fist is the one in the right. So, what can we say if our skills are inferior? Second, that person didn't have the confidence to sneak away after stealing the sacred fruit. So, he's still nearby and hasn't gone far. Let's carefully search the area again. It's already happened. So, there's no point in getting anxious. We have to solve the problem first. No one had expected that at such a critical moment, the one who was able to maintain his composure was actually this Bear King. Moreover, he was able to adopt such a targeted strategy. This was amazing. As the saying goes, a wise man is bound to make a mistake. A fool is bound to make a wise man out of 1,000 considerations. These are truly wise words. Wuxia was hiding in the shadows. He couldn't help but praise the Bear King. I didn't think that this stupid bear would be so smart on occasion. It's truly rare. Bear King's words are indeed reasonable. The Qian Sun Serpent Queen and the Crane King's Long Crane's eyes lit up. Long Crane nodded. He didn't say anything else. He raised his head and let out a long whistle. The whistle pierced through the clouds and a few strange syllables could be heard. All the flying Shen beasts in the Tianfa forest who had received the news flapped their wings and took to the air. They moved at an extremely slow speed and formed a dense formation. They then flew over from all directions as if they were sweeping through the sky. Bear Mountain's long whistle rang out at the same time. All the Shen beasts on the ground, including those on the trees, also started to gather in an unusually serious manner. The Snake King gave the final order. Then, a tide of poisonous snakes and insects advanced along the ground. With such a three-dimensional encirclement, as long as that person was still here, there was no way he could escape. Even if they were to forcefully squeeze him, he would be squeezed to death. In just a short while, the entire area was surrounded from the sky to the ground by densely packed three-dimensional metal buckets. It could be said that the water in this space had to first seek permission to flow out of this encirclement. Otherwise it would be impossible. Because all the gaps, including the trees, the ground, and even the inside of the trees, had been blocked by the Shen beasts with their own bodies. The ground was densely packed with poisonous snakes and insects. Even a heavy rain would not be able to wet the ground. How many Shen beasts did they have to gather to reach this level? Wuxia's scalp went numb. He felt as if he had fallen into a boundless sea of Shen beasts. There was no end in sight. If he was discovered, he wouldn't even need to make a move. A beast's saliva would be enough to drown him. With such a search, they could even find an embroidery needle in the Tianfa forest, let alone a living person. At this time, the Tiger King, Lion King, Monkey King, Eagle King, and the youngest Wolf King had also rushed over. Everyone had a serious look on their faces. It was obvious that they had heard about this matter. Following their arrival, more Shen beasts had also gathered in this area. Chapter 342. Today's outbreak. The 4th update has been delivered and the 5th update, cough cough. I'm working hard. I'm looking for monthly votes. The Qian Sun Serpent Queen looked at them with a guilty expression on her face. She was so ashamed that she couldn't even show her face. Search carefully. Don't let go of a single blade of grass, a single tree, a single leaf, or even an inch of land. We must find that guy. Long Crane raised his hand and issued an order. His eyebrows were raised and his murderous intention was obvious. We'll each take charge of one direction. Pay attention to each other. Level 9 and above beasts, get ready for battle. He won't be able to escape as long as he's still here. Warning. This man's methods are extremely brilliant. Anyone who discovers him must send out an early warning signal. The Shen Beast Kings complied in unison. Their eyes revealed a somewhat crazed look. The sacred fruit of Tianfa was something that the Shen Beast Kings had been longing for hundreds of years. So, how could it be gone just like that? Anyone would have gone crazy if they were in his shoes. The Shen Beast Kings were about to start their operation at this moment. Suddenly, an earth-shattering and terrifying coercion suddenly appeared, and came crashing down with a loud rumble. It seemed as if the vast sky had suddenly come crashing down from the 9th heaven, and was pressing down on the Tianfa forest. It was pressing down on the heads of the Shen Beast Kings and Shen Beast. It was so close that they could touch it if they stretched out their hands. This terrifying and vast power was majestic, and it was as dignified and heavy as a mountain. Bear Mountain and the other Shen Beast Kings suddenly felt an irresistible and dejected feeling rise from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The Shen Beast King's performance was still considered good. The Shen Beasts below the Shen Beast King rank all made the same action at this moment. They lay down on the ground, lowered their heads, and didn't dare to move. Only a few hundred level 9 Shen Beasts were barely able to stand. But their legs and bodies were already trembling. It was obvious that they had lost their will to fight. That feeling was like an ordinary mortal suddenly meeting a high and mighty god one day. A god had appeared in front of them in reality. He was a god who controlled his own life in the palm of his hand and could play with it however he wanted. Even if that mortal wasn't an ordinary person, even if he was a king or a general with great power, or if his strength was extraordinary, or if he was powerful enough to control the life and death of many people at this moment, no matter how extraordinary he usually was, he was still a mortal in front of the gods. This was the difference between a mortal and a god, a difference in essence that couldn't be resisted. At the same time, the 8 kings of the mystical beasts had the same thought. If the holy fruits were taken by this person, then even if they used all the strength of the Tianfa forest, they would never be able to get them back. Although he did not hear anything, although he did not see anyone. However, all the Shen beast kings were already thinking the same thing. His aura was shocking and he was like a god. If one dared to make an enemy of him, they would only be courting death. The 8 beast kings raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky. Only they had the courage to raise their heads. Over there was a black figure. Even his face and feet were covered by a black cloth, but he was floating in the night sky as steadily as a mountain. Although it was night time and that person was also dressed in black. However, in the hearts of the crowd, it was as if the pitch-black night had suddenly transformed into a blinding radiance that was as bright as the sun. It was equally dazzling and equally impossible to look at. Only Bear Mountain and Long Crane felt a sense of familiarity in their hearts. Is it him? I was the one who took that fruit, the man said slowly with an old and clear voice. Looking down from above, even his voice was filled with an inviolable authority. From his tone, one could hear the meaning, this world is mine. I will take whatever I want. Very normal. Fortunately, this person explained, that's because it would be a waste to leave such a heavenly treasure in your hands. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind and sighed. Then he said in a leisurely manner, it would have been fine if it were a waste. But none of you 8 Shen beast kings have the cultivation to safely consume this holy fruit. I'm afraid that everyone who consumes this fruit will explode and die in a matter of minutes if I were to give it to you. There won't be any exceptions. He snorted in an extremely dignified manner, you're delusional enough to think of taking this holy fruit with your lowly cultivation. You're simply courting death. Why don't you take a knife and slit your own throat if you're tired of living? Is it worthwhile to waste such a divine object? The 8 Shen beast kings looked at each other in dismay as they heard these words. Some of them were wild and difficult to tame. They knew that the opposite party's strength was unfathomable and they couldn't match him. But how could they believe his one-sided words when they thought of the benefits of the holy fruit? They cried out in a strange manner and rushed forward, especially the Qiansun Serpent Queen. Her beautiful eyes seemed as if they were about to spit fire. She clenched her hands into fists and was about to strike. Senior, is this Senior Feng whom this junior met in Xianxia? Long Crane suddenly waved his hand to stop his brothers and sisters from getting restless. Then he asked in an unusually cautious tone. He felt that this person was very familiar. But he felt that this person was much more powerful than the mysterious expert who had defeated the 2 of them in Tianxiang. Bear Mountain also had the same apprehension. Therefore, the 2 of them couldn't believe it even though they had recognized him. Could it be that this mysterious expert has made such a huge breakthrough in these 2 short months? This speed of advancement is too terrifying. Isn't it too incredible? However, they didn't know that Jun Moxie's cultivation had been very shallow back in Tianxiang. So, he had only been able to activate a small part of the Hongjun Pagoda's aura. But Jun Dashao's cultivation had made a huge leap. So, he had obtained greater authority. So, he hadn't hesitated to use all of his spiritual power to activate the Hongjun Pagoda's greatest effect in order to achieve an overwhelming deterrent effect. This difference couldn't be said to be as great as the difference between heaven and earth. But it was like the difference between heaven and earth. So, how could they be compared? And the reason why Jun Moxie had revealed himself was because of his predetermined plan. Secondly, he couldn't bear to see these King Shen beasts in such a dazed state. After all, this thing had been cultivated for hundreds of years. It was unknown how much effort had been expended, and how many generations had passed in order to successfully grow it. Would it be appropriate for me to take it? Of course, Jun Moxie would only take a small portion or even half of it. But he would have a clear conscience. As for the other half, no matter how despicable Jun Moxie was, he couldn't bear to let these people's hundreds of years of hard work and the efforts of millions of Shen beasts go to waste. In Jun Moxie's heart, the so-called human beings were far from being as amiable as these straightforward Shen beasts. So, he would have helped them if he had the ability to do so. Do I have to look on helplessly as these Shen beast kings explode and die? It would be a pity if these Shen beast kings were to die, whether it was for my future development plans or other purposes. Even if I can't make use of them, it would be good to form a good relationship with them. One must know that such experts can only be found by chance. But they can't be sought after. I still need a suitable method to explain this matter. My disguise is the best way to handle this. Long Crane, Bear Mountain, haha, You too have surprised this old man. Wuxia sighed like an old man. This old man wasn't willing to lower himself to deal with the Shuihan Manor's trash. So, I left it to the two of you. Haha, it was such a simple matter. But, the two of you messed around and turned it into a Xian beast tide. And, the most outrageous thing is that you couldn't solve it. Instead, half of the world's Xian experts have come here. This matter has nothing to do with this old man. So, let it happen. But, this old man is very curious. When did Tianfa's power become so weak? This old man remembers that we had agreed on a 1-month deadline, right? Since when did 1 month become 70 days in the Tianfa forest? It's really you. Long Crane and Bear Mountain heaved a sigh of relief after confirming his identity. But they were also flushed with shame. In fact, their faces were burning with shame. In fact, they wished that they could dig a hole and hide in it. You shouldn't hit someone's face if you want to beat them. But you've exposed them in public. This is too shameful. This senior doesn't give us any face. As for the reason for their sigh of relief, it's very simple. How can such a peerless expert be a petty thief who steals things from other people? Presumably, there must be a deeper meaning behind it that we don't understand. In any case, we definitely won't be at a disadvantage. How could they know that practically every time this peerless expert in their eyes encountered something like this, he would try his best to swindle and deceive others, and he would carry out a shameless, untrustworthy, and dishonorable policy. Smashing bricks, smashing sticks, stealing sheep, and so on and so forth. He'd long since become exceedingly skilled in doing these things, and he'd done them with ease. However, they had guessed correctly this time. It was rare for Jun Dashao to find his conscience. I'm ashamed, senior. But you can't blame us brothers for this matter. The Shuihan Manor is too shameless. Li Ju Tian has never been a good person. They've united the entire continent's Xian experts to deal with us. We had no other choice. So, we had no choice but to carry out the Xian beast invasion even if it would cost us a great deal of strength. After all, we had an agreement with you. So, we had to complete it even if it would be very difficult. We've done our utmost to carry out the task that you've entrusted us with. Long Crane rolled his eyes and hastily explained. The meaning behind his words was, we've done this for you. So you can't just ignore it. You can't stand on the side of the human race and deal with us. Not only can you not deal with us, but we've done so much for you. So you're a peerless expert. So you should at least show some appreciation. We've suffered a great deal of damage. Sigh. The reason why I had asked you to handle this matter was because, wouldn't I be giving Li Ju Tian too much face if I were to personally deal with the Shuihan Manor? Wouldn't that be bullying them? Don't tell me that you two still don't understand this? If I had known that you wouldn't be able to settle this matter after such a big battle, I would have. Chapter 343. Today's eruption. I'm finally done. I'm exhausted and I'm asking for monthly votes. Yes. What is your status? You'll be giving Li Ju Tian too much face if you personally deal with him. You'll be bullying them. Li Ju Tian is nothing in front of you. Why can't you personally deal with him? It would be beneath your status if you did. Bear Mountain's thick lips moved up and down as he spoke these words fluently. He had thought that the matter hadn't been completed after such a long time. Moreover, this mysterious and unrivaled expert had personally come to Tianfa. So, the original agreement must have been nullified. However, he hadn't expected that this unrivaled expert's tone would reveal that he wanted to continue. He couldn't help but be overjoyed at the unexpected good news. This mysterious expert is willing to give me an opportunity. So, there's hope for advancement. Wow. Li Ju Tian is the second most powerful man in the world. However, he's not even worth a fart in front of Bear Mountain. This is a bit too much. So? Jun Moxie muttered to himself. So we'll naturally do it for you. Long Crane was afraid that Bear Mountain wouldn't be able to respond to his words. So he hastily followed up. He patted his chest and volunteered himself. If that's the case, that's fine, alas. Jun Moxie sighed. He was somewhat dispirited. Then he spoke in a lonely and desolate voice. This old man doesn't have the slightest interest in dealing with a junior like Li Ju Tian. You don't have the slightest interest? That's great. You can rest assured. Leave it to us brothers. We'll certainly satisfy you. Bear Mountain clapped his hands and a crisp sound rang out. Long Crane thought in his heart, Li Ju Tian is a junior, my goodness. This man's tone is even bigger than it was back in Tianxiang. This? Senior, it doesn't matter if you're interested or not. But that sacred fruit belongs to my Tianfa. Shenzhen Serpent Queen was somewhat anxious. She took a step forward and said, this junior was ordered to guard the sacred fruit. But it was lost in my hands. This is Junior's responsibility. I hope Senior can return the sacred fruit. Junior will be extremely grateful and will remember Senior's great kindness. Qian Sun Serpent Queen's words were neither servile nor overbearing. She had a sense of propriety which made Jun Moxie admire her a little. However, with Jun Dashao's temper, once good things were in his hands, how could he spit them out? Oh, this fresh and tender little girl really knows how to talk, and her words are sharp enough. However, the one who scolded me just now was you, little girl, right? Jun Moxie's voice deepened as he said the last sentence, and a boundless and terrifying pressure pressed down on her. The first step was to intimidate them. It's better if she's scared. But there's still the second step if she's not scared. Qian Sun Serpent Queen felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on her body. She groaned and retreated 3 steps. She then managed to stand firm, but her complexion had already turned somewhat pale. However, she stubbornly raised her head. This junior has a duty. I would rather die than discard it. Senior can punish Qian Sun if she's ignorant and offensive. But I hope that Senior can punish Qian Sun and return the sacred fruit. Long Crane became anxious. Qian Sun Serpent Queen's words would undoubtedly offend the master in front of him. Retrieving the sacred fruit was a small matter. Moreover, the master might get angry in case he got angry. In fact, he could easily take Qian Sun's life. So he couldn't help but hastily say, Senior, please calm down. This little sister is young and ignorant. She was impatient to get the sacred fruit and offended you. I hope that Senior can be magnanimous and forgive me. What Tianfa's sacred fruit? How can you randomly name it? Jun Moxie reprimanded. This fruit is obviously called the 1,000 Evils and 10,000 Poisons fruit. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Little girl, look at you 8 little beasts. Your cultivation isn't weak, right? But I'm telling you that none of you will be able to withstand a single drop of the 1,000 Evils and 10,000 Poisons fruit's juice. No matter who swallowed it, they would die on the spot. This old man had lowered his status to help them out of goodwill. So why can't you tell good from bad? Don't tell me that this old man doesn't have the magnanimity to bicker with a little girl like you? The second step was to convince her. If I can't convince her, our bodies will explode and we'll die. That's our fate. Qian Sun Serpent Queen was very stubborn. She opened her tender white hands and seemed very persistent. She didn't notice that Long Crane and Bear Mountain were giving her meaningful glances. How could the third crane and the fourth bear not be anxious? The function of the sacred fruit of heaven punishment was nothing more than to help the beast kings increase their own strength. In addition, the side effects of the sacred fruit of heaven punishment were abnormally terrifying. If they could find a better alternative, it would naturally be the best. However, the mysterious expert before them was a great expert who possessed the means of creation. Therefore, it would have been a profitable business if they could have made friends with this Tianfa's sacred fruit. However, Qian Sun's stubbornness had undoubtedly ruined this good business. Moreover, the sacred fruit had already fallen into the hands of this man. And this man had clearly snatched it away. So what could you do? You could have just watched him swagger away. Swagger away would have been fine. But he would have killed all of us if he got upset. Then how could you have cried injustice in that case? Forget it. This little girl's words are reasonable. This old man had taken the fruit with the intention of saving lives. But I've taken it from you. So it's indeed unreasonable. But it would have been a reckless waste of natural resources if I had allowed you to eat it. Moreover, it would have been inevitable that you would have lost your lives in vain. So it's fate that we've met. This old man wants to use this fruit to refine medicine. So I might as well be a good person. Jun Moxie had a pained look on his face. In fact, it seemed as if he had cut out a few kilograms of flesh from his body. This old man wants this 1,000 Evils and 10,000 Poisons fruit to refine some pills. And you need this fruit to break through your bottleneck. So this old man will give you some pills after I refine the pills. How about it? Isn't this good enough? The 8 of you were obviously going to die from overeating. So, what else do you have to say for yourself? The third and final step was to make an exchange of conditions. Jun Dashao would have exhausted his limited abilities if he didn't agree. So, he would have had no choice but to turn invisible and leave even though he was quite despicable. The eyes of the Beast Kings lit up as soon as he said this. Even the Qian Sun Serpent Queen hesitated. The third crane and the fourth bear stared at the Qian Sun. They thought, little sister Qian Sun, quickly agree? The Beast Kings were well aware that taking the sacred fruit would cause their bodies to explode. So it would be a lie if they said that they weren't afraid or apprehensive. However, they had to take the risk in order to obtain higher strength and a longer lifespan. But there was a chance that they could safely advance to the next level. So who wouldn't be tempted? The Beast Kings wouldn't have believed these words if they had been spoken by an ordinary person. Who are you trying to deceive? This kind of nonsense can only deceive ghosts. You want to deceive us? Dream on. But who is this person in front of us? He's an unrivaled expert. His cultivation is much higher than that of the eldest brother. Moreover, the third and fourth brother have already confirmed that he can help Shen beasts advance easily. Even if the testimonies of the third crane and the fourth bear were relatively weak, there was still another true and shocking example in front of them: the unexpected 8th-grade iron-winged leopard cub. This indelible fact had proved that the man in front of them truly possessed an unfathomable and mysterious means. The eyes of the other Beast Kings lit up for a moment. The Qianxia Serpent Queen was in a dilemma. Why are you wasting time? Do you still not trust Long Crane and Bear Mountain? If you still have doubts, let them vouch for this old man. They know this old man very well. So how about this? You're indulging in flights of fancy, little girl? Third Crane and fourth Bear, are you willing to vouch for this old man? I'll give you a share when the time comes. Jun Moxie acted like an old man as he gave the order. Jun Dashao had seen the third crane and the fourth bear strenuously staring at each other. So he had looked for the two of them. Yes, we'll vouch for it. Don't you trust us, ninth sister? Bear Mountain opened his thick lips and took charge. Long Crane had always been cautious. So he couldn't help but feel that something was wrong when he heard the mysterious expert take the initiative to speak. But he didn't open his mouth in the end. After all, some hope was better than none. Then, how long will it take for you to take out the spirit pill if that's the case? The Qianxia Serpent Queen hesitated for a moment. She felt extremely embarrassed. So she bit her plump red lips and asked hesitantly, "Damn it, what a little demon. Even biting her lips is so beautiful." Jun Dashao groaned in his stomach. His heart was like a monkey running amok. So he hastily steadied his mind and stretched out 3 fingers. 3 years at the latest. Then I'll be able to gather the necessary ingredients to refine the spirit pill. He suddenly remembered something after he said this. So he fumbled around on his body and pulled out a jade bottle. This old man won't take advantage of you juniors. So I'll fulfill your wish. There are a few pills in this bottle. This old man had been practicing for fun. So I didn't use any good ingredients. But taking 1 pill will increase your strength by 10 years. Alas, the ingredients are really hard to find. Otherwise, the effects would have been more than this. He took out 8 pills and threw them into the air. No more, no less, 1 for each person. 1 for each beast. The Lion King, Monkey King, Tiger King, and the others held the small pills in their hands. They couldn't decide whether they should take them or not. Bear Mountain didn't have any misgivings. He raised his head and swallowed the pill. Then he started to circulate his qi. Suddenly he cried out in surprise, "Ha!" After completing the 3rd revolution, he had already absorbed the medicinal energy. As a supreme-level expert himself, his physical body was far stronger than that of a human's. Naturally, he could easily verify the results. He cried out in surprise and joy, "It really can increase one's cultivation. At the very least, it would take 10 years of cultivation. This is a miracle medicine." Long Crane also couldn't hold back his excitement. So he also swallowed the pill. So he was naturally pleasantly surprised. The other Beast Kings also looked at each other and swallowed the pill. Then they suddenly stood up straight and their 16 eyes looked at Jun Moxie. Their gazes were blazing. "Oh my God! There's such a miraculous pill in this world that can increase one's strength. It's real. Oh my God! There aren't any side effects." The eyes of the Beast Kings became even more fervent. "Master." They were now convinced that this mysterious and unrivaled man could use the sacred fruit to refine a pill that could help them advance to the next level. What did that senior say a moment ago? He had only practiced it for fun. And he hadn't used any good materials? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been this effective. Oh my God. I didn't use any good materials and it has such an effect. What kind of pill would I have made if I had used some good materials? The truth is right in front of us. So why are we still doubting it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't need to go through life and death situations to advance to the next level. What a wonderful thing. I can't even dream of this. Jun Moxie's black robe fluttered in the air. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like an otherworldly expert. Humph. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. Chapter 344. 2 chapters in 1, 2 chapters delivered. Jun Moxie heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Damn it, can I really reach the 6th or 7th level within 3 years? Just now this brother bit the bullet and said 3 years? By the way, there's another reason I'm here. I almost forgot. Jun Moxie clasped his hands behind his back and confidently said, I heard you want to duel with the people of South Sky City? Is that true? Yes. The duel will be held the day after tomorrow. Long Crane's attitude became even more respectful. And the Jun family and the Dugu family of the Tianxiang city have some relations with this old man. So this old man doesn't wish for these two families to be harmed. I hope everyone can deal with it according to the circumstances. Consider it as giving this old man face. Jun Moxie said in a tone that sounded modest at first glance like a request, but upon closer inspection, it sounded like a direct order. That's easy. Long Crane chuckled and said, We have no intention of dealing with these two families. He thought for a moment and then took out a small jade bottle. Let's do it this way. Sprinkle some of this powder on the people of these two families on the day of the decisive battle. Our brothers won't attack them, and we won't retaliate even if they beat us up. In that case, thank you very much. Jun Moxie smiled faintly. He didn't show any relief, but he didn't seem particularly happy either. In fact, he seemed very calm and indifferent. The Xian Beast Kings only saw a blur before their eyes, and the man in the sky disappeared without a trace. He then reappeared in his original position, and the jade bottle in Long Crane's hand also disappeared at the same time. What a miraculous movement technique. The other Beast Kings were even more impressed. After settling these two matters, Jun Moxie was done showing off and was finally going home. Before he left, he naturally said a few polite words. He was afraid that the Beast Kings would go back on their words and quickly slipped away, but he hadn't gone far when he realized that the decisive battle was only the day after tomorrow. It was still too early. This Tianfa forest was unexpectedly able to produce 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit. This was really surprising. He wondered if there were any other natural treasures. Why didn't this young master think of asking for more just now? I'm so conflicted. As he thought of this, he felt an unbearable itch in his heart. He turned around and activated the yin-yang escape. With a whoosh, he leaped into the depths of the Tianfa forest. In the forest. Third brother, fourth brother, quickly tell us, who is that expert? Why do you two seem to be very familiar with them? With this guarantee, you actually guaranteed our Tianfa forest's #1 treasure without even blinking? The Qiansun Serpent Queen said doubtfully, although this person's strength is indeed unfathomable and far beyond our reach, why do I feel like you guys are eager to see him? Don't tell me you're so sure of him? This is the crystallization of Tianfa's 300 years of painstaking efforts. Everyone looked at Long Crane and Big Bear as soon as they heard this. In fact, they were also very confused. The young Master Jun had disguised himself as a powerful expert, and had acted as if he was the most powerful person in the world. But this kind of intimidation didn't apply to the Tianfa forest. In fact, the young Master Jun wouldn't have been able to make them retreat out of fear even if he had killed all the Beast Kings if he hadn't made contact with Long Crane and Big Bear. Long Crane and Bear Mountain were very proud of themselves. After all, these brothers and sisters wouldn't have any problems advancing if they could form a good relationship with such an unrivaled expert. And the two of them would have become heroes of the Tianfa forest in that case. They would all advance together. Moreover, there wouldn't be any danger in the process. In fact, there would be a bright future ahead. Such a good thing hadn't happened in the Tianfa forest for tens of thousands of years. This was definitely a great achievement that would create new history. The two of them were about to proudly show off their good character. How could they not have a good character when they had such a wide network of friends? But they suddenly shut their mouths. That's right, who was this mysterious expert? The two of them only knew the name Feng Qingyang. They didn't even know if this name was real or fake. So who was he? Where did he live? What was his character like? The two of them didn't know anything about these things. The two Beast Kings discovered a serious problem as they thought of this. Oh my god. The two of us actually made such an important guarantee for a person we don't even know anything about. And we even did it willingly. What the hell is this? If we don't get any news about him in 3 years, then it'll be a small matter for us to lose face. But where are we supposed to go to get that divine pill? Will we be able to find him? Even if eating the Tianfa sacred fruit is risky, and there's always the possibility of exploding one's body. But it's still a way to increase one's strength. There's no danger and it's very attractive. But it's like a big cake drawn on a paper. It's meaningless if we can't eat it. And we won't be able to find a place to talk about it if we fail. The two Beast Kings finally understood everything. They didn't know what to say. They looked at each other in dismay and didn't know what to do. They were completely at a loss. The rest of the beast kings were waiting for an answer. They didn't want to give it to them in vain. They saw that the two of them had a strange expression on their faces. So they nervously asked, "Third brother, fourth brother, how is it? Why don't you two tell us? We're brothers and sisters. Why do you still need to keep it a secret? How is it? Motherfucker. You ask us? Who do we ask? Fuck, we won't be sold, will we?" The two of them were in a state of confusion. Long Crane felt gloomy in his heart. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's there to be worried about? He's a peerless expert with an unrivaled cultivation. Perhaps he's the strongest expert since ancient times. So, why would he degrade himself to cheat us of a mere Tianfa's sacred fruit? Let's not talk about anything else. But, can we resist even if that senior tries to rob us? Everyone be patient. You'll benefit a lot from this. What's the hurry? Didn't that senior promise us 3 years? 3 years is like a nap to us. But look at you shaking your heads and wagging your tails in a panic. Where's the demeanor of a king? Everyone disperse. We'll have a big battle in 2 days. Bear Mountain hastily interjected. That's right. Look at your bear-like appearance. I feel a pain in my balls. Get lost. Do what you need to do. Take care of your spirits. You'll be able to knock down a few enemies later. The other beast kings were unhappy. They were cursing in their hearts. You're the only one who's worthy of being called a bear. You can't blame us, right? But they had no choice but to disperse when they saw the serious faces of their two elder brothers. They had no choice but to disperse even if they had some doubts. In fact, everyone had a beautiful hope in their hearts. We'll safely advance after 3 years. Long Crane had said that 3 years was a very short period of time for these Xian beast kings. They weren't immortal in comparison to the Xian beasts. But their lifespan was several times longer than that of an ordinary human. In fact, it could even be dozens of times longer than that of an ordinary human. They could safely advance in 3 years and perhaps even live a longer life. This was a very worthwhile transaction. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was a meat pie that had fallen from the sky. Moreover, they had some doubts. But that mysterious expert was still very trustworthy. Not to mention that he had an unfathomable and valiant cultivation. But they had just taken that miraculous pill. And they had gained 10 years of pure strength out of thin air. So they hadn't even heard of such a miraculous thing, let alone seen or eaten it. This miraculous pill could increase one's strength by 10 years after taking it. And that was already a heaven-defying thing. What else was impossible? Of course, Long Crane, Bear Mountain, and the others' worries were completely unnecessary. After all, Jun Moxie had no intention of reneging on this transaction. To him, this was a good thing that could only be chanced upon and not sought. How many favors would they owe me if I let these Xian beast kings safely advance? Wouldn't this be tantamount to getting a bunch of free thugs? And all of them would be at the great master level. This feels great. Jun Dashao's heart was filled with joy after he had obtained the treasure in his hands. And he was pleasantly surprised all the way. The Tianfa forest is a real treasure land. How can it have everything? This makes me very excited. I couldn't find anything in Tianxiang City. I couldn't even find a variety of medicinal ingredients even if I tried. But I can find them here. It doesn't matter how rare the medicinal ingredients are. You can find them as long as you can find them in the great wilderness. And you can find as many as you want. Moreover, it seems that no one has ever collected them before. This feels great. This feels great. There were even many top-grade medicinal herbs that could be used to supplement the consumption of level 9 Shen pills, such as the tricolored Lingji, the heavenly star grass, and the 9 Shen root. These 3 rare spirit herbs could only be found by luck, but not by searching for them. But there was actually a heavenly star grass here. This is second only to the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit. This is a pleasant surprise. It's like picking up a meat pie that fell from the sky. Jun Moxie's heart warmed up. He continued to maintain the yin-yang escape as he advanced deeper into the forest. He had collected all the rare medicinal ingredients into the Hongjun Pagoda along the way. However, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right after he had advanced for an unknown distance. That was because there weren't any traces of Xian beasts in this area. There weren't even any birds in the sky. The ground was so clean that not even an ant could be seen. And the most outrageous thing was that there weren't even any earthworms or dragons in the ground. It was too quiet. Could it be that this place is actually another land of 10,000 poisons? Jun Moxie looked at the surrounding flora and fauna. Everything was lush and verdant. He activated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, and stretched his head out to take a deep breath of the fresh air. It didn't seem poisonous at all. Moreover, the spiritual qi in this place was incomparably abundant. This is so full of vitality. But why aren't there any signs of animals staying here? This is too strange. Jun Moxie cautiously moved forward. But the more he went in, the more luxuriant the flora and fauna became. But there was still no movement in the surroundings. The air was also becoming more and more fresh and pleasant. Jun Moxie finally removed the yin-yang escape, and suddenly appeared in the forest. He took a deep breath and looked around. It was already late autumn. But this place didn't seem to be affected by the season. It was still lush and green. Amidst the silence, Jun Moxie suddenly had a subtle feeling of being isolated from the world. It was as if, after coming to this world, his heart had become restless. But in the blink of an eye he had completely calmed down. In this kind of quiet environment, it was easy to evoke memories of the past in one's heart. It was also very easy to have a wonderful feeling that even one's soul was being cleansed. As Jun Moxie stepped on the soft grass, there was a soft rustling sound. It was as if he was walking in his own dream. For a moment, his mind was filled with thousands of things big and small. It was as if his mind was empty, as if he was sleepwalking. Jun Moxie had unwittingly arrived under a flowering tree in a state of unconsciousness. Then he slowly sat down. His movements were so gentle. It was as if he was afraid that if he made the slightest sound, it would break the tranquility in the depths of his soul. The young man sat quietly, one hand supporting his chin. His eyes looked in front of him in a daze. It was as if he didn't see anything. Like clouds, like smoke, like a dream, like an illusion, like an intoxicated person. For a long time, the great evil aura that had permeated his bones and soul seemed to be pulled out from his body bit by bit. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. In a daze, there was a faint sense of transcendence, as if he had put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. On the flowering tree, a broken flower floated down slowly and silently landed on his shoulder. He didn't seem to notice it at all. A gentle breeze blew over, and the hair on his forehead gently floated up, swaying in front of his eyes. It seemed like a few centuries had passed, but it also seemed like only a short moment had passed. Falling flowers stand alone, the light rain and swallows fly together. Jun Moxie slightly sighed. He raised his head, slightly narrowed his eyes, and looked at the picturesque, fairy-like beautiful scenery in front of him. He took a deep breath. It's so beautiful. Even an executioner like me, whose body is soaked in blood to the bone, actually has a feeling of seclusion and transcendence. Jun Moxie looked at the surrounding scenery with great reluctance. His soul seemed to have returned to his body as he laughed lightly and said in a self-mocking manner, "If one day I can live in seclusion here, it would be one of the greatest joys of my life. It's just that this kind of elegant paradise is really not suitable for an assassin." His figure floated up, and as if his feet didn't touch the ground, he gently swept past the flowers and grass. Jun Moxie flew with the wind, and suddenly plunged into this quiet and secluded place. In front of him was a dense thicket of trees, with almost no gaps between them. Any random tree was probably hundreds or even thousands of years old. They were squeezed together, and there were even two trees that had no gaps between them. They had actually grown together and extended outwards like a fence enclosing a large area. In this kind of place, why does it look like there are people living here? Jun Moxie's curiosity was aroused. Out of the vigilance of an assassin, he immediately entered the state of yin-yang escape and lightly floated in. My God! What a beautiful place! In the middle of the encirclement of trees, there was actually a small valley. Although there were no buildings built by people, all of this seemed to be natural, and it made people's hearts sway. In the midst of the flowers and grass, a faint fragrance entered his nose. Jun Moxie couldn't help but poke his head out and took a deep breath. He felt comfortable all over and couldn't help but feel refreshed. He followed the fragrance and didn't go far. Suddenly his eyes widened and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Fortunately, he had enough time to cover his mouth. There was a thick tree in front of him and there were a few broken stones scattered around. Among the broken stones there were 3 colors of light: gold, red, and white. Jun Moxie sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The tricolor Ganoderma, which was regarded as a precious treasure, grew here like cabbages. There were 7 or 8 of them, and in the corner, there were also several rare herbs that were hard to find. Am I dreaming? Jun Moxie was surrounded by a great sense of happiness. He had always coveted the cleansing marrow pill that he would be able to refine when he ascended to the 3rd level. He might not even be able to find 10 ingredients in Tianxiang City, but he had managed to gather all of them in just one night in the Tianfa forest. Moreover, he had even plundered a lot of the more advanced herbs. Moxie had originally been feeling melancholy. I'm about to make a breakthrough, but I can't find any herbs that can help my cultivation. What a headache. I didn't expect that coming to the Tianfa forest would be like plucking cabbages from my own field. I had come all the way here in a straight line, and somehow managed to find all of them. It's really a pleasant surprise. I don't know how many more precious resources will be unearthed in this vast Tianfa forest. These will be the source of tyrannical strength in the future. Moxie was ecstatic and quickly plucked more than half of the herbs. When he reached the last two, Moxie hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to keep them. Drain the pond to catch the fish and burn the forest to hunt. If it was a human, Moxie wouldn't hesitate to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. However, Moxie still knew that he had to be careful when it came to these treasures of heaven and earth. If it was excessively harvested, it wouldn't be beautiful. Moxie looked around and was surprised to find that this hidden valley in the embrace of the trees was like a natural cultivation base for elixirs. All kinds of precious herbs could be seen everywhere in the seemingly inconspicuous bushes. Could it be that there's a so-called source of spiritual energy here? Moxie muttered in his heart and began to search more carefully. After bypassing a few big trees, a cave suddenly appeared in front of him. The entrance of the cave was covered by a few big trees, and he believed that no matter how big the wind and rain was, it wouldn't affect anything inside. Therefore, the inside of the cave must be abnormally dry. At the same time, Dashao faintly heard a rather subtle rustling sound coming from inside the cave. Could it be that there's someone living inside? But my divine sense didn't detect any abnormality at all just now? Moxie immediately became vigilant, and immediately entered the state of yin-yang escape, floating in invisibly without a trace. After entering the cave and taking a closer look, Moxie directly opened his mouth into an O shape. What was presented in front of him was a scene that he would never have imagined. He originally thought that this place was so hidden, and no birds or beasts came here, that the one living here must be a big boss. At the very least, it must be a humanoid beast king. Only then could it be worthy of this environment. But in fact, what appeared in front of him was only a bare stone room without even a bed. It was a veritable 4 bare walls. Only on the ground in the middle of the stone room, there was a large black robe, thrown on the ground like throwing rubbish. According to Moxie's visual observation, this could no longer be called a black robe, but it should be called a black cloth, and it had to be measured in terms of cloth. He believed that even an elephant wearing such a black robe should look very slim. As for a human, it could totally be used as a blanket and even after it was folded. There were faint blood stains on the black robe, and it seemed like it was picked up from somewhere. On the black robe there was a small, white animal lying feebly. At first glance, Moxie almost thought that it was Little White. However, upon closer inspection, this little animal looked completely different from Whitey. The little animal in front of him was only the size of half a human's arm, and its whole body was snow white, without a single strand of hair. Moreover, this kind of white was the kind of white that made people feel very comfortable when they saw it. It was the kind of white that was very holy and elegant. It looked at Wuxia, who suddenly appeared in front of it with its last breath. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear in its eyes. It only rolled its eyes and looked at him. Its eyes were calm and clear, and even contained an indescribable sense of pride. Then, it lowered its head as if it had accepted its fate. It was so quiet and motionless as if it no longer cared about life or death. But that small body of its helplessly curled up on the black robe gave people a strong feeling of tenderness. Although Moxie had never discriminated against wild beasts, with his character he would never like small things like pets. Otherwise he would not have disliked Little White so much. But when he saw this little animal, his heart suddenly surged with a strong feeling of wanting to protect it. This feeling was really wonderful. "Poor little thing, are you hurt?" Moxie said in a rare gentle tone and squatted down. He looked at the little animal in front of him. The little animal indifferently lowered its head, and did not pay any attention to him. It was unknown whether it did not understand Dashao's words, or it simply did not want to pay attention to him. Looking at its lazy and adorable appearance, Moxie suddenly remembered that one of the reasons why Dugu Xiaoyi had come to Tiannan this time was to hunt a snow god marten, and then use its fur to make a waist protector for her grandfather. Looking at this little animal in front of him, it really looked like the legendary high-level Shen beast that moved like lightning, the snow god marten. However, when Moxie carefully looked for a while, he did not find the slightest trace of a Shen beast's aura. Naturally, it could not be an 8th level Shen beast, the snow god marten. In fact, it could not even be a Shen beast. Could it be that this is just an ordinary little marten? But why is it so beautiful? Jun Moxie slowly reached out his hand and gently touched it. The little animal still lowered its head and did not move, but its entire body stiffened. So, this little thing also knows fear, Jun Moxie laughed. Don't be afraid, Big Brother is a good person, a very good person. Come, let me first take a look at your injuries, interesting little thing. Big Brother will give you something good to eat later. Good person? This was the first time in both of Jun Moxie's lives that he had said that he was a good person. Even though he was really a good person in a certain White's eyes. Holding the little animal in his arms, Jun Moxie activated the art of unlocking Heaven's fortune, and silently examined it. However, he hadn't noticed that the little creature's ears had suddenly pricked up when he had picked it up. Its eyelids had fiercely rolled and shot out an ominous glint. But then, it had smelled the wondrous scent of heaven-earth spiritual qi on Jun Mosie's body. So, it was startled for a moment, and its eyes revealed an extremely confused expression. Then it slowly closed its eyes. Chapter 345. Jun Moxie clicked his tongue and said, I don't know how such a small thing like you got injured to this extent. Tsk, it's really strange. Why are the meridians in your body like the bark of a 100-year-old pine tree? They're so brittle and there are cracks everywhere. If you move a little more they'll break. You're lucky to have met me. If it wasn't me, if it was someone else, even if they wanted to save you, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It's rare for me to be so kind. While he was talking, he gathered an exceptionally dense and pure spiritual energy in his palm, and slowly poured it out. The cool and refreshing spiritual energy flowed into the little critter's meridians like a gurgling stream. This sudden influx of spiritual energy instantly made the little critter's spirit rise. The indescribable pain in its body was alleviated by a lot as the spiritual energy flowed into its meridians. On the contrary, it felt incomparably comfortable and it almost moaned out loud. The spiritual energy slowly soothed the weak meridians that were on the verge of breaking apart. Wherever it passed, it was like the most brilliant mender, slowly mending the damaged areas bit by bit. It advanced in a gradual manner, and didn't let even a drop of water leak out. Why does this look so much like a Qigong deviation? Moreover, it's a very high-level Big Boss Qigong deviation. Afterwards, it was forcibly stopped by some kind of supreme divine power. But you're just a little guy, how could you possibly cause such a big commotion? Could it be that I've guessed wrongly? You're not a little guy at all but the #1 big boss of the Tianfa forest? Jun Moxie chuckled. He felt that what he had just said was very funny and laughed for a while. The little critter rolled its eyelids and looked at him. Its eyes revealed a strong disdain. Little thing, are you still not convinced? If you're a super beast king, then wouldn't I be the super invincible #1 expert in the universe? Big Brother can easily kill you with one hand now. Of course, I definitely won't lay my hands on such a cute little thing like you. Jun Moxie looked at the little critter's very human-like expression, and couldn't help but be startled. He laughed mischievously, and freed one of his hands to scratch the little critter's pink little nose. The little critter's throat made a soft sound, and its two big eyes revealed a trace of embarrassment. Jun Dashao teased the little critter like this and he didn't know how much time had passed. It might have been a moment or it might have been a very long time. Oh? Little thing actually knows to be shy? Jun Mosie used the Xiantian spiritual qi in the Hongjun pagoda to repair the little beast's damaged meridians. He heaved a sigh of relief and teased it. He then casually slapped the little critter's tender little butt. The little critter, Qigong's body trembled and the little critter trembled. Just as he was about to struggle, Jun Mosie forcefully pressed him down. The injury is healed but it has just been mended. Don't move recklessly. If you move recklessly, you will immediately return to your original state. T Jun Qed Jun, it sqt, and it. He gently slapped the little critter, and found that the little critter's hair was fine, and its flesh was soft as if it didn't have any bones. It felt especially good to the touch and he couldn't help but need it a few more times. Anyway, you won't understand what I'm saying. Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel like a child, and he smiled until his eyes couldn't be seen. He picked up the little critter's soft body and brought it close to his eyes. Their eyes met, and the little critter actually turned its head away in embarrassment. Huh? Jun Moxie was overjoyed, and he used all his strength to search the little critter's body. His white fur became a bit messy and he suddenly thought of something. Ah, you actually know to be shy? Damn it, it can't be a girl, right? And it should be a female, right? The little beast's entire body trembled violently. Suddenly, its eyes opened wide in disbelief. Its entire body skin instantly turned red like fresh blood. Even its white fur had turned red, its body was completely stiff and it didn't move a single inch. If it's a female, then so be it. Even if you're a female, I'm a man, but I can't rape you no matter what. Tell me, what are you afraid of? Jun Moxie looked at the little critter with interest, and he reached out to tease it a few times. The little critter let out a strange cry, and it finally came back to its senses. It realized the viciousness of the guy in front of it, and it was extremely humiliated. Its body twitched and trembled a few times, and its eyes widened to the maximum. Suddenly its head tilted and it actually fainted. Damn it, you can't take it anymore? Hey, I didn't do anything to you, I just lightly touched you and you have such a big reaction? Could it be that this is your Achilles heel? Jun Moxie was a little puzzled and he scratched his head with his fingers, and his face was full of bewilderment. At this moment, Jun Dashao suddenly shivered, and he suddenly felt a bone-chilling murderous intent. And that murderous intent was so strong that it was something that Dashao had never seen in his 2 lives. Even if it was Jun Moxie's own murderous intent of the evil monarch, compared to this chilling murderous intent, it would be an exaggeration to say that it paled in comparison. It was like comparing a small grass to a big tree, and there was absolutely no comparison between the two. This was a destructive murderous intent. At this moment, Jun Moxie didn't even have time to feel where this murderous intent came from, and he already clearly felt that he had been completely locked on, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to go up to heaven or down to hell. For a moment, Jun Moxie was drenched in cold sweat. Such a huge, dense, and terrifying murderous intent could actually cause one's thinking to slow down, and even his entire soul to become a little stiff. Under the shroud of this murderous intent, it seemed as if there was not a single bit of life in the entire world. His eyes were filled with the intention to die. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a terrifyingly strong person in the depths of this Tianfa forest. Jun Moxie suddenly regretted that he had been too careless when he had come in. Jun Moxie had seen many experts since he had crossed over. But those Tianxian and Xianxia couldn't even be compared to this murderous person. Even the great master Li Ju Tian couldn't compare. The intensity of this murderous intent had obviously exceeded the scope of Jun Moxie's imagination. Perhaps this was reasonable. After all, there were so many heavenly treasures in this place and so many precious elixirs. So, it would be illogical if there wasn't a powerful guardian in this place. Jun Moxie's first instinct was to escape into the Hongjun Pagoda to take refuge. This was very frightening. This extremely frightening murderous intent wasn't something that he could deal with. In fact, he wouldn't have been a match for this person even if he had been at his strongest in his previous life. Jun Moxie could even imagine how earth-shattering this murderous intent would be if it were to be unleashed. He wouldn't be able to evade or resist this attack. But just as Jun Moxie was about to escape, this terrifying murderous aura disappeared abruptly. Just like how it came without any warning, suddenly appearing and then mysteriously disappearing. It had come in a hurry and had left in a hurry, without a trace. The world had been restored to its original clarity in a split second. That was close. Jun Moxie panted a few times. He had a lingering fear in his heart. His spirit and the Hongjun Pagoda became one. Then he stealthily spread out his spirit sense. However, he couldn't find any target even after searching for a while. This is really strange. Jun Moxie frowned as he held the little thing in his arms. It must be known that Jun Dashao's current strength wasn't good, but his spirit sense was exceptionally strong. In fact, it wasn't any weaker than Xianxia's. After fusing with the Hongjun Pagoda's Xiantian spiritual energy, his strength had increased even more. Even the great masters and the beast kings of Tianfa would have to bow down to him. Since the beginning of his cultivation, no one had been able to surpass him. Even the owner of that terrifying murderous intent was inferior to his spirit sense. Moreover, it was very well hidden. No one would be able to see through its mysteries. Therefore, Dashao had dared to release his spirit sense in order to find out the identity of that expert. Unfortunately, his spirit sense didn't find anything even after searching in all directions. It was as if there wasn't such a person around. However, he didn't realize that the little thing in his arms had already woken up. That pair of beautiful big eyes were staring at Jun Moxie. The expression in their eyes was extremely complicated and unpredictable. There was even a faint ominous glint in their eyes. Those blurred eyes were sometimes indignant, sometimes shy, sometimes overflowing with murderous intent and sometimes perplexed. Such complex emotions appeared in the eyes of a small animal. It was very strange. However, Jun Moxie's entire mind was focused on that mysterious murderous intent that had appeared and disappeared mysteriously. So he didn't notice this. He had searched everywhere in the surroundings, but he hadn't searched his own arms. This seemingly harmless little thing happened to be the darkest under the light. It was also the person that Moxie was most afraid of so far. It was indisputably a true peak expert. "Ha, little thing, you're awake. Why didn't you move even though you're awake? You really deserve a spanking. Are you hungry?" Moxie was finally sure that the mysterious murderous intent had completely disappeared. No matter who that person was, he was temporarily not a threat to him. His mind became active again. He lowered his head and saw that the little thing in his arms was staring at him. He couldn't help but scold it with a smile. The little thing immediately closed its eyes again and tightly hugged him. "You're still angry with me? Isn't it just touching your little butt? Is it worth it?" Moxie curled his lips disdainfully and smacked the little thing's butt twice. Then his palm stayed on it and kneaded the little butt like kneading dough. He said with a face full of enjoyment, "This feeling is really… tsk, it's incurable. Little thing, can you follow me from now on? If you follow me, I will give you delicious food and fun things every day. Others don't get this treatment. I don't have any requirements. I just want to rub your butt every day." The little thing looked at him with shame and indignation. If it wasn't for the fact that its meridians had just been repaired and it was at its weakest, it would have almost swallowed this shameless guy. "Who cares about your food and fun things? Follow you? What's so good about letting you rub my butt every day? What nonsense are you talking about? Good lad, it's true that you helped me today. But if I don't return the humiliation you gave me 1,000 times over, I won't be called… Just you wait." "Unwilling? You still dare to be unwilling? I've done you a favor. Even if you don't want to, you still have to be willing." Moxie snorted and continued to knead. Suddenly he had a strange thought and said, "You're so small and you're considered a female? Then if you have a child in the future, you'll have to feed it, right? But why didn't I notice that you have this equipment? Is it because it's too small? Is there something wrong with my eyes? I actually didn't notice?" The little beast's entire body quivered. It glared with extreme grief and indignation as it watched the hateful brat in front of it turn its body over again and carefully search for something on its chest. Finally, tsk, there really is that thing. Why is it so small? It's not even the size of a mung bean. Your son is so pitiful. Looks like he's also a starving fellow." Moxie finally found his target. He smiled evilly and stretched out his little finger to press it. Then he rubbed it and pinched it with 2 fingers. The little fellow's 2 hind legs kicked twice. Its whole body suddenly flushed red and its eyes stared blankly. A strange sound that sounded like it was crying and moaning came out of its throat. Finally, its head tilted and it fainted again. It fainted twice because of this guy. Too much of a bully, too much of a hoodlum. When it woke up again, it discovered that it was being carried out. It was swaying in the air and it felt extremely uncomfortable. It turned out that after Moxie was busy for a while, he suddenly felt that he needed to pee. However, the little thing was so smooth and comfortable in his hands. It felt so wonderful. He really couldn't bear to put it down. So, he simply picked up the little thing and walked out. He wanted to find a corner to relieve his physiological needs. He lifted his robe with one hand and unbuttoned his pants. After a while, the underwear inside hung down to his feet, revealing a pair of slightly furry thighs. Then he walked out while swaying his head. Coincidentally, it fell right in front of the little thing's eyes. Anyway, it was just a little beast. What was there to be afraid of? Could it be that it had to be shy in front of its own dog and not pee? So Dashao didn't think too much about it. Splash, 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 splash. A stream of sparkling water. Ding dong came to his heart's content. His whole body was relaxed. The little thing was carried out by him. It was puzzled. However, it didn't expect that this guy would unbutton his pants without any hesitation. It was so shy that it whimpered. Its 2 front paws covered its pair of beautiful big eyes. Moxie saw its reaction and was very amused. He laughed wildly. After he was done, he shivered. He didn't even put on his belt. He just left it open. Then he pried open the 2 front paws of the little thing. With a flip of his hand, the little thing's eyes that had just opened came into close contact with his huge body. Immediately it let out a cry. Its whole body turned red again. It closed its eyes tightly. At the same time, its 2 front paws grabbed fiercely. It simply wanted to tear young Master June's body into thousands of pieces. Moxie's movements were extremely fast. With a whoosh, he had already lifted it up. He even mischievously blew into its mouth to make it open its eyes. Then he said disdainfully, "See? Feel inferior now, haha." The little thing looked at him with grief and indignation. It looked at him with tears in its eyes. It looked at him with so much pain that it wanted to die. It didn't know anything anymore. It only felt that its mind was blank. It was so ashamed that it wanted to die. Oh, let me die. I don't have the face to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. The domineering Jun Dashao didn't care about its reaction. He hummed a little tune and slowly pulled up his pants. Seeing the little thing in his hand struggling, Jun Dashao glared at it and threatened, "Stop it! If you move again, I'll stuff you into my pants." Stuff into my pants. The little thing instantly stiffened. It really didn't dare to move. If this guy stuffed it into his pants, even if it could commit suicide in time, it would be a laughingstock for thousands of years. Looking at this guy's appearance, he had even done such a shameless thing before. So what else couldn't he do? Today it could be said that it had tasted all the humiliation it could receive in its lifetime. How could this young human be so evil? He was evil to an indescribable extent. He was too evil, too shameless. Jun Moxie placed the stiff little thing in the stone room. Then he glared at it and berated, "Don't move here. This brother will go out to gather some herbs first. I'll take you away when I come back. Be good." Then he turned around and walked out. He walked to the entrance of the cave. Then he jumped back, grabbed the little thing and kneaded it a few times. He laughed heartily and said, "It's really comfortable. This brother is addicted to it. Don't run around." Then he turned around and walked out. "Don't run around? Wait for you to come back and then ravage me?" The little thing hatefully looked at Jun Moxie's back as he walked out. It fiercely glared at him a few times. "Bastard. It must be you who stole my Tianfa forest's sacred fruit. Then you specially came here to humiliate me. You've helped me a lot, but I won't let you off. There will come a day when I'll make you want to cry but have no tears. You'll be like me. You'll be in a state where you can neither live nor die. First I'll explode your that. Then I'll make you do that. Then I'll cut off your that. Who asked you to scare me?" The little thing's eyes were brimming with tears of grievance. It turned around and slowly went to the innermost part of the stone room. It was unknown what mechanism it had pressed, but it suddenly disappeared without a trace. It had been several hundred years since it had come out of its mother's womb. So, it had long forgotten what it felt like to shed tears. But, it hadn't expected that it would be humiliated by this guy to the point that its eyes were brimming with tears a few times today. This was intolerable. I'll recover completely in a day at most. Although I've recovered so quickly because of this boy's help. But I will definitely take revenge. I've already remembered your smell. And I've also remembered your appearance. So, I won't have to worry about not being able to find you. There hasn't been a single person in the entire continent who has been able to escape my pursuit for several hundred years. Just you wait. Humph. Hateful brat, shameless guy, you big scoundrel, I'll remember this for you." Jun Moxie had finally gathered enough medicinal ingredients. So he went on a big sweep. It was as if he had truly returned from a rewarding journey. He felt extremely comfortable. But when he returned to the stone room, he was immediately dumbfounded. Only a black robe was left in the stone room. That extremely adorable little beast was actually gone. It had completely disappeared without a trace. Crap. Where did that little thing go? Why did it run away without even saying a word? Jun Dashao was somewhat indignant. "I've healed your injuries. I even said that I would give you delicious food and fun things to play with. But you actually didn't even say a word. You ungratefully ran away just like that. You're really an ingrate." However, Jun Dashao didn't give up. He carefully searched in a big circle. Then he finally confirmed that the little thing had indeed ungratefully ran away. "Wait until I catch you again. See if I don't need your little butt until it's rotten." Jun Moxie swore hatefully. His heart was filled with indescribable disappointment. He had wanted to bring this little thing back so that he could tease it often. Moreover, this little thing was so adorable that it was almost invincible. Perhaps it could also make Guan Qinghan happy. So she wouldn't have to be so preoccupied all day. But his wishful thinking had clearly fallen through. "You're really not tactful. You just wait for me. I'll use you to wipe my butt the next time I see you. I'll teach you a good lesson." Jun Moxie cursed in his heart. But he was filled with joy when he thought of the huge amount of elixirs in the Hongjun Pagoda. This trip to the Tianfa forest had resulted in a bountiful harvest. In fact, it had exceeded his imagination. He had really struck it rich. Jun Moxie sighed in satisfaction. Then his body suddenly rose up and disappeared in mid-air. He had already activated the yin-yang escape. He had silently passed through the forest like a gust of wind. His target was the Tiannan city. There was only one herb left that he urgently needed at present, the 9 Xian root. Grandpa Jun's cultivation would soar to the level of Xianxia once he got his hands on the 9 Xian root. Moreover, he was confident that he would surpass Xianxia in one fell swoop. In fact, he would reach the level of Xianxia in a single bound. Grandfather's cultivation would still be far from enough when that time comes. But it would be second to none in Tianxiang City, or perhaps the entire Tianxiang Empire. He believed that even the emperor of Tianxiang would have to worry about the consequences of offending a powerhouse like Xianxia if he wanted to deal with the Jun family. Even if he didn't consider the Jun family's enormous military power, he would still have to worry about the consequences of offending a powerhouse like Xianxia. This kind of consequence wasn't something that could be casually endured. Even the emperor of a country wasn't an exception to this. An enemy of Xianxia would often mean a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Jun Moxie would then be able to relax. He would then be able to concentrate on dealing with the third uncle's matter. The Silver Blizzard City, even if he couldn't slaughter the entire Xiao family for the time being, he would still have to rescue Han Yenyao first. This was Jun Wui's biggest worry. It was also Han Yenyao's hope. Moreover, it was Jun Moxie's responsibility. It was a promise that he had made in his heart. It was already the night of the second day when Jun Wuxia returned to Southern Heaven City. In other words, he had stayed in the Tianfa forest for a full day and a night. Boy, where did you go? You took so long to come back. Jun Moxie had just returned when he was confronted by Jun Wui. The three uncles of Xianxia were glaring at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. In fact, it seemed as if they were about to rush up and beat him up. His precious nephew had mysteriously disappeared for a full day and a night. Jun Wui's hair had almost turned white from worry. This was the Tiannan city, the territory of the Shuihan Manor. Jun Wui and the three brothers of the Dongfang family would have gone to the Shuihan Manor or the Silver Blizzard City if Jun Moxie hadn't returned. I just went out for a stroll. I didn't go far. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Then he quickly slipped past the four and disappeared. Are you kidding me? Can I really tell you that I went for a stroll into the Tianfa forest yesterday? And I even had a very friendly and pleasant meeting with the 7 Beast Kings. Both sides were friendly and had the same interests. And both sides had reached a mutually beneficial cooperation agreement. The 4 men looked at each other in dismay. You just went for a stroll? This is the first time you've come to Tiannan City. You're not familiar with the people and the place. So, where did you go for a stroll? Moreover, you went for a full day and a night. Aren't you too good at strolling? You didn't go far? Then you should have strolled all the way back to Tianxiang City. This bastard kid, don't you know that the 4 of us were worried to death? However, it was clear that Jun Moxie didn't want to talk about it. Anyway, he had returned safely. So, the 4 men weren't in the mood to pursue this matter. Jun Wui knew that his nephew was truly remarkable. Moreover, he was in Tiannan City. So, he wouldn't be too worried even if he didn't return for a few days. Revised Draft. Chapter 346. I just went out for a stroll. I didn't go far. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and quickly slipped past the 4 men and disappeared. Are you kidding me? Can I really tell you that I went for a stroll into the Tianfa forest yesterday, and had a very friendly and pleasant meeting with the 7 Beast Kings? Both sides had reached a mutually beneficial cooperation agreement based on the premise that we share the same interests. The 4 men looked at each other in dismay. You just went for a stroll? This is the first time you've come to the Southern Heaven City, and you're not familiar with the people and the place. Where did you go for a stroll? And you went for a day and a night? Aren't you too good at strolling? You didn't go far? You could have strolled all the way back to the Tianxiang City. Doesn't this bastard know that the 4 of us are worried to death? However, it was clear that Jun Moxie didn't want to talk about it. Anyway, he had returned safely, and the 4 men weren't in the mood to pursue the matter. Jun Wui knew that his nephew was truly remarkable. Moreover, he was in the Southern Heaven City. So, he wouldn't have been too worried even if he hadn't returned for a few days. However, the 4 of them hadn't expected that Jun Wuxia would go out for a stroll. It wasn't too far. He had only gone to the core area of Tianfa forest to pick some medicinal herbs, and some small beast chrysanthemums and so on. The 4 men looked at each other and shook their heads. They were about to follow him in. They had been worried for a whole night. So, they could finally relax when they saw that Jun Dashao had returned. The war would begin tomorrow and everyone's minds were heavy at the moment. So, they decided to take a good rest. Suddenly, a soldier at the gate came to report that the young master of the Shuihan Manor, Li Tingyun, had come to visit. Jun Wui pondered for a moment and then said, "Please. The third master of the Shuihan Manor had decided that Jun Wui would be the commander-in-chief of the decisive battle, and that he would be the vanguard. However, the Shuihan Manor had suddenly sent their third master to replace Jun Wui as the supreme commander of the Shuihan Manor. This was rather baffling. This so-called commander-in-chief position didn't have much real authority at all. If he won, he wouldn't get any credit. If he lost, he would have to take the blame. If he lost, he would be the first to die in battle. He even had to guard against the plots of his own enemies. It was a 100% strenuous and unrewarding role. No one understood what Li Jutian meant by this. Why send the third master of Xianxia's cultivation to die when they already have Jun Wui, the first scapegoat? Wasn't that too much of a pity? However, this was the opinion of the #1 expert in the Allied forces. No one dared to refute it. Therefore, the final candidate for the commander was temporarily put aside. However, there were only two candidates. It was either the third elder or Jun Wui. Li Tingyun's arrival was presumably related to this matter. So, everyone wanted to see what he had to say. All the major families and forces had sent their experts to participate in the preparations for the war in the morning. And the Shuihan Manor and the Silver Blizzard City obviously didn't dare to be negligent. After all, these two families had pushed Jun Wui into a desperate situation. And they couldn't afford to be negligent either. So, wouldn't they be despised by the whole world if they didn't do anything in the first place? Everyone knew that their chances of victory were very slim. In fact, they didn't even have the slightest chance of success. However, they still had to send people even if it meant throwing away their lives. Jun Wui, the Dongfang family, the Duanmu family, and the Xikong family had come to mediate. So, the Silver Blizzard City had dispatched the 3rd, 6th, and 9th elders, Mu Shuitong and Xiaohan, Tianxian and the 7 swords of the Silver Blizzard City. It could be said that this was more than 70% of the Silver Blizzard City's total strength. So, it couldn't be said that they weren't strong enough. After all, the 3rd, 6th, and 9th elders wouldn't be justified if they were to dispatch the 7 swords. Moreover, the 7 swords of the Silver Blizzard City had the most formidable sword formation. So, their strength would be weakened if they were to be separated. So they had no choice but to send all 7 of them. Mu Shuitong and Xiaohan were the real additions to the battle. After all, experts like Tianxian weren't as rare as they used to be in this place. However, the Silver Blizzard City's calculations were sound. They had so many experts to protect them. So, they wouldn't die even if they were to lose this battle. The Silver Blizzard City's losses wouldn't be too great. But, they would be throwing away their lives if they sent too few people. The Silver Blizzard City's other experts, the 2nd, 5th, and 8th elders, couldn't go because of Xiao Buyu's enmity with the Dongfang family. Moreover, the 3 members of the Dongfang family had come to fight. Otherwise, wouldn't it be terrible if they got into a conflict with their own people? Xiao Buyu was the person in charge of the Silver Blizzard City's operation. He was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a petty man. It didn't matter what kind of personal enmity he had with the Dongfang family. But this was a matter of life and death for the future of the human race. So, he couldn't bring himself to bring up old scores for the sake of the bigger picture. The Duanmu family and the Xikong family had always been friends with the 3 Dongfang brothers. So, they had seen that Dongfang Wenqing was obviously standing on Jun Wui's side. So, they had naturally stood on their side as well. The Shuihan Manor had also put in a lot of effort. They had dispatched more than half of their manpower. Among them were 300 Yuxian experts, 100 Earth-Xian experts, 30 Tian-Xian experts, and 5 Xin-Xian experts. The Shuihan Manor's manpower was the best among all the forces. The weaker Bailey family had dispatched 3 people. Apart from the 2 Tian-Xian experts, only Yuxian's Bailey Luo Yun was among them. This decision made all the great clans present sigh inwardly. They had unknowingly looked down on the heavenly Dao sect a little. Such a young genius is being treated like this by the Bailey family. They are too short-sighted. Regardless of the enmity between them, they can't live under the same sky. But they should have supported this peerless genius even if they couldn't live under the same sky. Bailey Luo Yun should have been expelled from the family in the most severe punishment. Bailey Luo Yun's surname will still be Bailey even if he becomes a vagabond of the Jianghu. So, he will still be a member of the Bailey family in the eyes of the people of Jianghu. Moreover, he will become another Xianxian if he's given a few decades of cultivation. In fact, he might even become a great master. Bailey Luo Yun will become the guardian of the Bailey family at that time. Bailey Luo Yun and the Bailey family might have some enmity at that time. But, anyone who wants to deal with the Bailey family will have to consider Bailey Luo Yun's attitude. He will be a threat at the very least. and the Bailey family will rise along with him. But the Bailey family wants to destroy this genius here. They can't wait to put him to death. This made everyone despise the Bailey family's decision. They're a big family. They don't have foresight. They don't see the big picture. They are narrow-minded. How can they achieve great things? Some people had even asserted that the Bailey family has begun to decline from now on. In fact, they are done for. Jianghu had only selected 300 people from the 20,000 soldiers that he had led. These people included Wuxia. The remaining people were all at the initial stage of the Earth Shen realm. Moreover, these people were the bodyguards that had been sent by the big families to protect the young masters. Jianghu understood the emperor's intentions as soon as these people had been selected. The young masters of the big families would certainly be safe under his careful protection. However, he and these people would be the ones who would be sent to their deaths. The strength of the big families in the capital was quite scattered. So, they would be much more stable after this reorganization. These people weren't considered experts in the whole world. But they would be a considerable force in the Xianxia city. After all, when the tiger is away, the monkey will be the king. However, the strength of the big families would be greatly weakened if most of these people were to die here. And these treasures of the big families would naturally be indignant if their bodyguards were to die. So, they would return to their families and see their brothers and sisters at home. So, they would feel even more unbalanced in their hearts. So, it wouldn't matter if they were to fight for power. Or if they were to overthrow the position of the heir to the throne, it would cause a huge change. And this would further divide and eliminate the already shrinking strength of the big families. The result of this gradual shrinking could only be the emperor using his imperial power to hold these families even more tightly in the palm of his hand. When the time comes, the patriarchs of the big families would join forces to threaten the imperial power. And that would be a thing of the past. Such a profound calculation. Such an exquisite layout. So, His Majesty the Emperor's far-sighted planning has already reached this point. The handsome Li Tingyun was dressed in gaudy clothes while Elder San was lost in his thoughts. He wore a shiny silver robe and looked like a walking lighthouse. Jianghu and Dongfang Wenjian were flabbergasted. They couldn't believe their eyes. He's dressed like this. Isn't he too coquettish? He would have been a typical live target if he had been an assassin. His aim would have been bad. But he would have been ruthlessly beaten if he had thrown a sword at him. Li Tingyun walked in with his two followers. He cupped his fists and spoke in an arrogant manner. General Jun, I've taken the liberty to visit you. I hope 3rd General Jun won't take offense. It's nothing. The young master is too polite. Jianghu returned the courtesy without batting an eyelid. I don't know what the young master has come here for. Li Tingyun chuckled. He looked left and right. He wanted to say something but he hesitated. Dongfang Wenqing and the others chuckled. They knew that he had some misgivings. So they tactfully took their leave. Jun Moxie walked out from behind the curtain as soon as the three of them left. There were two silhouettes sitting behind the curtain. They were Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi. Jun Moxie and Guanqing Han had some guesses about Li Tingyun's purpose in coming here. So they had come out early. Dugu Xiaoyi had naturally followed them. Everyone here is on the same side. So the young master can speak his mind. Jianghu had a faint smile on his face. But there was a faint coldness in his eyes. Jianghu wasn't a fool. So he had naturally guessed Li Tingyun's purpose in coming here. This young master will speak frankly in that case. Li Tingyun's smile revealed a trace of confidence. Li Tingyun's smile exposed a trace of self-confidence. He didn't care about Jun and Wuxia who had just come out. In fact, Li Tingyun didn't even care about the entire Jun family. After all, the Jun family was nothing in front of a colossus like the Shuihan Manor. This young master of the manor met Guanqing Han by chance the last time I was touring the Tianxiang Empire. Miss Guan was a celestial being. I've been longing for her ever since. And I haven't been able to forget her ever since. Li Tingyun smiled elegantly and said, It is reported that young Lady Guan has been widowed for many years. But she is still the Jun family's eldest granddaughter-in-law. Everyone knows that this marriage shouldn't be valid. In fact, it's only a title and name at best. Tingyun has come here today to request 3rd Master Jun to set young Lady Guan free. So, we can have a wonderful marriage. Wouldn't that be perfect for both sides? My Shuihan Manor will also return the favor if the Jun family is willing to let us go. Li Tingyun waved his hand to stop Jianghu from speaking. He then continued, 3rd Master Jun must have noticed that the Shuihan Manor's 3rd Master had been instructed by me to volunteer to take command of this decisive battle. Everyone knows that this decisive battle isn't an ordinary one. In fact, we'll be facing high-level Shen beasts. And I'm sure that we'll meet a miserable end if we're not careful. General Jun's strength is naturally very high. And his attainments in Xianxia, he's also outstanding. Ting Yun admires this very much. However, General Jun's body is handicapped. So, I'm sure that General Jun knows that he'll be facing a high-level Shen beast if he goes up. And he won't be able to survive. Jun Wui lowered his eyelids to hide the anger in his eyes. He then said in a deep voice, "The young master of the manor's purpose in coming here isn't just to lament about the danger of my life. Tell me your true intentions." Well, General Jun is a straightforward man. So, this young master of the manor will also speak frankly. General Jun won't have to die as long as you agree to my request. Li Tingyun was getting tired of beating around the bush. So, he got straight to the point. My Xuehun manor will seize command of this battle with a strong stance when the time comes. And we won't tarnish the Jun family's prestige. The Jun family will be safe from the Xian beasts under the protection of my Xuehun manor. Moreover, we'll do our best to mediate even if the Silver Blizzard City attacks us in the dark. Li Tingyun narrowed his eyes. His face revealed a well-thought-out expression. This young master of the manor knows what General Jun is worried about. So, I won't make things difficult for you. And the Jun family's only contribution isn't a single woman. In fact, it's a woman who has nothing to do with the Jun family. Listen to young Master Li? Is this woman worthless? Jun Moxie suddenly interjected. This woman? The third young master's words don't seem to be in line with his family's status. I'm very surprised. Li Tingyun raised his eyelids in Lingling and said, how many women in this world are valuable? Even if they are successful, they're only relying on the prestige of their husband's family, that's all. Families like yours and mine gift each other a few horses, a few dogs, or even a few women. Isn't that a very common thing? It's just a game, why make such a big fuss? Only play around? Jun Wui's voice became cold. In fact, it sounded like the cold winds of a snowy mountain. Young Master Li, is this your condition? My condition is very sincere. Don't tell me that the General Jun is still not satisfied? Li Tingyun heard the coldness in Jun Wui's words. So, he glared at Jun Wui with an ominous glint in his eyes. Then, his voice became even more threatening. Third General Jun, you must reconsider. Tomorrow will be your death anniversary if you refuse my sincere offer. You'll have to face crazy Shen beasts and sharp old enemies. But you'll also have to deal with an even more powerful force. So, you'll have to use an unrelated woman in exchange for your life and the safety of your entire family. I believe that anyone would know how to choose. Moreover, this decision will bring great happiness to that woman. General Jun, you won't be so unwise when faced with the two paths of life and death, right? Unrelated? Guan Qinghan is a member of my Jun family. At least she still is. Jun Wui Lingling looked at him and said, I won't allow outsiders to humiliate her as long as she's a member of the Jun family. Young Master Li, you don't need to worry about this Jun family's survival. Men, see the guest out. Jun Wui, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This young master of the manor has come to negotiate with you because I'm giving you face. But I've also offered generous conditions. Do you really think that you're a big shot? Li Tingyun stood up and spoke in a ruthless manner. You don't know what's good for you. So why should I worry about you if you're bent on courting death? It doesn't matter if you die or not. Do you think that you can stop me from obtaining Guan Qinghan even if you don't die? Jun Moxie clicked his tongue twice and said, Young Master Li is very strange. Since when did you have the right to worry about our Jun family? Who do you think you are? The only son of the great Master Zhu Tian, the dignified young master of the Xuehun Manor. So this is how he behaves? You've really broadened my horizons. No wonder my sister-in-law doesn't like you. I believe that any other woman wouldn't like you either. That's because you have a father who claims to be the second most powerful man in the world. The Xuehun Manor is really stupid. Very well. Jun Moxie, you'll pay for your indiscreet words. You'll have to wait for your third uncle's corpse tomorrow. Li Tingyun snorted. He flicked his sleeves and stood up. This young master of the manor doesn't want to argue with you. Jun Moxie, you're not worthy. Your Jun family doesn't deserve to bargain with me. Jun Moxie sneered and said, It's hard to say who's worthy or not. At least, there's a toad in front of me who wants to eat the flesh of a swan. Do you think you're worthy? Li Tingyun's anger had just risen, but it disappeared in a flash. Then Lingling continued, I, Li Tingyun, can't get a woman I want. Jun Moxie, you'll be the one in the Southern Heaven City if you lose the protection of your third uncle and his three uncles. Tomorrow it'll be your third uncle's. Maybe the day after that it'll be yours, brat. Are the three uncles of Xianxians that great? Jun Moxie, the strength you're relying on isn't worth mentioning in my eyes. Let me tell you, in this world, a bigger fist is the most important thing. I've always known that a bigger fist is the most important thing. Would the Shuihun Manor have become a nest of Shen beasts if the Shen beasts weren't so powerful? Would the insufferably arrogant Great Master Zhu Tian have issued a supreme summon if the Shen beasts weren't strong enough? You're still being so arrogant at this point. You're shameless. Jun Moxie silently shook his head. The Shuihun Manor is a dead duck with a stubborn mouth. Let's see which family will cry after tomorrow's war. Well, let's see which family will cry. Jun Moxie, you brat, just wait to wear mourning clothes. Li Tingyun turned around to leave. He stopped at the door and asked, Jun Wui, are you sure you won't regret it? Get lost. This was Jun Wui's reply. Jun Wui's patience with this shameless young master of the Shuihun Manor had already reached its limit. A sharp light flashed in Li Tingyun's eyes. He snorted heavily and turned around to leave. Young Master Tingyun, wait. Jun Dashao suddenly called out to Li Tingyun. Li Tingyun turned his head and snorted, Are you afraid now? Jun Dashao, quickly advise your third uncle and your grandfather. There's no need to sacrifice the entire Jun family for a woman. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Ah? Young Master Tingyun, you've misunderstood the reason why I called out to you. I'm just reminding you out of good intentions. You've got a black mark on your forehead. Your left eye is blue and your right eye is red. You've got a stupid and unfortunate look on your face. You're going to face a bloody calamity in the near future. So, it's better to worry about your own safety instead of worrying about other people's lives. Otherwise, you'll implicate your father in case I'm right. You'll be very unfilial. Jun Dashao spoke slowly. Master Zhu Tian is more than 100 years old. I'm afraid that he won't be able to give birth to another child. Young master, please take care of yourself. You. Li Tingyun's nose almost became crooked. He snorted heavily and swaggered away without looking back. Third uncle, has our side's personnel been determined for tomorrow's battle? Jun Moxie asked. It's been determined. The experts of the major families will be participating in this battle apart from me. I've already drawn out all of them in order to deal with this battle. Our Tianxiang Empire's military prowess is at the top of the entire continent. But when it comes to Xianxia prowess, we're at the bottom of all the powers present in this conference. This is a well-known fact. As for your 200 guards and generals, I haven't drawn out any of them. Jun Wui smiled and replied in a dull manner, We're going to lose this battle. So why should we sacrifice so many? Jun Wui hadn't said some things clearly. But Jun Moxie was very clear in his heart. These 200 guards are Moc's core subordinates. They're also the future hope of the Jun family. So it's enough for me to die in this battle. So why should I sacrifice these people? Jun Moxie was moved in his heart. Jun Wui didn't know that he had the ability to protect the Jun family from harm. Therefore he had made up his mind to sacrifice himself. But he was still thinking about himself and the Jun family at this time. Third uncle. Jun Moxie muttered to himself for a moment. Then he spoke in a heavy tone, Don't worry, it'll be all right. The outcome of tomorrow's battle is hard to predict. In fact, the chances of defeat are quite high. But third uncle, you'll be fine. I can vouch for this. Jun Wui looked at him for a long time. Then he suddenly smiled and said, I hope that's the case. Then he suddenly called out, Qing Han, can you come out now? You've been hiding and eavesdropping. You should have heard enough, right? Come out. Guan Qing Han and Dugu Xiaoyi came out in embarrassment. They looked at Jun Wui with deep worry in their eyes. This was especially true for Guan Qing Han. But her face was full of sorrow. Jun Wui coughed twice. Then he suddenly became silent. His eyes exposed a contradictory look. He didn't speak for a long time. Then he spoke in a hoarse voice, The three of you are in front of me today. One of you is my nephew. One of you is the daughter-in-law of the Jun family. And the last one is the pearl of the Dugu family. So you can represent the Dugu family. Xiao Yi, I'll have to trouble you to be my witness. Dugu Xiaoyi didn't know what he wanted to say. But she instinctively felt depressed. It seemed that Jun Wui was about to make an exceptionally important decision. So she couldn't help but nod subconsciously. Guan Qing Han's heart shook. She had guessed what Jun Wui was going to do. So she couldn't help but cry out in grief, Third uncle, don't. You can't. Chapter 347. Today's first update. I'm working hard on the second update. Jun Wui smiled faintly, but he firmly shook his head, and slowly took out a token from his bosom. The surface of the token was made of copper, and the glittering gemstones on it were glittering and dazzling, forming the word June. On the back there was the word order written in meticulous strokes. The June family's master's token. Wuxia, your grandfather personally handed this token to me 3 months ago. From then on, I, Jun Wui, am the current master of the June family. I hold this token in my hand, and all the decisions I make are the June family's decisions. No one from the June family is allowed to disobey me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Jun Wui spoke each word in a heavy tone. After he finished speaking, he suddenly raised the token, and with a cold face he shouted, "The June family's third-generation daughter-in-law, Guanqing Han, step forward and kneel." Guanqing Han looked at the third master in fear, and saw that his expression was cold and solemn. There was no room for compromise, so she could only sigh, step forward and kneel in front of Jun Wui. The Jun family's daughter-in-law, Guanqing Han, has a virtuous temperament and is well-mannered. She was 20 years old and was ordered by her parents to temporarily get engaged. Unfortunately, the Jun family's third-generation eldest son, Wu Yu, died on the battlefield before the wedding could be consummated. Guanqing Han is in the prime of her youth, and her body is as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She has been bitterly guarding her for 5 years, and has long since completed the relationship between the two families. But the Jun family cannot delay her life. She has not married and she has not married, and there is no such thing as a widow. Today, I, Jun Wui, as the current master of the Jun family, sign this document of separation to clear Guanqing Han's name, and to return her freedom. From now on, the marriage of a man and a woman has nothing to do with each other. The witness, the Dugu family, Dugu Xiaoi. The direct descendant of the Jun family, Jun Moxie, can bear witness to this. The heavens and the earth bear witness to this. Guanqing Han already knew that this would be his decision, but when these words came out of Jun Wui's mouth without any hesitation, they clearly fell into her ears. Every word seemed to fall on her heart, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Dugu Xiaoi, who was standing at the side, had her mouth wide open. She had never imagined that she would witness such a huge event. Jun Wui's face turned cold after he finished speaking. He faced Jun Moxie and shouted, "The third generation of the Jun family, Jun Moxie, step forward and kneel." Jun Moxie was startled. "Third uncle? Is there anything else?" The third generation of the Jun family, Jun Moxie, step forward and kneel. Jun Wui repeated in a stern voice. Jun Moxie muttered in his heart, but in this situation, he had no choice but to kneel down listlessly. The third generation of the Jun family, Jun Moxie, is young, tenacious and open-minded. Today, I, Jun Wui, will pass on the position of the head of the family to Jun Moxie. The heavens and the earth bear witness to this. Although he had vaguely guessed this result, Jun Moxie still couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the order. He stood up and shook his hands. "Third uncle, you can't do this. You're still in the prime of your life." No, I'm still in the prime of my life. Why are you in such a hurry to pass on the position to me? I really don't want to be the head of the family." Impudent. Jun Wui glared angrily and shouted, "The descendants of the Jun family who don't obey the order of the head of the family will be regarded as disobedience. Jun Moxie, what are you waiting for if you don't accept the order?" Jun Moxie rolled his eyes helplessly. He reluctantly accepted the order and said, "Third uncle, I know that you're worried about tomorrow's battle. In fact, you're even prepared to die. But I'm telling you, I'm not accepting the order. I'm only keeping it for the time being. If third uncle returns safe and sound, I'll return the order." Jun Wui couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "That's up to you." Jun Wuxia had said that Jun Wui was prepared to die a long time ago. He was aware that he wouldn't have the slightest chance of surviving tomorrow's battle. Therefore, he had made this hasty decision that very night in order to resolve two important matters in his heart. Jun Moxie had solemnly vowed that Jun Moxie was only trying to comfort him. But how could he believe it? In tomorrow's battle, Jun Wui could already predict that those so-called experts would swarm into battle like a swarm of bees. Then they would leave him, the commander-in-chief, completely exposed. Then countless Shen beasts would crazily rush over and tear him to shreds. In fact, the experts of the Shuehun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City would even ambush him in the midst of the melee. So, it was easy to imagine what would happen. Not to mention the fact that he was a mere Tianxian. Even a powerhouse like Xianxia wouldn't have a chance of survival if he were to fight alone. Wuxia, it would be best if I could return safely from tomorrow's battle. But, the Jun family will be relying on you if I'm unfortunate enough to die in battle. Jun Wui's tone was calm as he said, Your grandfather is old. You must take good care of him. Moreover, you must remember about Qinghan. She used to be the daughter-in-law of the Jun family even though her engagement has been annulled. So, you must not allow anyone to bully her. Not even anyone. Death is the only thing that matters. Yes, I will remember. Jun Wui let out a long sigh. His eyes gazed into the distance. Then he spoke in a dreamy tone, Moreover, I must entrust you with a very important matter. If one day, you can go to the Silver Blizzard City and see her, please say a few words for me. Jun Wui's voice suddenly paused. Jun Moxie listened quietly and didn't ask any questions. He knew that the her that Jun Wui was talking about was the pitiful woman who had been painstakingly guarding the snowy peak. She was also the source of all the disasters, Han Yenyao. Jun Moxie's feelings towards Han Yenyao were very complicated. There was no other reason. If it weren't for Han Yenyao, then none of these tragedies would have happened. You're a princess of the Silver Blizzard City. So, you ran to the secular world to play. But why did you provoke Jun Wui? Don't you know that I've been betrothed since I was a child? Xiao Han's actions naturally deserved death. But, on the other hand, which man in this world would be so willing to wear this lush green hat? His fiancée of 10 years had suddenly run away with a strange man. Such a matter was beyond the limits of a man's endurance. Anyone would have gone crazy if they'd been in his place. However, Jun Moxie knew that love was something that couldn't be reasoned with. Even the wisest man would have turned into a fool when love had arrived. Both of them were well-mannered and restrained. But they had developed feelings for each other. So, who could explain why this had happened? There was no why in love. He looked at Jun Wui and Han Yenyao again. Both of them had been in pain for 10 years. But their true feelings hadn't changed. They were still infatuated and bitterly in love even though they were far apart. So, how could one not be moved even if one's heart was made of stone? Jun Moxie also knew that Jun Wui's heart must have been filled with monstrous waves. The past events of the past had flashed through his mind. And this was the time when his emotions were the most turbulent. He had asked him to pass a message to Han Yenyao. Perhaps this was the condensation of the third uncle's lifelong feelings. After a long time, Jun Wui gently exhaled a breath. It seemed like a sigh, but it was a sigh filled with the lingering infatuation of 3 lifetimes. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a desolate smile. But it was filled with endless tenderness and sweetness. He slowly said, Unforgettable grudges, unforgettable you. Only because of infatuation, only for you. This journey to the Yellow Springs still has a dream. Heaven and earth, a wisp of soul. Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly sobbed. Guan Qinghan's pretty face was also full of tear stains. They knew about Jun Wui's past from different channels. When they saw Jun Wui reciting these few lines of poetry, they couldn't help but shed tears of sadness. From this poem, it was enough to tell that Jun Wui and Han Yenyao loved each other deeply. The two women felt as if the softest part of their hearts had been touched. They felt overwhelmed by this feeling of despair. Unforgettable grudges, unforgettable you. Only because of infatuation, only for you. This journey to the Yellow Springs still has a dream. Heaven and earth, a wisp of soul. Even though so many disputes have occurred, I am still infatuated with you. Today I will go to the Yellow Springs for you. But I will still think of you. Even if I die, in the heaven and earth, I will never forget you. I will never forget you. This wisp of soul will exist forever. This is a love that will never change in life or death. Any oath, any promise, everything will be overshadowed in front of this love. Jun Moxie suddenly heard the third uncle's whisper in his heart. He felt his heart tremble. It turned out that the third uncle's love, hatred and sorrow were so strong and lingering. Jun Moxie could hear the third uncle's undying love in this poem of 28 words. But he could also hear the other meaning of Jun Wui's words. Unforgettable grudges. Unforgettable you. Grudges were ranked before you. Grudges. Obviously, in Jun Wui's heart, the deaths of his 2 brothers and 2 nephews had always been a grudge. Even she couldn't get rid of it. Couldn't get rid of it. The biggest worry in his heart. I will remember it. Third uncle, don't worry. Jun Moxie had originally wanted to leak some secrets to make Jun Wui feel at ease. At most he would make up a big lie. He could say that his mysterious master had a friendship with Tianfa's Beast King. But he changed his mind after he heard the 2 layers of meaning. The desire to die in Jun Wui's heart was already deeply rooted in his heart. Even if he took his revenge in the future, he would still feel guilty towards his brothers and nephews. Even if he took his revenge and brought back Han Yenyao, Jun Wui was destined to never have any happiness in this life. He was destined to torture himself for the rest of his life. It was easy to get rid of the torture from others. But the torture from the bottom of his heart was impossible to get rid of. And he was getting more and more desperate. Whether it was Jianghu being crippled for the rest of his life, or being separated from his lover for the rest of his life, they might not even have the chance to meet again. There was also the huge pressure from his life and death feud. All of these pressured Jianghu to the point of suffocation. But it was only external pressure. It was far from being comparable to the guilt in his heart. Chapter 348. Perhaps it was predestined that even the heavens would take pity on a pitiful person like Jianghu. The southern heaven city was fraught with dangers and murderous intentions. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a narrow escape from death. In fact, Jianghu felt that he was doomed to die a long time ago. But all of this had been predestined to be a daunting experience without mishap under the mediation of Jianghu. Jianghu didn't even need to pay attention to the hidden arrows in the dark. He could guarantee his safe return. However, the third Master Jun was completely unaware of all this. He had participated in this decisive battle with the mentality of certain death. So, this experience of life and death would inevitably have a major change in his mentality if he were to escape from death after the battle. Perhaps this would be a turning point in his life. Perhaps this would be a turning point in his life. A person who had been reborn after death would naturally not have such a strong desire to die. In fact, he would feel as if he had repaid something in his heart. And he would feel reluctant to part with his life in the future. This was a subtle psychological phenomenon. Jianghu felt that his third uncle Jianghu needed the feeling of death. So he didn't say anything. In fact, he planned to provoke the third uncle with a few more words. About the grudge, does the third uncle have anything else to say? Jianghu asked. Since he had decided to send the third uncle to the cliff, he might as well add more fuel to the fire. He would let him vent his anger today. The more he vented, the more relaxed he would be after tomorrow. So, what if the cliff was high and dangerous? The most perfect safety measures had already been taken. The grudge, this is exactly what I wanted to say. Jianghu looked at him deeply and solemnly said, revenge must be taken. But, Wuxia, you must promise me one thing. The third uncle won't be able to rest in peace if I don't get this promise from your own mouth. What is it? Third uncle, please speak clearly. Jianghu asked. I know that your current strength has already far exceeded the scope of my imagination, but I still want you to promise me that before your strength has reached the level of a supreme being, before you have absolute confidence, don't even think about taking revenge. That would only doom the Jun family to eternal damnation. The burden of the Jun family rests on your shoulders. Don't disappoint me. Jianghu's eyebrows were knitted in deep pain and deep hatred. I also believe that you're resourceful, talented, and strong. The day of your revenge won't be far off. So, you must remember this when you're strong enough, Wuxia. Your third uncle, I want the Xiao family to be completely annihilated and consigned to eternal damnation. Jianghu clenched his teeth. His usually indifferent and affectionate face showed traces of malevolence for the first time. Jianghu had always followed the principle of the crime of one's wife and children shouldn't be punished. This was also his way of doing things. But today he had actually said something like, completely annihilated and consigned to eternal damnation. It was clear that his hatred for the Silver Blizzard City's Xiao family had already reached an extreme level. I will, third uncle. The Xiao family is already doomed to a tragedy. Just as you said, this day will not be too far away. Jianghu clenched his teeth and fiercely said. In the end, he added, third uncle, you can go in peace. Guan Qinghan heard this and immediately became unhappy. Her long and shapely eyebrows were raised on her tear-stained face. Jianghu, how can you say that, you bastard? What do you mean by rest in peace? Is that what you're saying? Even Dugu Xiaoi was unhappy. She pouted her small mouth as she looked at Jianghu. Her expression was very unfriendly. Jianghu raised his hands in surrender. He couldn't afford to provoke a woman who was deeply moved. Didn't I just create a tense atmosphere? It's not like I didn't prepare for a good thing. Who could be more concerned about the safety of the third uncle than I am? Jianghu chuckled and said, Qinghan, you're no longer the daughter-in-law of my Jun family. But, are you willing to be the daughter of my Jun family? Third uncle? Guan Qinghan raised her head in astonishment. Her heart was filled with grief. She had broken off her engagement with the Jun family. Her family would certainly sacrifice her in order to please the Shuehan manor if she were to return to the Guan family. She didn't know what to do in her heart. In fact, she would rather grow old alone in the Jun family than marry a scoundrel like Li Tingyun if she had the choice to make. She had heard Li Tingyun's malicious words from behind the curtain. So, her heart had been filled with disgust. It was an insult to look at such a scum. What's more, marrying him and accompanying him for a lifetime. Guan Qinghan understood as soon as she heard Jun Wui's words. Jun Wui didn't mean to stand idly by. Instead, he wanted to use a different method to protect her. She couldn't help but feel extremely moved in her heart. Qinghan, Jun Wui, will adopt you as my daughter if you're willing. I, Jun Wui, have no way forward. But, Qinghan, you'll be a legitimate member of the Jun family from now on. No one will be allowed to bully you. My Jun family will use blood to wash away any grievances you've suffered. Even the Guan family won't be able to do so. Jun Wui snorted coldly and resolutely said. Guan Qinghan's lips opened and closed. Her tender body trembled violently. But she didn't hesitate. She slowly knelt down and heavily kowtowed. Daughter Qinghan pays respect to Godfather. Good, good, good. Jun Wui was very happy. He shouted good 3 times. Then he took out a jade pendant and handed it over. Qinghan, this is Godfather's gift to you. It's also the symbol of our Jun family. Take this jade pendant. You must remember that you're not only the Guan family's daughter. You're also the Jun family's daughter. So, the Guan family will have to discuss your marriage with the Jun family from now on. Guan Qinghan took the jade pendant. She saw that the surface of the jade was smooth. The name Qinghan, my grandson, was engraved on it. It was written in Grandpa Jun's handwriting. It was obvious that this had been prepared a long time ago. And it wasn't something that could be taken out in a hurry. She couldn't help but be startled. She raised her head and looked at Jun Wui with a puzzled expression. This jade pendant was prepared by your grandfather a few years ago. Your grandfather had said that even if Qinghan doesn't become the Jun family's daughter-in-law, she's still the Jun family's daughter. Today I fulfilled this old man's wish. Jun Wui chuckled. Qinghan, we've seen your suffering. We won't let you waste your life like this. As long as there's a living person in the Jun family, we won't allow anyone to bully you. At this point, Jun Wui sighed deeply and said, I'm going to go today. I don't know if I'll be able to live the day after tomorrow. So there's nothing to say. Ever since you came to the Jun family, Wuxia, has been somewhat moved. In the past, he had always been restricted by the relationship between uncle and sister-in-law. But now that the world has been made aware of this, he doesn't have to worry about this anymore. He smiled bitterly but didn't continue. However, the meaning behind his words was clear to the 3 people present. The effect of this sentence was incomparable to the shock it brought to the 3 people present. So much so that the 3 people didn't notice that Jun Wui had secretly glanced at Dugu Xiaoyi after he had finished speaking. Wuxia, I've already given you some pointers on your path. But whether or not you'll be able to bring home the beauty in the end. Or perhaps you'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But it'll all depend on your own methods. I most likely won't be able to see it. I, third uncle, have lost face by saying these words today. So, I wouldn't have said these words if it weren't for the fact that there's no hope of survival tomorrow. Why would I say these words if it weren't for the fact that there's no hope of survival tomorrow? As an uncle matchmaking for my nephew, the woman is another nephew's woman, plus the adopted daughter that I've just recognized. It doesn't sound good no matter whether it's successful or not. This can be considered as the dead being respected. Jun Moxie looked at Jun Wui dumbfoundedly. My third uncle, Sai, you really know how to get benefits for your nephew. We're going to fight tomorrow, but you still have the mood to think about this tonight. I can't help but admire you. You're really convinced and admiring. This is too valiant. Guan Qinghan's whole body trembled when she heard this. Her pretty face seemed to be covered with rouge in an instant. Her blush went all the way to her neck. Her crystal white little earlobes also seemed to turn red and transparent. She shyly glanced at Jun Moxie, whose mouth was as big as a hippopotamus, and deeply lowered her head. As for Dugu Xiaoyi, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes were wide open, and her adorable face suddenly became deathly pale, without the slightest trace of blood. What? You call this a witness? Oh my God, I've been a witness for so long, but why do I feel that I've lost my lifelong happiness? What's going on? The little girl's heart suddenly swayed between gains and losses. She suddenly became nervous and anxious, and the way she looked at Guan Qinghan also changed. Why does this elder sister Guan, who has always been very amiable and congenial, look so ferocious and terrible at this moment? You actually want to steal my husband? No, everything can be discussed, but this is the only thing that can't be discussed. The little girl angrily rolled her eyes, and kept thinking of countermeasures in her heart. Originally, Dugu Xiaoyi was still a little happy in her heart, because only she knew how good Jun Moxie was among the little sisters. The others regarded Jun Moxie as a big pervert, a big hooligan, a big bully, a big debauchee, and a complete lecher. Dugu Xiaoyi had been very complacent in her heart. She had a kind of happy feeling of making a fortune in silence. Of course, she couldn't say this kind of thought out loud. What if everyone knew and came to snatch him? Elder brother Jun is mine, mine alone. Therefore, during this period of time, Dugu Xiaoyi had been extremely tender and sweet to Jun Moxie. She wanted to quickly occupy him for herself. Gold will always shine. If others find out, I won't be able to monopolize this big advantage. Only when the delicious food is in my mouth and chewed up, will I have the confidence that it will become mine. This sentence was said by my grandfather. Humph! Last time, Princess Raimu suddenly made a blood oath. Although the motive was a little special, it still startled Dugu Xiaoyi. Fortunately, Jun Moxie didn't seem to have any feelings for Princess Raimu. Fortunately, it was because of that matter that Dugu Xiaoyi made up her mind to follow Jun Moxie all the way to Tianan. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first gains the advantage. If Princess Raimu took it seriously, no matter what she thought, she would find His Majesty to decree the marriage. Then it would really be too late. Along the way, the little lass had deliberately flattered Guan Qinghan. She thought that with Guan Qinghan's help, she would have a higher chance of winning. However, she didn't expect that there would be a bolt from the blue today. According to the third uncle, he actually wanted to make Jun Moxie and Guan Qinghan a couple. The old hen directly became a duck, and the helper directly became a competitor. This was a typical case of going for wool and coming home shorn. She was too clever for her own good. How could this be? No. The more Dugu Xiaoyi thought about it, the angrier she became. She stuck out her small chest and roared with righteous indignation. Her voice was clear, crisp, fierce, and even a little fierce. It shook the tent and made it buzz. The other three were all startled by her and looked at her in astonishment. Dugu Xiaoyi didn't care about being shy. She rushed forward and hugged Jun Moxie's arm. She shouted as if she was declaring her sovereignty. He's mine. He's mine alone. You can't fight with me. Boo. As she spoke, she suddenly felt extremely wronged and burst into tears. Sobbing, she said, I've been eyeing him for a long time. How can you fight with me for him? He's mine, mine alone. I won't let anyone fight with me. Boo-hoo. Chapter 349. Dugu Xiaoyi's tone was like that of a little girl who had her sweets stolen, or like a child who had been staring at the fruits on the tree for half a year, waiting for the fruits to ripen. But when the fruits were about to ripen, two people came out of nowhere, looked at the fruits on the tree and talked about how to divide them, but ignored her. She actually ignored me. She was driven mad and felt wronged to the point of being indescribable. Jun Wui and the other two opened their eyes wide at the same time, and then burst out laughing almost at the same time. This girl's actions and expressions are too adorable. Jun Wui's heavy heart and Guan Qinghan's embarrassment and shyness were driven away without a trace by this one action of hers. Dugu Xiaoyi realized what she had done when she saw the three of them staring at her. She couldn't help but pout and angrily said, It's mine. She realized that she had lost her composure after she had finished speaking. She didn't have a clear engagement with Jun Moxie, so she didn't have any position to make irresponsible remarks. Moreover, the third Master Jun's request was tantamount to his dying wish. So, she shouldn't have caused such a disturbance. Not to mention, she was still acting as a notary at the moment, so she shouldn't have caused such a disturbance. Besides, how could these words be said by an unmarried young lady like her? Not to mention that she was the only daughter of the Dugu family. The little girl couldn't help but blush and quickly let go of Jun Moxie's hand. She bit her lips and stood there for a while in embarrassment, not knowing what to say to remedy the situation. The little girl didn't know what to say. Jun Wui, Guan Qinghan, and Jun Dashao also didn't know how to smooth things over. The three of them had been shocked by Dugu Xiaoyi's bold action, and hadn't recovered yet. The four of them stared at each other in a stalemate for a moment. Suddenly, the little lass let out a squeal, covered her burning hot face, turned around, and rushed out as if there was a dog chasing after her. They only heard a loud bang and didn't know what she had hit. Wuxia. Ah, your charm is not small. You haven't done anything yet, but you've already caused the Dugu family's precious daughter to fight for your affections. Jun Wui laughed heartily. Guan Qinghan's case hadn't been finalized yet. But how could he not understand that Dugu Xiaoyi was deeply in love with his nephew after witnessing this scene? So, she was completely at ease about his nephew's marriage. Moreover, the little girl's family background was of equal status. Moreover, the emperor would have to weigh the pros and cons if the Jun family and the Dugu family were to unite by marriage. So, even if the emperor wanted to target the Jun family, he would still have to weigh the pros and cons. And his nephew's good deed would come to an end. So, he would be able to smile in the underworld even if he were to die tomorrow. His only regret was that he wouldn't be able to drink his nephew's wedding wine. Jun Dashao was also in an extremely awkward situation. He opened his mouth several times but couldn't say a single word. He didn't know when he had become this little girl's personal property. So he spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders. His face seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. He struggled to speak after a long while. "It's not my fault that I'm too handsome. Is this a crime?" Guan Qinghan's face turned cold as she snorted. But she didn't say anything. Then her face turned red again after a long while. And it became as bright as the rosy clouds of the morning. Jun Wui smiled in a pleased manner. But he felt that what he had said a moment ago wasn't befitting of his status as an elder. Moreover, this matter had involved his recently adopted daughter. So he smiled bitterly in embarrassment. Then he waved his hand and said, "You can withdraw. I want some time to think about tomorrow's battle." Jun Moxie and Guan Qinghan looked at each other. Then they withdrew at the same time. Jun Moxie wanted to say a few words to Guan Qinghan. But the moment he got out of the tent, Guan Qinghan disappeared with a swoosh. Her expression was one of panic, fear and shyness. Jun Dashao heaved a long sigh. He faced the clear sky and the bright moon. Then he put on a self-admiring and infuriating posture. Then he murmured coquettishly, "I'm a man who can cause the downfall of a nation. My body is as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Beautiful women blush when they see me. Beautiful women elope when they see me." Then he swayed as he walked back to his tent in a self-indulgent manner. Inside the tent, Jun Wui flicked his sleeves. All the lights in the tent were extinguished. It was pitch black in an instant. After a while, the gentle moonlight shone into the tent. The candles that had just been extinguished were still emitting faint green smoke. The smoke rose and dissipated. Jun Wui's green-robed figure was hidden in the darkness. He didn't move anymore. Outside the tent, the three Dongfang brothers stood motionless with their hands on their swords. They didn't make a single sound. In fact, they were quietly accompanying their old brother. Tonight might be the last night of Jun Wui's third brother's life in this world. Brothers of flesh and blood were separated by the netherworld. But a hero shouldn't be lonely even if he's at the end of his road. "Will accompany you?" Guan Qinghan stood not too far from Jun Wui's tent. Tears silently flowed down her pretty face. But she didn't move. She didn't dare to make a single sound. "Third uncle, godfather, you won't be lonely tonight. Let your daughter accompany godfather for the first night. Perhaps it'll be his last night." The surroundings were quiet. Countless burly men from the Tianxiang military camp were fully armed. They looked like tall and straight wooden stakes as they stood outside the tents in a neat formation. The fervent eyes of the men were filled with sincere emotions. They did not move at all and even deliberately suppressed their breathing to the lowest possible level. "We'll be throwing away our lives if we go to war. But the marshal has chosen to sacrifice himself. Tomorrow the marshal will go to war. Tonight let us accompany you. Marshal, you shouldn't be lonely. A hero shouldn't be lonely." The blood general was the idol of the army. This illustrious name would eventually be engraved in the hearts of Tianxiang soldiers. Just like his elder brother, the white general Jun Wu Hui. He would become a monument. He would become the legend of blood. The moonlight slowly rose into the sky. The clear blue sky shone brightly and illuminated the mountains and rivers of the southern heaven city. However, he had no idea how many men's blood would be spilled on this vast land that had once been bathed in the gentle light of the war tomorrow. A faint silhouette rushed out of the tent. It seemed as if it had melted into the air and disappeared into nothingness. Only the three Dongfang swords, whose cultivation had already reached the spirit Xian realm, felt as if something had moved above their heads. However, they looked at each other in astonishment, and didn't discover anything. Jun Wui had vaguely sensed something in the tent. But he didn't care. In fact, he didn't care. It wouldn't be a big deal even if a top-notch assassin were to assassinate him. After all, he was going to step on the road to the Yellow Springs tomorrow. So, what harm was there in dying a little earlier? Therefore he really didn't care about anything. As for the others, they didn't even seem to be aware of this trace. Jun Moxie had finally dealt with the last candidate, Bailey Luo Yun. So he came back with a small bottle in his hand. "I hope that this small bottle is useful. If it's useless, then I'll have to personally go to the battlefield and turn the tide." However, if those fellows who hoped for third uncle's death were to see third uncle return safe and sound, wouldn't that be a wonderful and pleasant surprise? The bright moon was setting in the west and Dongfang was gradually getting brighter. Dawn always comes after darkness. In the tent, Junwui slowly stood up. He took 2 steps and then hesitated for a moment. But he eventually decided to sit in his wheelchair. His legs had long since healed, and even his martial arts that had been neglected for 10 years had been restored. But if he were to reveal it now, it would be hard to say whether the emperor, who was bent on finding trouble with the aristocratic families, would accuse the Jun family of deceiving the emperor. If that were to happen, then even if he knew in the underworld he would not be able to rest in peace. His legs wouldn't change even if he were to face the siege of countless high-level Shen beasts. I'm going to die anyway. So why should I add a groundless accusation to my family? Junwui slowly turned his wheelchair. Then he waved his right hand and the sword on the wall flew into his hand. Then he quietly opened the door. He had just stepped out of the tent when he was startled by what he saw. The third Master Jun had always been calm and collected. But he had still been startled. What kind of terrifying scene was this? Dongfang's 3 swords were standing outside the door. They saw him come out. Dongfang Wenqing smiled faintly. Then she quickly walked behind Junwui and pushed his wheelchair. There was a sea of people on both sides of the tent. More than 20,000 soldiers were lined up neatly. They looked at him without saying a word. Everyone's eyes were somewhat red. Junwui's eyes were also somewhat red. He took a deep breath and said, "What are you all doing here? Everyone should disperse. It's not like we're going to be separated by life and death. Is there a need to be like this?" No one moved. How is it not a separation by life and death? Everyone knows what's going on. Junwui remained silent for a while. He looked at the familiar faces around him with a complicated look in his eyes. A long time passed. Then his eyes gradually became firm. He gently raised his right hand and shouted, "Today's combatants step forward." 300 soldiers neatly stepped forward as soon as the order was issued. A few of them hesitated for a moment. But they still stood in line without any hesitation. They formed a phalanx behind Junwui. Dongfang Wenqing pushed his wheelchair and slowly walked out. 300 people followed behind him and it looked like he was about to leave. Suddenly a shout was heard. "Wait!" It was Jun Moxie. His face was solemn. He waved his hand and said, "How can we not have wine to send off the heroes of Tianxiang? Bring out the wine. Only the best wine is worthy of our Tianxiang's warriors. Wuxia wishes that all of you will return triumphantly." Behind him, some people immediately rushed out with wine jars. Others carried large bowls and filled them to the brim. There was a faint apologetic look in Jun Moxie's eyes. Perhaps he had some conflicts with these people in the past. But they stood up resolutely today. Even though they knew that they were going to die, they still walked forward proudly. Not a single one of them retreated. Just this point alone was enough to earn Jun Moxie's respect. It didn't matter if they were good or bad in the past. To be able to face death without batting an eyelid was a hero. A real man. There's no such thing as good or bad among heroes. But I'm sorry. I could have saved you. Saving you would have been as easy as lifting a finger. But I can't. People can't die in a war. And this is even more true in a war that's certain to be lost. For the sake of the third uncle and the Jun family, I can't save you. Chapter 350. Jun Moxie raised his bowl of wine, closed his eyes and drained it in one gulp. He suddenly thought of a poem and couldn't help but shout, "So what if your head is chopped off today? A life full of hardships and hundreds of battles. I'll go to Quantai to recruit the old troops, and with 100,000 flags, I'll behead the king of hell." Bang! The bowl of wine in his hand fell to the ground, and Jun Moxie stood upright on the back of a horse and loudly said, "Everyone, there's no need to say any more superfluous words at this moment. From now on, the Jun family will take care of all 300 of your families. Whether it's birth, old age, sickness, death, weddings, funerals, as long as the Jun family exists in this world and I, Jun Moxie, will not let them suffer even the slightest grievance. Thank you, third young master. We will repay the Jun family's kindness in our next life." The faces of the 300 men were filled with gratitude at the same time. The reason why they had accepted this decisive battle was because they were moved by Junwui's heroic spirit, and also because this was the military law. If they didn't want to fight, then their heads would fall on the ground and their parents, brothers, wives and children would be tarnished as cowards, and it would be difficult for them to raise their heads again. No matter how difficult it would be, they wouldn't be able to refuse. But people are always afraid of death. Since ancient times, Any great hero, and great swordsman could die without any regrets, but they didn't really want to die. These soldiers were the same. But now that they heard Jun Moxi's solemn promise, they couldn't help but feel that a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. They knew that this was a decisive battle, but their families didn't say anything. Instead, it was the people they didn't like who gave them the most reassuring promise. Men, what is the purpose of a man's life? What is the purpose of a hard life? What is the purpose of a blood-soaked battle? In the end, it's nothing more than parents, wives and children, especially when they're on the verge of death. Glory, splendor, wealth and money are all thrown to the back of their minds. The only thing that makes them feel uneasy is their families. And right now Jun and Wuxia had already made the most solemn promise. Although they didn't know that Jun Moxi had made such a decision because of the guilt in his heart, they were relieved no matter what the reason was. Die in peace. 300 people knelt down on one knee at the same time, raised their wine bowls and drained the wine in one gulp. Then they looked deeply at Jun Moxi, stood up one by one, and walked out with their heads held high without looking back. This time I'm going to Quantai to recruit my old troops. With 100,000 banners, I'll behead the king of hell. Jun Wui laughed and said, "Good poem. There are indeed countless good brothers of mine there. Let's go." At this moment, the 20,000 armored cavalrymen on both sides dismounted at the same time and knelt on the ground, saying in unison, "Farewell, Marshal. May the Marshal return victorious and victorious." Jun Wui's body stiffened as he heard the words "return victorious and victorious." But he didn't turn his head. Dongfang Wenqing and his two brothers stood straight like spears as they pushed Jun Wui forward steadily. A faint whimpering sound was heard from behind. The 20,000 soldiers were crawling on the ground. Banners were fluttering on the top of the southern heaven city's walls. 4,000 soldiers had already lined up in front of the city's gates. Jun Wui was seated in a wheelchair. His face was calm as he stood at the forefront of the formation. No matter if he lived or died at this moment, he'd already disregarded life and death. Xiao Han and the others were also in the formation. They looked at Jun Wui with a complacent expression, as if their scheme had succeeded. They had already predicted that this thorn in their side wouldn't be able to escape today. They had finally used the most proper method. They didn't need to do anything, but they had forced him into a dead end. Not far away, Li Ju Tian, Solitary Eagle, Lei Wu Bei, Xianxia, and Feng Wanyun were standing at a high place. They were looking at the battle from afar. Li Tingyun and the other families were standing behind them, watching the battle from the sidelines. Everyone had a different expression on their faces. It was obvious that they were thinking about something. What are our chances of winning today's battle? Feng Wanyun was dressed in black robes, had black hair and had a black sword. He stood like a javelin as he looked at Jun Wui in the distance. His heart was filled with regret. Such a good general and a good man is about to lose his life in front of me. But I can't help him. I don't even have a chance of winning. Solitary Eagle's face was gloomy. There was a faint anger in his eyes. It was obvious that he was on the verge of exploding. The way he looked at Li Ju Tian had long since lost the respect and admiration in his eyes. It was obvious that he was extremely dissatisfied with today's matter. On this matter, Solitary Falcon and Feng Wanyun, the two of them who had been enemies for half their lives, actually had the same opinion. Xianxiao's face was also filled with an unhappy expression. Lei Wu Bei's face was expressionless. Li Ju Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked calm on the surface, but his bones were brimming with arrogance. Li Ju Tian had always been tyrannical. Other people's opinions didn't matter. I don't care if I do things honorably or dishonorably. I'll beat whoever doesn't obey me. So what if you're a great master? I'll teach you a lesson if you dare to open your mouth. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. Feng Wanyun sighed. Feng Wanyun suddenly had an indescribable feeling of disgust towards the great master position that he had been pursuing all this time. Li Ju Tian's actions didn't resemble the bearing of the world's second most powerful great master. He was arrogant, overbearing and overbearing. There wasn't a single redeeming quality about him apart from his extraordinary skills. In fact, there was nothing good about him. Feng Wanyun couldn't bear to see the Shuehan Manor and the Silver Blizzard City joining hands. How could they settle their personal grudges at such a critical time? It was important to know that this battle was related to the future of the Tianfa forest and the Shen experts of the continent. Where was their conscience? They had schemed to kill their own high-ranking military officers? Where was their morality? Moreover, the humans would be defeated if the Shen beasts were to fight. Li Ju Tian and the Silver Blizzard City would be able to retreat unscathed. However, the Xian beasts would take advantage of the situation to invade the mainland. And the lives of millions of civilians would be in danger. Li Ju Tian, the great masters, and Xianxia wouldn't be able to see it. The Silver Blizzard City was located at the peak of a snowy mountain, and was far away from the mortal world. But could they stay away from the world forever? Although Feng Wanyun was a lone swordsman, he was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He was warm-hearted and had a chivalrous heart. He couldn't stand these kinds of conspiracies. Moreover, he was using his strength to bully the weak. He was using the most despicable and shameless plot to deal with a respectable hero. So, what if he was a great master with such a temperament? If they failed, it would lead to a great calamity for thousands of li of the southern border. Could it be that they would be able to escape this eternal infamy? Would he be able to bear the burden of a great master? Don't tell me that we don't have a chance of winning this battle? Only 4,000 people are going to fight, or are they going to die? What exactly are we here for? Are we here to watch a show? Feng Wanyun sneered and said in a loud voice, "This Feng has come from afar to help the people of Tianfa. I'm doing my part for the common people of the world. I'm not here to be a lackey for the Shuehan manor. Why aren't you letting me fight? Why are you letting a few Tianshan Earth Shan experts go?" He was a proud and arrogant man. He had already endured today's matter. But he couldn't bear it any longer since the battle was imminent. So, he had to say it out loud even if the emperor was present. "I'm afraid that you, Feng Wanyun, don't have the right to speak here. And my Shuehan manor doesn't need a high-level henchman like you." Li Ju Tian clasped his hands behind his back. He didn't turn his head as he spoke in a faint voice, "Brother Feng, you may leave if you find this unpleasing to the eye. Of course, if you think that I'm in the wrong and want to teach me a thing or two, then I'll welcome you with open arms. I'm aware that I don't have the ability to teach Great Master Ju Tian." Feng Wanyun Lengling replied, "It's not that I don't want to teach you a thing or two. What she was implying was, I would have beaten you to a pulp if I could. Feng Wanyun, I respect you as a senior. But don't push your luck. Who do you think you are? What do you think this place is? You dare to be rude to my father? You've got guts." Li Tingyun shouted from behind. Feng Wanyun's complexion turned ice cold. Bang! Li Tingyun somersaulted and his face swelled up. "You're the one who's being impudent, you bastard. Do you think you can call out Feng Wanyun's name?" Two figures flashed in quick succession. It was the solitary falcon. Among everyone present, only the solitary falcon's speed was faster than Feng Wanyun's. He saw Feng Wanyun's hand move downwards and knew that something was wrong. So he rushed to slap Li Tingyun. Feng Wanyun's hand was on the hilt of his sword the moment Li Tingyun slapped Li Tingyun. Who was Feng Wanyun? How could a youngster like Li Tingyun insult him? This youngster was the son of the second great master. But he was nothing more than an ant in Feng Wanyun's eyes. Jun Moxie would have used an ancient poem to describe Feng Wanyun, 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles unstoppable. No one in the world would have been able to save Li Tingyun if Feng Wanyun's hand had been on the hilt of his sword before Solitary Eagle had moved. Even Li Ju Tian wouldn't have been able to save him. Feng Wanyun was a top-notch expert on the same level as the 8 great masters. So he didn't need a second sword to deal with Li Tingyun. The solitary falcon had taught Li Tingyun a lesson. He had saved Li Tingyun's life, but he had also saved Feng Wanyun. After all, Feng Wanyun would have been hunted down by Li Ju Tian if he had killed Li Tingyun. And Feng Wanyun would have been finished if that had happened. It wasn't worth risking the life of Feng Wanyun for the sake of a good-for-nothing bastard like Li Tingyun. Solitary Falcon had been fighting with Feng Wanyun for the past few decades, and they had developed a deep appreciation for each other. Although the two of them would fight whenever they met, but in their hearts, they had already become good friends. So he naturally wanted to help Feng Wanyun resolve this crisis. Chapter 351. Feng Wanyun's ice-cold eyes glared at Solitary Eagle. Then he turned to Li Tingyun who was lying on the ground. His voice was as cold as ice. "Li Tingyun, you must understand that you can't provoke just anyone. I, Feng Wanyun, don't care if the person I want to kill is a relative of the emperor or the son of a great master. You're very lucky. I may not give face to your father, but I can't ignore the kindness of the 2 great masters. Fierce Gale Sword God, you're very awe-inspiring." Li Ju Tian finally turned around. Lengling looked at Feng Wanyun with an undisguised murderous look in her eyes. Xianxia and Lei Wu Bei stepped forward to mediate. The enemy was right in front of them. Why couldn't there be internal strife at this critical juncture? Feng Wanyun didn't show any weakness as he held his sword. A long while passed before a cold smile appeared on his face. He slowly shook his head and said, "It seems that I shouldn't have come today." Then he suddenly turned around and said, "Everyone, this phone will take his leave." His figure flew high into the sky as he said this. He then shouted in a stern voice, "Junwui, I will drink with you if you don't die today. I, Feng Wanyun, have seen you in danger today, but I am powerless to do anything. I will repay the Jun family in the future. Farewell." His voice hadn't even faded when his body made a turn in the air. Then a brilliant ray of sword light shot out. Feng Wanyun's body followed that ray of light, and disappeared into the distance like a meteor. His sneer remained in the sky. The Silver Blizzard City and the Xuehan Manor are very famous, but they're nothing more than mediocre. Ah! His voice echoed in the valley. Mediocre, mediocre, mediocre. Jun Wu-yi, who was at the front of the battle formation, was startled. He looked at the brilliant sword light in the sky, and a trace of warmth appeared on his cold face. "Thank you very much," Jun Wu-yi softly said. It seemed as if he was speaking to himself. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. There's still justice in this world. There's still a lovely world. Li Ju Tian's face turned ashen in an instant. He looked at his son's swollen face and saw blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He abruptly raised his head and looked at Solitary Eagle and Xianxia. He saw that both of them had displeased looks on their faces, so he angrily asked, "May I ask the two supreme martial artists, do you also think that this old man's behavior is very inappropriate? Do you think that the things you've planned are all very reasonable, righteous and awe-inspiring?" Solitary Eagle rolled his eyes and became angry. "Li Ju Tian, you're the second great master. But you're distorting the truth? So what if I distort the truth? Who in the world dares to say that I'm wrong?" A sharp light flashed in Li Ju Tian's eyes as he looked at Solitary Eagle. "Solitary Eagle, don't you forget that this old man only has one son. Even if I have to become the enemy of the world, I will definitely fulfill my son's request." "Ah, great master Li Ju Tian, why didn't you show your heroic spirit when you faced the Venerable Mei yesterday? I've heard that your precious son is the root cause of this disturbance. Do you dare to deny it? So what if you only have one son? This old man will slap him until he rolls on the ground. What's wrong? Is your heart aching? By the way, this old man's slap has saved your Li family's life. So, why don't you hurry up and thank this old man since you care so much about it?" Solitary Eagle's temper flared up. He didn't care about anything else. He raised his neck, and slanted his eyes as he taunted the second great master. He knew that he wasn't Li Ju Tian's match, but he didn't cower. He pointed at Jun Wu-yi and turned his head to speak. "Li Ju Tian, your son is your son. But what about other people's sons? Are they born from stones? Li Ju Tian, those 4,000 people who have come to their deaths are also raised by their fathers and mothers. They will turn into bones when they die. And your son will stink when he dies. Do you think your son is pampered?" The cold-blooded great master Lei Wu Bei's face was cold as he stood up and said, "What's the point of arguing about these trivial matters at this point? You're making a fool of yourself. Those who deserve to die will die. And those who don't deserve to die will live after today. Do you think that you can let those who don't deserve to die live by having an internal strife? This old man has 11 disciples. And 8 of them have died inexplicably. And we still don't know who the murderer is. Shouldn't I fight with you if I do as you say?" Xianxia also suppressed his anger and stepped forward to smooth things over. Li Ju Tian didn't care. But Xianxia was a great master of his country. He had come to this place on his own initiative for the well-being of his people. Xianxia had never considered himself a good person. But he had a strong sense of the overall situation. He had helped the Xuehan Manor a lot ever since he had arrived. And Li Ju Tian's words were very hurtful. However, this wasn't the right time for an internal strife. Solitary Eagle was also vexed. "Damn it. I've done this for Feng Wanyun. But I've still saved your son's life. And you're not even thanking me for setting up a memorial tablet for me. But you're venting your anger on me instead. What kind of logic is this? Do you think that I deserve to be bullied because I'm ranked last? Believe it or not, I'll kill your son. I admit that you're stronger than me. But you're like a snail. Can you even catch me if you want to kill me?" The weaker spirit Shen experts, like Xiao Buyu and the others, also stepped forward to mediate. Eventually, the 4 great masters snorted, and turned their heads away one after another. Solitary Eagle was extremely anxious in his heart. He had learned from Jun Moxie that Li Tingyun was the root cause of this matter. But he couldn't understand why Jun Moxie hadn't allowed him to stop Jun Wui from fighting. Moreover, he didn't know where Jun Moxie had gotten his confidence from. His heart was in a mess. He would look around from time to time in search of Jun Moxie's traces. Solitary Eagle hadn't participated in this matter. But he had received Jun Moxie's warning in advance. However, Jun Dashao had already flown away. So nobody knew where he had gone. Suddenly, a black cloud rose from the direction of the Tianfa forest in the distance. And it was moving forward at a rapid speed. These were countless flying shen beasts. Dust and smoke rose from the ground. Then a thunderous sound rolled over. It could be heard from the sound that it was impossible to tell how many shen beasts were running at the same time in order to create such a huge and earth-shattering sound. There was a subtle fluctuation in the air. Then, a power that was comparable to the speed of sound came out to meet the sound. It was Jun Moxie who was using his meteor-like escape technique. A somewhat hoarse voice pierced through the air from afar. "Li Ju Tian, are you ready on your side?" A small black dot in the sky rapidly grew bigger as this voice echoed. A mysterious person shrouded in a black robe flew over like a meteor from afar. Then he suddenly came to a screeching halt when he was about 100 feet away from everyone. He then stopped in midair. This precise control of his movements was enough to make everyone slap the table and exclaim in admiration. But this person had suddenly stopped in midair? The amount of Xianxia needed to accomplish this was even more shocking. Venerable Mei. Li Ju Tian cupped his hands and saluted along with the other three great masters. "I trust you've been well since we last met." Respect for the true pinnacle powerhouses was an inevitable principle in any world. However, Li Ju Tian hadn't expected that his words would provoke such an unexpected reaction. In fact, it was as if a volcano had been set off. The phrase, "I trust you've been well since we last met," wasn't an exaggeration. But the problem was that Li Ju Tian's question wasn't an issue. But the Venerable Mei himself had said, "I trust you've been well since we last met." Venerable Mei's cultivation was very high. But his body trembled when he heard the phrase, "I trust you've been well since we last met." In fact, he nearly fell from the sky. He managed to stabilize his body in time. But he still fell by more than 10 feet. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Li Ju Tian, don't you have anything else to say? We just talked 3 days ago. What do you mean by, 'I trust you've been well since we last met'? I think you don't have a brain. Or there's mold in your brain. Or is your brain stuffed with tofu dregs? Has your brain gone stupid from practicing martial arts? You're a bastard. You old bastard. Why don't you go and die?" This peerless expert had casually greeted him, and had started to curse like a shrew in the street. It was truly incomprehensible to the extreme. Li Ju Tian was furious and depressed. "Damn it. I've asked you if you've been well since we last met. Is that a crime? Damn it. You're simply unreasonable. You're reacting as if you've been stabbed in the ass. Is this necessary? I'm the second great master. But you don't even know how to leave me some face. You've shredded all pretense of cordiality. What's the difference between this and a shrew's behavior? Venerable? Bullshit venerable. How could someone of Li Ju Tian's status be willing to be humiliated?" His complexion couldn't help but turn cold. "Venerable Mei seems to be very angry today. Don't tell me that you've been disrespectful? You bastard Li Ju Tian. Are you talking to this venerable one? Don't you have any respect for your superiors?" Venerable Mei became like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He jumped up and his voice became exceptionally sharp. Jun Wuxia wasn't a person without self-restraint. However, Li Ju Tian was out of luck that day. That was because Venerable Mei had taken every word that he had asked to Li Ju Tian's ears. Therefore, Venerable Mei had taken his words to mean something else. This was the greatest shame and humiliation that the Venerable Mei had ever experienced in his life. There was a poem that said, "Even the waters of 3 rivers and 5 lakes can't wash away the shame of that day." Venerable Mei's heart nearly burst with anger as he recalled the embarrassing events of that day. His blood nearly flowed into his brain. His hair stood up in anger and he looked up to the sky and roared. "Such an outrageous, despicable, shameless, vile and despicable thing has been done to me. I haven't even dared to make a sound. And I've been... Does Li Ju Tian know something? If it wasn't just 3 days ago, why did he feel that his attitude was somewhat different? He's obviously teasing me. This is obviously Venerable Mei's own psychological problem. What does Li Ju Tian know about what has happened to him? He's simply confused." However, Venerable Mei looked at Li Ju Tian with an unfriendly expression as he thought about this. His murderous aura grew more and more ferocious as he gnashed his teeth. "Do you think I'm someone who can be teased? This is Li Ju Tian's bad luck. Li Tian's current injustice was comparable to that of Marshal Yu's storm pavilion. In fact, it was even more excessive. Moreover, he hadn't been accused of any groundless crime. Instead, he had been slapped with a huge crime. Li Tian would have died at the hands of Venerable Mei. And it would have snowed in June. Even the heavens would have shed tears of sympathy. This is too unfair. Chapter 352. The Lord of Tianfa was raging outside. Bear Mountain's face was ferocious. He was eager to go out and fight. He was leading his shen beasts and was howling as he walked out. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, "Old Bear, will you fight the first battle today?" Big Bear was stunned. This feeling was as if someone was walking beside him, and the two of them were talking as they walked, right beside his ear. However, he couldn't see a single person. In fact, he felt the same as Bear Mountain. Jun Moxie was by his side and was accompanying him. But he couldn't see him, that's all. However, Bear Mountain's mouth drew back and he almost laughed out loud. That's because he had recognized who had spoken. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. An expert is indeed an expert. Just look at his remarkable methods. How many people in this world can use them? He respectfully replied, "Yes. I, the Tiger King and the Lion King, will lead the Lion, Tiger, and Bear Shen beasts to battle the Tianfa Shen experts." "Well, I've sprinkled the medicinal powder you gave me on the heads of 5 people, Jun Moxie chuckled and said, "Pay attention later. Don't mistake them for someone else." Of course. Bear Mountain felt that this senior was a bit long-winded today. Isn't that obvious? How can we mistake them for someone else? However, he didn't know that Jun Moxie was a bit nervous that day. So he was naturally a bit long-winded. Big Bear felt a cool sensation on his shoulder at this moment. Then, a stream of pure spirit energy entered his body and started to circulate throughout his body. His entire body felt refreshed as a result. The meridians that had been injured by Li Tian's elusive heart sword art had been healed. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He then said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior." His injuries were not light, but after being treated by the #1 mystical beast king, he was almost completely healed. Now that Jun Moxie's spiritual energy had arrived, it was just the right medicine for the illness, and he was completely healed. Moreover, Bear Mountain had just taken a panacea that could increase his cultivation by 10 years, so his cultivation had improved a lot. At this moment, he felt his shoulder lighten as if he had lost something. A voice said, "However, the situation of those 5 people in today's battle is not good. Not only from your side but even from within the alliance, there are many people who are planning to launch sneak attacks. I will entrust this to you. We must not let them suffer even the slightest injury." "Don't worry, Senior. Old Bear also can't stand this kind of thing. Leave everything to me." Bear Mountain vigorously patted his chest and took charge of everything. "That's good. I'm relieved. Yes, there's no need to show mercy to others. Especially those from the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuihan Manor. Get rid of them if you can." Jun Moxie chuckled twice and said, "I'm leaving." Bear Mountain looked around in a daze, but there was nothing around him. He would have thought that he was dreaming if his internal injuries hadn't been healed. Jun Moxie used his horizontal escape technique to find Long Crane, and exhorted him again. Then he returned with a satisfied look on his face. It should be, everything is settled. Jun Moxie had gained a lot over the past 2 days. But he had also been extremely sullen. Li Tian had shielded his son, and had brazenly framed Jun Wui. The Silver Blizzard City had added fuel to the fire, and the major clans had become submissive. This had made Jun Moxie extremely angry. "My third uncle would have been unable to escape death if I hadn't had a backup plan. Moreover, I've come to assist the Shuihan Manor. This matter can't be called despicable. In fact, it should be called obscene. Extremely obscene. But don't blame me for being unjust since you're so heartless. I have a powerful assistant like Tianfa Forest. If I don't make a good plan, then you'll end up losing the rice used to lure the chicken. Wouldn't that make the Jun family look easy to bully? Li Tian and Li Tingyun, I'll also prepare a big gift for you and your son. I'll guarantee that you'll wish you were dead." Xianxia saw that Venerable Mei and Li Tian were furious. So, he hastily stepped forward and smiled. "Venerable Mei seems to be in a bad mood today. Why don't you take a break for now? We'll talk again later." This master of life and death could also tell that Venerable Mei had just experienced some unforeseen event. Her head was filled with anger and her words and actions today were really too much. Even if Li Tian doesn't have the status of the second great master, you still can't scold him as if he's your son. A man needs face and a tree needs its bark. You can't bully people like that even if you're the strongest person in the world. Great Master Li's face had turned pale with anger. In fact, he was almost unable to breathe. However, this matter was too dramatic. Li Jutian had relied on his superior Xianxia to teach Solitary Falcon Feng Wanyun, and the others a lesson in a domineering manner. Now, someone was still acting domineering, but the one being taught a lesson was Li Jutian himself. The Solitary Falcon listened with a smile on his face and felt very happy. Damn it. It said that the river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. But it doesn't seem to be accurate. Look at what happened today. How could it take 30 years? 3 blinks of an eye was enough. How delightful. Not in a good mood. Humph. Venerable Mei snorted as he listened to Xianxiao's words. Then he suddenly pointed his finger at Li Jutian and spoke in a stern voice. Who said that I'm not in a good mood? This old bastard is courting death. This 3-legged plaything dares to call himself the second great master? He's shameless to the extreme. He's pitiful and ridiculous. He has the expression of a bastard who deserves a beating, and his entire body is like a tortoise. Who the hell is this? He dares to strut around in front of me? Call your master's wife over and ask them if they dare. Li Jutian was furious. He looked up to the sky and roared. His murderous aura soared, and his robes fluttered even though there was no wind. He was extremely humiliated and had finally broken out. His face contorted with anger as he roared, Venerable Mei, I respect you as the great master of Tianfe. So, I wanted to settle this matter peacefully. But you've humiliated me again and again. Do you think that I, Li Jutian, am afraid of you? Even if he was made of clay, he would still have some anger, let alone the second most famous supreme being in the world. Li Jutian wouldn't have the face to continue living in this world if he didn't get back at him for being cursed at like this. Second great master? Eat my fart. Do you expect me to say that it smells good when someone rides on my neck and defecates? Venerable Mei snorted contemptuously and said, This great master is clearly humiliating you. What can you do about it? What do you dare to do? His figure flashed. No one could stop him in time. In fact, no one could stop him. Shi Changshao, Lei Wu Bei, Solitary Eagle, and the others were watching the show from the sidelines. So how could they stop him? Li Jutian's body pounced forward like a storm. He unleashed his self-created 13 swords of Jutian, in a fit of rage. A cold sword suddenly appeared and a strong wind blew. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but feel the sharp aura of the sword rushing towards them. Everyone's clothes fluttered in the wind, and their faces felt a faint pain. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. Li Jutian's feet had left a deep trench in the ground, and dust was flying everywhere. Venerable Mei softly shouted from midair, Come at me! His wide black cloak swirled in the wind, and transformed into a mass of thick black fog. It seemed as if he was trying to swallow the entire world. He didn't try to evade and instead went forward to meet Li Jutian's attack with a loud rumble. The battle between the two sides hadn't even begun yet. But the leaders of both sides had already started to fight. Moreover, the situation was very intense. Li Jutian's heart was filled with rage, grief, and humiliation. Venerable Mei's pain was indescribable. He was filled with monstrous shame, and he was in a predicament where he couldn't live under the same sky. In the span of 3 moves, both of them had unleashed their strongest abilities, and they had even used their most deadly moves. Moreover, it wasn't just once. The location of the decisive battle was a small basin between 2 mountains. The distance between the 2 mountains was at least 5 kilometers. However, when the 2 of them exchanged blows, they were like primordial demon gods riding on the clouds and mist, twisting and turning between the clouds and mist. Every movement was so fast that it was too much for one's eyes to follow. They fought from one side to the other like lightning, and then from the other side, one chasing the other back. The explosion in midair was like that of a mad god on a hot summer day. Thunderbolts continued to fall down. Finally, a loud explosion resounded in the middle of the sky. A black silhouette shot up several dozen meters into the sky like a rocket. Then, another silhouette fell down like a meteor towards the place where Solitary Eagle and the others were. The person who fell down was Li Jutian. He had been struck down from the sky by Venerable Mei's ferocious and earth-shattering offensive. No one had seen it. But he was well aware that his shoulders, chest, and abdomen had received 3 palm strikes in that last collision. And they had received 3 solid palm strikes. Great Master Li Jutian had intended to support himself with all his might. He wanted to maintain his figure, and at least not be in a difficult situation. But he had fallen too fiercely. So he had no room to control his fall. He crashed on the ground and created a huge crater. He didn't fall, but he staggered backwards. It seemed as if a giant was trying to break open a mountain. He had created a deep trench in the rocky ground under his feet. Venerable Mei's deadly pursuit hadn't stopped yet. A long and sharp whistling sound was heard in midair as a black silhouette pierced through the sky. Its speed was so fast that even its black robe had been torn to shreds by the rapid descent. In fact, a faint green smoke was curling around the edges of the black robe. Just by relying on his own speed, he had almost set the black robe on fire. A white and smooth jade-like hand stretched out of the black robe for the first time. It was delicate and lovely. It seemed as if it had been carved out of white jade. However, this infinitely beautiful and delicate hand carried an infinitely frightening murderous intention. It fell mercilessly towards Li Tian. Li Tian screamed wildly. He gathered the remaining strength of his body and launched a desperate counterattack. Xianxia, Lei Wu Bei, and Solitary Eagle had discovered Li Tian's crisis at the same time. They loathed this man, but they knew that Li Tian couldn't die in this situation. They would lose their greatest support if Li Tian were to die. And Venerable Mei had gone berserk today. So, it was likely that no one would be able to survive this. The three of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. They leapt forward at the same time and attacked with all their strength. Meanwhile, the 2nd, 5th, and 8th elders of the Silver Blizzard City had also caught up. The 7 great experts had joined forces to resist this tyrannical and deadly blow. Venerable Mei roared in the air. He then shouted coldly, "Come at me." He didn't even try to dodge. In fact, it was obvious that he had increased his strength by a few points. Bang 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 bang. A series of sounds of violent collisions were heard. Then a slender black silhouette rose into the sky. It flashed and returned to the sky above the Tianfa forest. Then it slowly descended and landed on the top of a towering tree. It was as thick as a finger and stood facing the wind. Several muffled groans were heard at the same time. Xiao Buyu and the other 2 were the last to arrive. But they were the first to fall. The 3 of them were like 3 rubber balls as they tumbled back up the mountain. The solitary falcon's body soared several meters into the air like an eagle spreading its wings. But then he suddenly felt like he was about to fall down. He hastily steadied himself and then floated back like a lightning bolt. In fact, he wasn't in such a difficult situation. Lei Wu Bei's face turned red. He spun as he retreated. He hadn't even stopped spinning when he jumped away from the core of the mountain. Xianxia's clothes had been torn to shreds. He looked like a butterfly fluttering in the sky. He didn't have enough time to do anything. So he quickly retreated to a distance of 30 meters away. Then he somersaulted and retreated another 30 meters. However, Li Tian was the one who had suffered the most damage. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. He roared furiously and jumped into the air. Then he disappeared in a flash. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out from the center where the 8 people had clashed head-on. A huge mushroom cloud shot out with rocks flying in all directions, covering the entire sky in an instant. This situation was similar to a volcanic eruption. The smaller stones were the size of a fist, and the bigger ones were several meters in diameter. They soared into the sky as if they could destroy the world. The smaller stones disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where they had flown to. A long time passed. Then the millstone-sized stones and the head-sized stones fell down like a meteor shower. The ground shook like a sieve as they smashed down. When the energies of the 8 experts suddenly collided with each other, under the restraint of each other, there was actually a slight delay in the air. It was as if a big explosion was brewing, and it was only at this moment that it truly erupted. But the power of this earth-shattering explosion was enough to shock any expert. They would feel a chill run down their spines and their legs would tremble for a while. Li Tian and the others had been standing on that small hill. However, more than half of it had been flattened by the explosion. Moreover, a huge pit of unknown depth had appeared on the ground. The reason why no one knew how deep it was because water had seeped out of the ground. The water was extremely turbid and was making a gurgling sound. Everyone, including Bear Mountain Shan, had come out of the Tianfa forest in a threatening manner. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. They sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Is this something that can be done by a human? Oh my god. This is too scary. Bear Mountain Shan was the most unlucky one. He was too shaken by this explosion. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open. Even his beard was standing straight. Then a stone the size of an egg flew into his mouth. It made 2 clanging sounds and nearly knocked 2 of Bear Mountain Shan's teeth out. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention his teeth, even his tongue would have been smashed. But what was Bear Mountain Shan? He was a bear. Moreover, he was a bear king. His teeth were very strong. So, he was lucky that they didn't fall out. But his head was buzzing from the impact. His upper and lower lips subconsciously closed, and he chewed the stone to pieces with a crunch sound. Then, his tongue subconsciously curled up, and he swallowed the stone in an inexplicable manner. Cough cough, I'll say a few words about the explosion. First, I found a big flaw in the book. So, I've been thinking of ways to remedy it. Second, I'm going to Shanghai on the 29th. I don't have an airport here. So, I'll need to leave a day earlier. That is, I'll arrive at Jinan on the afternoon of the 28th. So, I'll be able to reach home on the afternoon of the 31st. So, I'll have nearly 4 days left. So, I'm working hard to save some manuscripts. Everyone knows that my typing speed is really rubbish. Therefore, I've been working overtime these past few days. I've calculated that I'll be able to save 2,000 characters a day. I want to cover my face when I talk about writing speed. I'm still using Sogu Pinyin. My eyes are glued to the keyboard. But there are still a lot of typos. Chapter 353. The 7 great experts had joined hands, but they had only managed to achieve a near tie with Venerable Mei. Venerable Mei had used some tricks. But one mustn't forget that the 4 great masters had joined hands. Moreover, they had the support of 3 of Xianxia's experts. Venerable Mei Xianxia had obviously reached a profound realm that would strike fear into the hearts of anyone who looked at it. This level of frightening strength was worthy of being at the peak of perfection in this world. The dust dispersed, and Li Ju Tian, Lei Wu Bei, Shi Changxiao, and Solitary Eagle appeared on the top of the hill. Xiao Buyu and the other 2 were sitting cross-legged on the hilltop. Their complexions were deathly pale. The 3 of them were quite unlucky. They were only at the Spirit Shen realm. So their martial power was relatively weak. So they had already suffered internal injuries from the recoil. It wasn't too serious. However, it had already affected their strength. Moreover, they had been too slow in evading the explosion. So they had been affected a little. This had made their situation even worse. Every bit of damage to their strength could lead to life-threatening danger at such a critical moment. So, how could the 3 of them not seize the time to recover? However, they weren't the most unlucky ones. The young Master Jun couldn't wait to come out after he had made his arrangements. He then hid himself in the sky and watched the big show. He was in high spirits. The Lord of Tianfa had cursed Li Ju Tian. The young Master Jun was so happy that he had danced with joy. In fact, he had wanted to applaud and cheer loudly. So, it was very satisfying to watch the confrontation between the 2 peak experts. However, extreme joy turned to sorrow at the most satisfying and exciting moment. Suddenly, an explosion occurred below him. He wasn't a Spirit Shen expert after all. So, he wasn't aware of what was going to happen in the next moment. Therefore, he was caught off guard. So, he was blown up by the strong momentum. Then a huge rock flew up from the ground. It was almost 3 feet in diameter. Then it landed right under his buttocks. Then it carried him up into the sky. Jun Moxie's buttocks felt like they were hit by a huge discus, a red-hot discus. His buttocks were smashed and stuck to the surface. Jun Moxie was in so much pain that he almost screamed at the sky. Too fucking accurate. My August 15th is going to be a disaster. This brother is still in the state of yin-yang escape. Jun Moxie finally thought of escaping when he was high up in the sky. However, before he left, he naturally couldn't let go of this big rock that had tortured him. He gave it a hard kick and it immediately broke into pieces. Jun Moxie also took this opportunity to hide in the Hongjun Pagoda. It was truly thrilling. This was also the reason why everyone could only watch helplessly as a large stone slab with a circumference of 3 meters flew into the air, but did not fall. Because under young Master Jun's vengeance, he had already been torn into pieces. Venerable Mei stood at the top of a tree in the distance. He looked towards the sky in a suspicious manner, and had a pensive look on his face. Then, his attention was attracted by the 4 great masters. He clenched his teeth and his black cloak fluttered in the wind. He was about to attack again. Wait. Venerable Mei, wait. A loud shout was heard from afar. The person who had shouted this shout had a profound Shen cultivation. His voice had shaken the mountains. 2 whooshing sounds were heard as 2 black-robed men appeared in front of Li Ju Tian and the others. The most eye-catching thing was that these 2 men had purple golden belts tied around their waists. And a purple golden sword was hanging from each of these belts. These 2 men looked handsome and had an outstanding bearing. Their black robes stuck to their bodies and made them look particularly handsome. The 2 men stood still and cupped their hands towards Venerable Mei. Then they smiled and said, "We haven't seen each other for many years." Venerable Mei, I trust you've been well since we last met? Do you still recognize your old friends? Venerable Mei's body hovered in the air as if he were weightless. His eyes swept over them as he spoke up. So, it's you too. I'm surprised. How can I be unwell if you're well? Li Ju Tian rolled his eyes in a gloomy manner. These two men had also said, I trust you've been well since we last met. But the problem is that Venerable Mei didn't get angry when they said those words. So, why did I have to suffer a world-destroying rage when I said the same thing? One of the middle-aged men laughed and said, Venerable Mei had already swept through the world in the past. I see that the Venerable Mei's Xian cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. This is a cause for celebration. Cause for celebration? This Venerable must congratulate the two of you. The two great masters of the past have mysteriously disappeared for no reason. They haven't appeared in the world for decades. But it turns out that you've gone to the hermitage to become the Purple Gold Guardians. Congratulations. Venerable Mei Lengling spoke up. Then he suddenly rolled his eyes and spoke up in a deep voice. Lei Baoyu Bu Kuang Feng, the two earth-shattering swordsmen of the past, the great masters of the rainstorm and hurricane. Why have you graced Tianfa with your presence? Most of the people present were clueless as soon as these words were spoken. These two names were too distant for most of them. However, Li Ju Tian and the other great masters, the elders of the Silver Blizzard City, and a few of the older leaders of the families had a surprised and startled expression on their faces. Not many people remembered these two names now. But they had scared many people 60 years ago. In fact, their souls would have flown away in fright if they'd heard these two names. Everyone who had stepped into the circle of Xian experts couldn't help but tremble when they heard these two names. There were two pairs of sworn brothers among the 8 great masters of the past. They were inseparable and were the nightmare of the Xian experts of the Jianghu. Fortunately, these two pairs of sworn brothers didn't see eye to eye with each other. So they kept each other in check. So they would fight every few days. And it would be an earth-shattering battle whenever they met. Moreover, these 4 men's temperaments were neither good nor evil. They didn't have any misgivings. They did whatever they wanted. And they had stirred the world into chaos at that time. However, just when the 4 of them were at the height of their fame, they suddenly disappeared at the same time. Everyone had guessed that the 4 of them had perished together at that time. Countless people had clapped their hands in delight. And the legend of these 4 men had gradually faded away. But very few people knew what had happened back then after 60 years had passed. And these 2 men were one of the sworn brothers. The 2 earth-shattering swordsmen of the past, the great masters of the rainstorm and hurricane, Lei Baoyu and Bu Kuang Feng. As for the other pair of sworn brothers, they were 2 other eccentrics who shared the same fame back then. Cut through the wind and clouds, cut through the sky, Renping Sheng, Renping Sheng. Renping Sheng still mad. 2 great masters. Who would have thought that after 60 years, they would hear the nightmarish names of rainstorm and hurricane again on the eve of the battle in Tianfa Forest. And they even saw them in person. The only thing that puzzled people was that when they disappeared they were not young anymore. They were at least 70 or 80 years old. Now, after 60 years, why did they look like 2 middle-aged men? Could it be that these 2 men had practiced the art of rejuvenation? You flatter me. The one who spoke had a black mole at the corner of his eye. The old people could clearly remember that this was the appearance of the great master of the rainstorm, Lei Baoyu. He smiled and said, with our insignificant abilities, how would we dare to ask the Venerable Mei to teach us? Today we have no choice but to represent the immortal palace as a witness for the battle between Tianfa and the continent. Such a trivial matter actually alarmed the elusive world of immortals. Shouldn't I, Mei, feel particularly honored? Venerable Mei smiled mockingly. Facing these 2 great masters who were like killing gods, he did not care at all. Clearly he had a card up his sleeve. How would we dare? But before we came, the palace lord specifically asked us to pass on a message to the Venerable Mei, Bu Kuang Feng said casually. Please speak. I don't know what that hypocrite wants to tell me? Venerable Mei asked in a seemingly interested manner. Hearing him say hypocrite, Bu Kuang Feng's face twitched, but he forcibly suppressed his anger and said, the palace lord said, in the battle of Tianfa, there is no harm in fighting, but Venerable Mei must be in control of propriety. Whether it's a battle between Xian cultivators or a battle between the 3 holy lands, the common people are innocent. I hope that the Venerable Mei will show mercy. You're still pretending to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. Venerable Mei laughed and said, but our Tianfa forest has always done whatever we want. We've never been controlled by anyone or any force. So what can the hermitage do? Does he want to command our Tianfa? That's a big joke. Whatever the Venerable Mei wants to do, we won't interfere. We can't interfere either. We won't help either side no matter what the outcome of this battle is. We will only report today's matter truthfully. Everything will be decided by the palace lord, Bu Guangfeng smiled. Venerable Mei snorted heavily and said, the two world-shaking swordsmen of yesteryear, the two great masters of the rainstorm and fierce wind, roamed the Jianghu. They were happy to repay kindness and enmity. They helped each other and swept the world unhindered. How unrestrained and unruly. How incisive. I didn't expect that he would become like this after becoming the elusive world of immortals' purple gold law protector. I really admire your palace master's methods of teaching people. It would be strange if the two of you weren't battered and exhausted if you were to meet Renping Sheng and Yan Kuang again. His words clearly implied that the rainstorm and fierce wind were very servile. They didn't spit out any vulgarities, but the insult was unbearable. Moreover, he had compared them to their old rivals. He had pointed out that the two men looked young, but hadn't made much progress in their cultivation. In fact, they weren't Renping Sheng and Yan Kuang's opponents. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng's faces twitched. Their eyes flashed with intense anger. They pressed their right hands on the hilts of their swords and took a step forward. Li Jutian's face lit up with happiness. Are these two going to attack? Our chances of victory will be much better if we get them involved. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng suddenly retracted their steps as he was thinking about this. Lei Baoyu faced Venerable Mei and spoke up in an indifferent manner. Venerable Mei is an expert of the present age. So, there's no need to deliberately provoke us. It's inconvenient to fight today. But that doesn't mean that there won't be an opportunity in the future. If Venerable Mei is interested in fighting today, then we two brothers will accompany you. Venerable Mei's black robe issued a whistling sound in the air. He seemed to be smiling as he replied, "Oh? Today is the Ghost Festival. So, I'll have to go home to spend the festival with my parents after this chapter." Chapter 354. Today is the second time. Bu Guangfeng spoke in a gloomy manner. Venerable Mei is very interested in the palace lord's methods. So, why don't you go and give it a try? I believe that Venerable Mei will be very different. At least he won't be the same as us brothers. Even Li Jutian didn't understand the meaning behind his words. However, he didn't know what he meant by those words. However, Venerable Mei had already become angry. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and it seemed that he was about to attack. However, he regained his composure after a while and spoke up, "Hermitage, I will go. I will let your palace lord know the fate of a hypocrite." Lei Baoyu was about to speak, but Venerable Mei cut him off. "If you too wish to participate in the battle today, then come up. But if you're only here to bear witness, then step aside. I'm not interested in bickering with you too. Step back." "Very well, since we've come to bear witness. Then I ask Venerable Mei to lay down the rules." Lei Baoyu's face turned cold as he spoke. "It's simple. 3 battles will determine the winner. The first battle will be the battle of the legions. The second battle will be the battle of the leaders. And the third battle will be the decisive battle." Venerable Mei snorted and said, "The Xian beasts of Tianfa will retreat into the depths of the forest if you win. And they will never appear again. But there are 3 conditions if you lose. First, Li Jutian must hand over the Panther King's Xian core. Second, no Xian expert of the continent is allowed to enter Tianfa from now on. I will take the lives of 10,000 Xian beasts for every person who enters. And 20,000 lives for 2 people who enter. This includes the entire family of the person who enters. Third, I want the legs of Li Jutian's son. His son is the cause of this battle. So it must end with him. These conditions are too unfair." Bu Guangfeng sneered and said, "You only need to retreat if you lose. But you want 3 conditions if we lose? Venerable Mei, don't you think this is too much? Why would there be a dispute if you didn't enter Tianfa? How did the Panther King Xian Dan end up in Li Jutian's stomach? Bu Guangfeng, are you trying to distort the truth?" Venerable Mei shouted angrily. Li Jutian took a step forward and spoke up in a stern voice, "This matter was caused by your Tianfa forest. What does it have to do with me and my son? You've come to confuse right and wrong and push all the blame onto our side. Venerable Mei, if you're talking about distorting the truth, I'm afraid you're the real one. Furthermore, what does the pinnacle battle have to do with my son? Why is my son's legs the third condition? Venerable Mei, don't you think you're going too far? What kind of ability does my son have to stir up such a storm? What you said is too ridiculous." Venerable Li was furious to the extreme. At the same time, he felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. He had pushed Jianghu into the arena according to his son's request. So, he was only equipped with the weakest 4,000 people. It could be said that he was going to throw his life away. In other words, there was no doubt that they would lose this battle. There was no chance of winning at all. Anyone with eyes could see this point. But now, Venerable Mei had raised her conditions. The outcome of this battle was related to her son's legs. He was at a loss as to what to do. Wouldn't Li Tingyun have schemed against Jianghu? But wouldn't he also lose his legs? What would be the point of Jianghu's death if that's the case? I'm an easygoing person. It's not a problem if Great Master Li Tian doesn't agree. I'll lead my army to attack the continent. But you can't blame me for the destruction of the mortal world. I've already proposed a peaceful solution. So, I can't do anything if you don't agree. Venerable Mei looked at Li Tian in a calm and unruffled manner. It didn't matter to him whether the other party would agree or not. In any case, it was imperative that Tianfa establish its might. These three conditions won't change. Do you agree or not? I don't believe that you, Li Tian, can offend the world even if you're the second great master. Moreover, I can beat him until he agrees even if he doesn't agree. I don't agree. I agree. Two different voices came from Li Tian and Lei Baoyu. Protector Lei, this matter needs to be considered. Li Tian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But he knew that he couldn't afford to provoke hermitage. Li Tian was the second most respected great master in the secular world. But he was well aware that his status as the second most respected great master was nothing in the eyes of the elusive land of the immortals. Lei Buyu and Bu Guangfeng weren't people that he could contend with. There's no need to consider. This is the palace lord's order. Lei Baoyu waved his hand and interrupted Li Tian. Then he lowered his voice and spoke, "Brother Li, don't be impatient. Venerable Mei won't make things difficult for your young master even if he loses. Taking 10,000 steps back, your young master would at most lose a pair of legs. His life would definitely not be in danger. But the three holy lands will find someone to take responsibility for this Shen beast catastrophe if we don't agree to Venerable Mei's conditions, right? Brother Li, you, But Li Tian wanted to say that he had already swallowed the Leopard King's Shen Dan. So how could he spit it out? But he swallowed the words back. The Leopard King had already swallowed the Shen Dan. But he had sealed it in his dantian with his Shen Qi. So he was waiting for the bear's heart to take it. Therefore the Shen Dan was still intact. But what would Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng think if they knew that the Shen Dan was still intact? Li Tian put himself in their shoes. And he asked himself if he were in their shoes. In fact, he would have certainly tried to snatch it. As for the current him, how would he be able to contend against the joint forces of these two veteran supreme martial artists? Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng saw that Li Tian was speechless. So, they assumed that he had approved of the conditions. Then, they turned to Venerable Mei and asked, "Venerable Mei, can we start the battle now?" Venerable Mei nodded slowly. She didn't speak any more nonsense. She raised her hand, and a small golden sword flew out of her hand. It emitted a whistling sound in the air. It seemed as if a gale was blowing. It was the sound of that small sword tearing through the air. It was reasonable to say that the small sword should have been flying at a very fast speed since it could produce such a loud sound. In fact, it should have been close to the speed of sound. But it was moving very slowly. In fact, it was twice as fast as an ordinary arrow. However, a golden sword light was getting thicker and thicker behind the golden sword. It seemed as if a golden dragon had soared to the ninth heaven. It stretched across the sky above the plaza between the two mountains until it was nailed to the other side of the mountain. Then, the roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger continued to echo. Battle order. Li Tian raised his right hand at the same time. And a fire arrow exploded in the air. A cruel look appeared on his face. Bear Mountain roared like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven. He took the lead and rushed out. The tiger, the leopard, and the bear of the other three Shen beasts followed behind him. They were led by the three Shen beast kings. And they rushed out like a gust of wind. There were exactly 4,000 Shen beasts in total. On the other side, Jianghu quickly waved the flag in his hand. And the 4,000-man army formation changed into a cone-shaped formation in a very short time. But it was in order to stay put. Jianghu wasn't aware of the inside story. But he knew that the 4,000 soldiers on his side were at a disadvantage against the 4,000 Shen beasts of the other side. The difference in strength was several times greater. So, it wouldn't be a confrontation between the two sides if they didn't use any strategy. Instead, it would be a one-sided massacre. His original plan was to dig a trap in front of them. Then the 4,000 soldiers would wait for the Shen beasts to come closer. Then they would fire their concealed weapons at the same time. And they would get rid of some of the weaker Shen beasts. Then they would use their superior strength to break through the encirclement. In other words, they would gather their strongest experts in groups of 7 or 8. And they would attack and kill some of the Shen beasts regardless of the consequences. Then the others would try their best to stall for time. And they would return as soon as the battle was over. Sacrifices would be unavoidable in this way. But it would greatly increase their chances of victory. At the very least, they would be able to inflict considerable damage on the other side. As for whether they would win or lose in the end, Jianghu didn't consider it. But even if they died in battle, they would die a heroic death. It must be said that even when facing such a strong Shen beast army, Jianghu's strategy was quite effective. In fact, it was the most ideal arrangement. If they acted according to this strategy, even if they couldn't avoid being completely annihilated in the end, they would still be able to achieve great results. They would be able to kill as many Shen beasts as possible. Optimistically, they would be able to kill about half of the Shen beasts. Using a mere 4,000 soldiers to fight against the same number of Shen beasts, but with several times the strength of the Shen beast. If they could really kill half of the Shen beasts, this battle could definitely be considered a victory for the humans. But, no matter how perfect the strategy was or how outstanding the plan was, if there was a problem with the executors, then everything would only be a theory on paper. Can you expect the people who will fight this battle to listen to Jianghu's commands? Not to mention that there were many people who had been instructed to kill Jianghu. And these people just happened to be the strongest experts on the human side. The massacre that could have been avoided, or at least wouldn't have come so soon, hiding like turtles and waiting for the enemy to charge at us, isn't this courting death? Brothers, don't listen to that cowardly general's bullshit strategy. Follow me and kill. We can easily kill level 6 or 7 Shen beasts with our strength. On average, each person can kill 1 or 2 Shen beasts. Isn't victory right in front of us? There was a commotion in the rear, and the 700 people of the Shuehan Manor suddenly rushed out. Their original position was at the very back of the line. So, their charge directly smashed the front line that had been arranged by Jianghu. The formation had collapsed even before the battle had even begun. But the 700 people of the Shuehan Manor still didn't care. They rushed out under the leadership of the 3 Xianxia experts of the Shuehan Manor. I'll laugh twice and get drunk today. I'll look up to the heavens and have a clear conscience. The past is like the wind and tomorrow is like the water. I'll disappear without a trace and I'll catch up in the future. Those who read my books are my brothers and sisters. Who in this world is worthy of insulting me and cursing me? I'll ignore the jumping clowns. I'll use my heart to sprinkle my wisdom. I'll write to you and get drunk with you. The world's scandals will never recede. I'll cover my ears and sleep when I'm tired. The world is small and who will comfort me? The internet is illusory and I'll accompany you. I'll write without regret, and I'll face each other with lofty character. I'll look again tomorrow and I'll see a myriad of colors. I'll be depressed today and I'll vent my resentment. I'll look at you with a smile and I won't take it to heart. I'll go to sleep after I've finished my drunken talk. Chapter 355. With them taking the lead, the masses naturally responded. Then the 12 men from the Silver Blizzard City also rushed out. Then the aristocratic families also rushed out like a tide. Jianghu's army was at the rear. The 300-strong army was almost alone in the rear. It had to be said that the words of the Shuehan Manor were extremely provocative. After all, victory would be right in front of their eyes if they could kill 1 or 2 Shen beasts on average. However, how many people could kill Shen beasts with ease? Did they really think that they were as strong as Xianxia or Tianxian? However, it had to be said that the 3,000-strong army had a tacit understanding with each other. The Shuehan Manor's army had suddenly turned left after they had rushed out, and had taken a roundabout route to outflank the Shen beasts. Meanwhile, the Silver Blizzard City's army had taken a roundabout route to the right. The army behind them didn't know why, and had taken a roundabout route. However, the army behind them didn't know whether they should go left or right. So they hesitated for a moment. However, they were startled by the sight of thousands of Shen beasts rushing towards them. So they hastily dodged and followed them. However, the commander-in-chief of the army, Jianghu's 300-strong army, was completely exposed to the sharp claws of the Shen beasts. The 4,000-strong army of Shen beasts surged forward and roared. Shameless. Too shameless. Dongfang Wenqing roared in anger. Duanmu Chaofan, the head of the Duanmu family, was trembling in anger. He stammered, His mother, the other head of the Duanmu family, Sikong Yen's face sank. He was furious in his heart as he roared, "Damn it! Don't stutter when you're in front of us. You'll be depressed to death if you don't get swallowed by the Shen beast. Fu *K. I haven't finished cursing yet." Duanmu Chaofan was so angry that his speech became a lot smoother. Especially the first word, Fu *K. Because it was only this one word, there was no possibility of stuttering. It was truly enunciated with perfect articulation. The word F***K was so majestic and powerful. Say no more. Xikong and Yi flew into a rage. Black lines appeared on his forehead, and he hastily pulled out his sword. But a golden tiger had already pounced on him. Tearing and biting, its tail was like an iron rod that swept away thousands of soldiers. The most outrageous thing was that this tiger actually knew how to use moves. Moreover, it seemed to be fighting instinctively, but in fact, it was very exquisite. The strong wind whistled, and it advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. It was as if he was sitting on a bench with his buttocks bare. Shen beasts knew martial arts. Who could stop them? At practically the exact same moment, the dark beast army that was like tidewater instantly drowned them, and Dongfang Wenqing and the others were facing a few formidable opponents at the 8th or 9th rank. However, what puzzled them, who were on full alert, was that these extremely ferocious and evil Shen beasts seemed to be demonstrating their strength and greeting them. They just circled around and then gone. On the top of the mountain, all the spectators were speechless. Supreme absolute heaven, is this how you arrange your troops? You've sent out all your experts and you're roaming around in all directions. You're not participating in the battle and you've exposed your commander. This is a formation of certain death. This would have been the crime of putting the commander in danger on a regular battlefield. Not a single one of those 3,000 men would have survived. Lei Baoyu pointed his finger at the battlefield in disbelief as he asked Li Tian. Then he shook his head and smiled. No wonder you weren't willing to accept the conditions of the decisive battle. You never intended to win. I presume that many of those 4,000 men are your enemies, right? What a brilliant strategy. Bu Guangfeng also continued, that commander is a genuine expert in the art of war. He had laid down the blade ceiling formation at the beginning. It's a defensive formation and it's an offensive formation. It can't be used to defeat the Shen beast, but it can at least stabilize the situation for the time being. Moreover, he had laid down many traps beforehand. So he could have reduced the casualties to a minimum. And he could have used the momentum of the enemy's attack to launch a counterattack if he had been able to survive the first wave of the Shen beast's attack. But it's a pity that he's been harmed by a vile person, Humph. This villain was obviously referring to Li Tian. Great Master Li Tian's face turned green and red. He felt very embarrassed. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng weren't from the military. But they had more than 100 years of wisdom. So they had extraordinary eyesight and knowledge. So, how could they not see through such an obvious trap? Bu Guangfeng was obviously dissatisfied with Li Tian. So he continued, Great Master Li Tian, it seems that you don't care about your son's legs. Otherwise, why would you act like this? And why would you act like this for your son? It's unimaginable. Li Tian's face turned red. He didn't know how to respond. So he stammered but couldn't speak. How could he have known that Hermitage had sent his men to watch the battle? He had only thought of his reputation in the secular world. So, who would dare to say anything even if someone was dissatisfied with his actions? And even if someone were to object, they would disappear after a short time. After all, no one would want to offend the second great master for a dead man. However, Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng had arrived, and Li Tian had been left in a difficult situation. He had lost face in front of the three holy lands. And he had lost face because of it. But he had also lost his son. He didn't know that Hermitage's men hadn't only come to watch the battle. Jun Moxie was also very anxious at this time. He had discovered that he had overlooked two people, Duanmu Chaofan and Xikong and Yi. Jun Wui's men were more scared than hurt. Everyone was surrounded by several high-level Shen beasts, but nothing had happened to them. On the contrary, Duanmu Chaofan and Xikong and Yi were surrounded by perils. Xikong and Yi had been besieged by more than 5 or 6 Shen beasts in a short time. His clothes were ragged and he was flustered. Duanmu Chaofan was in an even more difficult situation. The Duanmu family's lord roared again and slashed with all his might. But his left hand would lift the lapel of his robe to cover his back from time to time. Jun Moxie flew over and discovered that the Duanmu family's lord had a big hole in his buttocks. He didn't know which Shen beast had bitten him, but his firm buttocks had been exposed. There were also a few scratches on it, and it looked very ambiguous. Jun Moxie found it funny and angry at the same time. He quickly sprinkled some medicinal powder on the two men's heads, and then quickly retreated. Xikong and Yi was roaring again and again. But he unexpectedly discovered that the pressure on him had been greatly reduced. The Xian beasts that were about to pounce on him looked at him with a puzzled look in their eyes. Then they snorted, wagged their tails and left. Then the tide-like Xian beast army split into 4 groups, and fought against the Xian practitioners on the other 2 sides under the command of the 3 Xian beast kings. Only a few Xian beasts were left on Jun Wuyi's side, which was supposed to be attacking. These Xian beasts were 9th level Xian beasts. Their fighting strength was extremely high, and they could kill this small group of people by opening their mouths. But they didn't have the slightest intention of attacking. Xikong and Yi was puzzled. There was only one Xian beast in front of him. It was extremely intelligent and it was winking at him. Winking? What are you doing? I'm in the middle of a war. Why do you have this kind of expression? Xikong and Yi stared at him with his ox-like eyes. He didn't understand what was going on. That golden tiger Xian beast was a little anxious. It raised its claws and pointed to the surroundings. Then it roared and pounced over. Its momentum was very frightening. Xikong and Yi hastily used all his strength to resist. He didn't have the confidence in his heart. But he immediately discovered that the beast's momentum seemed to be very powerful. But it didn't have much power. He was puzzled. Then he saw the beast wagging its tail and winking. This time Xikong and Yi finally understood. Crap. It wants me to pretend to fight with it. He turned his head and saw that everyone else had realized this earlier than him. Each person faced a Xian beast and shouted at it. The Xian beasts also roared loudly. But they saw that their swords were like lightning but they weren't accurate. Their claws were like the wind but they missed. However, the most powerful person among them was the commander-in-chief of the army, Jun Wui. He was facing the crazy siege of 2 9th level Xian beasts. However, he was still sitting calmly in his wheelchair. In fact, not even a single strand of his hair was messed up. The 2 earth-cracking bears, each weighing several thousand kilograms, were jumping and scuttling around. They were roaring loudly and their paws were pounding the ground. Even a great master-level expert like Xianxia would have to evade this joint attack. However, Jun Wui didn't panic. Instead, he casually brandished his sword. It didn't seem to be very exquisite. But the 2 earth-cracking bears at the peak of 9th level hastily evaded it. Then they pounced again, brandished their sword and retreated. What's going on? Xikong and Ye's mouth was wide open. His jaw had almost been dislocated. He turned his head to look, and saw that Duanmu Chaofan had also escaped from this dangerous and embarrassing situation. He was in a flurry and was stripping the clothes off the corpses. Then he wrapped them around his waist and turned them into an apron. However, this apron only covered the back of his body. Duanmu Chaofan's opponent was also a 9th level golden tiger. So Duanmu Chaofan simply threw his sword to the ground, and concentrated on tying the apron. However, that golden tiger fiercely rushed over. Then it jumped over Duanmu Chaofan's head with a schwa sound. Then it jumped back with a schwa sound. Moreover, it seemed to be very angry as it faced upwards and roared. It attacked the air, the ground and the rocks. But it didn't attack Duanmu Chaofan's body. It was as if Duanmu Chaofan's body possessed the legendary mysterious handle. So, he would be seriously injured if he were to touch it. Holy sh*t. Xikong and Ye's mouth was wide open. Then he heard a crack sound and his jaw was truly dislocated. He couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. The golden tiger jumped in fright. It hastily stopped jumping, and tilted its head to look at Xikong and Yi in suspicion. How can this man be so fragile? I haven't even touched him. But he opened his mouth and got injured. What kind of physique is this? Or, did I inadvertently cultivate the legendary king's tyrannical aura? What the hell are you doing, fried rice? We're in a *king war. You're wearing an apron. Don't tell me that you want to cook fried rice? Xikong and Yi couldn't help but be in a joking mood since the danger had passed. He rubbed his chin with his hands. Then he opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 356. Fu*k. Elder brother, don't say it. You say it's difficult, but it's even more difficult for me. Xikong and Yi held his head and groaned. He hadn't been injured by the siege of countless profound beasts. But Duanmu Chaofan's words had almost caused him to suffer internal injuries. They didn't know what was going on. But Jun Wui and the others understood in their hearts. There must be an expert helping us. But we must put on a show. We can't betray the host of this show, right? Therefore Duanmu Chaofan brandished his long sword. The silver light flickered and his footwork was graceful. He displayed his martial skills to the fullest. He fought with the golden tiger in front of him. He wanted to grab the tiger's tail. But the golden tiger wouldn't let him. Therefore the man and the beast fought endlessly. Bailey Luo Yun's performance was even more outstanding. He was worthy of the title of genius. He was fighting a level 9 profound beast with Yu Xian's body. Moreover, he was attacking and defending at the same time. He didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. He fought fiercely and the dust flew everywhere. He even faintly gained the upper hand. As for his two uncles Tianxian, they were a bit unlucky. They had already been turned into minced meat by the level 8 profound beasts. This situation was very ironic. These two men were confident that they could escape with their strength. They would have turned around and left as soon as they confirmed Bailey Luo Yun's death. Bailey Luo Yun was a genius. But he was only Yu Xian's cultivation level. So it wasn't their turn to die. To put it bluntly, they were the executioners. However, they hadn't expected that the damned criminal wouldn't die even after being beheaded thousands of times. The two men were dumbstruck. They were surrounded by many high-level profound beasts in the blink of an eye. Yu Xian's Bailey Luo Yun had unleashed his strength to kill them. But Tianxian couldn't move even an inch. He was eaten alive. The two men didn't understand what was going on even when they died. It could be said that he was truly a confused ghost. Blood-curdling screams could be heard everywhere on the battlefield. The Shuehun Manor, the Silver Blizzard City, and the Shuehun Manor had originally planned to retreat as soon as the Central Army collapsed. At this moment, they'd fallen into a frenzied encirclement of death. Fresh blood sprayed out from time to time, and severed limbs were thrown into the sky from time to time. Every single moment, someone perished. Bear Mountain's majestic aura swept through the Shuehun Manor's ranks with the Tiger King and the Lion King at his back. The three Xian beasts relied on their bronze skin and iron bones to ignore any incoming attacks as they charged into the ranks of the Shuehun Manor's troops. Their attacks were unstoppable, and they were rampaging through the Shuehun Manor's ranks. The Shuehun Manor had fallen into a state of chaos, and had been divided into two groups. Then the Shuehun Manor had been divided into four groups, each fighting their own battles. The Xian beasts had surrounded the Shuehun Manor, and had begun to scream in despair. However, Junwu Yi and the others who were supposed to die in the original plan hadn't suffered many casualties. Moreover, none of the main characters had been injured. The great masters and Shen Shen's eyeballs had nearly popped out of their sockets on the hilltop. What's going on? This is too outrageous. So that's how it is. I finally understand. Solitary Eagle twirled a strand of his hair in astonishment. You understand? Bu Guangfeng nodded in bewilderment. What do you understand? Hurry up and explain it to this old man. Brother Bu, you still haven't figured it out. Solitary Eagle proudly pointed his finger. So, Li Ju Tian is planning to cleanse his Shuehun Manor, and then harm the Silver Blizzard City as well. Li Ju Tian's meaning is clear. I'm not feeling well and you're not feeling well either. But I'm happy with my misery and I'm happy with my humiliation. But can you do the same? You're a bit more understanding. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng spat at the same time. Even a fool could see that Li Ju Tian was shocked. How can he purge the Shuehun Manor? The Shuehun Manor was Li Ju Tian's life's blood and sweat. So, its position in his heart was only slightly inferior to that of his only son, Li Tingyun. Li Ju Tian wasn't a fool. So why would he dig his own grave? But what's going on in front of us if that's not the reason? Li Tingyun's mouth was open. His face was deathly pale and his lips were trembling. His expression was sluggish, and he suddenly felt a heartfelt regret. He could faintly feel that he had lost half of his legs. Li Ju Tian clenched his hands tightly. He was extremely furious in his heart. He wouldn't be able to live if he still couldn't see that he had been schemed against at this point. However, there was one thing that he couldn't figure out. Who has this kind of ability? Who can command the Shen Beast King of Tianfe? And this is such a huge farce. Ah! A blood-curdling screech was heard. One of the Shen Xian experts of the Shuehun Manor had been struck by Bear Mountain's palm 3 times in a row. And he spurted out blood as he retreated. Bear Mountain grinned maliciously and rushed forward. His palm and fists bombarded each other a few times. Then he suddenly launched a flying kick and their legs intersected. That Shen Xian expert had been seriously injured. So, the strength of his body couldn't compare to that of a Shen Beast King like Bear Mountain. So, a crack sound was heard as his leg was broken. However, Bear Mountain's kick hadn't exhausted its momentum, and had ferociously kicked that expert's waist. His severed leg flew into the sky with a whooshing sound. The spirit Xian expert's body was also kicked into the sky at the same time. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices at the same time. Bear Mountain's huge body leapt up, and chased after that expert's body in the air. His fists were quick and fierce. Bang, bang, bang. His fists landed on that expert's body a dozen times in a row. The sound of bones breaking echoed in a continuous manner. Big Bear let out a loud roar and grabbed that man's thighs with his hands. Then he hissed and his chest muscles bulged. Then he let out a loud shout and tore that spirit Xian expert into 2 halves in the air. His internal organs spilled out on the ground with a crashing sound. The battlefield was overwhelmed with horror. Bear Mountain laughed twice as he fell to the ground. His body was covered in blood as he went on a killing spree, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Li Ju Tian's entire body shook. He couldn't help but take a step forward. His mouth was slightly open, and his expression was one of pain. The Lord of Tianfa also glanced at him from the corner of his eyes the moment he moved. It was obvious that he would have followed Li Ju Tian if he had attacked. Li Ju Tian had the impulse to concede defeat several times as he watched the flesh and blood flying in all directions. However, he tried his best to control himself, and didn't make such a decision. In fact, he maintained a calm and indifferent expression on his face. It seemed as if the people who were bleeding and sacrificing themselves weren't his own men. The human side had been doomed to suffer a crushing defeat since the beginning of the battle. This was because the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was too great. For example, the Tianfa Force army was like a well-prepared elite army. But the human allied army was like an unprepared and inexperienced mob. Tianfa would have had to pay a huge price if they had followed Jun Wuyi's strategy. But Tianfa would have needed to pay a huge price to achieve victory. After all, there were a few experts in the allied army. And they could have made up for the lack of military strength if they'd had good strategic coordination. But when the allied forces had internal strife and refused to obey orders, the defeat of the allied forces was already a foregone conclusion. There was no chance of a fluke. There was no chance of a turnaround. There was a trap, but there was no follow-up. The Xian beast would fall into it and jump out again. However, Li Ju Tian wouldn't be able to afford to concede defeat if he wanted to preserve his strength. He was the second great master of the Xianxian continent. So he couldn't afford to lose face. Moreover, the Lord of Tianfa wasn't far away. Li Ju Tian would have needed to ask for his permission even if he wanted to concede defeat. But looking at his performance, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to ask for his consent. It was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Li Ju Tian could only pray in his heart. Damn it! Can't you run away if you can't win? Will the Tianfa forest chase you to the ends of the earth if you run away? They only want to win at this moment. However, he hadn't run at first. But it was too late now. He had wanted to set up a trap to deal with Jun Wuyi. But he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Moreover, he had almost lost his rice jar. The 3 Xian beast kings were eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. 3,700 fierce Xian beasts were divided into several small legions, and they were desperately attacking. The Shuehun Manor's 700 men had been reduced to less than 200. The Silver Blizzard City's men were quite strong. So they hadn't suffered any losses. But they were clearly exhausted. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th elders had formed a small encirclement with the Silver Blizzard City's 7 swords. The 3 Xian beasts and the Silver Blizzard City's 7 swords were equivalent to 10 strong Xian beasts joining hands. Xiao Han and Mu Shuetong were protected inside the encirclement. Moreover, Xiao Han and Mu Shuetong weren't mediocre. Therefore, the Xian beasts wouldn't be able to attack for a short period of time. However, they could only protect themselves in the midst of the vast Xian beast tide. However, Xiao Han's eyes were bloodshot. He was so manic that he was about to explode. He stamped his feet and shouted, "Why? Why aren't the Xian beasts attacking Jun Wuyi? Why hasn't that cripple died yet? I want him dead. I want him dead. Why hasn't he died at this point? Jun Wuyi, why haven't you died?" Jun Wuyi's situation was very strange. Moreover, Xiao Han's mood had changed from taking pleasure in others' misfortune to being besieged. In fact, it seemed as if he was under the pressure of death. Xiao Han's mind couldn't bear such great joy, great sorrow, and great ups and downs. So, he kept shouting and shouting like a madman. Xiao Han wanted Jun Wuyi dead. No outsider could have imagined how desperate he was. Jun Wuyi had wanted to kill Xiao Han with his sword. In fact, he had wanted to do so for more than 10 years. But why wouldn't Xiao Han want to kill Jun Wuyi? He had wanted to kill Jun Wuyi for more than 10 years. In fact, he had wanted to kill Jun Wuyi a few months earlier. The other group consisted of the experts dispatched by the big clans. But the strongest of them were at the initial stage of the Spirit Shen realm and the high stage of the Sky Shen realm. They were still struggling to hold on. However, the rest of them had already been annihilated. Jun Wui would have died if the battle had gone according to Jun Wui's plan. However, the Xianxia experts would have been able to ensure that none of them would die. They would have been defeated, but they would have been able to return safely. In fact, more than half of Tianxian's experts would have been able to survive. Jun Wui was confident that he would have been able to do it even if he had been defeated. However, these people had been intimidated by Li Ju Tian's tyrannical power. So they had chosen to side with him. They had followed the Shuehun Manor's team to rush out. However, they had been gloating over the misfortune of the Shuehun Manor. So they hadn't thought that their actions had ruined their last chance of survival. The more despicable a person was, the faster they would die in such a cruel war. Wasn't this also a warning? This one-sided massacre was finally coming to an end. It was unknown when the screams had become sparse, but the roars had become like broken bellows. Only Jun Wui and his men's energy hadn't diminished. They were still going back and forth. In fact, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. In fact, this had become the most intense battle in the entire battlefield. Jun Dashao finally revealed himself. He slowly walked up the hillside and walked towards the solitary eagle. He had already made all the arrangements by this time. And everything was going smoothly according to the script that he had designed. More than half of those who were supposed to die have died. And I don't think any of those who weren't supposed to die will die. I've said this before, you'll have to prepare for a funeral if you want to frame us. Jun Moxie slowly walked up the hill. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. His handsome face had an indifferent and cruel expression on it. In this battle, no one would have thought that this seemingly weak and frail youngster would single-handedly direct such a grand tragicomedy. This youngster looked like he was only at the level of Yu Xian. The originally tragic side, the side that was powerless to reverse the situation, was forcefully turned into the side of comedy. And the other side had been full of confidence and excitement. They had been plotting and plotting to take pleasure in the misfortune of the other side. But they were now in a complete tragedy. Jun Moxie was like an unknown master of the art. He was hiding behind the scenes and plotting the entire situation. Not only had he schemed against himself, but he had also schemed against his enemies. He hadn't missed a single detail. He had Yu Xian's cultivation. But he had schemed against the Xianxia Great Master and Tianxian Earth Xian experts. But so what? What was meant to be a tragedy would never become a comedy. Such an act could be said to be able to create clouds with a turn of his hand, and rain with a turn of his hand. Everything was under his control. Now it was time to check the fruits of victory. It was also time for his side to be elated. How could Jun Moxie, the only great director who had planned everything, not show up? How could he not enjoy it? When frustrated, one should laugh wildly. When complacent, one should laugh even more. Laugh to your heart's content. Be complacent, sing loudly. Life is short. Why have so many misgivings? Life is short. Enjoy it while you can and sing drunkenly. If you cry when frustrated, others will look down on you. So you must laugh. Even if no one is watching, you must laugh for yourself. If you are indifferent when you are complacent, others will say that you are smug and pretentious. So I must be smug. I don't like to pretend to be pretentious because I want to be awesome. If I am complacent, why do I have to pretend to be sad? I find it too tiring. I am complacent. I'm awesome. Whoever dares to mock me as a madman should first ask themselves if they have the achievements of this madman. If not, then shut up. Get lost. There's a hole in your stinky socks. I won't pee in your pot. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? This was Jun Moxie's philosophy of life in this life. Sing loudly when you get something. Stop when you lose it. Worry and hate. Drink today and get drunk today. Worry tomorrow and worry tomorrow. Chapter 357. Good boy. Solitary Eagle didn't understand what was going on. But he knew that Jun Moxie had something to do with it. Otherwise, why would he have warned him not to get involved? He couldn't help but grab Solitary Eagle's shoulder as he saw him approach. Then he shook him violently and burst into laughter. Jun Moxie laughed mischievously as he broke free from Solitary Eagle's grasp. Then he stood on the hillside and watched the battle from a distance. The corners of his mouth slightly pursed, and formed a cruel arc. Solitary Eagle, how was your fight with Feng Wanyun? Jun Moxie asked. Jun Moxie hadn't seen it, but he was sure that the two men had fought. Feng Wanyun had challenged him for decades. So, how could he let go of this opportunity? The solitary falcon had just learned a new move, and felt that he had a chance of winning. So, how could he not show off his strength? Ahem. I was lucky. The solitary falcon's mouth cracked open, and his deadpan face was brimming with a sense of pride, but he was trying his best to maintain an indifferent expression. However, he didn't know that such an expression would make anyone want to punch him in the face. Jianghu smiled proudly as he whispered in his ear, "Did you give him a good beating?" The solitary falcon grinned and said, "That's not true, we've become friends after all. We're just exchanging pointers, wahahaha." The solitary falcon couldn't help but laugh out loud. But it wasn't surprising that he had beaten up an old rival of 30 or 40 years. Moreover, he had beaten him up with absolute superiority. Anyone else would have done the same. In fact, they would have been even more proud. To tell the truth, our eagle sovereign was already extremely calm and indifferent. "What are you laughing at? Solitary eagle. Are you so happy about the defeat of the allied forces?" Li Tian suddenly turned his head. His eyes were like a sharp sword as he looked at Solitary Eagle. It seemed as if he was about to explode. Li Tian was extremely depressed, and he needed to find someone to vent his anger on. He didn't expect that there would be someone laughing so happily in front of him. Wasn't this a clear slap to his face? Mocking me for going for wool and coming home shorn? Fuck. Li Tian, are you fucking done with me today? Solitary Eagle was having a good time, so when Xianxia was questioned, especially in front of Jianghu, he felt even more embarrassed. He immediately flew into a rage. "Someone died in your family, and you don't want others to laugh at you? What kind of logic was this? Today you keep finding trouble with me. Do you think that I, Solitary Eagle, am made of mud?" Solitary Eagle went berserk. This time he was completely enraged. "Damn it, your son offended Feng Wanyun and I saved his life, but you fucking got angry at me. Now I can't even smile. Do you think I'm a slave of your Shuehan manner?" Li Tian snorted coldly and walked over. Jianghu quickly revealed an expression as if he was watching a play, and dodged to the side. In fact, he even pushed Solitary Eagle as if to say, "Get him. Stop." A voice filled with extreme grief and indignation rang out like a clap of thunder. Li Tian and Solitary Eagle were about to attack when they heard this voice, and jumped in fright. They looked up and saw that Venerable Mei was standing not far from them. He was staring at Jianghu. His whole body was trembling, and his eyes had turned blood red. Venerable Mei had discovered that bastard the moment Jianghu had arrived. This sudden and shocking discovery had nearly caused her to faint on the spot. Venerable Mei's heart was beating crazily as she looked at that handsome face. It was the same face that she had been torturing in her dreams for the past few days. Venerable Mei felt as if her heart was beating crazily, and the blood in her body had rushed to her head. She found it difficult to breathe and she was seeing stars in front of her eyes. She gasped for breath a few times and finally calmed down. This wasn't because she was pleasantly surprised, nor because she was infatuated with him. It was incomparable grief and monstrous humiliation. The heavens have mercy on me. I've finally seen this person again. This extremely despicable, shameless, filthy, and lowly kid wouldn't be satisfied even if he were to be executed 10,000 times. Venerable Mei struggled to calm his emotions. Then he finally suppressed his anger and floated over. He tried his best to control himself, but he couldn't stop his body from trembling. Li Tian and Solitary Eagle had already recovered by this time. Li Tian shouted and took the initiative to attack. He was the second great master. So, how could he be stopped just because someone told him to? Moreover, the person who had told him to stop was his enemy. Solitary Eagle didn't dare to be negligent in the face of the second great master's attack. So, he naturally had to fight with all his strength. Who would have thought that Li Tian would disappear before Solitary Eagle could even launch a counterattack? Venerable Mei's anger had reached its peak when he heard Li Tian say, "Stop." Li Tian had dared to attack in such an unscrupulous manner. Venerable Mei couldn't help but feel the anger that had been building up in his body for hundreds of years ignite at this moment. He angrily rushed forward and grabbed Li Tian's neck. Then he heavily pressed him to the ground. Li Tian's head smashed against a rock with a loud bang. The rock that had been sitting on his buttocks was smashed into pieces. Then Venerable Mei slapped him across the face. Bang! A loud sound was heard. It was a loud sound. It was a loud sound. The slap had produced a loud sound. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me, you bastard? You old bastard." Venerable Mei moved his arms and legs at the same time as if he was kicking a sandbag. In an instant he had thrown hundreds of punches and kicks. It was obvious that he had lost control of his mind and had gone mad. He shouted as he punched, "Are you deaf? I won't let you hear me. Can't you hear me? How dare you not hear me? How could you not hear me, you bastard? You damn tortoise, you despicable, shameless bastard, you actually pretended not to hear." Li Tian was the second great master. But he didn't even have the strength to fight back. He could only look at Venerable Mei with grief and indignation. The second great master was so humiliated that he felt like committing suicide. "I want to die." Li Tian's tragedy was inexplicable. "I attacked Solitary Eagle. What did that do to you, Venerable Mei? Why did you hit me again?" However, Li Tian didn't know that his bad luck was the same as the last time he had said, "I trust you." It was all because of Jun Moxie. And the main culprit had appeared this time. Venerable Mei had lost all reason in his rage. But he had disobeyed Venerable Mei's words. So how could he not be oppressed? Li Tian would have understood if he had known the reason. In fact, he wouldn't have suffered a loss from those 2 beatings. But the problem was that he didn't know the reason. Therefore, Li Tian's grief and indignation had reached its limit. He had been repeatedly beaten in front of the world's heroes. And he had been slapped in the face this time. This is a deliberate humiliation. How will I have the face to face the heroes of the world from now on? You can't bully people like this. You flipped out the last time I spoke to you. And you didn't like it when I attacked Solitary Eagle. What should I do? What should I do to make you like me? Li Tian wanted to shout these words out loud. But he couldn't do it. Because Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng suddenly cried out in alarm, "The power of the universe? The world cage." They looked at Venerable Mei with awe in their eyes. They had planned to step forward and mediate the situation. But they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Others might not know about the power of the universe. But how could these 2 former great masters and the current hermitage not know about it? Transform the world into the universe, and gather the yin and yang to form the power. The universe is in my hands and I am the ruler of the world. I can freely use the formidable power of the world to deal with my enemies. This was the power of the universe. Li Tian's Xianxia had reached perfection, but he hadn't been able to dodge Venerable Mei's attack. In fact, he hadn't even had the strength to fight back. It was obvious that he had been hit by one of the world's strengths world cage. The world had shrunk into a cage. And the cage had locked down the opponent, and allowed him to do whatever he pleased. This was the true meaning of the world cage. It was a little exaggerated, but it was the truth. Venerable Mei had finally revealed her true strength when she had attacked in a fit of rage. The previous fight had only been a warm-up for him. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng looked at each other. They were secretly alarmed. Fortunately, we didn't attack. Otherwise, wouldn't we be the ones being slapped on the ground? The 2 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Then they heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Li Tian didn't want to evade, resist Venerable Mei's attack. But he suddenly realized that he couldn't even move a finger. He didn't have the leeway to resist at all. He could only look on helplessly as Venerable Mei grabbed his neck, pressed him to the ground and slapped him. But he couldn't even make a sound. Venerable Mei had finally vented his anger. He threw Li Tian to the ground as if he was throwing away a piece of trash. Then he slowly turned around and looked at Jun Moxie. His gaze was sharp and cold. In fact, it seemed as if he wanted to eat someone alive. "Who's this brat?" Venerable Mei's teeth clattered as he pointed at Jun Moxie. But his eyes were looking at Solitary Eagle. "My surname is Jun. I don't know why you're looking for me." Jun Moxie stepped forward and answered first. Others might not know Solitary Eagle's temperament, but Jun Moxie was well aware of it. Venerable Mei's martial arts were matchless. But no one could get anything out of Solitary Eagle's mouth in such a manner. Jun Moxie guessed that Solitary Eagle's reply would have been a stiff and unruly, "Who are you asking?" if he hadn't come out in a hurry. However, that would provoke the wrath of the mysterious Venerable Mei. And the solitary falcon was bound to suffer just like Li Tian had suffered a while ago. Therefore, Jun Moxie took the initiative to step forward. He and Venerable Mei didn't have any enmity in the past. So, he didn't think that there would be any big issues. Perhaps this Venerable Mei had noticed that he was well-rounded, and had a handsome face. So, he wanted to accept him as his successor. Chapter 358. Jun Moxie didn't know that he had really outsmarted himself this time. The relationship between him and Venerable Mei wasn't like what he had imagined it to be. Not only was there enmity between them, but it was also the kind of enmity that wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. In fact, it was the kind of enmity that wouldn't let go even after 3 lifetimes. Right now, Jun Moxie was even somewhat proud of himself. Look, there are so many benefits to being handsome. This senior has taken a liking to me at first glance. Surname Jun? What's your name? Which family are you from? How old are you? This sentence was still squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. If anyone else were to hear this, they would definitely think that he had taken a liking to this young man and wanted to introduce him to someone. This young man is Jun Moxie from the Tianxiang City's Jun family. And 18 this year, unmarried. I'm proficient in poetry, martial arts, and military strategy. I know a little bit about the 4 arts, and I've also studied the 100 schools of thought. Jun Moxie chuckled and put on a carefree and unrestrained appearance as he bragged about himself. He wanted to add another sentence. Proficient in 8 foreign languages, but after thinking about it, he swallowed the words back down. This wasn't Earth after all. Junemosia, 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 Junemosia. Venerable May's voice sounded like she was moaning and crying at the same time. In fact, her voice was getting louder and louder. In fact, it was getting louder and louder. In fact, it was so loud that it shook the mountains and valleys. Junemosia, Junemosia, Emosia, Sia, 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 Sia. The entire sky and the entire forest was filled with the sound of this name. At this moment, the name Jun Moxie had truly shaken the heavens and the earth. And it was a substantial shock. And it's me. May I know what advice Senior has for me? Jun Moxie was a little baffled and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Damn it, why does it sound like she hates me to the bone? I've never offended you. I'm sure I've never seen this Venerable May, the man in black. However, Jun Moxie still secretly raised his cultivation. He was prepared to immediately escape into the Hongjun Pagoda if the situation was the slightest bit off. Even if he had to expose his secret, he would not hesitate. Damn, this Venerable May is too powerful. Even Supreme Master Zhu Tian was defeated by him with just one hand. With my small physique, I might not even be able to withstand a slap from him. Master Zhu Tian would be fine after receiving such a huge slap to the face. That's because his skin is thick. But, if I were to receive a slap to the face, my body might still be here. But I'm afraid that my head might fly back to Tianxiang City for the new year. What can I do for you? Venerable May repeated. He was suddenly at a loss. That's right, what should I do with him? One slap to death? Kill with a kick? But, wouldn't that be too easy for him? Even if I let him die 1,000 times, it won't be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart. But, what should I do? This brat's appearance is too weak to take a beating. Moreover, no matter what, this brat is my benefactor. I can mess with him. But, isn't it a bit too much to kill him? Give me advice. Venerable May suddenly grabbed him. There was a distance of about 10 feet between them. This was also a distance that Jun Dashao felt was relatively safe. But, Venerable May raised his hand, and Jun Moxie suddenly felt that his entire body couldn't move. There was a huge suction force in front of his body. Then he was pulled into Venerable May's hand the next moment. Venerable May's entire body was still shrouded in the black robe. But, strangely, Jun Moxie actually smelled an elegant fragrance at this moment. It was extremely fragrant. He had never smelled such a fragrant fragrance in his entire life. He couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath. Then he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "It smells so good. This brat is still taking advantage of me." At this moment, Venerable May's mind turned several thoughts in succession. The most urgent thought was to strangle this brat to death. But at this moment, as he held him in his hand and felt the abundant heaven and earth's spiritual energy, Venerable May was sure of one thing. The mysterious expert who could help Shen beasts advance, the person who broke into the Tianfa forest, stole the sacred fruit, and said that he wanted to refine pills, was definitely related to this brat in front of him. Since he could appear in the Tianfa forest on the same day as that expert, and also possess such a mystical heaven and earth's spiritual energy, there was a great possibility that they were master and disciple. It wasn't that Venerable May didn't think that this brat was that mysterious expert. It was just that the mysterious expert's methods were too brilliant. And Jun Dashao's strength was a bit too trashy. If they hadn't appeared on the same day, and both of them possessed heaven and earth's spiritual energy, it would have been very difficult to link the two together. Venerable May tossed and turned in his thoughts. He didn't want to strangle this brat to death and let him off easy. But he also had some misgivings about spoiling the important matter. The Tianfa Beast King's advancement was an important matter of the utmost importance. If he killed this brat, it would spoil the whole thing. Wouldn't he lose the big picture because of a small gain? It would have been fine if he had spoiled the whole thing. But he could tell from the extent of that mysterious expert's coercion that he didn't care. So what about the other Beast Kings? Senior? Jun Moxie was keenly aware of the contradiction in this mysterious expert's heart. So he couldn't help but call out in a probing manner. His voice hadn't even faded when he suddenly received a hot slap in the face. Then his body felt light and the people on the ground suddenly became smaller. It turned out that they had soared into the sky as if they were riding on a cloud. It turned out that Venerable Mei had thrown him several hundred feet into the air. Moreover, he was still rising like a rocket. Then Venerable Mei jumped up and chased after him. His black robe rapidly enlarged in front of Jun Moxie's eyes. Then the crisp sound of slaps resounded one after another. Venerable Mei was slapping him in midair. It seemed as if he was very happy. I won't beat you to death. But I will torture you as much as I want. Anything is fine as long as I don't beat you to death. Fu*K. Are you sick? Why are you hitting me? Jun Moxie angrily shook his head as he asked. But he had no choice but to shake his head. The situation wasn't in his favor. One slap after another was ruthlessly beating him in the face. So he had no choice but to shake his head back and forth. The hitman Jun's mental fortitude was very strong. So he was able to react in time. If it had been someone else, they would have been beaten senseless. The wind was very strong at high altitudes. And Jun Moxie's words were almost incoherent. But what kind of person was Venerable Mei? So he naturally understood what he was trying to say. Bastard. I've already caught you and you still dare to talk dirty. I'll teach you a lesson. Jun Moxie didn't say a word. He bit his lips and continued to slap Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie could clearly see that his opponent's eyes were flashing with excitement. It seemed as if he was taking endless pleasure in beating him up. Fu*K. He's a sadist. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Just you wait. I'll get my revenge if I ever get the chance. Jun Dashao's heart stirred. Then he disappeared from the sky with a whooshing sound. This was the profound and unfathomable yin-yang escape technique. Even the great master Li Ju Tian wouldn't necessarily be able to escape unscathed if Venerable Mei were to lock onto him with her full concentration and concentration. Venerable Mei was in a good mood. But he didn't expect that he would slap Jun Moxie's face again. He couldn't help but feel puzzled as he sucked in the air with a pop. He looked around but couldn't find Jun Moxie anywhere. It's so strange. How did this kid escape from my hands? This kid's cultivation is only at the level of Yu Xian. How did he escape? This is really strange. He had finally determined that Jun Moxie had escaped. So, Venerable Mei had vented a small part of his anger. But he didn't have a place to vent it. So, he slowly descended with a depressed and puzzled expression on his face. But there was only one question in his mind. How did he escape? This is too strange and bizarre. Isn't it unimaginable? He was puzzled. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie was cursing inside the Hongjun Pagoda. Jun Dashao was furious. This guy is such a bully. Did I offend you? You hit me the first time we met. Do I look so fucking annoying? Did I kill your father? Did I rape your wife? Did I jump into a well with your child? Or did I explode your chrysanthemum? What kind of deep hatred do you have for me? Is there a need to act like this? And you call yourself the #1 Beast King of Tianfa? Just you wait. I will definitely explode you when you come to beg me for help. This is really inexplicable. Jun Moxie touched his burning face and gnashed his teeth. He had never suffered such a loss in his 2 lifetimes. But he had been slapped today. The one who had slapped him was a top figure. If an ordinary person had been slapped by Venerable Mei, they might have felt honored. But Jun Moxie didn't think like that. Isn't your Xian cultivation a little more powerful? Motherfucker, watch me speed up my practice. I'll catch up with you as soon as possible, you sadist. If I don't beat your asterisk's into pieces, I won't be called Jun Moxie. The battle below had ended by this time. The 10 people of the Silver Blizzard City had formed a sword formation to protect Xiaohan and Mu Shuetong. They had managed to break out of the encirclement even though they were in a very difficult situation. In fact, their injuries weren't too serious either. In fact, they were the side that had suffered the lightest casualties in this battle. However, 2 of the 3 Xianxia experts of the Shuehan Manor had died. Only one of them had managed to escape. But he was seriously injured. He had managed to escape because he had used a self-mutilating secret technique. So, his strength would have been greatly reduced even if he had been able to recover. So, it was inevitable that he would have fallen out of the Xianxian realm. As for the remaining 700 people below the Spirit Xian level, not a single one of them had survived. Even the dozen or so Sky Xian experts were no exception. On top of that, only a few lucky ones managed to escape from the various aristocratic families. The rest were completely annihilated. However, Jun Wuyi's team had suffered the fewest casualties. Only 100 of their 300 men had died. So they still had around 200 men left alive. Moreover, the leaders of the team, including Bailey Luo Yun, hadn't suffered a single injury. Moreover, the Jade Xian experts hadn't suffered any injuries. However, they were too tired to fight. Dongfang Wenqing and the others were gasping for breath as they leaned on their swords. The Xian beasts in front of them weren't having an easy time either. They were sticking out their tongues, wagging their tails and panting heavily. Even if it was just acting, it still required a lot of physical strength. The first round of the battle had officially come to an end. The Tianfa forest had won. Jun Wui frowned. He didn't feel the slightest bit of joy after surviving a great battle. Nor did he feel the joy of escaping from the deadly siege of the Shen beasts. His tiger-like eyes were full of exhaustion as he looked at the group of people on the hillside. His eyes were filled with deep worry. Chapter 359. In many cases, it wasn't a good thing to show off in front of others. In fact, it could even bring about a fatal disaster because of a moment's glory. Let's not talk about the distant past. Take Bailey Luo Yun for example. If his talent wasn't so high, how could he have attracted the jealousy and fear of his entire clan? Even if he had been blinded by the great glory that would have been brought about in the long run, he would still have been eliminated as soon as possible. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Jun Wui knew that his nephew was far more talented than Bailey Luo Yun. So, his future achievements were bound to be even greater. But it was precisely because of this that he was even more worried. If there were people who were worried about Jun Moxie's future development, it was not impossible for them to eliminate this terrifying threat in the bud. Could it be that the previous disturbance was because of this? On the hillside. This battle, Tianfa wins. As the witness, Lei Baoyu announced the result of this battle in a straightforward manner. And this result was something that everyone had seen with their own eyes. Wait. A voice said with anger. Our side clearly still has the strength to fight and not all of our people have died. How can you announce the victory of Tianfa just like that? Jun Wui, you coward, you clearly still have the strength to fight. You're not dead yet, why don't you attack? The moment these idiotic words left his mouth, everyone's heart was filled with disdain. For someone to say such a thing, calling him an idiot would be too conservative. He was obviously a combination of a retard and a moron. The human allied forces had been scattered in all directions, and each of them had been fighting their own battles. So, they hadn't suffered any losses apart from a few Spirit Shen and Sky Shen experts who had caused some casualties to the Shen beasts. So, their fighting strength had remained at around 80 to 90%. So, they were more than enough to deal with such a battle. Moreover, the human allied forces had been reduced to less than 300 people. So, how could they still have the face to say that they hadn't lost this battle? Not willing to admit defeat? Their skin was a little too thick, wasn't it? Everyone turned to look, only to see a person with a face full of blood and grime, looking at Jun Wui with a vicious look in his eyes. That person was Xiao Han. His meaning could not be clearer. As long as Jun Wui and the others were not dead, it would not be considered a defeat. He would not rest until Jun Wui was dead. Sima Zhao's intentions were clear to everyone. It was clear that they wanted to put Jun Wui to death. Most of the people knew about the case from back then, and they immediately understood that this kid's jealousy was soaring to the heavens, and he was lying through his teeth. He was purely making trouble out of nothing. The ones who escaped first were the ones who hid their tails between their legs like dogs, right? Since you want to fight to the death, why don't you return to the battlefield and show your heroic spirit? A deserter actually dares to shamelessly say that you haven't lost? A lazy voice mocked coldly. It was Jun Moxie Jun Dashao who was standing far away from Venerable Mei, rebuking him without restraint. Previously, when he faced Venerable Mei's abuse, he still had a lingering fear. Initially he did not want to come out, but after hearing Xiao Han's extremely shameless words, he could not help but come out. Moreover, he could clearly feel that although Venerable Mei had abused him, it was obvious that he did not want to kill him, since his life was not in danger. Moreover, he had other more important objectives, so even if it was a risk, he had to come out. Venerable Mei looked at Jun Moxie's sudden appearance and his eyes lit up. This kid was really mysterious. Just now, he disappeared out of the blue and now he appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he had completely escaped from the range of his divine sense. He was really not simple. Bastard, what are you talking about, you ignorant kid? Xiao Han was furious. What did I say? Didn't I say it clearly enough? Your Blizzard Silver City was the first to leave the battlefield before we lost. Desertion is a crime that should be punished with death. Jun Moxie snorted. Didn't you just say that the battle is not over? Since it's not over, why did all of you come back? You still have the face to say that you haven't lost? I really don't understand, how did the Blizzard Silver City raise a person like you? You're afraid of death and deserted, but you still dare to say that a hero who fought till the end is a coward. Diske, so funny that I don't want to laugh anymore. If you insist on what you said, Tianfa's Shen beasts are still there. As long as you go up first, I guarantee that Xianxia's forces will immediately follow up, and no one will fall behind. Do you dare? Xiaohan was speechless. Go up now. Isn't that simply courting death? The Shen beasts are lenient towards you, but they don't treat me like that. Jun Moxie clicked his tongue twice, raised his head and asked, Fortunately the elders of the Blizzard Silver City are here. Today I would like to ask all the Shen powerhouses and seniors, is this the tradition of the Blizzard Silver City? Is this person the rising star of the Blizzard Silver City Xiao family? Especially the 10 Xians who deserted in the face of battle. As a member of the allied army, can you only save the 2 Xians of the Blizzard Silver City with your strength? When you abandoned your comrades for your own safety and turned around to flee, did your faces ever turn red? Jun Moxie's words were sharp and unkind to the extreme, but what he said was the truth. There was simply nothing to refute. As for the Blizzard Silver City, there was nothing wrong with it. You didn't run away alone but collectively betrayed and fled. Their escape had led to the complete collapse of the entire battle situation. After all, they were the strongest force in the allied army, and they had committed such an atrocious act. Even if it wasn't a tradition, it was still a tradition. Who could refute it? This was only a tradition of the Blizzard Silver City Xiao family, and not the entire Blizzard Silver City. But today they were standing here and they were representing the Blizzard Silver City. To put it bluntly, even if they let out a fart, it could be said that the Blizzard Silver City had let it out. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th elders, along with the 7 swords of the Blizzard Silver City, couldn't utter a single word in the face of a young man's accusation. Their movements were even more orderly, and their faces were burning with embarrassment. Even if they wanted to get angry, they couldn't get angry and they didn't dare to say anything. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they had chosen to strategically shift. But when their commander was still fighting, they had disappeared. This was clearly desertion. So there was no room for explanation. What else could they say? To put it bluntly, if this kind of behavior were to occur on a real battlefield, fleeing in the face of battle would be a capital offense. That would have been beheaded. But it would have been a lenient punishment. Moreover, Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng were the 2 great masters of the previous generation. Moreover, these 2 were the representatives of the Hermitage. In fact, it was obvious that they were siding with Jun Moxie. The elders and even the most protective Xiao Buyu were a little annoyed. They felt that his grandson Xiaohan had lost a lot of face today. He should have been happy that he was lucky enough to keep his life. So, why did he have to come out and clamor? Would the Blizzard Silver City's top 10 experts have been the first to flee if it weren't for protecting you, boy? Now you've been scolded by the opposite party. Not only that, but the Blizzard Silver City has also lost a lot of face in front of the world's heroes. It can't be said that their name would go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Speaking of shamelessness, the Jun family wants to talk about it with everyone. Jun Moxie passionately faced everyone. Then he secretly glanced at Li Jutian. Then he began to talk about his true purpose. The seniors of the 3 holy lands are here today. Their eyes are like torches as they bear witness to this battle. Moreover, countless heroes have gathered here because of the Shen beasts. Everyone is watching. Even the Lord of Tianfa Venerable Mei is here. Both sides have gathered here. I have a few questions that I would like to ask Great Master Li Jutian. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng revealed a look of admiration in their eyes. This young man surnamed Jun was very young, but his Shen cultivation had already reached the peak of Yu Shen's realm. Even they didn't have such a cultivation back then. In fact, it could be said that he was a genius among geniuses. However, it was rare that he was facing these legendary experts. In fact, he was neither servile nor overbearing. In fact, he had a natural demeanor. This was a matter of mental cultivation. This young man will become a great person in time. In fact, the world will have another great master in less than 30 years. At the same time, Jun Moxie's flattery had made the 2 great masters feel very comfortable. We were living a free and unfettered life in the Tianxiang city that day. And we were more than 5,000 kilometers away from here. It was reasonable to say that the southern heaven city would have been wiped out. Even if the people of the Shuehan Manor had turned into evil spirits, what did it have to do with us? But Great Master Li Ju Tian had issued the summons. So, we disregarded our former enmity and volunteered to go to the rescue. We led the army and traveled thousands of miles to help. What was the purpose of this? It was to assist the Shuehan Manor. It was to do our part as a part of humanity. It was for the sake of the Jianghu. It was for the sake of righteousness. Jun Moxie spoke in a loud voice. It seemed as if he was making a powerful lawsuit. His face was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. But we didn't receive any kind greetings after we arrived here. Instead, we were ruthlessly suppressed and pushed aside. And these great masters of the Xianxia Manor have finally decided to take revenge for their own selfishness. This battle concerns the safety of the entire continent. So, they set up the most despicable plot to frame us. They wanted to put us to death. Today's deployment of troops. I believe that the discerning Great Master Bu and the discerning Great Master Roulet, or those who don't know the inside story, can clearly see that there was something fishy and dirty about it. They had come from afar and had come to help us in this battle. In fact, they had even helped us in our hour of need. How can we not treat them with disdain? I'm not afraid of the second Great Master or the third Great Master's retaliation in the presence of the Hermitage Master. So I'm going to risk my life to ask you, where is your conscience? Where is the justice? Where is the morality? Can those with bigger fists disregard the justice of the world and the hearts of the people? If you're saying that you've made such a decision because of your personal grudges, then I'd like to ask another question. I believe that everyone knows that if Tianfa wins this battle and enters the inner continent, it'll be a calamity for the common people. However, it was precisely such a crucial battle that had become a haunted place filled with crafty plots and conspiracies. And the one who's being framed is the commander of this battle. Then what do the common people of the world count for in your eyes? You're all great masters. Xianxia Manor, but do you still have any humanity? Do you still have any humanity? Could it be that in your hearts, there's nothing else but your own interests? Jun Moxie was getting more and more agitated as he spoke. He had been putting on a show to vent his anger. But his words had made him angry. Great Master Li Ju Tian is also here. So I'd like to ask you something. You don't care about the people who came to help you. So why did you issue the Great Master's summon? Why didn't the Shuehan Manor resist the Xian beasts by itself if you had the guts? Why did you turn into a coward in the end? Why didn't you go and fight? Go and kill. Go and die a clean death. Then the whole world will praise your heroic spirit. They will say that you're a great hero. But you didn't do that. You were afraid of death. So you asked for help. The Great Master's summon? The Xian continent recognizes it as an order that no one can violate? Bah. That's a call for help. Do you understand? Because you issued the Great Master's summon for yourself. You're greedy for life and afraid of death. There have been countless great masters in the Xianxian continent in the last 10,000 years. But Li Ju Tian, you're the second great master who's afraid of death. But you can be said to be the first person in the entire universe. You may not be the last person in the future, but you're absolutely unprecedented. The most cowardly great master. Our forces are the weakest in this war. But we haven't retreated. So, aren't we the ones who have persisted until the end? The warriors of the great families haven't retreated either. They've spilled their blood on the ground. But the ones who have run away are the ones who started this war. The ones who issued the Great Master's summon are the people of the Shuehan Manor and the Silver Blizzard City. Moreover, they're the strongest ones. Do you have the face to stand in this world? Don't tell me that you don't feel any shame? Jun Moxie sneered, that's right. You've tried to frame my third uncle, but he hasn't died. And you're still saying that we haven't lost yet. Li Ju Tian, Xiaohan, I believe that the two of you can be called the two great masters of the universe from now on. Because no one can compare to the two of you in terms of shamelessness. You're worthy of being called the great master of shamelessness. I believe that no one will disagree. Jun Moxie had cursed them to his heart's content. Everyone's faces had turned deathly pale. There weren't many people present who were clean. All of them had participated in that shameless backroom deal. In fact, they were the fence-sitters who went with the flow. Li Ju Tian had been slapped by Venerable Mei in front of everyone's eyes. He hadn't been able to resist or struggle at all. So he had lost his face a long time ago. So he had suffered serious injuries after being taught a lesson by Venerable Mei. But he didn't have the face to stand up. So he simply lay down on the ground and pretended to be unconscious. He would have walked away if this had been any other time. That way he wouldn't have had to suffer such unwarranted humiliation. It wasn't that he didn't want to retaliate. But his skills were inferior. So how could he retaliate? The people of the Shuehun Manor were taking care of him as he lay on the ground. But he had heard Jun Moxi's lengthy reprimand at this moment. His words had been spoken in a righteous manner. The most amazing thing was that Jun Moxi hadn't mentioned anything about the war. He hadn't mentioned why Tian Xian and the Earth Xian experts had died. And many of the Xin Xian experts had also died. So why hadn't Jun Wui and the Yu Xian experts been defeated or killed? Instead they had acted as victims. Then they had started to reprimand the righteousness of justice. And they had scolded him in such a righteous manner that everyone present had felt ashamed of themselves. They hadn't dared to refute him. In fact, they had even started to sympathize with Jun Wui. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng were included among them, these two senior supreme martial artists. They had heard Jun Moxi say, "Li Ju Tian Xiaohan, the two of you can be called the two great masters of the universe. No one can compare to the two of you in terms of shamelessness. You're worthy of being called the great master of shamelessness. I believe that no one will disagree." Li Ju Tian couldn't keep up his act any longer. His chest issued a strange sound. Then he suddenly sat up with a flushed face. He straightened his body and pointed at Jun Moxi. His finger trembled as he cursed angrily, "Ignorant brat. You puff." He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Scarlet. The dignified second great master had been scolded by Jun Moxi to the point of vomiting blood. Li Ju Tian had been seriously injured. His internal injuries were especially serious. Venerable Mei had punched and kicked him in a fit of rage. But he hadn't faked it. In fact, he hadn't been afraid that his punches hadn't hit his flesh. Li Ju Tian had relied on his exquisite Xianxia to protect his internal organs. So he hadn't been beaten to death on the spot. This was something to be proud of. After all, he was the #1 beast king of Tianfa. He was at the pinnacle of the universe. He had been beaten like a sandbag by his opponent. Moreover, his movements had been restrained and he couldn't fight back. His bones had been fractured, and his internal organs had been severely injured. Of course, even if he was so heavily injured, he could still kill Jun Moxi in the blink of an eye if he went all out. However, he couldn't. And he didn't dare to do so. That was because Jun Moxi had Solitary Eagle by his side. Li Ju Tian wouldn't have been afraid in ordinary times. In fact, he was confident that he could deal with Solitary Eagle. But he was worried that Solitary Eagle would take advantage of this opportunity to deal with him. Furthermore, the people from the elusive land of immortals were here as well. Who was right and who was wrong? How could they not interfere? Even if none of this existed, the #1 Shen Beast King was still here. Li Ju Tian could have easily killed his opponent. But he didn't dare to do so. Moreover, he had to endure the berserk curses of his opponent. Li Ju Tian had choked on his blood. And the reason why Li Ju Tian couldn't spit blood was also the reason why Jun Moxi had dared to lash out and curse him in front of the second great master. As for the future, Li Ju Tian probably wouldn't have a future. That was because Jun Moxi's murderous intention had already stirred in his heart. Li Ju Tian was in a much more dangerous situation than the Silver Blizzard City. That was because the Silver Blizzard City was holding him back. So they wouldn't dare to act brazenly. However, Li Ju Tian was different. That old man was willing to do anything for his son. He acted without scruples. Moreover, he was very despicable and shameless. Jun Moxi wouldn't allow such a calamity to continue to exist. In all fairness, Jun Moxi wouldn't necessarily be able to take Li Ju Tian's life even if all the bones in his body were to be broken with Jun Moxi's current cultivation. So how could he kill him? In fact, Jun Moxi already had a plan in mind. Jun Moxi had a trump card in his hand ever since he had entered the second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda. But he had never revealed it to anyone. That was the flame of primal chaos. That pitch-black flame was the source of the world's flames. It possessed the terrifying ability to burn everything. Li Ju Tian was only an ordinary person. Even a great principal golden immortal would have perished under the burning of the flame of primal chaos. However, Jun Moxi wasn't able to fully control the flame of primal chaos. This was the reason why he didn't dare to use it. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been able to exterminate anyone? In fact, Jun Moxi's ability was more than enough to control the flame of primal chaos from the bottom of the cauldron. But, if he wanted to move the flame of primal chaos out of the Hongjun Pagoda, and then launch it from his own body, it would be extremely taxing on his body. In fact, the slightest bit of carelessness could burn him to ashes. Even if he were to suffer a backlash from the spirit chi in his body, it would still be a serious injury. Moreover, his mind would be damaged. However, what Jun Moxi didn't know was that his mind was the so-called primordial spirit. primordial spirit damage couldn't be healed even after a long period of recuperation. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. So, it couldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. However, Jun Moxie had no other choice. This was the most critical moment of his life. Venerable Mei had already broken many of Li Jutian's bones. Moreover, his internal injuries were also quite serious. This was the weakest moment of the second great master's life. Moreover, he was the most vulnerable person in his life. Therefore, he was the most vulnerable person to be killed. So, it was very likely that Jun Moxie and the Jun family would be the ones to suffer if Li Jutian was allowed to recover. Li Jutian wouldn't have let Jun Wui and the Jun family off even if Jun Moxie hadn't gone all out and cursed Li Jutian. Almost 1/3 of the Shuihun Manor's strength had been lost. In fact, 3 of the Xianxia experts had been killed. And this was all because of Jun Wui. And Li Jutian had been beaten up by Venerable Mei because of Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie couldn't be blamed at that time. But he was the cause of the incident. Especially the second time. Jun Moxie was the perfect target to vent his anger on. Li Jutian was a vengeful person. So, how could he let this uncle and nephew go? I can't beat Venerable Mei. But, can I beat Jun Wui and his nephew? Li Jutian didn't care about the cause of this matter. Therefore, Jun Moxie had no other choice. So he decided to take the risk. I must kill Li Jutian. I must kill Li Jutian. Li Jutian had been forced into a dead end by Venerable Mei. And Jun Moxie had also been forced into a dead end at the same time. Li Jutian wouldn't die. So, the Jun family would be destroyed. There was no better solution than to kill Li Jutian. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Jun Moxie's outburst of cursing was extremely audacious. He had actually mentioned the second great master's name over and over again, and was truly reckless. However, Jun Moxie was thinking. Li Jutian had just received the heaviest injury of his life. Moreover, he had just suffered the most severe humiliation since the beginning of the world's history. So, it was obvious that he was in a state of agitation at this time. In fact, it was difficult for him to control his emotions. Moreover, his temperament was extremely vicious. So, it was even more difficult for him to control his mind. Therefore, the more ruthless he cursed at Li Jutian, the better it would be. And Li Jutian's words would provoke him even more. In other words, he would infuriate him even more. It would be best if he could infuriate this old bastard to death. In fact, that would be the most ideal outcome. But he would make Li Jutian's internal injuries worsen even if he didn't die from anger. And that would give him an advantage in the future. Recommended Urban Fantasy Book. Super Magic Pen, Book Number 1648424. If you like this type of book, please help me collect it. Chapter 360. Jun Moxie's guess was right. Jun Moxie's curses were more effective in Li Jutian's ears than if Venerable Mei had punched him 3 times. His injuries had already been under control and hadn't worsened. But, his mind had been agitated, and his Xianxia had been stimulated. His internal organs had been damaged and he had vomited blood. How did his injuries just worsen by a little? Jun Moxie's cold eyes Lengling looked at Li Jutian as he madly vomited blood. He couldn't help but feel pleased in his heart. Old man, this is only the beginning. I haven't let you experience the joy of seeing your son die. Just wait for a while and I'll show you the corpse of your only son in front of you. Let's see if you won't vomit blood then. Li Tingyun, this young master has already told you that you'll face a bloody calamity. And you can't avoid it. But you didn't believe me. Just wait. This young master will prove it to you. Today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I won't be called Jun Moxie if I don't kill you. It could be said that Jun Moxie had employed the most brilliant psychological tactics to deal with Li Jutian's series of schemes. He had grasped the weaknesses of Li Jutian's character, and had grasped his weakness. He had slowly advanced step by step. He had seized the opportunity of Li Jutian's unstable state of mind after he had been seriously injured. And he had used his words to break through the enemy's psychological defenses. And he had finally achieved his goal. Jun Moxie had come up with a brilliant idea when he had seen Venerable Mei beating up Li Jutian. So, he had come up with a good method to defeat the enemy. His target had been Li Jutian since the beginning of his curses. In fact, the Silver Blizzard City had only been incidental. Jun Moxie would have looked for a reason to curse him even if Xiaohan hadn't jumped out and said those words. Of course, that idiot Xiaohan had cooperated with Jun Moxie by saying that he hadn't lost yet. And this had given Jun Moxie even more reason to believe that he had lost. At the same time, Jun Moxie had a vicious thought in his mind. I won't let anyone who has participated in the framing of the Jun family off. No matter who you are, no matter if you are forced, no matter if you have difficulties. If you do it, you will have to bear my wrath, the wrath of the evil monarch. Today's matter, cough cough, although we lost this battle, it wasn't without reason. Regarding General Jun's misfortune, we two brothers are extremely sympathetic. Fortunately, General Jun has great fortune in life, and did not cause an eternally regrettable incident. This is truly something to rejoice over. Bu Guangfeng had a very straightforward temperament. Moreover, he had witnessed this fight from the beginning to the end. So, he was somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. Most importantly, he was very dissatisfied with Li Tian and the Silver Blizzard City. This was because he had witnessed a tragic hero who came from afar to help, but was framed by the people he wanted to help. However, for the sake of his own beliefs and duty, he chose to fight with an indomitable will. Even if he died, he would not regret it. Even in the face of certain death, he still did his best and did his best in what was within his responsibility. Although no one supported his decision and no one obeyed his orders due to fear of the conspirators' despotic power, he had a clear conscience regardless of whether he lived or died. Even the people who had framed him had chosen to use their military skills for the sake of the overall situation of the war. So, he had chosen to protect them as long as they were part of his army. Everyone with discerning eyes could see that Jun Wuyi's troops would have been defeated if they had followed Jun Wuyi's arrangements. But they wouldn't have been so miserable. However, this mistake couldn't be blamed on Jun Wuyi. He knew that this was a trap. But a soldier was a soldier and a commander was a commander. Jun Wuyi had fought for the sake of the continent, and not for the sake of his own dignity. Such a soldier was very stupid. But his stupidity was admirable. It was admirable. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng had come as witnesses. But the elusive land of the immortals and Li Tian had a good relationship. Therefore they had stood on Li Tian's side when they had arrived. They had also stood on the side of the continent. However, they had witnessed some things with their own eyes after they had arrived. And they hadn't even realized that they had deviated from their original positions. Jun Wuyi hadn't done anything wrong. Moreover, most people sympathized with the weak. Moreover, Hermitage had always been a righteous messenger. Therefore, the two of them had subconsciously stood on Jun Wuyi's side. It was only temporary. But it was enough for now. A tragic hero was always easy to be admired. And Jun Wuyi was the protagonist of today's show. He had become the focal point of countless Xianxia masters. Tian Fa's side has won today's first battle. Bu Guangfeng looked at Venerable Mei and said, "Who will be fighting on Venerable Mei's side in the second battle?" "The Snake King will be fighting on our side in the second battle. You can send anyone to fight one-on-one. After the second battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the third battle will be between me and all the Supreme Being experts here. I want you to lose convincingly." Venerable Mei snorted. His black robe fluttered as he looked at Jun Moxie. His gaze was so intense that Jun Moxie felt as if his face had been pricked by a needle. He felt a stinging pain. "The Venerable is very courageous." Bu Guangfeng smiled and said, "That youngster is also very good. He hasn't taken the medicine to widen his meridians, and hasn't received Xin Xian's blessing. But he's already at the peak of Yu Xian's level. He can be said to be a rare genius even in thousands of years. Could it be that the Venerable intends to accept him as your disciple?" Jun Emosia's body had been transformed by the heaven and earth's aura. His innate aptitude was the best in the continent. And this couldn't be hidden from the great master who had been famous for more than 100 years. In fact, even the great master himself wanted to take him in as a disciple. So, Venerable Mei's eagerness to hunt him down was understandable. But who could have known that those punches and kicks weren't fatal? In fact, they weren't even capable of causing internal injuries. Accept him as my disciple?" Venerable Mei's eyes flashed. He suddenly smiled and said, "You've seen through me. Not bad. I do have this intention. Accept him as my disciple. Doesn't that mean that I can torture this hateful guy justifiably? Torture every day and night, anytime and anywhere." This was the first time that Venerable Mei felt at ease after seeing Jun Moxie. Congratulations to Venerable Mei for getting such a good disciple. I believe that another Supreme Master will appear in Jianghu in the future. Bu Guangfeng's tone was full of regret and envy. He believed that if a peak expert like Venerable Mei wanted to accept him as his disciple, wouldn't that Jun Moxie be crying and begging to accept him? There was no need to consider this matter. Well, it is indeed worth congratulating. Venerable Mei's words had a double meaning as he said in a heavy tone. "I don't need to deal with him now, humph humph humph." Venerable Mei let out a long whistle after he finished speaking. Both sides withdrew their troops. What made people speechless was that both sides seemed reluctant to part. Duanmu Chao Fan, Xikong and Yi and Dongfang Wenqing waved their hands. The Xian beasts in front of them also politely waved their front paws. Then they wagged their tails and retreated. This extremely harmonious scene between man and beast left most of the people on the hillside dumbfounded. Those who had escaped with great difficulty had tears streaming down their cheeks. That brat Wuxia had been shouting about being wronged a moment ago. And he had been scolding people to gain sympathy. But you guys had only been putting on a show for half a day. In fact, not even a single strand of hair had been messed up. But we had been fighting with our heads in our hands. Xiaohan almost vomited blood. He pointed his trembling finger at Jun Moxie. He said in grief and indignation, So you were colluding. Despicable? Your mother's fart. Who can be more despicable than you when it comes to being despicable? Jun Moxie rebuked mercilessly, Which eye of yours saw us colluding? That's called etiquette. Do you understand? We had fought for such a long time. How could we not have any feelings? What's wrong with waving at each other? What's wrong? You still have the face to say that. Xiaohan was indignant. You actually, only a few people died, and you actually have feelings for each other? How can you be so shameless? Bullsh *T. Only a few of our people died? Bah, at least half of our people died. But what about you? Not a single one of you died. You still have the face to say the word shameless in front of me? Jun Moxie glared at him. He was equally indignant. Those are human lives. Don't you know that human lives are precious? Do you know how much I have to pay for the funeral expenses? It's an astronomical figure. Astronomical figure? Funeral expenses? At this time this fellow was still thinking about this? You. Xiaohan couldn't catch his breath. He stammered for a long time and almost fainted from anger. You're making slanderous accusations. You're the one who was afraid of death. You actually want to frame us for colluding? Have you ever seen a man colluding with a tiger? Why don't you go and collude with one of us? Jun Moxie was not going to let it go. He stomped his feet and cursed. I look down on people like you the most. You don't have any achievements and yet you're jealous of others' achievements. You. How can you say that? How can you be so shameless? Xiaohan roared and suddenly fell to the ground. This time he really fainted from anger. Everyone looked at each other. We don't know how you guys colluded with each other. However, everyone knew that there was definitely something fishy going on. We didn't see how you guys colluded with the mystical beasts, but we also didn't see humans and mystical beasts fighting for half a day to become friends, especially when the mystical beasts raised their front paws and waved goodbye. It was a spectacle that had never been seen in thousands of years. If you guys didn't collude with each other, I wouldn't believe it even if I killed my head. Didn't you hear what this fellow said? If anyone suspected, they could go and collude with one of them to see. Was this something that could be easily colluded with? If it could be easily colluded, everyone here would have been treated the same way as Yun Bi-chin, colluding with a large group of level 9 mystical beasts? How was this colluding? They were clearly going to deliver food. The mystical beasts had just fought and were exhausted. Their bellies were deflated. I haven't lived enough yet. I just escaped from the encirclement and was almost torn to shreds. Do you still want to go? I'm currently in Jianghu. My flight is tomorrow morning. I've been working overtime for the past few days. I've finally finished writing the 20,000 words for the past 3 days. I'll set the time to upload them later. The time will be 18 and 20 o'clock at night. This was the first time I was participating in Qidian's activities. I had no experience. Although I brought a notebook with me, I didn't know if I had time to write in the past few days. I wasn't sure if I could calm down. However, as long as I could write, no matter how much I wrote in the past few days, it would all explode on the 31st. Chapter 361. Xikong and Yi and the others had already arrived at this time. They heard Jun Moxie's words from afar. Xikong and Yi turned around and smiled at Duanmu Chao Fan. He then exclaimed in admiration, "This boy's shamelessness reminds me of you in the past." Duanmu Chao Fan was furious. He grabbed him and said, I. Xikong and Yi hastily raised his hands in surrender. He laughed as if he was crying. He then said in a pained voice, I was wrong, big brother. I shouldn't have provoked you. Listening to you is too painful. I will change. Is it not enough? Motherfucker, why haven't you changed your bad habit of having a cheap mouth when I'm with you for dozens of years? Dongfang Wenqing pushed Jun Wui's wheelchair in the midst of the chaos. She stopped in front of Jun Moxie. Jun Wui smiled helplessly as he looked at his nephew. He then asked in a soft voice, You? Jun Moxie chuckled and said, Third uncle, you're really too brave. You single-handedly fought against several 9th-level Shen beasts, and you did it with ease. Not only did you manage to escape unscathed, but you didn't even gasp for breath. The most amazing thing is that you didn't even move from your wheelchair from beginning to end. This nephew admires you wholeheartedly. You little rascal. Jun Wui glared at him and snorted. But he didn't ask any more questions. He knew that this matter had something to do with Jun Moxie. But he didn't want to ask again. After all, this wasn't something he could ask in person. First, there were too many people here. Second, Jun Wui was sure that Jun Moxie had done it. But how he did it was Jun Moxie's secret. Since it was a secret, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Some things, it was better to let others know than to let others see. This was the principle. Therefore Jun Wui chose not to ask. However, Jun Wui was even more proud. That was because the person who had created this miracle was his nephew. Other than his own nephew, Jun Wui didn't believe that there was anyone else in this world who could do such a thing. But from this point alone, it could be said to be the best in the world. At this moment there was an empty space in the field. In the middle of the open space, there was an enchanting green-clothed girl. She was like a magnolia in a secluded valley, standing there quietly. Not only was this young lady an outstanding beauty, but she also naturally had a gentle temperament about her. She had a voluptuous figure with a curvy front and a slender waist that seemed like it would snap if the wind blew a little harder. If this figure was on an ordinary woman, the first impression that people would have of her would be a stunner. But this young girl didn't have any of that feeling. Instead, he felt that it was very cute, very warm, and very playful. Her eyes were as clear as water, and her facial features were exquisite. A gentle breeze caressed her soft long hair, making people feel as if they were floating in the air. But the most endearing thing about her was the pure face of this green-clothed girl. It was as if she didn't know the ways of the world, making people feel a strong desire to protect her. Snake King. How could such a peerless beauty be connected to the legendary Snake King of Tianfa Shen Beast? She was in charge of 10,000 poisons. Her methods were cruel and ruthless. She was one of the Shen Beast Kings of Tianfa. This was the difference between heaven and earth. But she was. This green-clothed girl was one of the 12 Shen Beast Kings of the Tianfa forest, the Snake King. He was also the king of 10,000 poisons, one of the most terrifying kings of the Tianfa forest, the Snake King. Jensun. Jun Moxie was surprised because the Venerable Mei didn't send the strongest Shen Beast King besides himself, the Crane King Long Crane. Instead he sent the Snake King. Could it be that the Qiansun Serpent Queen has the ability to defeat the Crane King? Or is she going to use poison to win? Jun Moxie thought about it but felt that it wasn't very possible. One must know that the Snake King was the king of 10,000 poisons, but her opponent was one of the 8 great masters of the continent. Once one's Shen cultivation reached the level of a great master, even though it couldn't be said to be invulnerable to all kinds of poisons, but ordinary poisons wouldn't have any effect on him. Furthermore, any sovereign realm expert was an astute person with extremely rich combat experience. They were well aware of the poisons that could threaten them, and they would probably have already thought of a countermeasure before their enemies could use them. So, what would be the use of a deadly poison? Even those legendary peerless poisons, which were said to kill upon contact and kill upon contact, were much less effective against a great master-level powerhouse. The people of the continent discussed nervously. Then, a black silhouette came out of the crowd and stood opposite to the Snake King. Jun Moxie hadn't expected that the continent would send the cold-blooded great master Lei Wu Bei. Jun Daxiao had expected this choice. But Lei Wu Bei wasn't the best choice in Jun Moxie's mind. The solitary eagle was the best choice. The most advantageous thing in a decisive battle against an opponent who was poisoned was to end the battle as quickly as possible. Moreover, the more agile the opponent was, the better. Therefore, the solitary falcon's comprehensive advantage naturally belonged to the solitary falcon. Moreover, the solitary falcon's flying eagle agility was the Snake King's natural enemy. The eagle eats the snake. But how could the continent's allied forces not think of this if Jun Moxie could think of it? Sure, Xianxia and the others also wanted to send Solitary Eagle to fight. But they didn't dare to take the risk. The situation was very clear. The continent had already lost 1 round. So, they wouldn't even need to fight the 3rd round if they were to lose again. The solitary falcon didn't like Li Ju Tian and his son. But, it was obvious that he had a close relationship with the young Master Jun. Moreover, the Jun family had been able to retreat unscathed in the face of such a great disparity in strength. So, no one would believe that the Jun family didn't have any dirty dealings with Tianfa. Luck? 300 people's luck is that good? They've all been blessed by heaven on this day? Only an idiot would believe that. Everyone believed that the Jun family and Solitary Eagle wouldn't betray the continent for personal gain. But what if there was a mishap? Who can afford such a responsibility? Therefore, the continent's allied forces had chosen Lei Wu Bei to fight. Moreover, Lei Wu Bei's Xian cultivation was much more vigorous than that of Solitary Eagle's. Both sides had already decided on the candidates for the battle. The fifth great master of the continent's allied forces would fight against the Tianfa's Beast King, Myriad Poison's Snake King, Chen Sun. Suddenly, a vigorous silhouette flashed from the opposite side of the Tianfa forest. It left behind a series of afterimages, and arrived in front of Jun Wui and Dongfang wenching like lightning. Then it grabbed Jun Moxie who was standing between the two of them. Then it quickly retreated and left behind only a series of afterimages. Two long afterimages appeared on the left and right side of the field. They were so densely packed that they formed two parallel straight lines. It seemed as if two neat rows of soldiers were standing opposite each other. Then they disappeared at the same time. Celestial Immortal Incarnation, Thousand Phantoms. The World Cage. Lei Baoyu and Bu Guangfeng cried out in alarm. The two of them were genuinely shocked by the Lord of Tianfa's endless and profound methods. This venerable Mei hasn't used many of his trump cards? Could it be that his strength had truly reached the level of being on par with the master of the elusive world of immortals? But Tianfa still has. The two of them swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Venerable Mei had grabbed Jun Moxie's hand. It was the world cage that he had used to deal with Li Ju Tian. Venerable Mei hadn't been able to make Jun Moxie disappear from his hands. But he had guessed that it was an unfathomable secret technique. Then he thought that Jun Daxiao was that mysterious expert's disciple. So he understood that he had such a method. He couldn't understand such a secret technique. In fact, he might not even be able to restrain it. But it was another matter to guard against and subdue Jun Daxiao. Therefore, Venerable Mei had used the world cage in order to capture Jun Moxie. He hadn't used it on Daxiao earlier because that kid's strength was too trashy. So, using such a divine technique would have been like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. But he had confirmed that this kid's escaping skills were unparalleled in the world even though he was a trash. So, he had used his full strength to capture him. Then he had brought him back to the group of beasts and had thrown him to the ground. Jun Moxie's buttocks ached with a puff sound. Fortunately, there were no stones on the ground. Otherwise he would have exploded. Jun Wui raised his eyebrows. Dongfang wenching hurriedly whispered in his ear. The one who attacked just now was the Lord of Tianfa. He must have taken a fancy to Xia's extraordinary aptitude. I also heard that he intends to take Xia as his disciple. This is a blessing for Xia. So don't be impatient. Jun Wui nodded. But his eyes were filled with worry. But he was also clear that he was completely powerless against the Lord of Tianfa. He could only pray for his nephew's good fortune. No one would have thought that Venerable Mei would suddenly make such a move. Even Jun Moxie hadn't expected it. By the time he reacted, he had already discovered that he couldn't move his entire body. So, he decided to use his mind to escape into the Hongjun Pagoda to escape from the enemy's grasp. But, he was surprised to discover that his body couldn't move even a single inch even though his spirit sense was still connected to the Hongjun Pagoda. What a tragedy. In Venerable Mei's heaven and earth cage that could seal the heaven and earth spiritual chi, Jun Moxie had returned to the original state of the first level. Only his consciousness could enter, but his body couldn't. Jun Moxie's heart was filled with hatred. This damned old bastard keeps messing with me. What is his intention? How did I offend him? Is there a need to be so unforgiving? Is he addicted to torturing me? Is he really a sadist? But who do I think I am? There are so many Supreme Xianxia here. Which one of them wouldn't have a greater sense of accomplishment than me? Why did he pick me? Jun Moxie couldn't figure it out. Be obedient. Sit still and don't move. Otherwise you will suffer. Venerable Mei kicked his butt from behind. His position was right behind Jun Xia's back. So, no one would be able to see him move his leg. Jun Xia took a vicious kick, and the pain pierced through his heart. But he didn't move and the expression on his face was still a smile. Chapter 362. Venerable Mei's heaven and earth cage was truly an unfathomable technique. I want to move but I can't. Jun Moxie cursed in his heart, smiling as he sat in front of Venerable Mei. In the heaven and earth cage even the muscles on his face couldn't be moved. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive kicks landed on his buttocks. Jun Moxie cursed in his heart, almost exploding with anger. Are you addicted to kicking? You old pervert. What he didn't know was that Venerable May was pouting under her veil, muttering to herself, "I'll let you twist my buttocks every day. Rub again. Rub again. I'll let you rub again. You despicable bastard. Every dog has its day, I'll play you to death." As he muttered to himself, he kept kicking. The more he kicked, the more addicted he became. Every sentence he muttered was followed by a kick. The battle between Snake King and the cold-blooded Venerable had yet to begin, but Jun Moxie's buttocks had already become round and swollen, almost transparent. On the opposite side, Dongfang Wenqing looked carefully and smiled. "Look, Emosia has a smile on his face. Looks like it's a good thing." Jun Wuyi looked at Jun Emosia and finally felt relieved. Then he smiled in a gratified manner and said, "This brat is really lucky to have such a senior expert like him. This is Emosia's fortune and the Jun family's fortune. Yeah, look at his smile. It looks like he's having a good time. I guess Venerable May must have given him a lot of benefits." Dongfang Wendao rubbed his chin and laughed. "Nonsense, if it were me I would also be having a good time. That's a master who's even more powerful than a great master." Dongfang Wenjian rolled his eyes at his third brother. Was there a need to say it? How could a young boy not be happy when he was treated so well by a peerless master? Why didn't I have such good luck when I was young? The three brothers were a little jealous. The three of us are very close to this kid's bloodline. What they didn't know was that Jun Moxie was feeling good, right now. He was about to die from pleasure. He was truly in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His butt kept getting kicked and his body kept getting twisted. His entire body was already covered in bruises, but even though he was in so much pain, he couldn't even put on a crying expression. If his uncles knew that Jun Moxie was having such a good time right now, they would not be jealous anymore. Jun Moxie clearly felt that his buttocks had swelled up like a balloon in a short period of time, doubling in size. Moreover, this trend was still developing. Is this still a fucking ass? It was like a hot air balloon. Brother just sat on the ground and slowly I actually felt like I was sitting on a bench. I'm getting taller. Right at this moment there was movement in the surroundings. The cold-blooded great master Lei Wu Bei? Qian Sun Serpent Queen's voice was exceptionally clear and melodious. It even had a trace of gentleness to it. She innocently blinked her big eyes as she asked in a very curious and naive manner. Her demeanor and her movements were clearly that of a young girl who didn't know much about worldly affairs. She was shy and afraid to greet a stranger. The onlookers had an impulse to go up and pat her head. They would praise her, "Good little girl, don't be afraid. Brother will buy you some candy." However, Lei Wu Bei didn't dare to think like that. The Xian cultivation of the other beast kings couldn't be compared to the 8 great masters except for the Venerable May of Tianfa. But the reason why they were able to share the same fame as the 8 great masters of the continent was that each of them possessed an extremely powerful body. An ordinary blow was like an itch to them. His incomparably tyrannical body was enough to keep pace with the 8 great masters even if his Xianqi was slightly inferior. In addition, he could use his sneaky and insidious methods. So, it was very likely that he would fail miserably today. The little girl in front of him looked delicate. She seemed so fragile that she couldn't even withstand a single blow. She looked like a bag of water. However, Lei Wu Bei knew very well that this little girl was actually a snake king. Moreover, she was the most insidious one in the Tianfa forest. His fist wouldn't even redden if he were to hit her body. But, would he dare to take a direct hit from her? Is this the Snake King? I've heard a lot about you. Lei Wu Bei acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He turned his hand and a cold light flashed in his hand. It was a strangely shaped serrated blade. One side of the blade was as clear as the autumn waters. It flickered with a cold light. It was obviously a sharp weapon that could cut through iron like mud. The other side was crisscrossed with dense serrated teeth. This was a sharp weapon, but it was also a lethal weapon. Jun Moxie finally understood as soon as he saw this weapon. The reason why Lei Wu Bei had been allowed to step onto the stage wasn't just because he had no other choice. It was because of his treasured blade. Lei Wu Bei's treasured blade could deal with the Xian beast's impenetrable thick skin. So, it was obvious that Lei Wu Bei's treasured blade had a very strong destructive power. Especially that serrated blade. It was an excellent way to deal with the Snake King. The Qian Sun Serpent Queen stood there in a delicate and timid manner. She looked delicate and pitiful. She seemed surprised as she called out, "Great Master Lei, how can you be so heartless when faced with such a terrible weapon?" She raised her hand to cover her mouth as she spoke. It seemed as if she was about to turn around and run away. Jun Moxie could only move his eyes. So, he naturally wanted to make good use of them. He could see at a glance that the Qian Sun Serpent Queen's clothes fit her slim shoulders. However, her sleeves were too wide in comparison. In fact, they almost touched the ground. Strange. Something is definitely strange. Lei Wu Bei snorted heavily as he heard the Snake King's words. Then he quickly moved sideways, and brandished the long blade in his hand in a cross-shaped pattern. It seemed as if two bolts of lightning had intersected in the air. Two chi sounds were heard as the multicolored snakes were chopped into 4 pieces. They then fell to the ground and twisted in pain. It's indeed the Snake King. He's worthy of his sinister reputation. Lei Wu Bei snorted angrily. His black face had turned somewhat pale. Those 2 poisonous snakes were the incomparably poisonous 7-colored ladies. Even a great master-level expert would be paralyzed for a while if they were bitten by one of them, even if it wouldn't be fatal. The paralysis would only last for 1 or 2 breaths. But it was enough for a great master-level expert like the Snake King to put himself in 100 different positions. And he could do whatever he wanted to do. You're being wrongly accused. I didn't do anything. The Qianxia Serpent Queen smiled tenderly. What's that? So scary. She looked at the poisonous snakes on the ground. Her eyes were wide open, and she seemed to be very frightened and surprised. Lei Wu Bei raised his blade once again. Bang. Another snake bumped into the blade's surface. This one was more urgent and faster. It was aimed at Lei Wu Bei's throat. The most frightening thing was that it didn't make a single sound. In fact, it didn't even have the slightest reflection in the sunlight. The Snake King's attack was very difficult to guard against. She smiled sweetly as she spoke. She had already silently launched her deadly attack. Jun Moxie felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at her. You can't judge a book by its cover. You can't measure the sea with a pail. The little girl looked pure and lovely. She looked innocent and pure. She looked harmless. Who would have thought that she would kill Lei Wu Bei 3 times in the blink of an eye? It was a typical case of brother, sweetly called out to him from the opposite side. His conscience was very, very bad. The situation in the field changed once again. The Snake King twisted her slender waist, and her graceful body quickly turned around. Then she suddenly waved her sleeves and the wind and clouds suddenly changed. It seemed as if 2 green dragons had rushed out of her sleeves, and had grown to 7 feet in an instant. In fact, it didn't matter if they were near or far. There was nothing they couldn't reach. The entire field turned into a sea of green amidst the whistling wind. The cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei was submerged in it. This was the true display of the Snake King's strength. And this was only the beginning. Lei Wu Bei's black figure was like a reef in the boundless sea. No matter how turbulent the waves were, he would remain motionless. He was a true pillar of support. The Snake King's offensive didn't stop there. Instead, it became even more ferocious. Suddenly, her slender body soared high into the sky. She danced gracefully in the midst of the sea of green. She looked like a fairy who had stepped on the boundless waves of the Milky Way as she soared high into the sky. She gently flipped her lily-white hands and countless cold stars flashed. Then more cold stars suddenly appeared, and sprinkled towards Lei Wu Bei from all directions. However, the Snake King's face remained pure and flawless as she sprinkled the cold stars with her lily-white hands. In fact, she seemed to be overflowing with interest. It seemed as if she was playing a game that she would never get tired of. It seemed as if she hadn't realized that the cold stars she had sprinkled were enough to poison the ground beneath her feet. Lei Wu Bei was no longer stubbornly defending himself. The cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei finally brought out his trump card in the face of the Snake King's torrential offensive. A muffled whistling sound was heard as the long blade crisscrossed in a crisscrossing manner. The blade's aura was awe-inspiring. It carried an extremely vast and majestic force. A silver-white wave slowly rolled out from the center of the sea of green. It rolled and surged endlessly. The great masters who were watching from all sides started to use their Xianxia to defend themselves the moment the blade's aura soared into the sky. They firmly protected their own areas. Otherwise, Lei Wu Bei's blade's aura would have penetrated their defenses, and would have cut a path of blood into the crowd behind them. It would have been like a ferocious dragon crossing the river. Their own people would have lost a lot of their own people before they could even hurt anyone. Lei Wu Bei occupied the geographical advantage and launched a counterattack. However, the Qianxia Serpent Queen was firmly in control of the air. Her delicate white feet were getting more and more urgent. The expression on her face had gradually changed from a relaxed and playful expression to one of calmness and seriousness. She brandished her jade-like arms, and the cold stars fell down with a rustling sound. In fact, they had joined together to form a single wave of cold light. The scene of the fierce battle was very pleasing to the eye. The silver-white waves continued to appear in the middle of the sea of green. Waves of cold light continued to sprinkle down from the sky. This was a beautiful scene. Anyone who saw this scene would feel relaxed and happy even though they knew that there was a heavy killing intent in it.
Chapter 3079. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Snatch. Long Kue? Long Kue? How arrogant! How tyrannical! After ending his seclusion, Yi Xian ordered the devouring system to activate his personal intergalactic communication system and connect to the heavenly underworld planet's intergalactic network to find out what happened next. He immediately found out about the arrival of the two subsequent edicts, as well as the Federation's Chief Inspector Long Huai sending an investigation team to the heavenly underworld planet, overthrowing Naples, arresting the Purplish Warbler, injuring the Shenyuan family head, and so on. A surge of anger and resentment instantly surged from Yi Xian's chest. This time, he was completely enraged. Yi Xian was actually not very interested in his identity as Prince Xian. In the Demon Star sector of the First Universe, Yi Xian had decided to replace the real Prince Xian after he had fallen and obtained his bloodline imprint. One reason was because he was about to return to the Third Universe. On the human side, it was very difficult to change the fact that he was Prince Xian. Even if Yi Xian tried to explain, it would be useless. Instead, it would bring him more trouble. In addition, Prince Xian's identity was indeed very convenient for him to search for the source of devouring in the Third Universe, and even the Second Universe. Therefore, in the end, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and forcefully accepted the identity of Prince Xian. Unfortunately, while this identity brought him great convenience, it also brought him a great deal of trouble. Putting everything else aside, as the prince of an eternal dynasty, and one whose reputation was like the sun in the sky, he could not avoid the struggle for the throne within the imperial family no matter what. Yi Xian had a foundation, so he was not afraid. He just found it troublesome. However, there was no reason for him to only want benefits and not find it troublesome. Therefore, he was already mentally prepared for this kind of annoying fight for the throne. However, Yi Xian had a bottom line when it came to this matter. Since I've gotten the convenience, I can play with you guys no matter how annoyed I am, but you can't touch my bottom line. Otherwise, I won't play anymore. It was fine if he didn't have the identity of Prince Xian. After all, the fragment of the superbrain in the corner of his personal space communication system had already entered its infancy stage. Its search range and ability had greatly increased, and it was only a matter of time before it grew into a real superbrain. When that time came, Yi Xian wouldn't need to rely on the superbrain on the immortal star to obtain convenience and search for information on the devouring origin. As for personal strength and foundation, Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through again and again, and he was no longer a weakling. As long as he maintained this state of rapid growth, Yi Xian would soon become a true starry sky master. Furthermore, he did not lack the hardware and software required to maintain this kind of rapid growth. He had plenty of Yi Xian for devouring systems and various cultivation resources. This was only in terms of personal strength. When it came to foundation and overall strength, with the Thunder Origin Bead and the Headless Infant Corpse in hand, even in this vast third universe, who would he be afraid of? It could be said that the identity of Prince Xian was convenient for Yi Xian. Although he had to endure and deal with some troubles, all of this was definitely not to the extent that it could be considered a restriction to him. It was still the same old saying. If he was annoyed, he could just break up and quit playing. Therefore this time, when Consort Mei suddenly issued an edict for Yi Xian to immediately return to the Immortal Star to complete the marriage ceremony with Ying Tai, he felt no pressure and left without giving any face at all. It was because there was no need to force himself to compromise. Similarly, since Yi Xian had already regarded Naples and the Purplish Warbler as his own direct subordinates and friends, then they were also Yi Xian's bottom line. Yi Xian could not accept that he had implicated Naples and the Purplish Warbler because of his own matters. The severity of this matter was enough for him to turn hostile. At least, that was what Yi Xian thought. Long Kue had been arrested by Naples and the Purplish Warbler. Not only did he injure the Purplish Warbler's father, but he was even prepared to take him to the Federation's Overwatch Council on the Immortal Star. This clearly showed that no matter what, even if it was a false accusation, the two of them would be taken down. Yi Xian could not tolerate this matter. Long Huai was the imperial uncle of the dynasty and the supervisor of the Wanluo Federation's headquarters. He was indeed powerful, but the other party had already made it clear that they were bullying him. If Yi Xian did not show his sword and blindly retreated, allowing Naples and the Purplish Warbler to be taken away by his assistant, Long Kue, Who would dare to draw close to Prince Xian in the future? After this incident, to what extent would Prince Xian's reputation be suppressed? In reality, Yi Xian did not consider these factors. The only thing in his mind right now was that he was unhappy, extremely unhappy. He was going to flip out. Didn't you want to bully me? That's fine, we'll just hurt each other. On the surface, his foundation and strength are indeed not as good as yours. But isn't this just a fight? How big of a deal is that? Even if I can't beat you, I dare to fight you head-on. Besides, I have the confidence to win. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the devouring system. It immediately began to analyze the general position of the Wan Luo Federation's headquarters, and not the Immortal Federation's stronghold. The analysis results came out quickly. The Federation's stronghold had not left the heavenly underworld star for long, only half a day. Furthermore, when they left the heavenly underworld star, it seemed that they did not intend to go straight to the nearest wormhole and use the wormhole to quickly return to the immortal star. Since that was the case, it was naturally impossible for them to travel at full speed. As such, the distance between the Federation's stronghold and the heavenly underworld star was not considered far. It's obvious that he wants to settle all the confessions on the way. Then, as soon as he arrives at the immortal star, he will immediately accuse me of framing him. That's a good plan. What a cruel heart. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and guessed Long Huai and Long Kuei's plan. He was so angry that he laughed and muttered a few words to himself. Then, he activated the Dongshu shuttle and rushed toward the nearest wormhole in the direction of the immortal star. Although he left half a day later than the other party, since the other party was not in a hurry, Yi Xian only needed to enter this wormhole to close the distance. In reality, according to his estimation, by the time the Dongshu shuttle rushed out from the other end of this wormhole, if there were no accidents, they should have already arrived in front of the Federation's stronghold. This would allow him to make some necessary arrangements in advance on the star path that the other party had to take to reach the immortal star. Since they were robbing people, there was obviously no need to be polite. This time, Yi Xian was even mentally prepared to use the Heavenly Legacy Clan's stronghold. When he was just a commoner, he was not afraid of power. He even dared to provoke the Demon Scout Corps, let alone now that he had the identity of a prince on the surface. Chapter 3080. Fully prepared. Although Yi Xian was infuriated, he wasn't so angry that he would lose his head. Their target this time was an interstellar fortress. If they wanted to take back Naples and the Purplish Warbler, they had to use their trump cards. However, Yi Xian had to consider clearly what could be used and what couldn't be used. Of course, the couldn't be used here didn't mean that they absolutely couldn't be used. Rather, it was best not to use them unless they had no other choice. For example, the Headless Infant's Corpse or the Thunder Origin Pearl. Either one of these two existences could be used to deal with this Federation fortress. However, if that happened, the consequences would be truly difficult to bear. On the one hand, Yi Xian's trump card would be exposed. On the other hand, if they used the Headless Infant's Corpse or the Thunder Origin Pearl, this Federation fortress guarded by Long Kuei would most likely be lost. That would be a major incident. Furthermore, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were still in this Federation fortress. If they really did leave them be and accidentally hurt them, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to do so. As the Dongshu shuttle rushed into the wormhole, these questions quickly turned in Yi Xian's mind. He fell into deep thought. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian quickly set the tone for this operation. Since they were rescuing people, it could also be said that they were robbing people. In that case, this operation would be considered a robbery. The purpose of a robbery was to rob, not to kill or destroy. Thus, in terms of strength they had to intimidate. In terms of methods they also had to be intimidating. Now that he had decided on this theme, it was easy to arrange the next step. It was nothing more than one sentence. Display a sufficiently intimidating force and force Long Kuei to hand over Naples and the Purplish Warbler. The other party only had one battleship, but it was a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. If Yi Xian wanted to form a sufficient deterrence against a force of this level, he would have to have at least one starry sky fortress. In other words, the Heavenly Legacy Clan's fortress in the bank would have to be revealed this time. Yi Xian didn't care about this. This starry sky stronghold wasn't in existence like a trump card in his hands. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. This time, it was just a little earlier. In addition, the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint, The 3 interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters could also be used. The fact that he had these 3 interstellar fortresses was no secret to the Myriad Federation and the Eternal Dynasty. Apart from that, the 10 million mosquito beasts and the 100,000 unkillable void soldiers could also be deployed in the void. However, there was no need to take out Prince Shui Ben, 8-star Wang Gua, and the other high-end forces. Long Kuei was also a supreme existence in the profound light realm. The Blood Ben Prince was only at the origin realm, and the 8-star Wang Ladle was the same. The origin realm was only the 9th great realm, while the profound light realm was the 11th great realm. With a difference of 2 great realms, it was useless to mobilize them. It was even possible that the other party would use them as a method to attack Yi Xian and kill them first. In addition, Yi Xian's Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and the other demon experts were only at the 8th realm of the Black Hole realm. The strongest, Mo Nu's Wafeng Tai, was only at the 4th level of the origin realm. They couldn't be used this time either. Even if they were used, they would die. Furthermore, they were demons. It wasn't convenient for them to be exposed in this kind of situation. On the other hand, although the 10 million mosquito beasts and the 100,000 void soldiers were weak individually, they had the advantage in numbers. As they spread out in the void, they still had the visual effect of deterrence. Moreover, even if Long Kuei wanted to rely on killing these mosquito beasts and soldiers to deal a blow to Yi Xian, and he did indeed have the ability to do so. However, as a supreme expert with the cultivation of the profound light realm, how could he disregard his status and attack these mosquito beasts and soldiers? In short, using the mosquito beasts and void soldiers could achieve a deterrent effect and prevent too many losses. It was definitely worth it. Of course, this wasn't enough. Although the headless infant's corpse and the lightning origin pearl couldn't be used, Yi Xian could use the weeping soul bloodhorn. Back then, the 9-star Ladybird Empress was a grotto heaven realm existence at the 10th level, but she was still suppressed by the weeping soul bloodhorn. She couldn't even resist. Just from this point alone, it could be deduced that the weeping soul bloodhorn should be able to suppress mystic light realm or even stronger existences. Apart from that, Yi Xian had to show some kind of powerful ability. This way, he could use this opportunity to create a deterrent effect that would be beneficial to him. However, the demon person's mental energy secret techniques and abilities, such as the Annihilation Spear, Destructive Whirlpool, Mental Lightning Technique, Mental Suppression, Mental Charm, and so on, weren't suitable to be used. With Yi Xian's current level of mental energy secret techniques and abilities, he wouldn't be able to threaten a mystic light realm expert. The elementary demon soul pupil only had the ability to see through one source. It was a support-type ability, so it wasn't suitable either. As for the Golden Divine Dragon's bloodline body tempering technique, it wasn't an offensive technique. Instead, it was a body tempering technique. Even the giant dragon's roar and the demon dragon's eye that he obtained after mutation were limited by Yi Xian's own strength. They weren't very strong right now, so it wasn't good to use them too early. Although the Rai Di seal in the center of his Sea of Consciousness contained large amounts of green lightning and golden lightning, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to control it once it was used. Even if it wasn't as terrifying as the lightning origin orb, it would still be impossible for that universal fortress to remain undamaged. There was still the possibility of accidentally injuring Naples and the purplish warbler. Only the fallen sky bow was an exception. The fallen sky bow originated from the Desolate Era Yuxia. It was originally an imprint of a Desolate Era divine ability that was left in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. Unlike the black gold dragon scales in his Sea of Consciousness that represented the bloodline of the divine dragon and the demonic dragon, as well as the other secret techniques and divine abilities of the demonic humans, this kind of primordial divine ability was not divided into elementary, intermediate, and so on. From the very beginning, the fallen sky bow didn't have any grades. Once it was used, it would absorb a large amount of the host's energy, including cultivation power, mental energy, life force, physical energy, and even the mysterious aura released by the void marrow crystal. All of this would turn into a golden energy arrow that shot towards the opponent. Of course, the more powerful Yi Xian was, the more energy the divine ability imprint could absorb. The golden energy arrow that shot out would be even more powerful. However, even with Yi Xian's current strength, as long as he controlled his speed and used a large amount of his cultivation power, mental energy, physical energy, and so on, this arrow might not be completely harmless to Mystic Light Realm experts. The only problem was that if he didn't control his speed well, and the golden arrow absorbed too much energy, Yi Xian would probably faint on the spot like the previous 2 times. However, if he stored up energy in advance and used a large amount of multi-pupil thought crystals and star core origin to charge the arrow, this problem could be resolved. Chapter 3081. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Long Kuei's lobbying. The Dongshu shuttle only stayed in the wormhole for 2 hours before it rushed out from the other end of the wormhole and stopped on one of the paths leading to the undying star. The distance covered by this 2-hour wormhole jump would take an entire day, even at the normal speed of an interstellar fortress. The Federation fortress that Naples and the Purplish Warbler were in had only left the heavenly underworld star half a day earlier. In other words, it would still take half a day to reach the space where Xianxia was at. Moreover, it would definitely pass through here as long as it wanted to return to the undying star. In the vast universe there were star paths everywhere. Every path led to Rome. Originally, there was no such thing as a path that had to be taken, but what kind of existence was the undying star? The imperial capital of the Undying Dynasty, one of the 2 great human factions, was where the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation was located. Every year, countless warships would head there from all directions of the undying star. However, in general there were only 3 fixed star paths that were the best choice. These 3 star paths were the fixed paths that led to the undying star from the imperial capitals of the 3 great empires. At this moment, Xianxia was on one of these star paths, the main star path that led from the imperial capital of the heavenly underworld star to the undying star. In the void, there were many star paths that had been explored and confirmed to be safe, but most of the time, these star paths were very quiet. Although there were many fleets going back and forth between the various administrative planets, the universe was too big, resulting in such a situation. However, this kind of desolate atmosphere was almost impossible to see on the 3 main planets. Sailing on the 3 main planets, it didn't take long for them to see 1 or 2 fleets of various sizes. Some belonged to some forces, and some were merchant fleets. At this moment, when Xian's Dongshu shuttle appeared, there were fleets that could be seen from far and near. Xian didn't care about these at all. Apart from rescuing Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he also had another purpose in robbing the Federation fortress. That was to show that he was domineering and not to be trifled with. Therefore, after stepping out of the Dongshu shuttle and waving his hand to keep it in his undying world, Xian didn't care and directly brought out the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Holy Child scout fortresses. Some of the fleets in the nearby void were shocked. There was still a difference between the Demonkin scout fortress and the human race's great fortress. Those with discerning eyes could tell at a glance. This group of people thought that the Demonkin had attacked Universe 3 and had even attacked the heavenly underworld empire. They were so scared that they were in a panic. They quickly fled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xian didn't mind. With a wave of his hand, he activated the concealment formation of the 3 scout fortresses. Then, he took out the Thunderbolt Star Fortress that was 100,000 meters in diameter and stood in front of the 3 scout fortresses. He also activated the concealment formation. The Federation's fortress. In nearly a day, Long Kuei had finished interrogating Naples and the Purplish Warbler. At this moment, he was using another kind of conciliatory plan to persuade the 2 of them. Since it was a conciliatory plan, he naturally couldn't use isolation and interrogation that would easily make the 2 of them reject him. Long Kuei even arranged a sumptuous feast in the resting area of the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation's fortress. At this moment, he had just opened a bottle of 100-year-old red wine and planned to have dinner with Naples and the Purplish Warbler. He wanted to use this opportunity to persuade the 2 of them to cooperate with him and give a better testimony. Just at this moment, a Federation communications officer in the fortress sent an instant report. What was recorded was the feedback of the sudden appearance of 3 demon scout fortresses about 2 hours ahead of them. This was clearly the news spread by the merchant ships that were startled away. Long Kuei glanced at the report and immediately smiled. He casually put it down and poured the red wine as he said to Naples and Xianxia, "To be honest, even I feel that it's not worth it for the 2 of you to be so insistent. Do you know why? Because the guy you insist on protecting has proven with facts that he is just a kid who is still wet behind the ears. He is not worth investing in at all. In front of us, about 2 hours away from the main star, there are 3 demon scout fortresses. Of course, this can't be because the demon scout army has already reached the heavenly dark empire. Those 3 demon scout fortresses are clearly the Black Mosquito ship, Black Wind ship, and Saint Child ship." Hearing this, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were stunned at first, then their expressions changed at the same time and became gloomy. Long Kuei took in all of this, and the complacent look on his face became even more apparent. He felt extremely good about himself as he continued. Pardon my bluntness, but if I were that Prince Xian of yours, what I would do at this time is to secretly return to the immortal star and find his recently favored mother. Perhaps I could even put in some pillow talk with the immortal emperor and escape this calamity. Unfortunately, this kid is too impulsive. 3 demon scout fortresses that I don't know how he got his hands on, and he dares to intercept a Federation fortress? Ha! Let's not talk about how arrogant and ridiculous his actions are. Just this action of openly going against the Overwatch Council of the Federation is enough to confirm some of his crimes. The 2 of you can be considered to have a bright future. One is a 3-star general of the Undying Army, and the other is a direct descendant of the Shenyuan family in the Heavenly Underworld Empire. But you met the wrong person and were fooled by this guy's false reputation and chose to be loyal to him. This is really... Sigh, what a pity. But it's not too late to turn back now. As long as you record a testimony according to my instructions, then... Dream on. Without waiting for Long Kuei to finish, the purplish warbler immediately interrupted him with a cold laugh. He then said, "Do you think Prince Xian is as childish as you say? In addition to the 3 demon fortresses, he also has a star fortress that is no weaker than yours. He also has an army of millions of mosquito beasts and tens of thousands of space-swallowing beasts. You should know about the space-swallowing beasts, right? They are terrifying creatures that exist in the space-swallowing black holes of the demon star sector. Even the superstar destroyer cannons of a normal fortress cannot damage them. They can even swallow the void of the universe. An army of tens of thousands of space-swallowing beasts is enough to gnaw your Federation fortress into a rotten watermelon." These words were actually what Yi Xian had said to Naples and the purplish warbler in the Shurjian fortress in Naples. It was just that the 2 of them didn't believe it at that time. In fact, even now, Naples didn't believe it. The purplish warbler was the same. She only said this because she didn't like Long Kuei's face and mouth. She just wanted to vent her anger. As for Long Kuei, it was obvious that he wouldn't believe Yi Xian. After hearing the purplish warbler's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head and laughed. Chapter 3082. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. This prince is robbing. In the void in front of him, 3 10,000-meter-tall demon scout fortresses suddenly appeared. However, this clearly wasn't the reason for Long Kuei's astonishment. He was astonished because in front of these 3 demon scout fortresses, there was clearly a silver cosmic fortress. It was the kind with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was definitely a true cosmic fortress, just like the Federation fortress he was currently in. In addition, the huge death ray cannon of this silver fortress had a diameter of 20,000 meters. At this moment, a dark light so dark that it could cause one's soul to sink into it was clearly flashing. This was clearly the signal that the enemy's death ray cannon had finished charging and could shoot out a terrifying black beam of light at any time. Although the Federation fortress under his feet also had a 20,000-meter-long death ray cannon, it had yet to charge up. In order to fully charge up, it would take at least 10 minutes. This amount of time was enough for the enemy to blast a 20,000-meter-wide hole in this Federation fortress. This wasn't all. What shocked him even more was that in the 3 demon scout fortresses behind the silver cosmic fortress, there was clearly a large number of mosquito beasts and void-devouring beasts charging out from the main passageway of the fortress. After charging out, they gathered at the left and right sides of the fortress. The void-devouring beasts were in front, and the mosquito beasts were behind. In the blink of an eye, 2 seas of ferocious beasts had formed. It was a frightening sight. Looking at the scale, there was definitely more than 100 mosquito beasts. There was definitely more than 10,000 void-devouring beasts. Similarly, there was also more than 10,000 void-devouring beasts. In the void in front of the silver fortress, Prince Xian's figure stood on the back of a 30-meter-long void-devouring beast. The latter's aura was that of a mid-stage Origin Realm expert. However, Prince Xian stood with his hands behind his back like his master. With a carefree expression, he said indifferently, "Long Kuei, right? This prince was bored, so I came over to rob you." Shenyuan Ziying's face was originally filled with a sluggish expression. At this moment, when she heard these words from the sound transmission system of the Federation stronghold, and then looked at Yi Xian's incomparably annoying face on the screen, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Naples chuckled foolishly. A warm feeling flowed through his heart. At least, Prince Xian had not given up on him. He would rather bear the crime of robbing the official stronghold of the Federation Overwatch Council to come rescue him. Although Naples didn't think it was a wise move, and if possible, he would definitely try his best to stop it. But it really happened, and the ambiguity in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Following such a master, even if she was impulsive and ended up achieving nothing in the end, at least he would have no regrets in his heart. It was worth it. At this moment, a communications officer staggered into the lounge. His face was pale as he read the analysis report that he had just received. The enemy's interstellar fortress has been confirmed. It's the Deva butterfly of the Heaven's Legacy race. The main cannon has already finished charging. Also, the approximate number of mosquito beasts has been calculated. There are more than 10 million of them, and those above the black hole realm, there are more than 10,000 of them. As for the void-swallowing beasts, gurgle gurgle, more than 100,000 of them, at least 5,000 of them above the black hole realm. Oh, these are the void-swallowing beasts that even the fortress's super meteorite cannon couldn't kill. They can even eat up the void. If these 10,000 void-swallowing beasts swarmed forward, at least a quarter of the entire Federation's stronghold would be eaten up before our death ray cannon finishes charging. The key is that even if our death ray cannon finishes charging, we won't be able to attack. All the void-swallowing beasts are already close to the walls of the stronghold. We won't be able to hit them. As he spoke, the communications officer of the Federation's stronghold was on the verge of tears. He had never even thought about such a battle, let alone seeing it with his own eyes. It was too frightening. 10 million mosquito beasts? 100,000 void-swallowing beasts? Oh my god! Hearing this, the purplish warbler was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock. So what this guy said before was the result of compressing the numbers by 10 times. I thought he was just bragging, but now, it seems like he really is keeping a low profile. More than 15,000 black hole realm beasts? Oh my god, how did His Highness do it? Naples was so scared that his entire body trembled. Even though he was a mystic light realm expert and it wasn't impossible for him to kill 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 void-swallowing beasts, it would definitely tire him out. At this moment, he couldn't understand Prince Xian. Putting aside that Origin Realm Mosquito Emperor, that void-swallowing beast with 8 stars on its back is clearly at the Origin Realm as well. Adding on the fact that there are more than 15,000 black hole realm beasts. Even I can kill them, but if I want to subdue them, I won't be able to do it even if my cultivation breaks through another realm. His Highness is really a god. Long Kuei also fell into a daze. He had only casually glanced at the screen before. Even though he knew that there were many mosquito beasts and void-swallowing beasts, he didn't know that there were so many of them. This was the result of the Federation's scanning system being scanned and quickly analyzing the capabilities of the Federation's fortress, which was why the final result could be obtained so quickly. Normally, when a person's numbers reached a certain level, they would only think that there were a lot of them. However, when this a lot was turned into actual data, that kind of terrifying feeling would surface in one's heart. However, after being shocked for a while, a trace of ecstasy appeared on Long Kuei's face. He raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha! I finally caught your tail. You finally showed yourself. 10 million mosquito beasts. 100,000 void-swallowing beasts. Among them, there are more than 15,000 black hole realm beasts and above. Even a supreme existence that surpasses the mystic light realm, such as the experts of the dynasty's elder generation, wouldn't be able to subdue such a large army of beasts. How could Long Xian do it? Just this point alone is enough to make him unable to explain himself clearly. He won't be able to wash away the suspicion of being a spy of the Tianji race. Not to mention, he even took out a fortress of the Tianji race. That's a fortress that only the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race can use. Only the Mystic Light Realm upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race can control such a fortress. Could it be that he has the strength to kill a Mystic Light Realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race? Everything that he has revealed at this moment has proven beyond doubt that he was bought over by the Heaven's Legacy race. As a prince of the dynasty, his reputation is like the sun in the sky, and he even made it to the heaven ranking. So, all of this was an investment of the Tianji race's spy? Unfortunately, what this idiot did today will probably make the higher-ups of the Tianji race vomit blood and die from anger. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3083. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation taking action, robbery? Long Xian, do you know what you are doing? With a cold smile, Long Kuei stepped into the Federation's fortress and hovered in the air in front of the fortress. He scanned Yi Xian from head to toe and threatened, "In the Imperial Court, I am your uncle. In the Federation, I am the Deputy Supervisor of the Federation's Overwatch Council. You are robbing me. Are you rebelling against the Imperial Court and the Myriad Federation? Oh right. You have done this a long time ago. Originally, we were still investigating you in secret. After all, this is related to the Imperial Court's reputation. But now it seems, After returning to the Federation's headquarters, I will immediately submit a report. The Federation will open a public investigation into the fact that you are a spy of the Tianji clan. We, the immortal Imperial family, will never tolerate spies. Even if it hurts the Imperial family's reputation, the Imperial family will never cover it up for you. If you know what's good for you, if you have even the slightest bit of remorse, surrender immediately and hand over all the warships and pet army resources you obtained when you were bribed by the Tianji clan. Who knows, we might even be able to atone for your crime and leave you with an intact corpse. This way, at least the immortal Imperial family will retain some of its reputation. For this reason, I can make the decision to plead with the immortal Emperor to spare your mother's life and not implicate her." "Bah! Dog, you think you are worthy?" Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other. He raised his hand and pointed at the 20,000-meter diameter death ray cannon on Thunderbolt behind him. He sneered, "You saw it too. It has already finished charging and is just waiting for you to come. I can see that the fortress behind you is also charging, but it still needs 7 or 8 minutes, right? Hand over Naples and the purplish warbler within 5 minutes. Otherwise, I will step aside and the thunderbolt behind you will immediately shoot a hole through the fortress behind you. Of course, if you think you can stop it, then you can. I won't stop you." As for Naples and the purplish warbler. After saying that, Yi Xian's gaze swept towards the Federation stronghold behind Long Kuei. He grinned and said, "General Naples, as a mystic light realm expert, it shouldn't be a problem for you to protect that little girl Ziying when you're prepared, right? After all, I will choose to aim at the middle section of the fortress when I shoot the hole. You should be at the top cabin, right?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Federation officers and soldiers in the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation fortress immediately changed. They knew about Prince Xian's ruthless methods on the Heavenly River planet. If he said he would do something, he would really do it. This was especially so for the Federation officers and soldiers who happened to be at the middle section of the fortress. Every one of them had goosebumps all over their bodies. A death ray cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters was fired at them at such a close distance. Although they were also in a starry sky fortress, they would still be shot through even if their energy shields were fully activated. The other party had already nodded and would aim at the middle section of the fortress. That was clearly where they were at the moment. When the time came, that position would become a hole through. Would they be able to leave anything behind? If it weren't for the strict rules, these Federation officers and soldiers would have fled long ago. Long Kuei's expression instantly turned gloomy. Based on his understanding of Prince Xian, this guy would definitely do what he said he would do. In fact, since the other party had already shown his strength and revealed all the pet armies and even the starry sky fortress that he had obtained from the Heavenly Legacy race, it was obvious that he was determined to win today. If he didn't hand over the people, then this matter would definitely not end peacefully. As far as Long Kuei was concerned, he couldn't wait to hand over the people. That was because in that case, it would be no different from confirming the fact that Prince Xian had attacked the Federation's fortress and kidnapped his comrades. When that time came, not only would Prince Xian never be able to clear his name, but even Naples and the Purplish Warbler wouldn't be able to clear their names after they were rescued, even if they didn't know that he was a spy from the Heavenly Legacy race. It was precisely because of this that Long Kuei couldn't wait for Yi Xian to succeed in this robbery. However, he couldn't be too obvious in order to facilitate this matter, either. If he was too obvious, people would criticize him. At the same time, it would be detrimental to his own official career. He would leave behind a stain that he was timid and easily let a suspect in custody be rescued by a spy from the Heavenly Legacy race. Therefore, he had to hand over the people, but he had to at least pretend to struggle for a while. It would be best if he could make it seem like he had no choice but to bear the humiliation and hand over the suspects in custody after considering the big picture. Then everything would be perfect. With this thought in mind, Long Kuei's heart immediately calmed down. He thought to himself that since it was going to be an act, he might as well make it more realistic. Why was Prince Xian's reputation so great? Wasn't it because he was fighting alone in the first universe of the Heavenly Legacy race? The times needed heroes, and he just happened to be born, so he hit the jackpot. Of course, this unexpected birth had now been proven. Everything was the result of the Heavenly Legacy race's manipulation behind the scenes. He had already exposed Prince Xian's identity as a spy of the Tianji race, which was already a great achievement. If he could perfect his performance further and display the image of a hero, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to replace Prince Xian and become the new hero idol in the hearts of the Federation citizens. It wouldn't be impossible for him to do so. Thinking of this, Long Kuei's heart was immediately moved. While he was secretly delighted, his face revealed a righteous expression, as if he was facing death with equanimity. He waved his hand and said, "Long Xian, you crazy guy, do you really dare to open fire? Fine. Go ahead and open fire. As the deputy supervisor of the Federation, I will never compromise with a villain like you. You can try, but this deputy supervisor won't move a single step and will stand here. If you want to attack the Federation's fortress behind me, you'll have to step over my dead body first." "Are you sure?" Yi Xian saw through his thoughts and was instantly speechless. He didn't really want to blast a hole in the Federation's fortress. After all, he still had to clean up the mess afterward. It wouldn't be good to make a big deal out of it. But now, Long Kuei wanted to show off and said in public that he wouldn't move a single step. In that case, he wouldn't open fire and just give him a shot from the fallen sky bow. If the Federation's fortress was destroyed, it would be difficult to clean up the aftermath. But if Long Kuei died or was severely injured, he was a collateral member of the Imperial family. As long as the Imperial family didn't pursue the matter, the myriad Luo Federation headquarters would naturally avoid trouble. And this would be enough for Yi Xian to vent his anger. Even if he only severely injured this guy, Yi Xian's anger would be more or less appeased. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately raised his left hand and grinned. "Deputy Supervisor, you spoke so righteously just now. You won't be a coward when the time comes, right?" Chapter 3084. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What should be done is done. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he raised his hand high up and pointed at Long Kuei. However, the palm of his left hand, which was originally empty, suddenly burst forth with a golden light. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared without any suspense. To Yi Xian, all of this was very familiar. At both ends of the ancient and ferocious bow, the two humanoid creatures that formed the semi-arc of the bow opened their mouths wide in anger, just like how Yi Xian was roaring madly at this moment. A bowstring that was clearly made of countless fine golden threads twisted together extended out from the wide mouths of the two roaring creatures at the same time. Very soon, it condensed into a bowstring. On it, there was clearly a golden energy arrow that quietly appeared, and the arrow was already on the bowstring. Before this, Yi Xian had thought about it and felt that he had to use this attack. His cultivation base was still only at third-order planet warrior. Although no one in the myriad Luo Federation really thought that his cultivation base was that weak, he could not be completely sure that no one would be suspicious. After all, no matter how shocking everything he did in the Demon Dweller Star Zone was, in this third universe, no one had seen it with their own eyes. But now, if he used the Heaven-Falling Bow's divine ability, even if it was only to severely injure Long Kuei, then the loophole in his cultivation base would at least be delayed for a long time before anyone would suspect him. In order to prepare for this attack, Yi Xian had invested a large amount of multi-pupil consciousness crystals and star core origins. Of course, they were all low-grade goods. He had too many of these two resources in his hands, and as Yi Xian's cultivation base increased, their usefulness had gradually decreased. It was just right to use them here. However, even though he had used a large amount of multi-pupil consciousness crystals and star core origins as the energy source for this attack, at this moment, when Yi Xian used the Heaven-Falling Bow again, the small golden bow that was originally suspended above his sea of consciousness still absorbed a large amount of Yi Xian's physical strength, blood, cultivation base, spiritual power, and life force. It was not that he did not prepare enough energy, but that this divine ability had been branded in his flesh and soul. To activate it, most of the energy consumption could be prepared in advance, but to activate this small golden bow in his sea of consciousness, Yi Xian still had to rely on his own strength to complete it. A strong sense of weakness hit Yi Xian. Although it was not as extreme as when he used the heaven-falling bow's divine ability the previous 2 times, he still had the illusion that his soul was dizzy. After paying such a price, if he still could not kill or severely injure Long Kuei, all of this would not be worth it. As this thought flashed through his mind, a fierce light burst out of Yi Xian's eyes. He suddenly said in a cold voice, "This bow is called the heaven-falling bow. Today, this prince will use the power of this bow to send you to heaven." As these words rang out, wisps of strange golden brilliance began to burst out from the depths of Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his right hand, grabbed the arrow's tail, and suddenly exerted force, instantly drawing the bow to its full length. At the same time, a huge illusory figure appeared behind him. It was almost as tall as the sky and was 100,000 feet tall. It seemed to be a little smaller than the 100,000-meter-wide starry sky fortress. However, for some unknown reason, this ferocious illusory figure gave off a feeling of disdain and a terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to destroy the world. This illusory figure was the ancient Xianxia that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance picture of the heaven-falling bow. The previous 2 times Yi Xian had used the heaven-falling bow's divine ability, the ancient Xianxia illusory figure had not appeared behind him. This time, even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by its unexpected appearance. He did not think too much about it and simply attributed it to his own growth in strength and the fact that he had reached the planet realm. As for whether it was true or not, now was not the time to delve into it. He would think about it later. In any case, it was not a bad thing. At least, the Xianxia illusory figure behind Yi Xian had boosted the momentum of his attack to the extreme. This illusory figure was simply too terrifying and sinister. It had a pair of huge wings on its back like a demon, and it exuded a thick and ancient aura from head to toe. There was also an incomparably sharp murderous aura that rushed toward him as soon as the illusory figure appeared. It made Long Kuei's heart beat violently, and a strong sense of life or death crisis surged in his heart. "What is this? You. Long Kuei, who had originally held his head high and looked as if he was about to die, suddenly changed his expression, and his body began to tremble. He even stuttered as he cried out involuntarily. A coward was ultimately just a coward. In the face of the ancient Xianxia illusory figure and the inexplicable sense of life or death crisis, Long Kuei finally shrank back. Buzz! A murderous light flashed in his eyes, and a rapid buzzing sound rang out. The giant energy bow in Yi Xian's hand instantly emitted a blazing golden light. In the blink of an eye, it quickly condensed and poured into the arrow on the bowstring without missing a single drop. It whistled through the air and instantly traversed the boundless void, closing in on Long Kuei and shooting out with a loud bang. The golden energy arrow from the fallen sky bow whistled out from Yi Xian's hand as if it had teleported. In the next instant, it had already traversed a vast distance and appeared in front of Long Kuei without any suspense. Ah! This is impossible. Although he knew that Yi Xian's cultivation was definitely not as simple as the 3rd level of the planet realm that he revealed on the surface, but now, the other party had only casually attacked from afar, and it gave Long Kuei, who was a mystic light realm expert, a sense of danger that he would die in the next instant. How could he be so strong? This was illogical. Unwillingness and doubt flashed through Long Kuei's mind in an instant, and he let out a miserable howl as if he had gone mad. In fact, before the golden arrow left the fallen sky bow in Yi Xian's hand, he had already turned around. As the deputy supervisor of the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation, and as a member of the imperial family of the Eternal Dynasty, Long Kuei obviously had many life-saving treasures. Just as his body suddenly turned around and fled for his life, a green soul crystal appeared behind him. A drop of soul blood was clearly flowing within the translucent green soul crystal. Soul crystals could be formed by experts above the black hole realm. Once successfully formed, it was like a substitute for death. However, the price to pay for that drop of soul blood was extremely heavy, and ordinary experts rarely formed one. Those who truly formed one were either so strong that they did not care about losing a drop of soul blood, or they were extremely afraid of death. Long Kuei obviously belonged to the latter. At this moment, the aura of the soul crystal instantly surged and replaced Long Kuei's body, attracting the aura of the whistling golden arrow to lock onto it. At the same time that the aura of the soul crystal surged, Long Kuei happened to step into the Federation's stronghold. This guy seemed to have forgotten the impassioned words he had said half a minute ago and was running away like a stray dog. No matter what, he had lost a lot of face this time. At this critical juncture of life and death, the turtle head that should have shrunk back had shrunk back. Boom! Chapter 3085. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Run. This Cyan Soul Crystal was Long Kuei's life replacement item, and it was extremely precious. However, it was destroyed today. This matter made his heart ache. After all, the Cyan Soul Crystal contained a drop of his soul blood. Even Mystic Light Realm experts didn't have much soul blood. Every drop of soul blood he used was a great loss. Furthermore, this kind of soul crystal was extremely complicated and painful to refine. It was impossible to refine another soul crystal after using one. However, even though his heart ached, he couldn't care less at this moment. Yi Futian had expected that Prince Xian's current level of cultivation was definitely not weak. He was at least at the origin realm. After all, the Tianji clan was willing to spend so much on him. They couldn't just sit by and watch his cultivation level be too low. Even if Prince Xian didn't work hard, the Tianji clan would definitely think of ways to raise his cultivation level. Even so, Long Kuei did not expect Prince Xian to be so strong. Although the arrow just now could not kill him in an instant, it was completely possible for it to cause him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Although part of the reason for this was because the divine ability Prince Xian had used was too strange and too powerful. Long Kuei believed that Prince Xian's current cultivation was at least in the Grotto Heaven realm, even if he hadn't reached the Mystic Light realm yet. Damn this guy. He's in the 10th Great Realm, but he only shows the cultivation of the 4th Great Realm, the Planet Realm. What a jerk. With such resentment, the moment Long Kuei stepped into the Federal Fortress, he roared and gave the order. What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for the enemy to blast you? Jump! Start jumping now. At this moment, there was only one thought in Long Kuei's mind. Run. Run. The faster the better. In fact, when he stepped out of the Federation's fortress, he had already given the order to start charging the space jump. Even the charging of the death ray cannons was compromised because of this. It was just for show. At that time, Long Kuei had already analyzed the situation clearly. No matter what, Prince Xian had revealed his trump cards at all costs. This was enough to prove that he was a spy from the Tianji clan. Just this point alone made Long Kuei undefeatable. In that case, there was really no need to stay here and waste time with the other party. At most, he would put on a show and immediately perform a space jump, bringing the Federation fortress away and returning to the Undying Star as soon as possible. The other party was also a Starry Sky fortress, which was of the same grade as the Federation fortress that he was in charge of. As long as he took the initiative and jumped through space first, it wouldn't be easy for Prince Xian to catch up to him even if he immediately chased after him. In fact, it might even be impossible. This guy was a lunatic. This could be seen from the fact that in order to rescue Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he had completely revealed his background. This kind of lunatic could go crazy at any time. Wouldn't it be a waste to take a shot from him? It was precisely because of this consideration that Long Kuei had already changed his decision before he stepped out of the Federation fortress. The charging speed of the death ray cannons was slowed down to the minimum, just for show. However, the space jump system of the Federation fortress was secretly charging at full power. Space jump, as a life-saving method, charged very quickly. Although it had only been a minute, in reality, the entire charging process had just finished. The Federation fortress immediately began a space jump. As a dim light flashed, the huge Starry Sky fortress disappeared in an instant. The Starry Sky void where it was originally located trembled slightly and let out a faint buzzing sound. He actually ran away? After all this time, it turns out that the words of the deputy supervisor of the Federation are also farts. This result surprised Yi Xian greatly. The other party's identity was there. No matter whether it was in the Wan Luo Federation Overwatch Council or in the Undying Dynasty, he was extremely prominent. However, the words he had just said were farts in the blink of an eye. No one would have expected such a situation. He could only blame the other party for being too shameless. He was simply too shameless. Unwilling to accept this, Yi Xian immediately gave the order for all the mosquito beasts and soldiers to return to their nests. After that, with a wave of his hand, the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint were all stored into the undying world within his body. Yi Xian stepped into the Lightning Fortress and immediately gave the order to pursue at full speed. With a buzzing sound, the Lightning Fortress immediately began a space jump and rumbled away at full speed. An hour later, tens of millions of miles away from the wormhole entrance where the two Starry Sky fortresses were previously facing each other, in a vast galaxy void, The originally calm and waterless universe void suddenly seemed to be disturbed by an external force. Suddenly, a layer of invisible ripples appeared. Faintly, there seemed to be a buzzing sound of space trembling extremely violently. A starry sky fortress with the insignia of the Wan Luo Federation engraved on its hull suddenly appeared in this void without any warning. Without stopping for a moment, it immediately sped towards the nearest wormhole entrance at full speed. This ship was the Starry Sky Fortress that belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council and was commanded by Long Kuei. Even for a Starry Sky Fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, not to mention the wormhole jump, if it only used the Starry Sky Fortress's jumping ability to launch an extreme distance space jump, it would still not be able to continuously perform it. Just like how a cannon barrel needed to be cooled down, after the Starry Sky Fortress's space jump equipment had been fully operated once, it also needed a buffer period before it could perform a second jump. This buffer period, after a full-load extreme jump, would be at least 12 hours, which was half a day. Therefore, after completing an extreme jump, this Federation fortress could only use this method of traveling at full speed to rush towards the nearest wormhole. Although it was very likely that the Tianji race Silver Fortress chasing after them was of the same grade as Long Kuei's Federation Fortress, the enemy's Death Ray cannon had long since finished charging. The terrifying Death Ray energy beam with a diameter of 20,000 meters could be fired at any moment. However, Long Kuei's Federation Fortress was different. The entire Starry Sky Fortress's kinetic energy was already in a state of full operation. In order to ensure full speed travel, it had no time to charge the main cannon of the Starry Sky Fortress. If it chose the latter, its speed would definitely decrease greatly. At that time, before the main cannon of the Starry Sky Fortress could finish charging, the Silver Fortress chasing after it would have already caught up. At that time, when that crazy Long Xian fired his cannon, even a supreme existence like Long Kuei, who had the cultivation of the mystic light realm, would feel extremely uncomfortable even if the terrifying Death Ray cannon energy beam brushed past him. Even if he did not die, he would lose a layer of skin. The two Starry Sky Fortresses were of the same level, but because the Silver Fortress had the upper hand and was already prepared, it was able to completely control the situation as soon as they met. Right now, Long Kuei was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, he had no other choice but to escape. Chapter 3086. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Uproar. As the Federation Fortress commanded by Long Kuei suddenly appeared in the void, it continued to move forward at an extremely high speed without stopping for a moment before quickly disappearing. About 10 minutes later, not far away, the void of the galaxy, which had just returned to normal, once again rippled with a layer of formless ripples. The same buzzing sound of the void trembling rang out. Immediately after, Yi Xian's lightning fortress appeared. It paused for a few seconds to confirm the direction, then immediately swept out with a loud rumble, turning into a silver ray of light as it chased forward at an extremely high speed. The position it had locked onto was precisely the direction of the void where Long Kuei's Federation Fortress had disappeared 10 minutes ago. Although the two interstellar fortresses were of the same level, both were entry-level standard fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. The Federation Fortress commanded by Long Kuei was somewhat different from Yi Xian's Lightning Fortress. After all, the former was built by the human race's science and technology camp in the third universe, while the latter was a product of the Tianji clan in the first universe. Although the general configuration and functions were similar, there was still a slight difference in the performance index. The official members of the Tianji clan were all intelligent robots that had developed self-awareness. True members of the Celestial clan couldn't do the hard work of building battleships, space fortresses, and interstellar fortresses themselves, but the technology was still under their control. The actual execution was done by the highly intelligent robots that hadn't yet developed their own sentience. There was no doubt about the creativity of the human race. Among the thousands of races in the universe, there was a reason why the human race could be called the leader of all living things. However, when it came to mechanical manufacturing technology, the human race was really no match for the intelligent robots of the Tianji clan. Apart from the human pioneer of star sky technology, Xing Bo, among the current human race experts, even the imperial preceptor of the everlasting dynasty, Dr. dared not say that he was superior to the Tianji clan in this aspect. In fact, Dr. was also an intelligent robot. Usually, no one would pay too much attention to the slight difference in mechanical manufacturing between the human race and the robots. Even the existence of such a slight difference could not be truly confirmed. However, at this moment, as the two starry fortresses that belonged to the human race and the androids, which were respectively built by the human race and the androids respectively, were chasing each other in the vast void of Universe 3, this originally extremely weak gap was vividly displayed like never before. The two space fortresses had used all of their kinetic energy to increase their sailing speed. They were moving at full speed in the void. However, the distance between the two was constantly shrinking, and Lightning Fortress, which was closely following behind, was getting closer and closer. After only a day's time, the void distance that was originally 10 minutes at full speed was shortened to about 8 minutes. At this rate, Lightning Fortress would be able to catch up with the Federation Fortress in another 4 days. As for the Federation Fortress, even if it entered the universe wormhole again and again, it would not be able to reach the immortal planet in 4 days. The two interstellar fortresses, which had a diameter of 100,000 meters, were as if they had gone crazy. They displayed extreme speed, chasing one another endlessly in the void of the galaxy. Such a scene could not be said to be unprecedented, but at least it had not appeared in the third universe. Along the way, all of the strong men of the Federation, or the existences in the commercial fleet, after seeing this scene, without exception, had a shocked and stunned expression on their faces. The interstellar fortress in front of them was clearly engraved with the emblem of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. Could it be a dream? In the third universe, there was actually someone who dared to chase after the interstellar fortress of the Overwatch Council, the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, as if they were chasing a dog. It was as if they would not give up until they killed it? When did such a fierce person appear in the third universe? In the command hall on the top floor of the Federation Fortress. Bah! Damn it! It is clearly the same standard entry-level fortress. Why is that little bastard behind us getting closer and closer? This is too much of a bully. Long Kuei fiercely slammed the analysis report in his hand on the table in front of him, gritting his teeth and cursing endlessly. This report was the result of the analysis that the Central Intelligence of the Federation Fortress had just obtained after rigorous calculations. It clearly stated the exact time that the interstellar fortress behind them would be within the firing range of the death ray cannon. If the speed of the two interstellar fortresses did not change, then it would only take 3 days, 10 hours, and 47 minutes for the enemy fortress to be within the firing range of the death ray cannon. I must ask for help from the dynasty. Even if I use wormholes again and again, I will definitely not be able to reach the immortal star in less than 4 days. Long Kuei, who was full of anger, forced himself to calm down as his chest violently heaved up and down. He said to himself, however, if the headquarters of the Federation receives the request for help and immediately sends the interstellar fortress fleet over, it will be enough to meet up with me before that madman behind us gets within the firing range of the interstellar fortress. Then there will be nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Long Kuei's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned his head and gave a new order to the communications officer beside him. Immediately contact the Federation's main network and request the headquarters of the Federation to immediately send the interstellar fortress fleet over to help. Make the situation more serious. Just say that this deputy supervisor has already verified that Prince Xian has betrayed the dynasty and was bought over by the Tianji clan. Not only does he have the interstellar fortress that the Tianji clan gave him, he even has an army of 10 million mosquito beasts and 100,000 void-swallowing beasts. The so-called genius of the dynasty, the so-called pride of the human race, and the idol of the Federation, is just a typical example of the opposite that the Tianji clan deliberately supported at all costs with ulterior motives. As for this supervisor, it was precisely because I discovered this shocking secret that I was desperately ambushed and hunted down by Prince Xian. Although this supervisor is not afraid, considering that this information must be sent back to the headquarters of the Federation, including witnesses, I could only choose to endure and flee all the way back to the dynasty. Let's put it this way. That's the gist of it. You can think of the specific wording carefully. After he finished speaking, Long Kuei waved his hand, and a relieved smile finally appeared on his face. Although he was quite frightened this time, at least with this great contribution, everything was worth it. At the side, the communications officer, who had hurriedly finished his statement, immediately turned around and rushed toward the interstellar fortress's main control hub. Looking at his face, it was obvious that his forehead was full of black lines. Clearly, he was quite shocked. Half a day later, a heavy bomb was suddenly thrown into the official website of the Wanluo Federation without warning. Prince Xian was actually a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, he was on the Starry Sky main route from the heavenly underworld star to the imperial capital, the Immortal Star. He was desperately chasing after the Federation's deputy supervisor, Long Kuei, who had dug out this shocking secret. He wanted to silence him. Although this matter only appeared and spread in the form of gossip, the source was said to be from the federal headquarters, the Overwatch Council. Therefore, in the shortest amount of time, it blew up countless powerhouses of the human clan in the entire third universe. They were all fried on the outside and tender on the inside. Chapter 3087. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio 4th Order Planet Warrior. As this shocking secret spread rapidly, countless powerhouses from the three universes were all stunned in an instant. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the human race of the third universe. Now, Prince Xian's reputation was so great that he had almost become the pride of the entire human race. The Tenju Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp was slightly better, but on the Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology Camp, almost all of the young generation of Starry Sky Masters were fans of Prince Xian. Such a monstrous change was obviously unacceptable. As the news spread, the countless administrative planets in the three empires of the entire Immortal Dynasty and the territories of a large number of small countries were completely thrown into chaos. Doubts, protests, and angry curses resounded through the sky. Most of them were in support of Prince Xian. The same scene occurred in the Cultivation Camp and the Second Universe, but it was far from being as intense as it was on the Immortal Dynasty's side. The officials of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe seemed to be enjoying the show. On the surface, they didn't make any comments, but in private, the higher-ups of the various races were probably overjoyed. Regardless of whether this was true or not, this time, the human race had lost a lot of face. After all, although Long Kue was the deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, he was also a human and a collateral member of the Immortal Dynasty. It seemed that Prince Xian would have to call him uncle when he saw him. If he revealed such shocking secrets with such a sensitive identity, it would only be the human race and the Eternal Dynasty that would be embarrassed if the truth was not verified. Nobody would deliberately consider his position as the deputy supervisor of the Federation. Compared to the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, who were gloating, the Tianji race of the First Universe and its hundreds of slave races were obviously even more confused. The hundreds of slave races in the First Universe, including the demon race, were still fine. However, whether or not Prince Xian was a spy that the Tianji race had secretly nurtured and supported was something they couldn't be sure of. Their hearts were filled with suspicion. At most, they could only make wild guesses and nothing more. But the Tianji race was different, especially some of the higher-ups. After suddenly hearing this news, almost all of the core higher-ups of the Tianji race were dumbfounded. What was the human race playing at? Had the infighting of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family reached such a deranged state? Even Prince Xian, who had such a great reputation and was the pride of the royal family of the three universes, dared to slander him? And say that he was a spy of the human race bribed by the Tianji race? The hole in his brain was simply catching up to the skylight. Less than half a day later, after a period of shock and not knowing whether to laugh or cry, the Heavenly Legacy Race's base camp suddenly issued an edict, informing all the administrative planets of the First Universe's 700 races that the First Universe's arrest warrant issued against Prince Xian was completely cancelled. Hope that Prince Xian could escape from the human race and turn to the embrace of the Immortal Dynasty. The gate of the Immortal Dynasty race, the Immortal Dynasty, Xian, that Prince Xian Li. This was the news. Was realm race realm? World Xian Zhou Xian realm? Xian, Xian Studio and 2, Xian 2, Xian was Xian Studio News. Xian to say, X. Even some of the prince's fans were shaken and fell into silence. But even more people were still supporting Prince Xian, pointing out that this was just the Tianji race's deliberate plan to confuse the public. They wanted to make the Third Universe, and even the entire Myriad Luo Federation, even more chaotic. However, no matter what kind of opinion they held, at this moment, the gazes of the countless human clan masters in the Third Universe were all focused on the same star field. In that star sector, Prince Xian and the Federation's supervisor Long Kue were having a great time chasing after each other. They were chasing after each other as if they had gone mad and didn't give up. Those who fled were chased like stray dogs, and they were in a sorry state. In fact, the gazes that were paying attention to that star sector were not limited to the human race in the Third Universe. Even the various races of the Federation in the Second Universe, as well as the Tianji race and their servant races in the First Universe, were all paying close attention to all the news from the Third Universe that was related to the star sector. No one knew what kind of situation this sudden incident would develop into. But this question had unwittingly tugged at the heartstrings of countless experts in the three universes. As the person involved and even the instigator of this incident, Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. He didn't even know that Long Kuei had already officially reported the conclusion that he was a spy of the Tianji race to the Federation's Overwatch Council while he was running for his life. Of course, even if Yi Xian knew all this, he didn't care. When he decided to use such a high-profile and tough method to rescue Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he had already anticipated that such a situation would occur. From a certain point of view, all of this was actually what Yi Xian wanted to see. His goal was to use the final result of this incident to make a statement to his royal brother, who had been eyeing him covetously, and most likely had been secretly plotting against him for a long time, as well as the upper echelons of the royal family that supported him behind the scenes. If one had to insist on saying that it was a show of strength, it was actually not impossible. At least, Yi Xian would not deny it. As for what the final result of this incident would be, on this point, perhaps countless experts in the three universes were secretly guessing and analyzing, but for Yi Xian, he had already confirmed it without a doubt long before he officially launched the operation. Right now, what he needed to do, and what he was doing, was to turn this result, which could not possibly have any suspense, into an established fact bit by bit. In this regard, Yi Xian had a well-thought-out plan. Therefore, in the past 1.5 days, although Thunderbolt had been chasing at full speed like a madman, Yi Xian, who was in the Commander-in-Chief cabin on the top floor of Thunderbolt Fortress, had been extremely calm and collected. Even the control of Thunderbolt Fortress had been temporarily handed over to Zhuo Fengtai. As for Yi Xian himself, he sat cross-legged on the sofa in the Commander-in-Chief's resting area as if no one else was around. He took out a small pile of Star Core Origin and took a break from his busy schedule to start cultivating. According to the calculations and analysis of the devouring system, under the premise of maintaining the current speed, it would take at least 3 days to catch up with that stray dog in front of them and get within the range of the fortress's antimatter death ray cannons. For other human experts, 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye, so it was meaningless to cultivate or not. But for Yi Xian, 3 days of all-out cultivation was enough for him to make another small breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Since he had nothing to do, why not chase after the dog and raise his cultivation realm to 4th Order Planet Warrior at the same time? Chapter 3088. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Body Odor. Previously, when Yi Xian had used the primordial super ability Skyfall Bow once again, he had been prepared. He had used a large amount of Star Core Origin and Multi-Pupil Essence Crystal as the energy source to absorb them in advance, and store them in the devouring system. When the Skyfall Bow was activated, it was immediately transferred out and injected into the small golden bow. Therefore, the amount of cultivation, spirit power, chi and blood force, life force, and so on that had been taken away from his body was actually not much this time. It was far from the level where he was able to achieve a breakthrough like the last time in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. However, there was still the effect of digging out his potential. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. For Yi Xian, this was the best time to make another breakthrough. And it was indeed so. When the last 2 hours of the 3rd day had passed, the Star Core Origin energy from the devouring system completely stopped. Yi Xian relaxed and opened his eyes. The next moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your realm has increased. Current realm: 4th Order Planet Warrior. Only a few more hours, and I will be within the range of the Death Ray Cannon? After getting up from the sofa, Yi Xian took back the temporary control of Lightning Fortress from Zhuo Fengtai's hands. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle and ordered it to enter it. After all, he was the commander of the Demon Tribe's foreign tribe. He was considered to be one of the higher-ups of the Demon Tribe. Even though he had become Yi Xian's demon slave, it was still not suitable for him to show up in Universe 3. At least for now. Anyway, he was not the only Origin Realm subordinate under Yi Xian. There was no regret or helplessness in temporarily hiding him. After putting away the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the huge virtual screen of the command cabin on the top floor of Lightning Fortress. On the screen was a dark and endless void of the galaxy. It was dotted with countless stars of varying brightness. Right in front of him was a huge mysterious star that looked like a nebula vortex. That was one of the more than 10 wormholes on the main space route from Heavenly Underworld Star to Immortal Star. In the past 3 days, Long Kuei's Federation Stronghold and Yi Xian's Lightning Stronghold had completed a total of 3 wormhole jumps. The distance was both short and long, but at the very least, it was far beyond the limit of what the Starry Sky Stronghold could reach. Otherwise, it would have been meaningless to enter a wormhole and perform a space jump in this kind of space. The nebula-like vortex in front of them was the entrance to the fourth wormhole. In fact, it should be the fifth wormhole that was not included. The closest wormhole to planet Heavenly Underworld star was not included in it. That was the star of the chase from there. At this moment, Long Kuei's light blue fortress happened to arrive at the edge of the wormhole. Without any hesitation, it dived into the wormhole and disappeared. Lightning Fortress followed closely behind. After 1 minute and 23 seconds, it also entered the wormhole entrance. Although a wormhole jump was not a normal interstellar travel, the speed of the jump was also related to the performance of the warship. Regardless of whether it was a warship, a fortress or a space fortress, or the same wormhole, it was impossible for two warships of the same level to spend the same amount of time in this process. There would always be a difference in speed, even if the difference was very small. Currently, the distance between Lightning Fortress and Long Kuei's Federation Fortress was only 1 minute and 23 seconds at full speed. According to the analysis of the devouring system, this 1 minute and 23 seconds difference could be completely erased by Lightning Fortress during the current wormhole jump. It might even exceed it by a little. The jump distance of this wormhole was not close. Even if it was a space fortress, with its jump equipment operating at full capacity, the time it would stay in the wormhole would still be close to 6 hours. Although the performance of the space jump equipment of Lightning Fortress was only slightly better than that of Long Kuei's Federation Fortress, to the point of being negligible, the entire 6-hour jump only shortened the distance between the two by 1 minute and 23 seconds. This was obviously no pressure at all. The analysis of the devouring system actually gave it 2 minutes and 3 seconds. In other words, although Yixian's Lightning Fortress entered the wormhole right after Long Kuei, when this wormhole jump was completed and they arrived at the exit on the other side of the wormhole, Lightning Fortress would silently overtake Long Kuei and rush out of the wormhole exit 40 seconds in advance. 40 seconds was enough for Yixian to complete some necessary arrangements in the space near the exit on the other side of the wormhole. Let's see how you escape this time. A light flashed across Yixian's eyes. As he spoke softly, a faint smile slowly appeared on his face. He did not rest for the last 6 hours. His mind was spinning rapidly as he reorganized everything. After confirming that there were no oversights, Yixian immediately began all kinds of preparations. 40 seconds was really not a lot of time. Wang! The space vibrated at a terrifyingly high frequency. It was far beyond the limits of the space oscillator equipped on the 10,000-meter diameter space fortress. This was clearly the space oscillation effect produced by the super oscillator equipped on the space fortress. Moreover, it was at full power and at full capacity. The space oscillation effect of this intensity would cause even a 10,000-meter diameter space fortress to feel as if it had fallen into an extremely sticky swamp. Normal navigation would be difficult to continue. An ordinary 3,000-meter-long stellar-level warship could even be directly shaken to the point of being extinguished. Needless to say, a 1,000-meter-long planet-level warship would be even more so. If the quality of the warship was slightly lower, it would probably disintegrate before long. As for a 10,000-meter-long space fortress of the same level, although it would not be so difficult to move, if it was caught off guard and accidentally entered a space with such a strong oscillation effect, even if it was originally flying at full speed, once it entered the area of oscillation, its speed would instantly drop by 70%. The remaining 30% of its speed would also be undulating like a small boat floating at the mouth of the storm. Long Kuei's Federation Fortress was in such a situation at this time. He had just rushed out of the wormhole when he encountered such a situation. This made him so angry that he was about to explode. In this kind of situation, even a fool would be able to guess who was waiting outside the wormhole and activating the stronghold-level space oscillator. It wasn't that Long Kuei hadn't thought that Yixian might be able to overtake him in this wormhole jump. He'd even made some preparations to deal with it, but he never thought that the other party would actually use such a harmful move. What was the difference between this and pouring a large pot of oil in front of someone's house? The moment they stepped out of the wormhole, they would fall flat on their backs. This was simply too dirty. In addition, because they had just rushed out of the wormhole and immediately entered the area of oscillation, their speed dropped by 70%. The effect was clearly like the sudden break of a starry sky-level warship. Therefore, while the entire Federation Fortress came to a halt, a large number of Federation supervisors in the top-floor command module were thrown off their feet and rolled on the ground. Chapter 3089. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio certain death as the Federation Fortress charged out of the wormhole, Its extreme speed encountered the effect of the space oscillation and was momentarily stopped. As a result, it suddenly came to a halt. The entire Federation fortress was in chaos. Even the command cabin on the top floor was like a pot of porridge. Everyone was rolling around on the floor and squeezing into a pile. However, this chaos did not last for too long. After all, this was a starry sky fortress. Although it was still under the effect of the space oscillation, the initial panic caused by the sudden stop disappeared in a few short seconds. The entire fortress was still shaking, but it was not to the point where people could not even stand steadily. After the green-faced Long Kuei climbed to his feet, the first thing he did was roar, "Damned Tianji clan! Damned Long Xian! Also, who among you has body odor? Damn it! Stand up and get out of the top floor immediately. Otherwise when I find out later, humph." Hearing that the first thing he investigated after climbing to his feet was this matter, all of the Federation officials around him looked at each other, their faces full of shock. The purplish warbler and Naples rolled their eyes and did not pay him any attention. Their gazes swept toward the giant virtual screen not far away at the same time. They clearly could not understand how Long Kuei had almost reached out to strangle himself and kill himself just now because of the smell. Although the sudden stop had caught them off guard, because the two of them were sitting on the sofa and had their backs to the Federation fortress, their bodies were blocked by the sofa. They were not like most of the other people who were thrown to the ground by the terrifying force of inertia and rolled into a pile. In the crowd, a Federation official quickly withdrew from the top-floor command cabin with his neck shrunk. This was clearly the unlucky person with body odor. Looking at his deathly pale expression, he presumably also realized his end. It was clearly impossible for him to just leave the top-floor command cabin. This matter had to be carefully calculated later. If it was serious, he would not be able to keep his life. If it was light, he would be expelled from the Overwatch Council. In any case, it was over. Following this person's departure, Long Kuei, whose chest was still rising and falling violently, temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. His gaze quickly swept toward the holographic virtual screen. Then, he was slightly startled and immediately laughed sinisterly. That little bastard is quite bold. He actually dared to use this move? Did he really think I was scared? The giant virtual screen displayed the scene of the void in front of them. Thousands of miles away, a silver Tianji clan fortress was blocking the front. Behind it, 3 demon scout fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were lined. In the void on the left and the right, Warbler, the Federation fortress, which had just rushed out of the wormhole, was completely surrounded the Federation fortress. They could either retreat and return to the wormhole. Otherwise, no matter which direction they chose to break through, they would encounter resistance. Coupled with the effect of the extreme vibration of space, the possibility of escaping from this area was basically zero. The current situation was exactly the same as the one that had happened before. Unfortunately, the same method could be used the first time, but the second time, the effect might not be the same. At least for now, Long Kuei did not care. He already had a plan in mind. Calculating the time, the inspection fleet of the Federation Overwatch Council on the immortal planet should have arrived. If there were no accidents, they would be here in at most 4 to 6 hours. At that time, with the arrival of the inspection fleet, everything would be easily solved. What Long Kuei needed to do was to delay the time as much as possible. You should be able to guess. On the immortal planet, the fleet of the Federation Overwatch Council is rushing here to help. If there are no accidents, they will most likely arrive immediately. Stepping out of the top cabin of the fortress, Long Kuei's figure stood in the void and looked at Yi Xian, who had been waiting for a long time in the void. His tone was full of ridicule and confidence. "So, I advise you to get the hell out of here before they arrive. You are about to lose your life. Why are you still so pretentious and worried about the life and death of others? Don't mention the death ray cannon to me. No matter where you hit, I can guarantee that Naples and the purplish warbler will not be spared. This kind of threat has already appeared once. How can I not be prepared? Besides, although the magic you used before was amazing and could seriously injure me, the deputy supervisor, this kind of magic must consume a lot of energy, right? At least, it will not be completely recovered in a few days. Don't try to use it to scare people. I can see that you are bluffing. You should end this as soon as possible." Humph, if it were not for the fact that I am too lazy to waste my energy to deal with a dying man and delay the time, I would not have said these words to you. This imperial uncle is too lazy to even say these words of advice to you. My good nephew, this time. You are completely finished. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, Long Kuei could not restrain himself. He raised his head and laughed wildly. This time, he had made a great contribution. In the future, his position in the headquarters of the Federation would be improved. When the time came, he could remove the word deputy in front of his official hat and become one of the few supreme elders in the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. Then, even the everlasting dynasty would not be able to do anything to him. You are right. On the opposite side, in the void thousands of kilometers away, Yi Xian was still standing on the back of the 8-star imperial ladle. He had his hands behind his back and looked calm. After listening to Long Kuei's words, he even grinned and shrugged. Apparently, he was not stressed at all. But there is a slight difference. I don't dare to use the death ray cannon, and I don't want to use the heaven-falling bow again. But the latter is not my trump card. Even the method that will send you to the Western Paradise is the same. You want me to use my trump card? You are not worthy. Whoosh! When the last word left his mouth, Yi Xian waved his hand. A faint blood-red light rushed out from his palm and instantly shot out. The sound of it breaking through the air was deafening. This blood-red light was the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. During the last wormhole jump, Yi Xian had obtained a mysterious mark from the headless baby corpse that could control the Bloodhorn. It could be said that Long Kuei's death was already predestined at that moment. After the blood-red light rushed out from Yi Xian's right palm, it grew with the wind. Its speed was so fast that it was basically no different from breaking through the void and descending directly. In less than an instant, a gigantic blood-colored horn had already appeared above Long Kuei's head. A terrifying pressure that caused even his mind to shatter enveloped him with a rumble, instantly imprisoning his body. Not to mention walking, the reason why he was able to stand straight and not lie down was actually because all the muscles in his body had completely stiffened, and his knees could not bend down. This. Chapter 3090. Boom. Screech. An incomparably shrill shriek resounded. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that was like a ferocious creature of the heavens and earth suddenly shook above Long Kuei. Boom. At practically the exact same time, Long Kuei, whose figure had been completely restrained by the pressure of the bloody horn, exploded into a mist of blood and flesh without any suspense. Before he died, he didn't even have the time to say a complete sentence of his last words. Immediately after, the mist of blood and flesh that had been rapidly exploding suddenly shrank, as if there was a huge suction force that appeared and sucked all of them into the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Whoosh! After doing all this, the Bloodhorn didn't stop at all. After circling for a moment, it immediately returned the way it came. In less than a breath's time, it once again turned into a faint blood-colored light and entered Yi Xian's body from his chest, completely disappearing. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, like a fleeting glimpse, but the result of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn in less than 3 seconds was enough to shock the world. A supreme existence with the cultivation of the mystic light realm, which was the 11th realm, was gone so easily. It was so easy and casual that it couldn't even crush an ant to death with such ease. Even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by this. Although he was sure that Long Kuei would definitely die this time, it was still a little too shocking that the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn could kill a mystic light realm expert so easily. After all, the strongest expert it had crushed before was the 9-star Ladybird Emperor in the Black Hole of Life, who was an existence of the Void Transformation Realm. Although the difference between the Void Transformation Realm and the Mystic Light Realm was only one realm, the further one went, the more obvious the difference between the two adjacent realms was. Even the difference of a small realm within the same realm was like heaven and earth. Crushing a Void Transformation Realm expert and crushing a Mystic Light Realm expert were two completely different concepts. It seems that this prince's estimation of the strength of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was a little too conservative. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself. However, the opponent changed from the Void Transformation Realm to the Mystic Light Realm, but it still crushed him without any suspense, and the time it took was even shorter. This is clearly not scientific. Could it be that the power of the Bloodhorn has increased? The infant corpse has been refining it all this time? In addition, the 9-star Ladybird Empress didn't seem to absorb like this before. Today's method is a bit brutal. It directly caused the opponent's divine soul and body to explode, turning them into a bloody mist and swallowing them like a whale. Could it be that this is also due to the influence of the infant corpses? In the meantime, in the command cabin on the top floor of the Fortress of the Federation in the void up ahead, a lot of gasps were echoing non-stop. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at the giant virtual screen on the top floor of the command cabin. Through this virtual screen, they saw a mystic light realm expert being crushed to death in less than 3 seconds like an ant. Their souls were destroyed, turning into flesh and blood to fuel the Slayer's ferocious flames. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. Heavens! He's in the mystic light realm. After being stunned for a full 4 to 5 seconds, the purplish warbler finally closed her mouth. However, the look in her eyes became even more complicated. As she muttered to herself, she shook her head and sighed incessantly. She suddenly felt a strong sense of self-mockery. Prince Xian could even kill a supreme existence in the mystic light realm in an instant. With such terrifying strength and methods, he didn't even have the slightest bit of danger in the demon dweller star zone of the first universe. Was her previous worries in vain? Naples, who was at the side, clearly felt the same. When the purplish warbler sighed, he also recovered from his daze. The expression on his face quickly turned awkward, and even slightly red. It was obvious that he was a little embarrassed. Previously, he had been complacent about having saved the emperor this time, but now it seemed that he was just deceiving himself. The strongest expert in the demon dweller star zone, the demon emperor Mo Wen, was only at the 10th realm, the profound void realm. As long as Prince Xian didn't go to the central region of the first universe and cause trouble, no one would be able to easily take him down. Even if an upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race with cultivation above the mystic light realm came to the demon dweller star zone, even if the prince couldn't beat them, couldn't he just run away? Just that stunning blood-colored horn from before was enough to buy some time. After all this time, this so-called rescue mission is completely meaningless in the eyes of the prince. He might even feel that we interrupted and didn't have enough fun. Naples turned his head and looked at the purplish warbler. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and an invisible force wrapped around the former's body. With a step, he brought the former out of the Federation fortress and appeared in the void outside the ship. The only mystic light realm expert in the entire Federation fortress was Long Kuei. Now that he had died, there was no one left here who could stop Naples. In reality, he could have left at any time before, but because Long Kuei was also at the 3rd level of the mystic light realm like him, Naples wasn't confident that he could successfully take the purplish warbler away under Long Kuei's obstruction. Furthermore, Long Kuei didn't have solid evidence that Prince Xian was a spy of the Heaven's Legacy race, so there was no need for the two of them to forcefully leave. If they did, it would be like running away for fear of punishment. However, it was different now. They had to immediately meet up with the prince and discuss a follow-up plan. Not only was Long Kuei an upper echelon of the Thousand Luo Federation and the vice-head of the Overwatch Council, he was also a descendant of the royal family of the Eternal Dynasty. If one thought about it carefully, he was clearly Prince Xian's uncle. With his death, this matter had completely blown up. Deeply worried, Naples stepped out of the command cabin on the top floor of the Federation fortress and didn't stop at all. He immediately spread his body and rushed toward the void in the distance. After a short while, he arrived in front of Yi Xian. The three of them met again, but they didn't say anything. Naples smiled bitterly, and the purplish warbler sighed. However, Yi Xian acted as if nothing had happened. He grinned at the two of them and said, "How many days has it been? Don't tell me you've developed feelings for Long Kuei so quickly? He's dead. Do you have to be like this?" Naturally, this was a joke. Furthermore, Yi Xian didn't say much. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned his head and swept his gaze toward the mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers in the void in the distance. He gave the order to retreat. His goal was only to rescue Naples and the purplish warbler. Although it was more or less to kill Long Kuei along the way and draw out some future hidden dangers ahead of time, he had resolved everything in one go. Now that Long Kuei was dead, the effect was enough. Naturally, there was no need to continue making a ruckus. It was fine if Long Kuei died, but the Federation fortress in front of them could not be touched. Otherwise, even if he could resolve it afterward, it would probably leave behind the impression that he had killed indiscriminately. It was very unwise. In short, what needed to be done was done. Let's retreat first and talk later. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 3091. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Senlin Fleet. Although the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation was located on the Immortal Planet, in reality, the Federation's status was above that of the Immortal Dynasty. The entire Wan Luo Federation was a colossal entity formed by the countless other races in the first and second universes. Even without mentioning the second universe, just in the first universe, it nominally ruled over the human race's technology and cultivation camps. The purpose of the Wan Luo Federation's existence was to fight against the Tianji race. During times of war with the Tianji race, the Federation had the right to transfer military power from all the races in the alliance. However, during times of no war, whether it was the human race's technology and cultivation camps or the countless other races in the second universe, they all minded their own business. The Federation would not interfere too much. However, even during times of no war, the Wan Luo Federation still controlled a powerful fleet. The Wan Luo Federation was just a federation. It did not have its own territory. Even the Federation headquarters in a certain area on the immortal planet was only borrowed. The authority to own it did not belong to the Wan Luo Federation. Of course, it could also be said that the entire first and second universes could be considered its territory. It was just a matter of opinion. An organization or power, regardless of whether it had territory or not, had to ensure the existence of an independent military force. Otherwise, the organization would not be able to continue existing and would not be able to effectively display the purpose of its existence. The Federation fleet in the hands of the Wan Luo Federation was formed at the beginning of the Federation's establishment based on the ratio of strength between all the races in the two universes. The size of the entire Federation fleet was not bad, and its combat power was strong. Although all the battleships in the fleet, including the service personnel on the battleships, came from the countless races and powers in the two universes, the command authority belonged to the Wan Luo Federation. Only the Federation headquarters could mobilize them. No other race, even the Immortal Dynasty headquarters, could interfere. The Federation headquarters had 8 academies. The Overwatch Council was one of them, and it was one of the more powerful academies. After all, it was a supervisory department, and its authority was there. The Senlon fleet was a branch of the entire Federation fleet. It was under the control of the Overwatch Council, and was equivalent to an independent internal inspection force. The reason it was called the Blue Fleet was because in this powerful fleet that only followed the orders of the Federation's Overwatch Council, all of the battleships, including the uniforms of the soldiers in the fleet, were blue and black. It was an extremely deep blue. Furthermore, since they were from the internal inspection force, they would either not make a move, or once they did, they would definitely be ruthless, giving off a cold and merciless feeling. This was where the name Senlon came from. Turning his head, he saw a huge battleship in the distance. Without exception, the hull of the battleship was a deep blue. This was enough to explain their origins. It was one of the small action teams of the Senlon fleet in the hands of the Overwatch Council. Since they belonged to the Overwatch Council of the Federation, their sudden arrival was clearly because they had received the instructions of the head inspector, the great imperial uncle, Long Huai. Neither the Federation headquarters nor the Everlasting Dynasty had the right to interfere in this matter. In other words, all of this was still an independent action of the Overwatch Council. It did not represent the attitude of the Wan Luo Federation, much less the position of the Everlasting Dynasty. As long as this premise existed, the situation was still within the scope of control. At least, this was what Xianxia believed. Thus, even at this moment, he was still as calm and steady as ever. There was no sign of panic. 2 strongholds in the sky. 8 small strongholds of the cosmic level with a diameter of 50,000 meters. TSK, TSK, TSK. That old devil Long Huai is really generous. If we add in the one in front of the wormhole, won't I have to fight 1 against 3 and also add in 8 small strongholds with the nature of harassment? Looking at the Senlon fleet in front of him that had just completed a space jump and was now approaching in formation with a rumble, the corners of Xianxia's lips slowly curled into a mocking smile. He continued with a cold laugh. Such an iron-blooded and ruthless suppression. How much does that great imperial uncle of mine want me to be finished before he can do this? Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this time his old eyes are blurred and he's about to kick an iron plate. I'm not a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze. At the very least, these few strongholds in the sky are far from enough. Xianxia was only muttering these words to himself. There was no emotion in them at all. However, when they reached the ears of Naples and the purplish warbler beside him, it was no different from a series of claps of thunder exploding. It immediately made them open their mouths wide. They turned their heads to look at Xianxia with faces full of shock. They were earnestly persuading him with words of advice. Prince, you're not thinking of staying behind to fight head-on with them, are you? My goodness, let's not talk about whether we can win or not. Just the consequences of doing this will definitely pierce through the sky. That's right, we can't continue like this. Right now, only Long Kue is dead, so we can still salvage the situation. But if we start a war with the Senlon fleet, it will be tantamount to completely breaking off relations with the Federation. Although the third universe is big, there will be no place for you to go. Impulse is the devil. You'll regret it after you do it. Your Highness, restrain yourself. You must restrain yourself. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't leave now, it will be too late if they open fire first. We have to guard against them using this kind of dirty trick. Who knows? Maybe that Sir Supervisor is planning this kind of scheme. No matter what, he will first forcibly accuse them of framing us. Yes or no, although we're not afraid, the key is that we can't be tricked, right? That would be too unfair. The purplish warbler's bold speculation made Naples deeply agree with it. He immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice, as if he was worried that Yi Xian would not fall for it. His words were actually roundabout, and he even prepared a way out for Yi Xian. But the latter had no intention of backing down at all. Not even a little bit. That's right, it really doesn't feel good to be tricked by others. We can't suffer this kind of loss. It's too sullen. So. The expression on his face remained the same as before. Yi Xian smiled as he turned around and glanced at Naples and Shen Yuanziying respectively. The words that came out of his mouth instantly caused the hearts of the two of them, which had already reached their throats, to instantly calm down by more than half. Unfortunately, the style of the second half of the sentence changed in an instant. Yi Xian spoke while panting heavily, which shocked the two on the spot again. It was as if they had just been struck by lightning, and they were in a bad mood. That's why we can't let them open fire first. If we want to fight, we have to make the first move. We can't let them get the upper hand. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He stepped into the lightning stronghold. This was clearly the rhythm of giving orders. Chapter 3092. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Hongdu Liefeng. This blue fleet was indeed sent by the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, who was Long Xian's great imperial uncle, Long Huai, personally signed an order to come to their aid. However, Long Huai was the head of the Overwatch Council, a pillar of the royal family of the Eternal Dynasty, and a transcendent being who had surpassed the mystic light realm and stepped into the 12th realm, the Void Realm. Naturally, he couldn't personally lead a team. The temporary commander of the fleet in charge of this rescue mission was another deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council. That's right, Long Kue was only one of the deputy supervisors of the Overwatch Council. For a colossal organization like the Wanluo Federation, its headquarters were only in the 8 great departments. The 8 heads also had transcendent statuses. Basically, they only expressed their opinions and made decisions on important decisions. The specific matters were actually handed over to the deputies to complete. Therefore, no matter which school the headmaster was from, it was absolutely impossible for them to only set up a deputy headmaster position. They had to at least ensure balance. With a few more deputies, they could check and balance each other. Only then could the headmaster be at ease. Not to mention the other 7 great departments of the Federation. Just in the Overwatch Council of the Federation, Long Huai had set up as many as 6 deputy supervisors. One of them was basically vacant for a long time. Naturally, this was done deliberately. Leaving an empty position there would only further incite all the officials in the Overwatch Council below the deputy supervisor level. It was good to quench one's thirst by looking at plums. Among the 5 actual deputy supervisors, Long Kue was one of them. The deputy supervisor who was entrusted by Long Huai to lead this blue fleet was Hongdu Liefeng. This person's appearance was that of a middle-aged expert in his 40s. He had a short beard and long hair. He was quite handsome. He didn't like to talk, but he always gave people an incomparably steady and mature feeling. His cultivation was also not bad, slightly stronger than Naples and Long Kue. He was at the 5th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Among the 5 deputy supervisors, Hongdu Liefeng was ranked first. If one really counted carefully, he could be considered Long Huai's most trusted aide. Even Long Kue, who was also a descendant of the Eternal Dynasty like Long Huai, was not as powerful as this person in front of Long Huai. Just this alone was enough to show his means and ability. Similarly, from the fact that Long Huai had sent Hongdu Liefeng over this time, It was obvious that he was determined to obtain Xianxia, and he seemed to be deeply afraid that if it was any other assistant, Xianxia would allow his imperial nephew to escape. At this moment, Hongdou Lifeng was standing in the command cabin on the top floor of Grim Wind, the flagship fortress of the Blue Fleet. Frowning, he watched the playback of a holographic image. The video lasted for only a dozen or so seconds, starting from the moment the weeping soul bloodhorn appeared above Long Kuei's head, until the moment when Naples and the purplish warbler stepped out and followed Yi Xian into Lightning Fortress and disappeared. At that time, although the fierce wind battleship was tens of thousands of miles away in the distant void, it wasn't difficult to record this holographic image through some secret means. Don't forget, this is Universe 3, the territory of the Wan Luo Federation. This was the 13th consecutive playback of this short holographic image. In the previous 12 replays, Hongdou Lifeng watched it seriously, as if he wanted to find some kind of clue from this short holographic image. Just this point alone was enough to prove that Long Huai's high regard for him was not accidental. A cultivation base of Mystic Light Realm Level 5 might not be much in the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, but there were definitely many people stronger than him. But when one's cultivation and position reached such a level, they were still able to maintain a calm heart like him. No matter what kind of situation or unforeseen event they faced, they were like a pool of stagnant water without any ripples of emotion. There was absolutely no one else like them. If it were any other deputy supervisor, they would be a little surprised when they suddenly saw the scene of Long Kuei being killed in an instant. However, Hongdou Lifeng had watched this scene 13 times in a row, and the expression on his face and aura were as calm as ever. Even his eyes did not flicker in the slightest. At this moment, just as the 13th playback was about to end, a bright light finally burst out from the depths of his eyes, with a hint of joy. It was clear that he had obtained something. Immediately connect to the main network of the Federation. After that, directly contact the Overwatch Council. Say that I have important information that needs to be reported to the supervisor personally. As this bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes, Hongdou Lifeng turned his head to look at the communications officer beside him and issued a new order. But the communications officer was startled and unconsciously glanced at the other holographic screen. Without thinking, he asked, "What about the silver fortress up ahead? We have just entered the range of the main ship's cannons. Furthermore, the death ray cannons need a certain amount of time to charge. What if the other side opens fire first?" The meaning behind his words was clearly a tactful question to Hongdou Lifeng as to whether or not he would also give the order to immediately begin charging at full power at the same time. Although he was a little worried and even suspected of overstepping his authority, he was, after all, a person in the situation. He was worried about his little life, so it was understandable for him to be more careful. "Do as I say. There is no need to ask any more questions. Go and carry it out." Hongdou Lifeng's face still did not have any expression. He only turned his head again and swept a glance at the communications officer, but he quickly moved it away. His gaze was still the same, and his tone was still calm. "Also, this is the last time you will carry out an order personally given by me. After you complete it, leave the command cabin on the top floor. In the future, don't appear in front of me again. This way, you should be able to live a few more years." The communications officer's body froze, and he shuddered. The existence in front of him, in such a calm tone, said words that were undoubtedly murderous. Although this was not the first time he felt this kind of strange feeling, this was the only time it was related to him. The feeling of fear was naturally far different from the past. Under the chill all over his body, the communications officer did not wait for the trembling to finish. He had already turned around in a panic and left in a hurry as if he was running for his life. Soon, the Federation's main network channel was successfully connected, and the Star Network signal was connected to Hongdou Lifeng's personal communication terminal. Almost in the next moment, Hongdou Lifeng waved his hand and cast a simple isolation barrier. All the images and sounds in the barrier, including even the aura, completely disappeared and could not be detected. 27 seconds later, when the isolation barrier was removed and his figure reappeared, the mysterious Star Network communication had clearly ended. Hongdou Lifeng's face still did not show the slightest change in emotion. He immediately gave a second order. "Immediately send a communication request to the fortress in front of us. Remember, it's a request. Don't forget, the other party is Prince Xian, who is at the peak of his power." This time, there was a very faint hint of mockery in Hongdou Lifeng's tone. The communications officer, who had just taken over from the previous communications officer, was dumbfounded. Chapter 3093. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The smell of conspiracy. Yi Xian had no idea what was going on in the command cabin on the top floor of the Grim Wind Fortress, nor did he have any interest in it. At this moment, he had just finished dealing with Naples and the Purplish Warbler's incessant persuasion, and was about to give the order to open fire immediately, giving the other side a death ray energy beam as an appetizer. Meanwhile, the communication request from the Grim Wind Fortress was received by the star supercomputer in the control center of Lightning Fortress at this moment. As mentioned before, Lightning Fortress was a product of the Heaven's Legacy race. Under normal circumstances, the entire fortress only needed one Heaven's Legacy race clansman who had developed self-awareness to oversee it. This would also ensure that all functions of the fortress would operate normally and efficiently. Therefore, the command cabin on the top floor of Lightning Fortress did not have the existence of a communications officer at all. At most, there were some highly intelligent robots. The entire fortress was basically always in an automatic mode. In this mode, Yi Xian, who had already refined the supercomputer that was the main control center of the fortress, could send out any order with just a thought, even if he was outside the fortress. But similarly, when the main control center of Lightning Fortress received any signal from the galactic web, no matter where it came from, and no matter whether Yi Xian was willing to receive it or not, as long as he did not specifically notify Yi Xian in advance, the supercomputer would immediately relay the received signal to Yi Xian. In addition, the supercomputer of Lightning Fortress had also automatically completed the automatic reading of the request along with the signal. At this moment, it had also been transmitted and appeared in Yi Xian's mind without missing a word. It was impossible to reject it even if he wanted to. Damn! I actually forgot about that. I almost let the other side take advantage of the loophole. The signal and postscript directly appeared in this prince's mind without even asking. Fortunately, they didn't open their mouths and curse. Otherwise, this prince would have been caught off guard and suffered such a calamity. Wouldn't I have died on the spot? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. While muttering, he also sent a new order to the fortress supercomputer. Then, he suddenly changed the topic and looked at Naples. Do you know Hongdo Lifeng? This guy just sent a communication request over, and there were a few postscripts in the signal. His tone was extremely respectful. Not only did he lower himself and take the initiative to reveal his identity, but he also addressed me as Your Highness. He even said the purpose of his visit. He was only representing the supervisor of the Federation headquarters to ask this prince to cooperate with the investigation. He definitely did not mean to offend. In the end, he even sincerely asked this prince to be understanding. Hongdo Lifeng. Naples was stunned when he heard this. He sucked in a cold breath, and his expression immediately became more serious. If it was someone else it would be fine. But if it was him, there's no way he would lower himself and be so respectful. I'm afraid there's a conspiracy behind this. This person is the head of the 5 deputies of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Although he's not a member of the royal family, he's highly regarded by Long Huai. He's the most shrewd, and the expression on his face hasn't changed for thousands of years. Even the light in his eyes is almost the same. It's said that in these hundreds of years, no one has ever seen any change in emotions like joy or anger on his face. He's definitely a highly dangerous guy. If that's the case, then it's a little strange. Once he heard that the other side was such an existence, but he had to lower himself in front of him. Moreover, the aura revealed in these postscripts was so obvious. As long as one had a little understanding of him, they would be suspicious. This was something that the other side could not possibly not understand. But he still did it. Could it be on purpose? Then, what was the purpose? Yi Xian did not know that this was just a small misunderstanding unintentionally made by an insignificant communications officer. But at this moment, his curiosity was precisely because of this small misunderstanding. Given his personality, this communication request would have been directly ignored. Without saying anything else, he would have fired a cannon first. But now, as Yi Xian's interest was successfully attracted, the idea of being the first to fire a cannon was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian quickly made a decision and immediately sent a new order to the stronghold Star Brain. That was to accept the other side's request and temporarily activate the restriction authority to allow the other side's communication signal to enter and complete the communication connection. Hongdo Lifeng, is it? Hee hee, I'd like to see what kind of medicine you have up your sleeve. With a grin, Yi Xian immediately walked to the command cabin's resting area and calmly sat down on the sofa, waiting for the other side's communication signal to be transferred. At the same time, Yi Xian's mind was rapidly calculating. In fact, according to his original plan, no matter the result of the confrontation with Long Kuei, no matter whether the reinforcement fleet would arrive or not, and no matter what their attitude was, he would still have to return to the immortal planet in the end after dealing with all the minor details. Only when he reached the immortal planet would everything officially begin. Everything that happened on the way was just an appetizer. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, after this communication was over, Yi Xian's trip to the immortal planet would most likely begin immediately. So what if the other side has a conspiracy? This prince also has a plan long ago, and victory is already in my grasp. It's just scheming against each other. Who's afraid of who? A faint smile slowly curved up the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. There was clearly a strong sense of treachery and playfulness in it. As for all of this, Yi Xian didn't have time to clearly explain it to Naples and the purplish warbler. After all, it was still early. Even if they set off immediately and jumped through as many wormholes as possible, it would take at least a few days to arrive. When they returned, there would be plenty of time to explain it in detail to them. With a strange expression, Naples and the purplish warbler turned their heads to look at each other. They quickly followed him to the resting area and sat down on the sofa on either side. Although this matter was strange, it was better than not saying anything and directly firing a cannon at the other side first. It could be considered a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Far away in the immortal planet's east, in the endless galaxy and void, there was a vast plain that had been indefinitely and unconditionally lent to the Wan Luo Federation. In the center of the plain stood a large modern steel city. This steel city was the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. The Overwatch Council, one of the 8 great academies of the Federation, was located on the west side of this majestic headquarters. At this moment, in a building deep in the Overwatch Council, a cold harumph full of endless viciousness rang out without the slightest scruple. Immediately after, the slightly proud voice of the supervisor, Long Huai, floated out intermittently. Humph! A hero of the human race? An idol of the Federation? Bah! He's just an audacious impostor. Nothing more than a spy from the Heaven's Legacy race. Chapter 3094. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Making a pair like the demonic royal star, the immortal star was the capital star of a dynasty and the core of the government. However, the latter could not be compared with the former. Even though the demonic royal dynasty represented the entire demonic race, and the immortal royal dynasty was only one of the 2 camps of the human race, the demonic race was much more prosperous than the demonic race. The demonic race was only a servant race of the celestial fate race, the overlord of the first universe. Speaking of population, the demonic race was not even 1/millionth of the human race. The demonic royal star was a relatively large star, and it was protected by 2 satellites. However, as the core of the human race's science and technology camp, the immortal star was also much more powerful than the demonic royal star. In terms of the diameter of the star, the immortal star was several times larger than the demonic royal star. If an ordinary administrative star was an apple, the demonic royal star was a slightly smaller watermelon. As for the immortal star, well, you could imagine the size of the basket used to hold the watermelon. That was the approximate ratio. In addition, around the immortal star, there were a total of 9 satellites, all of which were habitable planets suitable for human habitation. This situation was almost impossible in the vast Milky Way. 10 planets, 1 big and 9 small, crowded together, all of which were rare habitable planets. How could it be possible? In fact, the 9 satellites of the immortal star were all outsiders. It was said that when the dynasty was just established, the first-generation immortal emperor of the immortal royal dynasty gathered some top-notch strong men and worked together to move them from other star areas. The 9 satellites, some near and some far away, formed a huge star formation in the Milky Way void around the immortal star. This star formation was the first layer of the immortal star's huge defense system. It was worth mentioning that this formation of void stars was changing almost every second. After all, the 9 satellites were orbiting the immortal star over and over again. As the 9 satellites moved, the entire formation of void stars changed almost every second. Based on this, it was not difficult to analyze how complex and terrifying this formation of void stars was. The 9 satellites were the first layer of the defense system of the imperishable star. They were also the 9 auxiliary formation eyes of the Void Star formation. As for the main formation eye, it was naturally the imperishable star in the center. There was no need to elaborate on the importance of the main formation eye, but the 9 satellites that served as the secondary formation eyes were equally important. The highest-ranking commander in charge of these 9 satellites was the Imperial Uncle. They could be said to be the cornerstone of the entire undying imperial family. The dynasty had been established for many years, and the royal family had reproduced generation after generation. The size of the bloodline descendants was probably unimaginable. Not to mention the large number of collateral family members, just the number of direct descendants that represented the royal family was extremely terrifying. There were many direct descendants of the immortal emperor in each generation. For example, Long Xian was known as the 18th prince of the immortal emperor. In fact, there were many younger brothers behind him. The current immortal emperor's generation was the same. The pillars of the royal family that guarded the 9 satellites were all his brothers, and they were all relatively powerful existences in the entire royal family. For example, the second uncle Long Tianba, who went with Naples to the demon sector in the first universe, was the commander of one of the satellites. Not to mention the elders of the royal family, who rarely showed themselves. The 9 imperial uncles who oversaw the 9 satellites, as well as the great imperial uncle Long Huai, who represented the immortal dynasty stationed in the Federation headquarters and was then the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, were the most authoritative existences in the entire royal family. Although the current immortal emperor had many princes, only 5 of them had obtained his approval and had the qualifications to fight for the throne. The great imperial prince Long Xiang, the second imperial prince Long Shao, the 6th imperial prince Long Yuan, the 9th imperial prince Long Qian, the 13th imperial prince Long Shu. These 5 princes were the most powerful of the direct descendants of the royal family in Long Xian's generation. They were extremely active, and the resources of the royal family were also provided by the 5 of them. After all, before the Dark Horse Prince Xian appeared, almost everyone had already determined that one of the 5 princes would become the next immortal emperor. As for the other princes, even if they were not completely unknown, they were at least extremely low-key. Even if they occasionally appeared in public, they would not take the initiative to mention their identities as princes. The 10 imperial uncles had already chosen a supporter from these 5 princes. Among them, the great imperial uncles supported the great imperial prince Long Xiang the most, with a total of 4 people. The other 6 imperial uncles supported the other 4 princes respectively. Regardless of whether it was the open struggle between the 5 princes or the secret confrontation between the 10 imperial uncles, after these years of adjustment, they had gradually stabilized. The various powers that fought for the throne restrained each other, forming a delicate balance. However, with the appearance of Prince Xian, these powers that fought for the throne could no longer remain calm. Regardless of whether it was the 5 princes or the 10 imperial uncles, all of them were worried about their gains and losses. However, other than Long Huai, who supported the great imperial prince, and Long Tianba, who supported the second imperial prince, who made a move, the other princes and the other imperial uncles all maintained their silence and observed the changes. Until a few days ago, when news spread from the Federation's Overwatch Council that Prince Xian was a spy from the Tianji clan, these fellows seemed to have been collectively injected with chicken blood. Suddenly, they became spirited and returned to their usual liveliness, appearing frequently. Just at this moment, an even more shocking piece of news exploded out of nowhere. Prince Xian, who had appeared out of nowhere and quickly become popular, was not the real Long Xian at all. He was an imposter. This news also came from the Federation's Overwatch Council, but it was different from the previous rumor that Prince Xian was a spy from the Tianji clan. This time, the news came from the mouth of the great imperial uncle Long Huai. Furthermore, it was reported to all the members of the royal family through official channels within the royal family. Although it had not been announced to the public, the entire royal family was thoroughly stirred up in an instant. This was especially so for the 5 princes. Each of them was jumping up and down in excitement. Their excitement was not something that could be achieved by a few shots of chicken blood. This was especially so when they found out that the imposter Prince Xian had fallen into their trap and had been tricked by the great imperial uncle Long Huai's people, and was heading to the immortal planet to receive the news. They were instantly even more excited, rubbing their palms and stretching their necks, waiting for the imposter to arrive so that they could vent their anger. On the other hand, the immortal emperor did not have any reaction to this news for some reason. He maintained his silence and did not even have the intention to make a statement. In fact, as soon as the news spread, The immortal emperor immediately went to the imperial advisor's hall. Afterward, the imperial advisor Dr's light laughter was heard. Whether it is or not, we will know at a glance when the time comes. Anyway, there is already one in the harem. Making a pair. Haha, isn't that more interesting? Achoo! In the back garden of concubine Mei Palace, Ingtai suddenly sneezed. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 3095. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio 5th Order Planet Warrior Yixian was completely unaware of everything that happened on the immortal star in the imperial capital. At this moment, he was indeed on his way back to the immortal star and would arrive at the imperial capital in 4 or 5 days at most. A few hours ago, after ending the short communication with Hongdo Lifeng, Yixian pondered for a moment and made a decision. The 3 major fortresses, including the Lightning Fortress and the Black Mosquito ship, were all kept in the undying world in his body. Then, together with Naples and the Purplish Warbler, he entered the flagship fortress of the Senlon fleet, where Hongdo Lifeng was in charge. After entering the fortress, Hongdo Lifeng only accompanied them for a while out of courtesy. Then, he excused himself and did not appear again. Yixian and the other 2 just happened to have some peace and quiet. After entering an independent suite cabin specially arranged for them, the door was closed, and Naples waved his hand to set up an isolation barrier that enveloped the entire cabin. Then they could speak freely. Since Hongdo Lifeng did not make a move just now, his purpose is obviously only to bring us back to the immortal star. No matter what schemes Long Huai has, everything will only be revealed after we arrive at the immortal star. After sitting down on the sofa in the living room, Long Xian turned his head and glanced at Naples and the Purplish Warbler. With a relaxed face, he said with a smile, "There are still 4 or 5 days before we arrive. Do you intend to keep a straight face like this? You'll get cramps." The Purplish Warbler immediately rolled his eyes and did not respond at all. However, Naples shook his head and smiled bitterly. He sighed worriedly and said, "Isn't this old minister worried? I really didn't do it on purpose. This time, when we return to the immortal star, Long Huai will definitely make things difficult for us. Moreover, with his style, he will either not make a move, or he will definitely make a move. Forget about Wan Xing. No matter how he framed us, the truth is the truth. We don't know his true identity. Besides, who knows if he's in that big fortress? The key is still Long Kuei's death. This is not a small problem. After all, that guy is the deputy supervisor of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. He can be considered a high-ranking member of the Federation. Long Huai will definitely not let go of this matter and make a big fuss about it. However, this is a matter of the Wanluo Federation. Even the Imperial Court cannot interfere. This makes him even more unbridled." After saying that, Naples once again shook his head with a bitter smile and let out a long sigh. Whether it's Wan Xing or Long Huai's death, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, I have my own plans. The more Long Huai tossed and turned, the harder he fell in the end. In short, you don't have to worry about anything. Just wait and watch the show. In the next few days, this prince will be cultivating in seclusion. If there's nothing important, don't call me." After saying that, Yixian got up and walked to the inner cabin of the suite at the side of the living room. He shook his head and sighed. I'm really worried about his old body. What if he falls and breaks it?" In the living room, Naples and the Purplish Warbler both opened their mouths wide at the same time. They looked at Yixian's back as he left, their faces full of shock. After returning to the cabin and closing the cabin door, Yixian immediately issued an order to the devouring system to connect to the internal network of this flagship fortress, invade the core of the starbrain, and start a search for information. As for the information to be searched, it was naturally everything related to Long Huai, including the recent communication between Hongdo and Lifeng on the immortal star. The reason he did this was not because Yixian lacked confidence. What he had just said to Naples and the Purplish Warbler was all true. This trip to the immortal star this time, he had a card up his sleeve and was not afraid at all. However, Long Huai was not an ordinary existence after all. Yixian did not dare to underestimate the enemy. If he could find out what the enemy's scheme was in advance, at least he would know himself and his enemy. Unfortunately, this idea was obviously not going to work. The system's reply came out very quickly. However, it was not the search information Yixian wanted, but a confirmation request. This starry sky fortress that belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council did not seem to be easy to deal with. As the control center of the fortress, the core of the Starbrain was set up with a special defense layer. Although Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system could be hacked, he could not come and go without leaving traces. He would definitely leave some traces. If it was any other starry sky, it would not be a big deal even if he left traces of invasion. However, this was not the case in the immortal starry sky fortress because there was an immortal-level superbrain here. The central starbrain of Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system was also immortal level. Previously it was just a fragment, but now because it had absorbed a large amount of energy from the cognition crystal, it had entered the growth stage. Even so, it still could not be compared to the mature immortal-level superbrain on the immortal star. If the latter were to be seen as a lion, then the immortal superbrain in Yi Xian's hands that had just entered the growth stage was at most a wild rabbit. Starry sky superbrains could also devour each other. A matured immortal superbrain was simply the best supplement for the other party. Even if it devoured countless ordinary superbrains, it could not compare. Therefore, no matter what traces Yi Xian's immortal superbrain left behind, it could be detected by the lion on the immortal star. When that time came, the lion would definitely use all its strength to hunt the rabbit. With the abilities of the matured immortal superbrain, it could follow the clues to find the melon, and the result would be obvious. In addition, the energy of the multi-pupil consciousness crystal was also very tempting to the immortal-level starry sky superbrain. If the other party knew that Yi Xian's starry sky superbrain was an immortal starbrain in its growth stage, even he would be implicated and schemed against. This was because the immortal superbrain in Yi Xian's hands left behind traces of the cognition crystal's energy. After all, the energy it had absorbed recently was all from the multi-pupil cognition crystal. There were many kinds of energy that the superbrain consumed on a daily basis. Planetary core sources and gene cultivation fluids could be used, but those were only consumable energies. It was like the daily diet of humans. No matter how much one ate, it would not have any effect on the evolution of life form. However, the cognition crystal's energy contained in the multi-pupil cognition crystal was different. It could greatly increase the superbrain's growth and evolution speed, but this kind of thing was very rare even in the Demon Devil Star region, let alone the third universe of the human race. If the other party really found out, it would be quite troublesome. All of this was the result of the devouring system's analysis. After understanding the pros and cons, Yi Xian could only sigh and choose to give up. This matter was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. Immediately after, Yi Xian took out some planetary core sources from his undying world and gave them to the devouring system to absorb. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed in the cabin and closed his eyes to enter a closed state of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian finished absorbing and refining all the energy. When he opened his eyes after finishing his cultivation, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your realm has increased. Current realm: 5th Order Planet Warrior. Chapter 3096. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Imperial Capital. Moments later, when Yi Xian, Naples, and the Purplish Warbler walked out of the inner cabin and arrived at the command cabin resting area on the top floor of the flagship fortress, Hongdo Lifeng, whom they hadn't seen for a few days, was already waiting there. Seeing Yi Xian arrive, Hongdo Lifeng nodded slightly. Prince Xian, in an hour, the fleet will directly dock at the northern region Star Dock on the immortal planet. At that time, a small ship will take us into the immortal planet. The inspector intends to send you directly to the Federation's headquarters. Of course, I will also be accompanying you. When he said this, although Hongdo Liefeng's face was as expressionless as usual, there was clearly a hint of coldness. Even his tone was different from a few days ago. There was clearly no longer that respectful tone, and it was as cold as water. It was clear that he was certain that Yi Xian couldn't escape this time. However, they hadn't even arrived at the immortal planet yet. Wasn't it a little too fast to change faces? With this thought flashing through his mind, Yi Xian turned around and exchanged glances with Naples and the Purplish Warbler. His expression darkened and he said sarcastically, "Yo, it's only been a few days since we last met, and the Vice Commander's entire person has changed. You're practically flipping pages faster than a book. No wonder your face is as stiff as a corpse's. Your facial muscles and nerves will probably be injured by you every few days. What a sin." These words were truly sinister. How much force would it take to injure one's facial muscles just by changing faces? At the side, the purplish warbler pondered for a moment, and couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud on the spot. Even Naples' eyes twitched a few times, and his neck turned red. He finally managed to hold back his laughter. Prince Xian really knows how to joke. Excuse me for a moment. I'll come back when the fortress docks. After he finished speaking, Hongdou Laifeng turned around and left. Yi Xian's derogatory words seemed to have caused even him to be unable to bear it. There was clearly a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes. For nearly an hour after that, Yi Xian was admiring the galactic void outside. His gaze passed through the large one-way transparent wall at the edge of the command cabin, and into the depths of the void outside the ship. Not long after, 1 big and 9 small stars appeared in the void in front of them. Some were far, some were close, but they were all within their field of vision. They had finally arrived at the undying star of the undying dynasty. Hongdou Laifeng, who had left not long ago, reappeared. He didn't pay attention to Yi Xian and the other two. Not far away, he was giving orders to some of the gathered Overwatch Council officials. Very quickly, the fleet sailed into a giant star dock outside the atmosphere of the undying star. When the main passageway to the command cabin on the top floor opened, Hongdou Laifeng walked over. Prince Xian, we should move. The supervisor is still waiting. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to reply. He turned around and walked toward the exit of the passageway with Naples and the purplish warbler. Hongdou Laifeng followed closely behind with a few Overwatch Council officials. On one side of the star dock outside the flagship fortress, a small battleship had long been prepared. After exiting the passageway, Hongdou Laifeng walked quickly to the front and led Yi Xian and the other two into the small battleship. He then gave the order to set sail. They left the corner of the star dock and quickly passed through a public checkpoint in the star defense formation. They entered the undying star's atmosphere and headed straight for the vast plain where the Federation's headquarters was. Almost at the same time that the Blue Fleet entered the star dock and returned to the port, the news that Prince Xian had finally arrived on the undying star was quietly learned by many existences from all sides. Among them included Yi Xian's royal brothers in name, as well as most of the royal relatives. However, no one in Imperial Concubine Mei's palace dared to reveal a single word. After all, the Prince Xian who had returned this time was clearly a fake. Once Imperial Concubine Mei heard this news, she would probably collapse on the spot. The fake had dared to come to their door. Was there any need to say the real thing? Most likely, he had been cleaned up long ago. For the members of the royal family who wanted to make things difficult for Yi Xian, this was the best excuse. With this excuse as a reason, even if they gathered in groups and swarmed toward the Federation's headquarters to make a ruckus, they wouldn't have to worry about being punished afterward. No one would investigate. Secure in the knowledge that they had backing, the 5 princes all gathered some of the younger members of the royal family and rushed toward the Federation's headquarters with a murderous aura. In particular, the great Prince Xiang gathered the most trusted aides and royal family members. There were over 100 of them. A large group of royal family warriors swarmed together like a swarm of bees. It was very eye-catching, but Xiang felt no pressure. The head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, had always been his main supporter. This time they were going to the Overwatch Council, their own territory. There was no pressure no matter how they made a ruckus. The reason the 5 princes were so concerned about this matter was not only because of Prince Xian's recent rise in popularity, but also because today's opportunity was rare. They could take revenge and vent their anger. The more important reason was, to put it bluntly, the battle for the royal power. Although Prince Xian was useless and had died in the Outer Realms during the trial, his death still had some value. After all, he was a direct descendant of the immortal emperor's bloodline. He had been silently killed by an outsider. This matter had already damaged the royal family's reputation. The 5 princes all wanted to perform well in this matter. They could at least make a good impression of themselves in front of the immortal emperor and the royal family's resident elders. In reality, other than the 5 princes, even among the 10 royal uncles, a few of them had brought trusted aides and were hurrying toward the Federation's headquarters. At this time, the small shuttle carrying Yi Xian had finally arrived at the vast plains. Without any delay, it plunged into the steel and majestic city of the Federation's headquarters. In the depths of the Federation's Overwatch Council, on the 8th floor of a large, ancient-styled building, a certain figure was standing by the window. He was a tall and sturdy man in his 50s with a dignified aura. He had a square face and a short beard. He appeared very serious and cold. This person was the head of the Overwatch Council, the cornerstone of the royal family of the Immortal Dynasty, and the supreme warrior whose cultivation had reached the 12th realm of the Void Realm, Long Huai. Have we finally arrived? Before the small shuttle Xianxia was in had entered the steel and majestic city of the Federation's headquarters, Long Huai's gaze had already locked onto the shuttle. It was not until it plunged into the majestic city that Long Huai, who had been expressionless until now, finally revealed a faint smile. As he muttered to himself, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Unconsciously, he swept a glance in the direction of the immortal royal city. The smile on his face inexplicably became complicated and unpleasant. At this moment, Old Eight's heart is most likely in his throat. Unfortunately, his last glimmer of hope will soon be destroyed. When that time comes, what can he do even if he is unwilling? Chapter 3097. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Here comes the opportunist. Although the Federation headquarters allowed these small shuttles to travel at low altitudes, the 8 great departments of the headquarters each had different rules on this matter. The Overwatch Council was the organization in charge of law enforcement among the 8 departments of the Federation headquarters. Just from the perspective of maintaining a certain dignified image, it was impossible for the chaotic scene of large numbers of shuttles flying about in the internal areas of its departments. Thus, the Overwatch Council strictly prohibited all shuttles from entering, even at low altitudes. However, the small shuttle Xianxia was in did not even slow down in the slightest after arriving at the outer area of the Overwatch Council. It charged directly into the depths of the council. This was the intention of Long Huai, the head of the Overwatch Council. It could be considered a precedent. A dozen seconds later, the small shuttle slowly landed in a large square deep within the Overwatch Council. Xianxia, Naples, and Purplish Warbler walked out of the cabin door. Behind them were Hongdo Lifeng and a dozen other Federation supervisors. Across from the square was a large building. It was the headquarters of the Sky Department of the Overwatch Council's 4 major supervision systems. Hongdo Lifeng bringing Xianxia here already demonstrated the severity of the problem. Purplish Warbler and Xianxia did not understand the situation and did not have much of a reaction. However, Liefeng's expression immediately changed. Although he was not a member of the Overwatch Council, he had always been on the Undying Planet. Even if he had never been to the headquarters of the Sky Department, he had long heard of it like thunder. Within the Federation's Overwatch Council, the Sky, Earth, Xian, and Huang departments were responsible for different kinds of supervision tasks in areas with different levels of security. The Huang department was the lowest, and the Sky department was the highest. Generally speaking, to be able to alarm the Sky Department of Supervision, it had to be at least a case or mission that concerned the survival of the Federation. It had the highest level of security. Furthermore, the Sky Department of Supervision was the only one of the 4 departments that had the right to make arbitrary decisions. The cases they were responsible for could be decided without a trial if there was a special reason. Thus, when a case fell into the hands of the Sky Department, it was basically the final word. There was no need to argue or struggle. Hongdo Lifeng, what is the meaning of this? You actually dared to bring His Highness to the Celestial Faction's headquarters. Could it be that you dare to forcibly convict a prince? Under the shock of his heart, a look of anger instantly appeared on his face. He immediately turned his head to stare at Hongdo Lifeng and roared. Xianxia and the Purplish Warbler were startled at the same time. The former frowned and immediately asked Naples. Beside them, Hongdo Lifeng didn't intend to explain anything at all. He was still expressionless as he turned to look at the Heaven Department headquarters building in front of the square. Very soon, the infuriated Naples explained the uniqueness of the Heavenly Series in just a few sentences. Xianxia was suddenly enlightened and his anger rose. And here I thought that the Qianji clan spy this time was some kind of 3-headed, 6-armed character. To think that he would be so arrogant as to disguise himself as a prince and sneak into the imperial court. Now that I've seen him, he's just a... As these words full of ridicule and contempt sounded, a group of dozens of figures walked over from the main hall of the Heavenly Series headquarters at the edge of the square. The one in the lead was the dean here, the chief inspector of the Federation, Long Huai. When Xianxia and the others turned to look, Long Huai's figure was already standing on the stairs of the headquarters building in front of them. His gaze swept past Xianxia and quickly looked at Naples and the Purplish Warbler. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he sternly reprimanded, The matter between the two of you will be investigated carefully later. Now, leave quickly. If you don't make a decision within 3 seconds, take both of you. Tianji clan's spy? Impersonating a prince? Naples and the purplish warbler were startled at the same time. Their expressions changed slightly as they subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian. Forget about being a Tianji clan spy, they were already aware of this accusation. But what was with the accusation of impersonating a prince? They were already on the immortal planet. There were only a few people in the entire imperial city who could prove Prince Xian's identity. Putting Consort Mei aside, just looking at the other members of the imperial family, one could easily find a handful of them with one's eyes closed. Could Long Huai have lost his mind? How dare he frame such a childish and stupid accusation? This didn't make sense. Could it be? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Naples and the purplish warbler's expressions finally changed again. Their heartstrings instantly tightened to the extreme. The last bold guess that appeared in their minds almost scared them out of their wits. 3 seconds have passed. I hope you don't regret it. Yi Xian took in all the changes in their expressions, causing him to sigh in his heart. However, Naples and the purplish warbler ultimately chose to stay where they were and didn't waver from leaving. This made him feel a little warm in his heart. When it came to this matter, he didn't intend to hide it. Similarly, he couldn't help it. Everything was caused by a coincidence. It could only be said that this was the will of the heavens. Since you're so stubborn, then take both of you down. It'll save us the trouble of investigating you later. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Long Huai's voice rang out from the stairs of the Sky Association's headquarters. Halfway through his words, his gaze swept towards Yi Xian again as he sneered and continued. You're still so calm in the face of death. Your mentality isn't weak, but unfortunately, it won't change anything. I know you have some tricks up your sleeve. You can even instantly kill Long Kuei, who's at the 4th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Although you relied on an external object, it's enough to be proud. However, this is the Overwatch Council of the Federation's headquarters. I'd like to see how powerful that external object of yours can be. Take him down. Long Huai roared out the last sentence. Before he finished speaking, among the dozens of experts of the Overwatch Council standing behind him, 3 figures had already rushed out at the first possible moment, heading straight for Yi Xian, Naples, and the purplish warbler. The auras of their cultivations were vast and boundless, and when they leaked out, it caused a dull rumbling sound to ring out in the air. They were all terrifying cultivations of the 6th level of the Mystic Light Realm. The expressions of Naples and the purplish warbler changed again. Facing a 6th level Mystic Light Realm expert, they had no ability to resist at all. Needless to say, the purplish warbler, even Naples was only at the 4th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, an unexpected shout suddenly sounded out. Over 100 figures appeared in midair in the distance, and they were rushing over swiftly. The person in the lead was the first prince, Long Xiang, whom Long Huai supported. At this moment, when he saw that everyone had turned their heads to look over, and that the 3 figures that were charging towards the plaza had stopped abruptly, Long Xiang cupped his hands towards Long Huai from afar and said, Lord Supervisor, this person dares to impersonate my 18th brother and act wantonly. I'm afraid he has already. This is the great enmity of the imperial family. Even if we don't kill him first, the matter of taking him down should be done by me, an Emperor Realm expert. This is not a small matter, and it concerns the dignity of the imperial family. I hope that the supervisor will allow it. Well said. As expected of the leader of the princes, you should bear such responsibility. I allow it. Chapter 3098. Playing the target. The words head of the princes directly revealed the identity of the person who had come. Yi Xian, who was originally muttering about who this person was from the imperial family, instantly understood, and an expression of disgust appeared on his face. Among the 10 imperial uncles, first imperial uncle Long Huai had always supported first prince Long Xiang. These 2 people were practically on the same side, but now they were acting as if they didn't. Especially Long Huai. It was one thing for him to be accurate, but he actually instantly got into the act and cooperated with Long Xiang on the spot without any trace of connection. He spouted nonsense like how he was worthy of being the head of the imperial family. This was originally not a big deal, but the key was that aside from himself and the purplish warbler, who didn't know what the 2 of them were doing, to be able to act so wholeheartedly in this kind of situation, there was really no one with such thick skin. No, it wasn't just thick skin. He was clearly shameless, especially the first prince, Long Xiang, who was rushing over. He could even rush over to take advantage of this kind of situation, and even mobilized hundreds of people. There was probably nothing that he wouldn't do. Thank you for your help, Academy Master. Just as Yi Xian was looking down on him and didn't hide the strange expression of disgust on his face, Long Xian had already led the hundreds of imperial family members behind him to the other side of the square. Everyone's gazes immediately turned towards Yi Xian. Bold thief, the crime of falsely using the identity of the imperial family is enough for you to die 100 times. If you let this prince investigate and prove that you plotted to kill my 18th brother, this prince will definitely make you beg for death. At the head of the group, First Prince Long Xiang stood with his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest and looking very righteous. As he spoke to this point, his tone turned sharp, and he raised his hand to point at Yi Xian and the others as he roared, "Quickly capture them!" Among the hundreds of figures behind him, 3 royal experts in their 40s and 50s walked out. Their auras were all at the Mystic Light Realm, but only one of them was at the rank 6 Mystic Light Realm. The other 2 were at the rank 5 Mystic Light Realm. Seeing this, Yi Xian grinned in amusement. As if returning the favor, he raised his hand and struck the first Prince Long Xiang from afar. He purposely raised his voice and mocked loudly, acting like a calf. After all this fuss, it turns out that you still want others to take action. I guess the 3 of them are just collateral relatives of the imperial family, right? You're the head of the direct bloodline, yet you only care about putting on an act when it comes to saving the face of the imperial family. You're all talk and no action. You're taking advantage of her when she's putting in the effort. You're amazing, my brother. You. Long Xiang was so angry that his neck was thick. Just as he was about to flare up, 4 other figures appeared in different directions around the square. Prince Ming and a few of the 10 imperial uncles appeared one after another. While they were still quite a distance away, the voices of the imperial uncles could already be heard from afar. Humph! What a smooth talker. When we get back, this old man will definitely cut open your gallbladder and pull it out to see how big your head is. Why waste your breath on him? Just take him down quickly. Hee hee, why don't we brothers take action? To be able to be personally taken down by the direct bloodline imperial uncles, this brat has taken advantage of us. As these words rang out one after another, nearly 10 groups of people arrived one after another. They landed in different directions around the plaza and instantly surrounded Yi Xian and the other 2 in the center of the plaza. They all glared at Yi Xian and the other 2 with angry gazes. Seeing this, the first Prince Long Xiang and the first Imperial Uncle Long Huai's faces darkened at the same time. There was even an undisguised cold snort coming out from their noses. They seemed extremely dissatisfied. With the help of the Imperial uncles who supported the other princes, the first prince's idea of taking advantage of the situation to gain some impression points was completely out of the question. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great princes and nearly half of the imperial uncles in power had all arrived. There were even 300 to 400 other members of the imperial family. However, no matter which one it was, they were all glaring at Yi Xian. Naples' heart trembled, and he finally panicked a little. He nervously turned his head to look at Yi Xian again. This guy was obviously frightened. Not only was his voice trembling, he even stuttered a little. What's going on? Your Highness, this, why are they all saying this? None of them can recognize you? This shouldn't be. Why don't we just revert to our original appearance? Don't make this a big misunderstanding. On the other hand, although Purplish Warbler's brows were tightly knitted, she only glanced at Yi Xian thoughtfully in the face of this obviously problematic situation. She did not say a single word. If one can prove one's identity with just a face, with so many people here, including your Ziying, who doesn't know the art of changing one's appearance? Wouldn't anyone be able to say that they are Prince Xian just by changing their face? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his hand and pointed at the stairs of the Sky Association's headquarters in front of the plaza. That's right, except for that guy. He definitely can't change his face. He's already spoiled it by himself. Hong Do Lai Feng's body swayed. A mouthful of old blood was stuck in his throat, unable to come up or down. His neck had turned blue from holding it in. His expression finally changed as he gritted his teeth. His face was full of anger. Even at this time, Yi Xian did not forget to stab him in the back. No wonder he was so angry. Also, Don't you think it's a bit too coincidental that this group of people arrived in the blink of an eye? Not one of the 5 princes was missing, and more than half of the 10 great imperial uncles were here in person. Without waiting for Hongdou Lifeng to spit out blood, Yi Xian had already retracted his gaze and changed the topic. They even revealed such a magnificent lineup. In their eyes, does it make a difference whether Prince Xian is real or not? Hearing this, Naples was stunned. He instantly understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. All the factions that were fighting for the imperial power had temporarily joined forces, and the first imperial uncle, Long Huai, was the one leading the attack. Taking advantage of the fact that Prince Xian hadn't entered the palace yet. Although this was a bit daring, it was not completely impossible. After all, the identities of the participants were not to be underestimated. With existences of this level joining forces, it was not a big deal to make the sky of the undying star turn dark for a short while. Impudent. Full of nonsense. Take action immediately and quickly take him down. This brat's mouth is too powerful. Every word he says is heart-wrenching. He can even bring the dead back to life. The expressions of the group of princes and imperial uncles, including Long Huai, changed. They immediately roared furiously. Yi Xian's words shocked them. After all, there were many Federation supervisors watching coldly from the sidelines. Some of them had not even seen Prince Xian's face before. After hearing such words, who could guarantee that they would not overthink? What if someone secretly spread this news after this impostor was executed? Wouldn't all the members of the imperial family present today die an unjust death? Yellow mud fell into one's pants. Even if it wasn't sh*t, it was sh*t. Chapter 3099. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Atavism, are you trying to silence us? Are you all angry now that you've been stabbed in the back? With a glint in his eyes, Yi Xian added another stab. The imperial uncles, who had just leaped into the air, trembled at the same time. They were so angry that they almost fell back to the ground. Some of the Federation inspectors, who were secretly watching from afar, had obvious changes in their expressions when they saw this scene. They clearly believed Yi Xian's words, or at least began to suspect him. However, this was clearly far from enough for Yi Xian. His words were still ringing in their ears when he spoke again. Since all of you are unanimous in saying that this prince is a fake, then I might as well make a big fuss today and let all the imperial officials on the Immortal Star judge whether this prince is real or fake. Dragon's roar. He had clearly roared the last 4 words. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation power was fully activated at this moment. It surged wildly through all the meridians in his body, both inside and outside. The black gold dragon scale that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness was also pierced by a strand of level 6 spiritual power from his spiritual power source core. In the next instant, as the power of the black gold dragon scale was suddenly activated to the limit by Yi Xian, a strong and ancient power surged out from his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the cultivation power that was madly circulating in his body without regard for the cost. In an instant, it completely activated a certain bloodline brand in his physical body and blood and merged with it. All of this took a long time to describe, but it was completed in the blink of an eye. The mutated divine dragon power of the black gold dragon scale. The cultivation power of Yi Xian's own incomplete infinity insight technique. Finally, there was the immortal royal bloodline power that had merged with Yi Xian's bloodline after devouring Long Xian's immortal blood crystal. These 3 powers were fully activated by Yi Xian at all costs and successfully merged with each other. Then, they surged out of Yi Xian's body like a violent flash flood. Roar! Yi Xian suddenly looked up at the sky, clenched his fists, and raised his arms high. His expression suddenly became even more ferocious. He opened his mouth and roared, letting out a loud and clear dragon's roar that pierced the clouds. The bloodline power that surged out from his body seemed to respond and instantly transformed into a gigantic black gold dragon. As Yi Xian's furious dragon roar pierced through the clouds and tore through the air, it appeared behind him and soared into the sky. At this moment, countless imperial citizens in the human cities on the Immortal Star subconsciously did the same thing. They all looked up at the sky, then opened their mouths, and their expressions quickly became sluggish. Bam! Bam! Even the few imperial uncles that had just soared into the air and were shooting towards Yi Xian were all shocked by the dragon's roar. The second after the dragon's shadow appeared, their bodies suddenly froze in midair, and then fell from the sky like dumplings. As for the other experts inside and outside the square, no matter whether they were near or far, including the Neapolitan and purplish warbler, without exception, all of them had their mouths wide open and were collectively petrified. All of their faces were filled with shock, horror, or stupefaction. It was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. In the Imperial City. In the Imperial Advisor's Hall. The Imperial Advisor, Dr. and another middle-aged man who exuded a formless aura also exclaimed at this moment. Where did the dragon's roar come from? SSS. What a pure aura of the royal blood crystal. It can actually manifest a huge dragon shadow. Who is it? He has actually entered the bloodline reversion realm. Black gold dragon scales? This is clearly the rhythm of a mutation, but the bloodline is extremely pure, without any impurities. Could it be the mutation of the bloodline itself? Before the exclamations had died down, a slightly thin old figure quietly swept out from the Imperial Advisor's Hall. After stepping into the void, he shook his shoulders and disappeared without a trace. Sigh. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was suspected to be the current immortal emperor in the Imperial Advisor's Hall spoke again. Although there were no words, only a long sigh, there was clearly a strong sense of bitterness and helplessness. After a few breaths, as Xianxia loosened his fists and lowered his arms above his head, the clear dragon's roar that had resounded through most of the immortal star from his mouth came to an abrupt end. The huge black gold dragon shadow that had rushed into the sky also quickly faded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all the petrified experts around the square finally came to their senses. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their eyes immediately converged on Xianxia. After that, exclamations sounded one after another. Some were confused, some were shocked, but most of them revealed a deep sense of unwillingness and despair. How is this possible? He is actually real? Such a pure aura of the royal blood crystal is enough to prove his identity as a direct descendant of the royal family. It doesn't matter whether he is the 18th elder or not. If he is not the 18th elder, then he is the wild. Oh my god, even the dragon shadow has manifested? This is clearly the sign of the bloodline reversion realm. After thousands of years, the second bloodline reversion realm in the royal family has finally appeared after the old monster from the old pavilion. His name has shaken the 3 universes. He is close to the top 10 on the heaven list. In addition to the direct descendants bloodline reversion realm. The word, freak, is not enough to describe him. How can we play this game? Sigh. God is making fun of us. Along with these exclamations of surprise, the expressions of the few imperial uncles in power, including Long Huai, became even gloomier, whereas, the 5 princes including Long Xiang were even more unbearable. The expressions on their faces were either despair or ghastly pale, but the gazes that shot out from their eyes were filled with dense unwillingness and resentment. Lord Inspector, it has already come to this. Shouldn't you say something? At least let me know who exactly I am. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia grinned as he turned around to look at Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai, who was on the steps of the Sky Association's headquarters, and at the same time, he ridiculed Long Huai at the same time. Even though I don't know how you did it, but if I say you are the 18th elder, then I'll say the same thing. Impossible. The corners of Long Huai's eyes trembled slightly as he stared at Xianxia with an expressionless face. His tone was calm, but his gaze was sharp like a blade, and it was as if he wanted to see through Xianxia completely. He actually spoke bluntly, and he still didn't approve of Xianxia's identity as the 18th prince, Long Xian. So, in this way, not only is the imperial bloodline in this prince's body pure, it's even reversion realm. Is fake? Xian puckered his lips and pressed Long Huai once more, and he seemed as if he wouldn't budge an inch until the end. Even if Long Huai only wanted a way to save face, Long Huai would absolutely not compromise. This time, Long Huai was angered to the point his face twitched fiercely a few times. He was unable to answer this question and could only maintain silence, and he held it in to the point his eyeballs were on the verge of squeezing out of their sockets. If looks could kill, then Xian would have probably died countless times in this short period of a few breaths. Chapter 3100. Xian goes crazy. This person was Hongdou Laifeng. The reason he'd suddenly stepped forward at this moment was actually because he had no other choice. Long Huai's silence clearly indicated that he intended to give up, so he had no other choice but to do this. He had been in contact with Xian all this time, so he had already offended him. If he allowed the other party to leave safely today, he would not be able to escape this calamity sooner or later. He might as well grit his teeth and fight head-on while he still had a chance. It was precisely because of this thought that when Hongdou Laifeng took a step forward, he had already hardened his heart. Without any trace of politeness, he raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xian, reprimanding him harshly. So what if you can prove that you are a direct descendant of the Eternal Dynasty's imperial family? If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Even the laws of the Everlasting Empire support this point, let alone the fact that your crimes have already affected the Myriad Net Federation. Leaving aside the fact that you impersonated a prince, the Overwatch Council has the right to arrest and imprison you for killing Wen and Deputy Supervisor Long Kuei. Wen's unexpected fall can be said to be a heavy loss to the Federation. Even if you have a glib tongue, the 10 billion contribution points deducted by the Federation's main network is still a fact, right? Could it be that the central hub of the main network has wronged you? As for Deputy Supervisor Long Kuei, there's no need to talk about him. He was killed by you in front of everyone, and there's even a real-time video of it. The evidence is irrefutable. Even if you are a prince, do you dare to resist arrest? Could it be that he wasn't afraid of being exiled by the imperial family? Don't tell me that you think you can do whatever you want in the Myriad Luo Federation. Hongdou Laifeng had been thinking about this string of words for a long time. Now that he roared them out, not only was his train of thought clear and impassioned, each word piercing the heart. While he questioned endlessly, even his grasp of the rhythm was rather subtle. With just a few simple words, he had unknowingly pushed Yi Xian to the opposite side of the Eternal Dynasty and the Myriad Luo Federation. For a moment, Yi Xian was caught unprepared by his stern questioning. He opened his mouth but no words came out. Every cloud has a silver lining. The eyes of Long Huai, the other imperial uncles, and the 5 princes lit up at the same time, and they were instantly excited. Since they couldn't kill him, it was good to lock him up. It was the same as thinking of other methods later. When he thought up to here, Long Huai's face immediately sank, and he sneered as he glared at Yi Xian while cold lights flickered within his eyes. Did all of you hear clearly? Since there is evidence, I have the right to arrest you. No matter how you defend yourself, that will be after you are arrested. Give me. Take my ass. I haven't even said anything yet. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Just as Long Huai raised his hand and gestured as if he was about to give the order to arrest Yi Xian again, the latter rudely retorted and interrupted him. He even rolled his eyes. That's right. I did kill Long Kuei with my own hands. I don't like him. What's wrong? As for that old bastard Wen Xing's death, although I am somewhat involved, that's all. Even if I have to bear some responsibility, the 10 billion points deducted from me are enough to offset it. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I have to make myself clear. Besides, even if I admit to this matter, what can I do? I don't like him, so I killed him. It's not a big deal. Why are you so agitated? Silence. A deathly silence. As Yi Xian finished speaking, all the experts around the square fell into a state of shock again. They stared at him with slightly open mouths, and collectively lost their voices. They had seen unreasonable people, but they had never heard of such unreasonable people. In the entire Immortal Dynasty, there was probably no one other than the person in front of them who dared to say such words in front of the Federation's Heavenly Overwatch Council headquarters. What was the point of playing with one's life at the slightest disagreement? He played with one's life at the slightest disagreement. Your Highness. Your Highness, we were just joking, right? After being stunned for a few moments, Naples, who was beside Yi Xian, was the first to come back to his senses. He could be considered quick-witted. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered to find an excuse for Yi Xian to smooth things over. If he had gone along with this, he could have just barely managed to deal with the bold words just now. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of doing that. He waved his hand and directly denied it. What kind of joke is this? Who's joking? Didn't we just kill that old bastard Wen and Long Kuei? It's just a fart. Who has the time to joke about it? If we killed them, we killed them. If we don't like them, we'll feel uncomfortable if we don't kill them. Can't our hands itch? Ah! Naples was completely at his wit's end. He covered his face and let out a pained groan. He finally understood. After all this time, there was something wrong with the prince's head, and it was intermittent. It suddenly flared up. You're courting death, so don't blame me for this. At this time, Long Huai finally came back to his senses. The cold smile on his face surfaced again. His right hand, which was raised halfway, finally swung down fiercely. He sternly rebuked, "Those who are arrogant and obstinate will be punished severely. This is clearly stated in the Federation's laws. Take them down immediately and put them in prison." Wait. Before the dozens of Federation inspectors behind Long Huai could react, Yi Xian's shout suddenly rang out. "I'll say the same thing again. Whether it's old bastard one or Long Kuei, this prince doesn't like them, so I'll kill them. But you, Sir Inspector, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to hold the prince accountable for this matter. Don't even mention the obstinate and obstinate things. It doesn't exist at all because this prince is just stating a fact. It has nothing to do with arrogance or obstinacy." Ah. This time, even the purplish warbler couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his face. The others seemed to have seen the problem as well. How was this still arrogance? This was clearly abnormal. It most likely had something to do with the brain. As they thought of this, the expressions on everyone's faces immediately became a little strange. Even the look in their eyes changed. "Do you know what this is?" At the same time, Yi Xian's words changed. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved. In the blink of an eye, a huge starry fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters appeared. It was bright silver in color and floated above the Overwatch Council, completely covering the entire large square below. Without waiting for everyone to sort out their thoughts and follow his rhythm, Yi Xian stretched out his hand and pointed up, saying again, "A starry fortress. The Tianji clan's starry fortress. Do you know where it came from? It was given to me. This prince's future wife gave it to me. Don't doubt me, she can barely be considered a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan. She's at the middle stage of the mystic light realm. Can't she afford a starry fortress?" At this point, all the powerhouses present, including Long Huai and the purplish warbler, were certain without exception that this guy in front of them was absolutely crazy. A second ago, he was still talking about killing Long Kuei, and a second later, he was talking about the starry fortress that his future wife had given him. The change of topic was so fast and silent, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. There was no sense of wrongness at all. If this kind of person wasn't crazy, where was the justice? Chapter 3101. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation enough to offset. Looks like you guys still don't believe me. If there's no other way, I can only call her here to prove it. She's in the Imperial Harem anyway. She's probably with my mother right now. She's been on the immortal planet for quite some time now and even entered the Imperial Harem. Haven't you heard? Oh right, my future wife from the Tianji clan has 2 words. Ingtai. At this point, Yi Xian finally shut his mouth. However, the surrounding members of the royal family instantly changed their expressions and exclaimed in shock. Ingtai? Are you sure she's from the Tianji clan? Long Huai gasped. He was so shocked that the white hairs on his back were about to break out. Previously, he was sure that he was unlucky to have met a lunatic and had to play with him for half a day. However, this was instantly overturned because a woman called Ingtai had indeed come not long ago. Moreover, this woman had indeed claimed to be Prince Xian's confidant. More importantly, this woman's cultivation was clearly at the Mystic Light Realm 4th level. How could it be possible for so many coincidences to be piled up together? After all this time you knew? If you knew, why did you pretend? She's already here, and she's in the Imperial Harem. Why would I lie to you? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and took the opportunity to mock him. Also, I'm not from the Tianji clan, but you insisted that I was. Now that I'm telling you that Ingtai is from the Tianji clan, you still don't believe me. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? With that, Long Huai immediately believed 80% of it. A look of ecstasy quickly appeared on his face. Almost all the other experts in the surroundings were the same. Long Xiang and the other princes were even more surprised. They felt that they had been saved from a hopeless situation, and that the light of hope had suddenly returned. Naples and the purplish warbler were also quite shocked. Both of them were present when Yi Xian obtained Lightning Fortress. Only the part where they entered the lightning tomb in the middle was known from Yi Xian afterward. Previously, They had always thought that Lightning Fortress was obtained by Prince Xian after he killed a member of the Tianji clan. However, based on Long Huai's reaction, it was extremely likely that the woman called Ying Tai in the royal palace was a mystic light realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, as he said. If that was the case, then the Lightning Fortress was definitely not the spoils of war that he had obtained from killing a member of the Tianji race. It was clearly a gift from that female robot of the Tianji race called Ying Tai. This alone was enough to prove his identity as a spy of the Tianji clan. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the expressions on the faces of Naples and the purplish warbler changed. Although they did not immediately question him, the doubts in their hearts grew stronger. Ha ha ha. What a Prince Xian. You should be proud of yourself for being able to make my emotions fluctuate so much in just half a day. However, no matter what your purpose is, today's matter can no longer be settled peacefully. Just based on your ambiguous relationship with that female Tianji clan member, Ying Tai, and the fact that you even accepted her generous gift and helped her infiltrate the Immortal Star, the crime of colluding with the enemy is already confirmed. As for whether you have become an enemy spy, we will know when we come back. Speaking to this point, Long Huai's expression darkened. He suddenly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly take him down. Can you still speak properly? Let me say it all in one go. Will it kill you to be agitated again?" Just as Long Huai's shout fell, Yi Xian spoke again. Halfway through, he suddenly sighed. A one-track mind is really scary. His brain doesn't even know how to turn things around. I've already said it so clearly, but he still hasn't reacted. With this kind of desperate IQ, I don't know how he managed to trick his way into the position of supervisor. Although he did not mention any names in the latter half of his sentence, as if he was talking to himself, the word supervisor had been mentioned. Even a fool would know who he was talking about. Many gazes subconsciously swept toward Long Huai. There was more or less a hint of strangeness in their flashing gazes. The latter was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. It was really too infuriating. Thinking back carefully, he realized that in less than half a day, he, as the head of the Overwatch Council, one of the 8 great academies in the Federation's headquarters, had cried out several times. Quickly take him down? However, every time he cried out, he would immediately be played a dirty trick by this brat in front of him. Either that, or he would pretend to be crazy and directly ruin it on the spot. If this happened a few more times, he was afraid that the root of his illness would be left behind. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Long Huai's heart couldn't help but become stronger. Just as he steeled his heart and did not hesitate to personally take action, he only wanted to immediately take Yi Xian down and end today's matter as soon as possible to prevent more problems from arising. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and sighed. Forget it. I'll just say it directly. I originally wanted to be tactful. After all, this kind of thing where I take the initiative to take credit for myself is really a little difficult to say. Do you know why I suddenly mentioned Ying Tai and even took out Lightning Fortress to prove that what I said was true? Because she is 10 times better than old devil Wen Xing. Even if Long Kuei is added in, he is still far inferior to her. The Tianji clan must have secretly bought many spies in the human clan and the other clans of the Wanluo Federation, right? But among the spies that the human clan or the Wanluo Federation bought and placed in the first universe, other than those hundreds of servant clans that are not presentable, have there been even one true Tianji clan member? Furthermore, Ying Tai is far from an ordinary Tianji clan member. With her strength of the mystic light realm, even if she is not a true core giant, she can at least be considered a high-ranking member, right? This prince helped the Federation abduct from the heavenly legacy race, persuaded such an astonishingly valuable member of the heavenly legacy race to surrender. Even if this is a bit of a mistake, this merit should make up for it, right? Sir Inspector, what do you think? At this point, Yi Xian did not say anything else. He glanced at Long Huai playfully, and then waved his hand as if no one was present, and the lightning fortress in the sky returned to the undying world in his body. During this time, the sound of cold air being sucked in continuously sounded from all around the square. Everyone, including Naples and the purplish warbler, suddenly understood everything at this time. They finally understood that Yi Xian had a card up his sleeve from the beginning to the end. No matter how the situation developed, he had long been in an invincible position. Let alone a mystic light realm member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even an ordinary planet realm member of the Heaven's Legacy race would have an inestimable significance to the human race or the myriad Luo Federation. With such a heaven-shaking contribution in hand, what is a small mistake? Thinking of this, Most of the experts present blushed, especially those who had once angrily accused Yi Xian of being a spy of the Tianji clan. They were so embarrassed that they could only hope to find a hole to hide in immediately. Their faces were burning with pain, as if they had just been ruthlessly slapped by someone. What nonsense! Chapter 3102. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations DR. For some reason, Ying Tai felt that something was not right today. It was not from the outside but from herself. Since half a day ago, her eyelids had been twitching from time to time. Later, when she was relaxing in the back garden of the Lady Rose Palace, she suddenly sneezed. This was not a big deal for normal people, but even for a mystic light realm expert, it was impossible for this to happen. Not to mention that she was a robot from the Heaven's Legacy race. Since then, Ying Tai had doubts in his heart, and he didn't feel good about it. However, at this moment, her eyelids suddenly started to twitch again. Moreover, they were twitching non-stop, even more so than before. No. This is too strange. I can't let this continue. Ying Tai's expression changed slightly as she stood up in shock. Her face was gloomy as she turned around and walked out of the room while muttering to herself. She decided to leave the immortal royal city and wait for a few days to see the situation before making a decision. It wasn't that she was a coward. The key was that this was the Immortal Star, the headquarters of the technology faction, one of the two factions of the human race. Even the headquarters of the 10,000 Luo Federation was here. It could be said that experts were as common as clouds in the sky. Although her mystic light realm cultivation wasn't considered weak, she wouldn't even be able to struggle for her life on this immortal star. Just in this immortal royal city, although the immortal emperor seemed to be the strongest on the surface, his cultivation had only surpassed the void realm, which was the 13th realm. Compared to Ying Tai, who was at the 11th realm, the mystic light realm, he was only 2 realms stronger. However, how could the immortal royal family be so simple? Those old monsters of the royal family, who had not shown themselves for who knew how long, were the truly terrifying existences. They were the foundation and support of the entire immortal royal family. Not to mention, even the immortal emperor, who had surpassed the void realm, was an existence that she could only look up to. If the immortal emperor could surpass her status, he could crush her with a flick of his finger. There was no need to even mention the imperial teacher of the immortal royal family called D-Heir. Ying Tai had once seen his back in the imperial palace. This D-Heir's cultivation seemed to be on the same level as the immortal emperor, which was the 13th realm. But Ying Tai always had an intuition that the truth was far from that. The name D-Heir was simply too capable of evoking her endless imagination. No, it should be said that any member of the Heaven's Legacy race who heard this name would be like her, subconsciously forming some sort of association and guess. Although this association was just a baseless guess, Ying Tai's intuition told her that this D-Heir definitely had something to do with the clan leader of the Tianji clan, D-Yi. If that was really the case with D-Yi's terrifying cultivation, no matter how weak D-Heir, who was somewhat related to him, was, he should not only be at the 13th Great Plane, right? In short, ever since she came to the immortal planet and entered the royal palace, she suddenly realized how overconfident she had been. Here, the only thing she could do was keep a low profile with her mystic light realm cultivation. Unfortunately, Immortal Imperial City was not a place that just anyone could come and go as they pleased. In addition, she still had some hope in her heart that her identity as a member of the Heaven's Legacy race would not be easily discovered. As long as she was careful, she should not be in danger. In addition, Prince Xian had already returned to the Third Universe and had even reached the imperial capital of Tianming. Concubine Mei's order had been sent out. Although Prince Xian had not returned to the immortal planet yet, in any case, her sudden departure at this time would definitely arouse suspicion. But she had no time to care about all this now. Today's matter was too strange. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that unforeseen events would happen at any time. Even if she was willing to take the risk, she had to leave. After making the decision, Ying Tai sneaked out of Concubine Mei's palace immediately. After leaving the inner city, she smoothly arrived at the edge of the outer city. After a little more, she could be considered to have successfully left the imperial city. As for the even larger immortal imperial city outside the imperial city, Ying Tai did not care at all. With a little joy, Ying Tai moved forward again. After a while, she finally passed the last checkpoint and left the immortal imperial city. Unfortunately, just as she took a step forward, her figure crossing the edge of the outer city's defense array and officially stepping into the territory of the imperial capital, An incomparably powerful and mysterious force had already descended without any warning. It instantly locked onto the qi around Ying Tai's body, causing her to be unable to move in the slightest. Dear! The sudden change caused Ying Tai's expression to change wildly. Her beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in alarm. With luck in her heart, she instantly realized that she had been targeted long ago. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that she had just left the Imperial City and hadn't even taken a step before she was discovered in an instant? Wouldn't it be better to just stay in the Imperial City? You forced me to take action, Sai. As soon as Ying Tai's exclamation fell, Air's helpless voice sounded in her ears. Then, without waiting for her to recover, her vision suddenly turned black and she completely lost consciousness. However, her figure did not fall to the ground because of fainting. Instead, as if she had been teleported, she disappeared into thin air without any warning. Immortal Imperial City, the Imperial Preceptor's Palace in the outer city area. To be precise, this was actually the underground of the Imperial Preceptor's Palace. What appeared in front of them was a huge underground hall. The entire hall was incomparably vast. No matter which direction one looked at it, one could not see the end of it. In addition, although it was underground, when one looked up, the blue stone dome of this vast underground hall was at least 10,000 meters high. An underground space of such a scale was not a small project, and it was even more impossible for it to appear under the immortal Imperial City. Therefore, this underground hall should have been built using space-folding technology. The hall was originally empty, but at this moment, because this place was too vast, there was no way to distinguish the direction of the hall. With a flash of green light, a relatively independent small room appeared on the floor of the originally empty hall in the blink of an eye. There were even 4 walls and a dome. It was squarish and about 100 meters long. Some large precision instruments could be seen everywhere in the room. In the center, there was a green platform that looked like an operating table. However, it was not material. It was clearly in the form of energy. Ying Tai, with her eyes closed, was lying on this green energy platform at this moment. From time to time, there were rays of green light of different shapes scanning her body from top to bottom. This process lasted about 10 minutes. The green light, which had been flashing non-stop, finally disappeared. The next moment, a thin old man suddenly appeared on the side of the green energy platform as if he had teleported. It was Air, who had rushed out of the Imperial Preceptor's Palace not long ago, and seemed to be going to the headquarters of the Federation. I knew it. How could DE be so careless? He even forgot to implant the trigger mark in the source code. Chapter 3103. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Machinery Race, that must be it. As soon as all the Tianji clan members are born with intelligence, DE will leave a trigger mark in their intelligence center. Once they have the intention to betray the Tianji clan, the mark left behind will immediately be triggered. The source code will be disrupted, which is equivalent to self-destruction. Because of this, the real members of the Tianji race cannot be bought over by the human race or the Federation. Since this girl also has a trigger mark in her source code, this can only be the result. Either she has tricked the brat outside, or the brat is boasting. The possibility of the latter is obviously higher. This tester is quite interesting. Compared to the last one, he is much more clever and flexible. Moreover, the testing system in his body seems to have grown to a higher level. Although its aura is a little mixed, it exudes a mysterious aura. Even with my current sealed state, I can't see through it at a glance and see everything. Should I undo the seal and see the secret? Forget it. Let's wait and see. Even if it's just undoing the primary seal, the price is too high. This brat still needs to grow, but his potential is huge. I can help him again. While muttering to himself, Air's gaze swept over Ying Tai, who was lying on the green energy platform. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and waved. In an instant, the cyan energy platform burst forth with brilliance. Ying Tai, who was originally just lying on the surface of the platform, suddenly sank down and entered the interior of the energy platform. His entire body was enveloped by the energy. At the same time, countless crisscrossing green threads burst out from the inside of the green energy platform. They were of different shapes. Some swept across Ying Tai's body like the previous scan, while some directly entered Ying Tai's body. After a long time, they came out from another location. This process lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, The countless threads bursting out of the green energy platform gradually came to a stop. Ying Tai, who was immersed in it, slowly rose up and finally returned to the surface of the platform. He was still lying there with his eyes closed. It seems that Di Yi's realm has increased again. It took me 15 minutes to undo the trigger mark in the intelligence center source code of a mysterious light realm member of the Tianji race. Although it's only in a sealed state. In just a short 15 minutes, Di Er's face had become slightly paler. At this moment, he muttered to himself and waved his hand again. Fortunately, I've finally succeeded. Now, this girl is no longer a member of the Tianji clan. Her source code has been changed and the trigger mark of my machinery clan has been left behind. From now on, she'll be a member of the machinery clan. Yes, she'll stay by that brat's side. Although it's impossible for her to become his wife, she's qualified to be his personal maid. At this moment, Ying Tai, who was lying on the green energy platform, suddenly opened Tai's Tai, who was lying on the green energy platform. Ying Tai, who was lying, was race? Ying's was race. Then, she rolled and got up from the green energy platform. When she saw Di Er, she greeted him, clan leader. Then, she respectfully stood aside with her hands clasped behind her back. She lowered her head slightly and didn't say anything. She looked like she was waiting for orders. Both Di Er and Di Yi were robots created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo. They were self-aware and had a new life. However, Di Yi betrayed the human race and killed Xing Bo. At that time, he induced a large number of intelligent robots to be born. Gradually, the Tianji race formed a certain scale. In the end, they fought the human race. In the first universe, they started a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years and swept across the entire universe. In the end, the human race was defeated. They left the first universe and entered the third universe to develop. The first universe became the territory of the Tianji race, and Di Yi became the overlord of the first universe. This was a matter of the past tens of thousands of years ago. Apart from Di Yi, Di Er was the other first-generation robot created by Xing Bo who was self-aware. He was always grateful to Xing Bo and never left the human race. Later, he became the imperial advisor of the immortal dynasty of the human race's technological camp. Over the years, there had been several generations of immortal emperors in the immortal dynasty, but the imperial advisor had always been Di Er. Under Di Er's command, there was also a robot race. Di Yi's robot race was called the Tianji race, while Di Er's robot race that had self-aware was called the robot race. The Tianji race was the enemy of the entire Wanluo Federation, while the robot race was the human race's ally. However, the robot race rarely appeared. They also had their own base camp, but it was not exposed to the outside world like the Tianji race in the first universe. No one knew where the robot race's base camp was. Only the patriarch, Di Er, knew. Now Ying Tai, who was originally a member of the Tianji race, was no longer a member of the Tianji race after Di Er spent a lot of effort to change her core source code. Now, she had become a member of the robot race. Therefore, after waking up, she called Di Er the patriarch. Now, you have nothing to do with the Tianji race. The trigger mark that Di E left in your core source code has also been erased by me. However, your original memories have been retained by me. This is originally impossible, but seeing that I have obtained some useful information from your core source code, and that I need you to follow that kid, I'll make an exception this time. Also, if you want a horse to run, you naturally have to feed it grass. I have also increased your cultivation to the peak of the mystic light realm. Whether or not I want to hide a part of it is up to you to decide. In short, in the future, your mission is to stay by that brat's side and help him grow. I won't interfere with the specific details. My only request is that you don't casually reveal what happened today to him. I don't plan on meeting that brat yet. Even if I do, it will only be as the imperial advisor of the everlasting dynasty, not as the patriarch of the robot race. The testing system in his body has not grown to the point where it can let me reveal everything. Go. That brat is in a bit of trouble right now. Go and help him solve it. Although he is a fake prince, since he has the pure everlasting royal bloodline, this prince's identity is confirmed without a doubt. I can deal with the everlasting emperor, but as for those old fogies in the dynasty's resident Elder Pavilion, before the seal is unlocked, even I can't force them to submit. If there are no accidents, even if we can make them accept this prince's identity, it is impossible to avoid a disguised attack. Follow that brat and be mentally prepared for this. Just protect his safety. If you encounter any difficulties, don't try to ask me for help. In times of real danger, I naturally won't sit and do nothing. After all, he obtained a testing system that I spread out, so he can be considered one of my disciples. Chapter 3104. The dust has settled. Husband, Yingtai has been waiting for you for a long time. Since you're already here, why don't you return to the palace? What are you doing here at the Federation headquarters? As soon as Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai finished speaking, he was just about to make a move to capture Yi Xian when an exceedingly delicate voice of a woman that clearly carried dense resentment suddenly resounded out at this moment. Yingtai's face was filled with hidden bitterness as she flashed through the sky, and as she spoke, she'd already descended not too far away from Yi Xian. She looked at him with pity and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. The Neapolitan and purplish warbler beside him were the same, especially the latter. After being stunned for a moment, his eyes flashed with hostility and vigilance. He stared closely at Yingtai's face, examining her from head to toe. All the surrounding federal supervisors and members of the royal family were also stunned. Yingtai's initiative to come here was unexpected to everyone. Peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light Realm? You were actually concealing your cultivation before? Even First Imperial Uncle Long Huai's expression changed slightly when he saw the cultivation aura that Yingtai revealed at this moment. Although he was an expert at the 12th Great Realm, the Void Stage, there were not many people in the Imperial family who revealed such a level on the surface. At the very least, more than half of the 10 Great Imperial Uncles were at the 11th Great Realm, the Mysterious Light Stage. At this moment, Yingtai revealed his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light Realm. He was only one step away from the 12th level, the Void Realm. Once he took this step, it would be equivalent to Prince Xian having a supreme existence of the Void Realm by his side. To him, this was extremely significant, and it was truly eye-catching. Apart from that, Yingtai did not conceal his cultivation base this time. Even the essential aura of the machine race was revealed. It had to be mentioned that the mech race and the Heaven's Legacy race were essentially the same. They were both intelligent robots that had developed their own consciousness. The only difference was their internal core source code. However, their external auras were completely the same. In addition, although D-Air's machinery tribe was a companion of the human tribe, he had always been hidden by D-Air and had never shown himself. Therefore, at this moment, when Yingtai revealed his aura, coupled with Yi Xian's previous words, almost everyone instinctively thought that Yingtai was from the Tianji tribe. Although there were many experts present, including inspectors from the Federation headquarters, important members of the Immortal Imperial clan, and even 3-star generals of the Immortal Imperial army, none of them had ever come into close contact with a member of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even though Naples had entered the First Universe many times to engage in battle with the Heaven's Legacy race, those battles had always taken place in the shadow of the starry sky. Even if the enemy camp had a true upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, they had never had the chance to get close. Therefore, at this moment, when Yingtai appeared and revealed an aura that was different from that of a human without any scruples, everyone present regained their senses. Their expressions immediately became strange. This was especially so for the 5 princes and a few imperial uncles. Their expressions were uncertain, and a dark light flickered in their eyes. No one knew what they were scheming in their hearts. You are indeed from the Heaven's Legacy race, and you even concealed your cultivation to infiltrate the immortal star. It seems that you have ulterior motives. After a flash of light in his eyes, the First Imperial Uncle Long Huai suddenly laughed coldly. Since that brat said that you are a member of the upper echelon that he persuaded from the Heaven's Legacy race to surrender, then what harm is there in believing him? Whether this is true or not will be known after a trial. If you can't provide important information about the Heaven's Legacy race, then this will undoubtedly be false. When that time comes. In other words, this was clearly a prelude to detain Yi Xian for interrogation. Furthermore, it was not just Yi Xian, but Yingtai as well. If she could provide enough information about the Heaven's Legacy race to prove her sincerity, then it would be fine. If she couldn't, then today's matter could forget about coming to an end. Yi Xian's earlier words of persuading a member of the Heaven's Legacy race to surrender would be completely overturned. Sir Inspector, I'm sorry, but your Federation's Overwatch Council does not have the authority to interrogate me. Or rather, if you want to interrogate me, I'll have to trouble you to obtain permission from the dynasty first. In the face of the First Imperial Uncle Long Huai's words, Ying Tai calmly took out an item and directly raised her hand to show it to Long Huai. This is the Imperial Advisor's order. I have already surrendered to the Immortal Dynasty and am now a spy of the dynasty. If your Federation wants to obtain any information related to the Heaven's Legacy race from me, it is not impossible. However, please negotiate with the dynasty. Hearing this, the first Imperial uncle was immediately dumbfounded. The Imperial Advisor's order that Ying Tai took out could not be fake, and the meaning of this Imperial Advisor's order was very clear. It meant that the Immortal Dynasty had already acknowledged her identity and accepted her. Now, even if she was a member of the Heaven's Legacy race, she was already a spy of the Immortal Dynasty. If the Federation wanted to investigate her as a spy of the Heaven's Legacy race, it was tantamount to slapping the Immortal Dynasty's face. This was absolutely impossible. It would cause internal strife within the Federation. In reality, even Yi Xian was a little dazed at this moment. His previous plan was to force Ying Tai to go along with his words and admit that she had already been persuaded by Yi Xian to surrender. After all, she was a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Following this identity being exposed by Yi Xian, cooperating with Yi Xian was already the only choice. Otherwise, on the Immortal Star, only death awaited her. In this way, not only did he resolve the matter of Wen Xing and the killing of Long Kuei, he even resolved the crisis that Ying Tai had brought to him. No matter what the other party's goal was in using her identity as a member of the Heaven's Legacy race to enter the Immortal Star under the guise of his fiancée, when all of this was exposed, and it was exposed by Yi Xian himself, Ying Tai could not continue to cause a ruckus. She could not do anything. She could only be passive. However, everything in front of him was a little unexpected. He did not understand how things had suddenly developed to this point. Had Ying Tai obtained the recognition of the Immortal Dynasty long before he had arrived? She had even obtained the Imperial Advisor's order. Could it be that she had come to the Immortal Star to voluntarily admit her identity as a member of the Heaven's Legacy race? But what was the purpose of doing so? Could it be that she really admired him and did not hesitate to surrender to the Immortal Dynasty in order to start a so-called butterfly love with him? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian immediately shuddered. If this was really the case, then this girl was clearly crazy. How could she do such a thing? If she continued to pester him like this in the future? Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not feel good. He had a feeling that after tossing and turning for so long, in the end, he had still fallen into her trap. At this moment, as Ying Tai raised her hand and flashed D'Air's Imperial Advisor's order, the surrounding Federation supervisors all breathed a sigh of relief. However, the members of the Imperial family, including the Imperial uncles and the 5 great princes, all sighed. Chapter 3105. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio 18th Prince's manner. No matter how unwilling Long Huai was, in the end, Yi Xian, Naples, and the Purplish Warbler still swaggered out of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Oh right. Other than the 3 of them there was also Ying Tai. Just as Ying Tai had said, the Imperial Advisor's token in her hand was enough to prove her identity as a defector of the Tianji clan. She had already been accepted and acknowledged by the Eternal Dynasty. Even the Wanluo Federation could only negotiate with the Eternal Dynasty and request for assistance if they wanted to obtain any information from her, a defector of the Tianji clan. As for whether the Eternal Dynasty would agree or not, that was another matter altogether. In short, with the Imperial Preceptor's token, even if Ying Tai was truly a member of the Heaven's Legacy race, the Myriad Sifting Federation would not be able to touch her. Her body had already been marked with the mark of the Immortal Dynasty. From now on, she was a member of the dynasty. Furthermore, she was an Imperial concubine. The 18th Prince's concubine. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately felt a headache. If Ying Tai's identity was revealed by him and she had no choice but to follow Yi Xian's words and cooperate with him, then Ying Tai would undoubtedly leave something in Yi Xian's hands. Without mentioning anything else, at least in the future, he would no longer have to worry about her bothering him with words like a butterfly's love. But now it was different. Long before Yi Xian returned to the Immortal Star, he had already taken the initiative to confess his identity to the Immortal Empire. In this matter, Yi Xian couldn't control him at all. In this way, if Ying Tai continued to pester Yi Xian with the excuse of a butterfly's love, other than being depressed and vexed, there was nothing he could do. Don't forget, she was a supreme existence at the great circle of the mystic light realm. Even Naples could only be crushed in front of her. Yi Xian did not even know if the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn could crush her like Long Kuei. Long Kue was only at the 4th level of the mystic light realm, while Yingtai was a supreme existence who was only one step away from entering the 12th great realm, the void realm. There was a difference of 5 whole levels. At the 11th great realm, one level was often the difference between heaven and earth. The difference of 5 levels was truly a completely different concept. Unlike Yi Xian's Heart Aya, after leaving the Federation's Overwatch Council, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were completely relaxed and their moods were they? Were clearly in a good mood. Was his daybreak studio? Was studio? Was studio? Was studio? Was studio? In addition, the marriage between the prince and the Xianyuan family was also resolved. Yingtai was a robot. Even if she could be given the position of concubine, it was impossible for her to become the first wife. From the looks of it, the news of the so-called marriage was purely a way for the dynasty to appease and rope Yingtai in. Since she was a robot, how could there be any ambiguity between her and Prince Xian? Regarding this point, Xianyuan Ziying no longer needed to verify it to be certain in her heart. At this moment, she had already determined that everything that had happened before was just a misunderstanding. No matter how jealous she was, the target should not be a robot. As for Yingtai, after leaving the headquarters of the Federation, she did not say a word. She followed behind Yi Xian obediently, as if she was his servant. This made Yi Xian feel quite relieved. At least this girl knew how to judge the situation. She knew that this was the immortal star, not a place where she could jump around. She did not dare to be as arrogant as she was in the Demon Kin Star area. After the 4 of them left the Wanluo Federation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. After the 4 of them stepped into it, they headed straight for the immortal royal capital. The immortal star was where the immortal royal capital of the human race's technological faction was located. Not to mention the 9 satellites, just the immortal star in the center was enormous. The vast plain loaned to the Wanluo Federation for the Federation's headquarters was only a very small area of the immortal star. There were many cities in the other vast areas. These cities were all located around the everlasting imperial capital, scattered like stars in the sky. The immortal royal capital was the largest city on the immortal star. The immortal royal capital was located in the depths of the royal capital. The royal capital was divided into the outer city and the inner city. The inner city was where the immortal royal capital lived, while the outer city was where the officials of the royal capital attended court, as well as the prince's residences, the imperial preceptor's hall, and the elder dormitory. Of course, the elder dormitory and the imperial preceptor's hall were restricted by formations. Most people couldn't enter without being summoned, not even the princes. The residences of the princes and the residences of the many members of the royal family were located in the ordinary areas of the outer city. Among them, only the princes of the immortal emperor's direct line of descent could have their own residences. Although the other branches also had residences in the outer city, they weren't princes' residences. As for the 10 royal uncles and the like, they had long moved out of the outer royal capital to oversee the 9 satellites. There were dozens of princes of the immortal emperor. Some of them were underage and were not allowed to have their own princes' mansions. These underage princes were all arranged in a place called the Prince's Academy. There were specialized instructors in charge of cultivation, etiquette, and knowledge in science and technology. Currently, there were only 28 people who had grown up and owned a prince's manor. In other words, there were a total of 28 princes' manors in the outer imperial city, and Prince Xian's manor was the 18th prince's manor. Although Prince Xian had left the Undying Star to participate in the royal family's ultimate trial, as long as it wasn't proven that he had died outside, the 18th prince residence that belonged to him would continue to exist. The group of old servants and maids who were in charge of managing the residence were all present. However, before Prince Xian left the Immortal Star to participate in the royal family's ultimate trials, he wasn't outstanding among the 28 princes. He was even looked down upon because of his cowardly personality. As such, not only was the 18th prince's residence not in a good location, but it wasn't grand either. As for the old servants and maids in the residence, there was no need to talk about them. When Prince Xian was still around, there might not have been a lack of housekeepers or maidservants. However, ever since Prince Xian left the Undying Star, these old servants and maidservants had all left through various channels. Most likely they had all left. As servants of the royal family, they also needed to consider their own futures. Following a cowardly prince like Prince Xian only sounded good on the surface. In reality, Everyone knew that there was no way they would be able to make a name for themselves. As a result, there was only one loyal old servant left in the 18th prince's mansion to take care of everything in the mansion. The rest of the servants went their separate ways and tried their best to join the other princes' mansions.